Chapter 1. A spy's end is death. A foul-smelling hidden room blanketed in darkness, proof that it had been untouched by humans for a long time. Gwack! I coughed from the dust which got into my mouth and nose. Still, I felt a sense of excitement. Please let the thing I longed for be in here. As I looked carefully through the dark room, I spotted an ancient-looking wooden box. I approached it cautiously and touched the dust-covered box. As my fingers made contact, something popped out with the sound of rushing air. Swish! Gwack! I backed away in surprise, and made some distance with the box as I saw a snake pop out. But strangely, this snake had white eyes like a snowy field. When I looked at those pure white eyes, fear filled my body. Suddenly, the fact that there was not even a single rat in this room makes perfect sense. The snake continued to threaten me with its hissing sound and flitting tongue. It was trying to stop me from getting to the box. I resorted to swinging the torch in my hand at the snake. Its heat, as well as the sparks that fly off of it, should scare the snake away. Wake! But even as the torch in my hand moved, the snake did not budge. Instead, it continued to stare at me with its pure white eyes. Does this snake not fear fire? I decided to use the sword at my waist instead, and as I reached for my sword, woo! However, perhaps feeling the threat, the snake bowed its body and quickly disappeared as it escaped somewhere. I breathed out a sigh of relief. Catching the snake wasn't tough, but its snowy white eyes made me feel uneasy. Before the snake decided to come back, I quickly opened the box. There was something within it. A yellowed piece of paper that looked like it would tear at any moment with just a touch. Well, it must have been here for around 600 years, but even though there had been a change in color, something seemed to have been done to treat the paper to keep the writing intact. I felt like I might cry. But I was not sure that this was what I was searching for. There was something odd about the content of the paper. To know the true essence of the sword immortal I had come all this way, but was this really the treasured book? Moreover, the paper contained creepy and strange patterns drawn with red ink, just like the writings of the demonic cult. Well, my goal was to get rid of the blockages in my body. That way, I can return to being a child of a noble clan, instead of remaining a spy. Even if I was treated like trash back then, it was better than living like a spy now with fear and concern at every moment. All I would have to do is call Elder Beakwai, Yang and the head of Yellow Dragon Hall Moyong Su. But there was work to do before I did that. I pulled something out of my arm. It was a pill about 2 inches in size, made through special methods. Sage. I am annoyed. There is a crack on the pill. It must have been from when I slipped as I climbed the cliff. Luckily, the pill did not shatter. I carefully folded the paper containing the sword technique and placed it inside the pill. Phew, I'm not sure if I can swallow this. Still, I opened my mouth and put the pill in, forcefully gulping it down as I regretted not bringing water with me. The scent of the pill almost made me puke. Gwack! It felt like eating dried, rotten old tree roots. The reason I chose to swallow it was simple. This was my countermeasure. No matter how much I was told that I would be helped, as long as they were warriors, they would covet this. Soon after swallowing the pill, I headed to the back of the room and opened a stone door. I then went towards the cavity in the middle of the cave and knocked on the wall. Knock. Knock. Knock knock knock. It was a signal code to the Miriam Alliance. The average warrior might not be able to hear such small knocks. Still, the signal would be audible to Elder Beakwai Hyang, who was known to be one of the 5 great warriors of the Miriam Alliance, and the skilled Moyong Su. Not surprisingly, the two appeared shortly. Did you find it? A middle-aged man with broad shoulders and a handsome beard. He was Beakwai Hyang, an elder of the Miriam Alliance. The young man standing next to him with sharp eyes was Moyong Su, the eldest of his family. At the sight of both of them I smiled. Yes, Elder. It was here. The two people's faces brightened at my words. There was nothing else here for them but that, the treasure of the heavens, and it was easy to know their feelings even without words. Moyong Su, the head of Yellow Dragon Hall, asked me, "Where is it? The record of the sword immortal? Before that, make sure to keep the promise you made. A promise to remove the blockages in my body." I heard that Elder Beakwai Yang's deep understanding of the body's meridians can help restore a clear flow of Kai to my body. I felt slightly sorry as they trusted me, but as a spy, I had to ensure I got what I was promised. Elder Beakwai Yang then smiled. Right, that is true. We need to do it right. He then glanced at Moyong Su. The man who is head of the Yellow Dragon Hall then pulled out his sword from his waist, its blade covered in a purple glow. SRNG. It was the famed dagger of the Moyong family. As he suddenly drew his sword, I backed away in shock. "What are you doing? If you won't give it to me, you will die." Moyong Su aimed the sword at me. If I didn't move back right away, he would have stabbed me right then. My heart was pounding in shock at this, but I, who have lived with such anxieties, won't be so obedient to threats. If I give this, will the blood clots in the body be removed? Well, is there any reason for me to keep you alive? For real, I was going crazy here. These two were blinded by the sword immortal's technique. After obtaining the treasure, they planned to kill and annihilate my traces immediately. Are you going to break the decree that you must not indulge your personal feelings or greed for the mission of the Miriam Alliance? Elder Beakwai, Yang laughed at those words. No one will even know, so what is the use of that? If I die, what could be the problem if a spy dies? Rather, the Lord will be praising us for handling the spy without causing trouble. Damn it, this was why people cannot be trusted. They would show that they were simply forced to kill a spy in this manner and use it as their defense. What if I keep my mouth shut? Did you forget that not just you but there are other warriors sent here? This is a situation where you would go up against the whole alliance. People were already up searching the cliff, and they would soon figure out that there is a cave in here and that it held the treasure. At those words, Moyang Su's eyes fluttered in hesitation. But the elder Beakwai, Yang remained unperturbed. It looks like you want to use your head, but it won't work. And you know this isn't a situation where anyone would openly fight. The treasure is hidden in one of the many hidden rooms. Don't try to overthink it. We can always just say you tried to deceive us and hide your body here. I was at a loss for words. I tried to think but was unable to. The reason was simple. Did you think this elder wouldn't see through this? Beakwai, Yang smiled. Ah shit. At this exact moment, my supreme disadvantage was that I am just a third-rate warrior with no internal Kai. Even if someone deliberately tried to investigate who had been in this room, they wouldn't know me. It would be twice more difficult since an elder was involved. We can just rip him apart. Elder. He. Moyang Su smiled. Now his appearance was more similar to a greedy man. Nothing else to do. Thud. I knelt down and begged for my life. Please spare me. I will keep my mouth shut for the rest of my life. To kill a third-rate warrior like me. You read it right? You read that right? The sword technique. I couldn't say anything. If I hadn't read it, how would I know about the record being the right one? The most unfortunate thing was that there was absolutely nothing in the record that could even be called special. That is another reason you should die. But it was a moment that my heart had always been worried about. The sword of Moyang Su pierced my chest. Right, these people never had any intention of saving me. Cough. Blood flowed down from my mouth, and I fell to the ground like a doll with its threads cut. From the moment I was given this mission, the Miriam Alliance and the others had decided my fate. My body began to lose strength as my mind wandered. To die like this cut the stomach. Elder Beakwai, Yang said casually. Did this guy think I was a pig that could have my stomach cut open so easily? Yes, Elder. Moyang Su pulled his sword out of my chest and thrust it into my stomach. Whack! I could hear the sound of something being crushed inside my stomach. Moyang Su seemed to know about the pill that I had swallowed. He too must have felt it, so he was trying to quickly bring the pill out of my stomach. He must be afraid that the acids in my stomach would destroy it. It was then. Wake! Ugh! A strange thing was happening. Hot energy rose up in my stomach and blue flames soared from inside. Flustered, the man stepped back. What are you doing? Get it out of the stomach. Why, yes. At Beakwai, Yang's cry, he tried to come close again, but it was of no avail. All of a sudden, my entire body was engulfed in flames. But it was strange. This should have been painful, but it wasn't. Was it because my body is dying? Shit. Why isn't the fire going out? Moyang Su cursed while I gradually could hear nothing. As my thoughts considered my impending death, I began to regret everything. Why did I live my life like this? As my eyes gradually were engulfed in blue flames, it turned white, and then something wet covered my body. Did someone pour water to put out the flames? The sensation startled me, causing my body to jump. Eck. As soon as I got up, I remembered something wet covering my body, and I looked at my hands and feet. I'm completely fine. Even my stomach had no visible wound. I couldn't figure out what just happened. Kidduck. The sound of laughter. When I looked up, I saw two boys in colorful silk robes, both about 15 years old, looking down at me and laughing. Chapter 2. Regression. Idiot. Dummy. These boys were looking down at me as they were cursing. The faces of the two boys in their red and blue clothing were very similar. They were twins. As I saw them, I mumbled, "Is this a dream?" As he heard my words, the twin in blue shook his head and said, "Even when we poured water on you, you didn't wake up, eh?" Yulang's idiot. That was a name I haven't heard in a long time. The idiot of Yulang's idiot. A nickname I was given 10 years ago. Hic. I hiccuped. Even though I didn't drink, I felt like I had a hangover. I couldn't figure out what's happening. The boy in blue then leaned down and grabbed my hair. Clench. This Hanam's swift blade is speaking, and you won't get up. At that moment, I felt like I was losing it. Song Jiao Song Wu. Haiyan. Now, you seem to be getting your mind together. Why are you pretending to be drunk and trying to be sneaky? Right. Our Hanam swift blade won the bet. Wow, this was crazy. This situation was absurd. The boy in blue is Song Jiao and the one in red is Song Wu Haiyan. It felt like I was dreaming. I could remember this moment that happened 10 years ago so vividly. Blink. Song Jiao Beak waved a red pouch in front of him and grinned. I prepared it in advance in case you wanted to speak. It will be handy for our work as the Hanam's twin swift blades. Right. It will be useful. Soh Woonhwi added to his brother's words, while I struggled to understand what was happening. Obviously, I had been stabbed in the chest and stomach by Moyon Su. Strange blue flames then spread through my body as I lost consciousness. But when I opened my eyes, these two boys were in front of me instead. Except last time I never spoke to them at this moment. Wait, what day is today? What dog shit, what is today? Soh Woonhwi was startled by my loud words and frowned. You must be drunk. It is the year of dog. No, if we say it is the year of the dog, then this was 10 years in the past. This dream was too vivid. And this wasn't a dream or illusion either. The pain from my pulled hair was very much real. Really? The year of the dog? What is with you all of a sudden? Did you think it would be the year of the pig? You drank so much that your head doesn't work? The two looked at me as if they couldn't understand me, but even these weird faces looked great to me. What are you doing? Are you crying? It was like he said. I had tears in my eyes that were blurring my vision. Overcome with emotion, I even hugged Soh Woonhwi, who was still holding my hair tightly. He has gone crazy. He is. I was holding his head and hugging him, so he must be shocked, but it didn't matter. I was feeling so good right now that I could fly. After being kidnapped by the blood sect and used as a spy, everything, including my death, was now just a lie. I wanted to make a temple in the sky for this. Heck. Soh Woonhwi pushed me back, but my mouth continued to laugh. Ha ha ha. I was feeling good. The two looked at me like I had gone crazy as I lay down and continued laughing. But I didn't care. I had returned to the past. A past where I was called Yulang's idiot. A past that I missed being in. I would never do anything that will lead to being captured by the blood sect again. Year of the dog. As I stopped laughing and began speaking seriously, the twins moved away from me in surprise. I didn't care that anyone was paying attention to what I was doing, even if they thought I was going crazy. The important thing is, fuck. The two boys moved their hands to the sword on their waists and cursed at me. Either way, I looked around and got up. It was late at night, and there didn't seem to be any customers around. It was so late that even dawn was still far away. Damn it. A song. A song. I could hear the people on this floor doing their tasks outside. At the sound of my cry, a man with droopy eyes who looked to be in his early 30s walked in, barely aware. Young master. Everyone is awake. Oh my. Were you hit by the lightning? He is the servant who followed me even when I was kicked out of my home. He was the only faithful aide I had. One who served me despite being called an idiot and a fool. Sorry. What about my things? It is on the second floor. As soon as I heard that, I began to run up to the second floor in a hurry. As I do, the twins tried to stop me. Rat. Did you go crazy for real? Right. Have you really gone crazy? I don't have the time to deal with them right now. Ha damn, you might think I am crazy, but you better pack your bags and run away from this inn right now. Otherwise, we will be living like dogs for the rest of our lives. I was about to say they could even live, but these people were different from me. In any case, I was saving both their lives. Just run. What is he saying? This brat isn't up yet? We are Hanam's twin swift blades. Huck. Kuak. Then I broke his nose. Brother. Soh Woonhwi, who was next to his twin, tried to draw his sword. I jumped back and kicked him on the leg. He fell to the floor from the blow, and I hit his stomach with my elbow. Kuak. Groans of pain came out from the two of them. Why, young master. The servant looked at me with wide eyes. What made it stranger is that despite coming from a prestigious martial arts family, I was a kid who should be incapable of doing what I just did. Surprisingly, I defeated the twins who learned martial arts. Well, it wasn't something to be proud of. Even if I was just a third-rate warrior, I learned the basic martial arts moves in the blood sect. Even though my body wasn't in its best state like it was back then, I could easily take down idiots like these two. Yo, you bastard, when did you learn martial arts? Soh Woonhwi grabbed his nose, which was bleeding, and asked, Shut it. If you want to live like humans, run. After saying those words, I quickly made my way up the stairs. The twins who saw me hastily running were unsure of what was happening. I ran up to the second floor and wandered around, searching for my things. Left side. A song shouted from the first floor. It was 10 years in the past, so I could barely remember where my room was. Following the song's words, I ran to the room and saw a dagger with a blue thread around it, alongside a bag of my things on the bed. I felt a twinge of emotion at the sight of the dagger, which I hadn't seen in a long time. I could have just run away, but I needed to pick up this dagger, which was my mother's keepsake. It was a pity that I lost everything on this day. Hurry up and run. Sage. I grabbed the dagger, and at that moment, I was startled by a sudden sound that made me drop the dagger. Yo! Kuak. My heart was pounding loudly at these bizarre sounds. I looked at the dagger as if it was a monster. I wondered if it was a coincidence and picked it back up. Yuck! I felt a surge of shock as I picked up my mother's dagger and put it down again. This wasn't a ghost song, but I couldn't figure out what it was. Goosebumps and cold sweat broke out on my body. I hesitated to pick it up since I might hear that sound again. Kick. Just in case, I tore the bed sheets, and then used them to cover the dagger. Once it was covered, I picked it up and heard no sound. I was not sure what was happening, but it felt like this is how I should carry it. I quickly ran down the stairs, and saw that the twins were still there. I said, "Run away." My nosebleed didn't stop. "And what are you saying? Why do we have to run?" Soh Woonhwi asked me, unable to understand. Anyway, I was too busy trying to save my own hide. I didn't have time to care for these people. "Enough. Do whatever you want." "What?" "Let's go, Soh. We need to hurry." Before I could finish my words, a scream came from outside the inn. Quack. As soon as I heard the scream, I felt like my heart was going to drop. The joy from returning to 10 years in the past immediately disappeared. Even if I came back, wasn't this the moment I wanted to avoid? Did I return just to get captured again? What is this? I looked at the twins, who were scared, and said, "Blood cult." The two twins looked terrified at my words. The worst of the unorthodox sects, which had a vicious name that could make anyone piss themselves just hearing it. There is no way these two didn't understand what this meant. Damn it, a desperate voice. Out of all the days, why today? That moment in the year of the dog. The day I was kidnapped by the blood cult. Chapter 3. The Sword Talks 1. Blood cult? What nonsense are you saying? Alright, that's nonsense. Yeah. Shut it and follow me. The blood cult was cut off by the Murium Alliance a long time ago. This was a known fact to everyone. The Murium Alliance defeated the blood cult 20 years ago due to political strife, and the sect lost its leader. However, thanks to their notoriety, the mention of their name still caused fear in the people of Murium. And how do you know the sound outside is from the blood cult? Of course I knew. It was something I had already experienced once. Saying that it's not surprising that they thought I'm speaking nonsense. Quack. Ugh. Soh Woonhwi's face went stiff, perhaps not wanting to believe it. The screams from outside were telling them that something terrible was happening. Quang! The doors on the inn's first floor opened, and people in their rooms began to run out. They too seemed to have heard the screams. People were guessing that something was happening and were rushing down. There was no time for this. Soh, follow me. Yes, yes. Young master. He followed me, but the place I was heading to isn't the inn's exit. Soh Woonhwi then shouted. Yeah, idiot. What will you do going there? They wouldn't believe me even if I explained it, so I went ahead without answering anything. Dummy. You will die. Soh Woonhwi laughed before he and his younger twin went and followed the rest of the people from the inn. Anyway, in this situation, no one could take care of another. Everyone had to survive on their own. Young master, aren't we supposed to run that way? I shook my head. We are late. They are all around the town. How can we run from them? The probability of escaping from the blood cult's hands with my damaged dantian and Soh, who had no knowledge of martial arts, was very low. If only I had regressed just half an hour earlier, I might have had a better chance. Then what do? We need to hide. Where can we? There's only the bathrooms and stables in the backyard. I didn't answer as he mumbled, that. Unfortunately, his guess was correct. The place we were going to hide in is none other than there. In the backyard, there was a bathroom and a stable, and it was full of an assortment of colorful smells. Young master, is it? It isn't fine, but we need to do this. The only way of survival was by hiding from the vicious blood cult. I was convinced that there was no other way than to hide. They were all human and wouldn't like to touch dirty things. Kick. Soh opened the door and looked in with disgust in his eyes. It was like he was seeing hell. Why, young master? The stench of poop down there is tough. Do we have to hide here? What if we stop breathing? I looked around at his question. The bamboo around us caught my eye. I took an axe and cut one off before handing it to Soh. Bite onto one end and breathe through the mouth. You will survive. But the bamboo is this thick? The bamboo was too thick, and Soh must open his mouth widely. I looked at him and asked, are we in a position to choose between what we want now? Don't you know that a poop-filled place is better than hell? Soh, you don't know how cruel they are. All your limbs will be cut off. Ike. Soh was frightened at those words. It was dirty and tough, but this was the only way to survive. Soh entered the bathroom's pit. What is with this shit? I will come inside too, don't worry. The smell will stop after we clean up. Young master, have you ever entered poop before? Enter? I almost died of the shit smell I had to endure for an hour. I didn't have time to answer Soh as I also had to hide. Soh, hold one. That is the only way we can live. Heck. I pushed the man inside. Young master. Plop. Once all the shit was sorted, I quickly took a step back. Sorry. There was no other way to relive this life apart from this. Don't be sad and curse me. I was coming too. Damn it. What's this? I couldn't just step in. My mind was telling me not to. Should I force myself in? He wanted to go in after Soh, but the pit was too narrow for the two of them. He just wanted to save his helper, and now he's the one in trouble. What do I do now? As I looked around, I saw the stable. A horse in the stable was screaming, and I approached it. I guess it was noticing that something was wrong. The guests in the inn already ran away on horses, and they left one here. I took down the leash that it was attached to, and let the horse go. There were no horses. Then the men of the blood cult would have no reason to search the stable. There was also a high pile of hay inside, enough to bring attention. I hoped that no one would come here. It's unlikely with the third-rate and second-rate warriors, but first-rate warriors tended to have amazing hearing abilities. If they realized where I'm hiding, I would die. I hoped it wouldn't happen. I went into the stable, covered myself with the straw, and touched the dagger wrapped in cloth. I became troubled. If I'm caught, shouldn't I put up a fight? However, just like when I touched the dagger before, I felt a scream through my heart. But my life could be at stake now, and it was ridiculous to be afraid of a weapon. In the end, after much deliberation, I removed the cloth from the dagger. And the moment I touched the dagger, kick. Shit, what the hell is this? I forced myself to hold on despite the shock. Don't touch me. I hate it. I doubted my ears for a second. There was a voice telling me not to touch it. Did that come from the dagger? I was shocked and confused, but then I heard it again. No. You can hear me? The dagger was really talking. To be precise, its words were ringing in my head and not my ears. Similar to a hallucination? How can this be? And then the absurdity continued. No way. How can this happen? The dagger was in shock too. A human can hear me. Okay. I was going crazy. That was what I was feeling. Was it possible for a dagger that wasn't alive to speak? What? Is there a law saying that daggers shouldn't speak? Oh my god. Then do I need to constantly make clack-clack sounds like swords? I was getting nervous. It felt like I was really losing it. My nervous thinking might mean I wouldn't be able to do my best now. Wow. Turning a dagger's words into hallucinations. My head was going numb from the situation. Trying to figure out how to deal with this kind of situation for the first time left me shocked and perplexed. It was then that I heard step. I could hear footsteps. I held my breath and sighed softly. I could hear the steps, and if I could hear them, then their owners could not be skilled. Yeah. Answer me. The sound of the dagger kept resonating in my head. I was nervous. I might either die or go crazy. This is an illusion, hallucination. Go away, just go away. Go away. Do you think I am a ghost who grants things? Ah, now I knew. This was not a hallucination. Then, I heard something else. Woo! My mouth felt dry. Unlike the wind, the sound of footsteps was getting closer. The stable was empty, so I thought no one would come to check, but this was unexpected. Damn it. Your heartbeat is louder, afraid? Shut it. I was about to die from the anxiety, but the dagger's voice distracted me. The sound of footsteps kept getting closer, and I held on to the dagger tightly. If the person tried to touch the hay, I would slit their throat right away. Step. The sound of footsteps approaching was right in front of me, and soon I could hear the sound of the haystack being touched. Hack. As soon as I got up, I saw a man in a mask. The masked man who suddenly saw me jumped back, but it was too late. Anticipating his movement, I moved the dagger to stab his neck. Whoop! Whack! The masked man died in an instant without a huge scream. It was no exaggeration that this was a surprise attack, something he did when he was a spy. Its success was only possible because the man was only a third-rate warrior. Right. On a fictitious day, I thought the young man was just an idiot and only drinks alcohol. But you are pretty good. It has been a while since I tasted blood. The voice of the dagger continued to comment in my head. I grabbed the collar of the dead man who was about to fall. This was to reduce the noise as much as possible. If this guy had come this far, there was a high chance the other people would be inside the inn. Third-rate warriors moved in groups. The plan was in tatters. I didn't know I would die instead of being kidnapped by the blood cult. Since this had happened, I had no choice but to risk my life and try to escape. Sage! I wiped the blood on the dagger on the clothes of the masked man. The dagger was rusty as it hadn't been maintained for a long time. Of course. The blade and the tip looked blunt, so I had to use a lot of force when stabbing. It would be challenging to use this without sharpening it. How can someone who knows that neglect me? The dagger complains to me, but I don't respond. Sage! I saw a black-clothed man walking from the inn. He had to be in one team with the man I killed. I put down the corpse and left the stable while trying to hide my presence. I tried to move as much as possible without being noticed. Shit. I made a mistake. I should have searched the body and taken another weapon from him, but I was too nervous and didn't do it. Now I had to use this possessed dagger. Again. Shut it. It would be better to kill this new one and take his weapon, but I was close to losing focus. Is there anything there? No. The moment I saw the leg near the opening, I kicked it as hard as I could, and at that moment, something unexpected happened. The leg that I aimed for slipped back. Oh, he then kicked my leg in response. A loud cracking sound from the contact made me groan in pain. Kuak! I asked why you were hiding, and you came out instead to prove it. A masked man came into view as he spoke in a relaxed tone. When I saw him I was surprised. I thought this man would be a low-ranked one like before, but brown belt. He had a brown color band around his waist, which meant he was at a higher level. Unlike the third-rate warriors who could only use techniques, this man could utilize internal Kai. And with a body that had received training in everything, how could he be taken down with a simple surprise attack? What do I do? I was confused as he spoke. Look at you, you don't seem to even know about Kai, but you are quite confident. You know how to survive. None of these compliments were appreciated. Being born a child of a warrior family and not learning their techniques was a disgrace, and because of that, I had to live as a spy. I think I can put you in the secondary level. Secondary? The words reminded me of the past. In that past life, when I was taken by the blood cult, I was ranked similarly. They judged me to be of the lowest level then. I will give you a chance. Kid, you cannot get out of here. If you want to live, surrender now. You aren't going to kill me. How do you know that? There is no reason to rape me if you wanted to kill me. They were planning to kidnap people from the start. You are a smart one. If you use your body as well as your brain, then you could be an upper-level product. His eyes turned sharp. Heck. The man rushed at me as he didn't want to talk anymore. There was nothing more to do. If I didn't want to be kidnapped, I had to either die or run. Heck. He aimed a kick at my head. Unable to get up in time, I jumped backward with a bounce. Heck. This suits you. He smiled and swung his sword, as if he was just playing around. The sarcasm and killing intent dripping from his words and actions were all directed toward me. Damn it. Then a voice echoed in my head. Turn your upper body slightly to the left and stab him in the arm. Without even thinking about it, I turned around and avoided his attack. In this state, I aimed the dagger in my right hand toward his exposed arm. He tried to avoid it, but the dagger managed to stab him slightly. Since the blade was dull, I couldn't make a proper stab. What are you doing? Get up. I quickly stood up and took my stance, holding the dagger to stay alert. This bastard. The masked man was slowly becoming more enraged with me. One step left. A wide one. I spread my left leg wide as told. Sage. The masked man barely passed by as I moved, avoiding his attack with minimal movement. No. Stab the thigh. In this position, I stabbed at his thigh and managed to put the right amount of force as the dagger went in. Huck. Kuek. Push with your body. And then, I headbutted him, and the man fell back, losing his balance. After that, I didn't have to do much else. I just used the dagger to cut his throat. Kuek. The masked man whose throat I slit trembled and died soon after. I did what I was told, but I was still in shock at how I had come out on top. Then, in my head came the triumphant voice of the dagger. You owe me your life now. Chapter 4. The Sword Talks 2. You, what are you? Thanks to following the dagger's instructions, I managed to overcome at least one crisis. At first, I did wonder if I was really hallucinating, or if it was really the dagger. Still, I struggled to understand this unfamiliar and bizarre experience after experiencing it for the first time. I am the Small Short Sword. The dagger stated its sword name with elation. The name of the dagger was Small Short Sword. It was also the name that is engraved on the sheath. Do you think they didn't know how to write big, and ended up using the sword small? What a shame they did this to me, small. The dagger, strangely, seemed to not like being a dagger. However, I couldn't figure out how the dagger managed to figure out the attacks of that second-rate warrior, and even gave me instructions to deal with him. Because I can see I told you. I saved your life in the best way. It isn't like that. As if, you are someone who has too many doubts. Would anyone find it easy to accept this? True. It is strange for me that you, a human, can hear my voice. The dagger understood what I was saying. It was like I was talking to a person and not a dagger. Oh my, after 47 years of being a sword, I could have a conversation with a human. That too with someone who isn't much more than an idiot. Idiot. This is bad. I wanted to cry from the dagger's words. It's treating a decent human like me as a fool. This is funny. Even though I look like this, there are many things I have seen and heard. I know martial arts better than a kid like you who just enjoys alcohol. Understand martial arts? I have only seen martial arts for nearly 20 years after being wielded by my owner. They said that even useless people can bring in good things at times. Did you know that? Former owner? The former owner would be my deceased mother. If so, the owner that this dagger referred to must be the one who passed down the dagger to my mother. Perhaps my maternal grandfather? Maternal grandfather, my ass. Did you forget that your mother got me as a present from a passerby? Think straight. This guy's character is getting harsher the longer we are speaking. It feels like just its harsh words can hurt me greatly. After all, my mother was a female servant. She couldn't have gotten such a dagger from her father. Because I was young, I don't seem to remember it well. Right. You must have. You don't remember since you were wrong. Must have had a hell of a comfortable life. This brat talked way too much. As long as I kept talking, there was no guarantee he would stop talking. Then there was only one thing left to do. I needed to deal with this, and then run away. You seem busy. The dagger seemed to want to talk more, but I didn't have time. I need to get out of here quickly. Yeah. Before that, say thank you. I helped you. Oh, shut it. Right, thank you. Oh my. It felt like it was messing with me. Anyway, I needed a weapon, so I took the sword of the dead masked man. The dagger continued talking, which made me feel a bit hesitant. I don't know if I was fortunate or not that this dagger could speak to me. Is this one unique? Can't you understand what the blade is saying? What? I couldn't hear it at all, but the dagger, small short sword, grinned and said, "That blade is cursing you a lot. It is cursing you for killing its owner. A brat is cursing me too. It isn't wrong to help a fool." I couldn't understand a single thing. The blade was much heavier than I expected. I was back to a past where I couldn't even train properly, so this blade was probably not the right fit for me. Shit, who will be surprised by that? You should train. You should have developed some muscle strength. I know. As expected, it was heavy. I can wield it if I hold it with both hands, right? That might work. But I had no internal Kai and must be agile to counter them. After giving up on lifting the blade, I searched the dead man's body and found 5 throwing knives. I had some training with these while in the blood cult. However, I had to really be close to throw it right. Let's take it for now. You know how to use it. I know. When did you learn? The dagger seemed confused. This guy seemed to know only the present version of me. Well, even I couldn't believe that I had returned back to the past. Yeah. Behind. What? For a moment, I was startled as I began to move ahead. Heck. A muffled sound came from behind. I barely managed to hold my balance and looked behind me. There I saw a masked man holding a large iron club with sharp thorns. Shit. I couldn't help but curse out at this. It looked like he was aiming for me, though since the club was quite large, the movements seemed sluggish. Now is the time. I moved ahead and tried to stab him in the chest with my dagger, but the large man took his hands off the club and moved back to dodge the attack. This ominous feeling of mine came true. This guy was also a second-rate warrior. In addition, he seemed to be the kind who has learned footwork skills for avoiding attacks and was ready to counter my attack with a kick. Papak. His right foot launched itself straight for my head. Keep your head down. Small short sword's voice echoed in my head, and I followed it. Take a close look into his calf. As soon as I heard the dagger's command, I tried to the left calf, the man's balancing foot, but he managed to dodge it and get away, and then, with a feeling of alertness, he moved further back. I decided that I couldn't let him go, so I followed to maintain my distance, and then took aim. No! The dagger cried inside my head. At that moment, the kick from the masked man hit me in the stomach. Huck! Huck! I fell back as pain burst from my stomach. If I had practiced martial arts or internal Kai, I would have been able to endure it by applying the Kai to my stomach, but I was just a normal man. And normal people had difficulty breathing when they got hit in their stomach. Cough! Cough! I suffered from shortness of breath as I continued to cough. Then the masked man frowned. What? You couldn't avoid this? He seemed to think that I should have dodged his kick. Idiot. How can you fall for such a low-level kick? The dagger decided that criticizing me right now was the most amazing thing. Still, I was already in pain, so responding to it was impossible. In a situation where tears were forming in my eyes, the masked man decided to come for me. Avoid it. Run. The dagger called out, but I could do nothing. It was impossible for a body that was hit and unable to breathe to even move. Huak. As I suffered a blow to my head, my consciousness began to fade. I had struggled so hard to not get caught by these people. Yet like in my previous life, I couldn't even escape from the inn. I didn't know how much time had passed. The sound of voices in the air gradually reached me as my mind regained consciousness. 2 of them were killed by this kid. Can't the captain handle his men properly? I heard mumbles all around. Looks like I was finally captured after I fainted. I woke up but focused on the voices, without opening my eyes to understand the situation better. I am sorry. Please punish me. Puck. A muffled groan. The person that asked for punishment seemed to have been hit and fallen to the ground. Don't act and get up. Yes. What is his true identity? These are the things he had. He had a plaque, an old dagger, and 6 silvers. Whose child is he? This was bad. I kept thinking as I kept my eyes closed. Eventually, my name was going to be known to them once again. He is the son of the Soh family of Yelang. His name is Soh Woonhwi. Yelang Soh family. Wait, Yang Soh family. Yang Soh family. In Murim, there were families who have fame as great as the top martial arts families. Among them my family, the Yang Soh family, was one of the 3 most prestigious families in Hanam. What? So was this guy the trash, which was kicked out of the Yang Soh family? Despite my pretending to be unconscious, wasn't it too much to call me trash when I was right here? I am angry, but this was the truth. The current me was trash, which cannot even be seen as a child of that family. Given his age, it seems to be true. They say he is trash who cannot even learn to cultivate Kai. Who wouldn't abandon him? But he manages to take down 2 of our warriors. While having a person who seemed to have been their superior say this felt nice, it didn't give me any pleasant feelings. I killed 2 of his men, which meant my current situation was dangerous. And he did this with just this rusted dagger? If he mastered Kai, he would have been quite useful. A voice tinged with regret. The same situation as before. At that time, I was treated like trash, just like at my family's home. Still, I got a decently high evaluation. It seemed like they wouldn't try to kill me. Just as that wishful thought entered my mind, I heard, "Unfortunately, we need to kill him." What? I flinched at his words that seemed to seal my fate. This was an entirely different situation from before. He should be around the secondary level. I lost 2 people who worked for me, so I now have to take the one who took them out and use them. Definitely not. Just deal with him quickly. Apparently, the masked men I killed seemed to be people their superior cherished. It was totally unexpected. I had barely survived and returned to the past, but now I have to die again. As I thought this, I heard a sound. Tack! Something flew and hit my head. Ouch! I groaned as I opened my eyes from the pain. Around me, 10 masked men were looking at me. Among them, a middle-aged man with a blue belt and a long scar near his lip was shaking his head. That's the leader. The blue belt symbolized someone in the status of sect leader in the blood cult. It is a position that could only be touched by climbing the best form of any martial arts in the cult, similar to a first-rate warrior. Looking at the fingers of the leader, I felt weird. When you wake up, you need to open your eyes. But here you are eavesdropping on me like a rat. He caught me. The leader pretended to his neck with his hand. SRNG. 2 masked men near me drew their blades and swords. They seemed like ones who would like to cut my throat at any moment. Heck. Shit. I was tied up with a rope. I couldn't even run away. I was just like an animal ready to be sacrificed. I was in a situation where everyone was watching me with the urge to decapitate my head. Then my eyes moved towards a masked man standing behind the leader. To be precise, my eyes moved to the white band, more like a white tassel at the sword at the waist of the man, which was clearly visible to me. Pain is fleeting. The moment the masked man raised his blade to cut my head, I pounded my head on the ground and shouted loudly as if I was possessed. Thud. Blood Demon King. 4th Blood Star. Long live and prosper the blood cult. This lowly person greets a prominent person of the blood cult. Whisper. As soon as I said it, the masked men all looked at the person I was seeing. It was the same with the man with the scar. The masked man standing behind him looked flustered and took off his mask. His handsome face was accentuated with sharp features, like that of a sword. The leader and the other masked men quickly knelt down after being momentarily shocked at seeing the man there. 4th Blood Star, we greet you. The person who was also known as the Killing Blood King opened his mouth. Interesting. The object of his interest was me. Chapter 5. Get back on my feet. I gingerly lifted my head. From among those kneeling and bowing, the man I had pointed out was looking at me with an incomprehensible expression. Still, I recognized this man, despite the others not noticing. 4th Blood Star. There were around 11 people who led the blood cult. The 4th Blood Star was a person that fit his rank among the 7 Blood Stars. It was only natural for him to react like this since he was an existence that was difficult to know. Revealing his identity was a huge deal. Actually, this development shocked even me. This is crazy. I only said it out loud because of my fear, but he really did turn out to be the 4th Blood Star. Something I said desperately to save my life ended up bringing attention to the 4th Blood Star. I am an idiot. What would people think? They would definitely get suspicious of me. Well, this was my first time ever coming this close to meeting a Blood Star. The 4th Blood Star, Du Jiangho. He was a person who has a reputation for his skills, not just in the blood cult, but the entire unorthodox faction. Our 4th Killing Star has come here to this shabby place. The man who was this group's leader asked the 4th Blood Star. Leader, oh, yes, please. I can't keep up with what was being said. The man slowly lowered his head with a contorted face, similar to a human being suppressed by fear. He then said, I apologize. Be faithful to your duties. With those words, Du Jiangho walked toward me. Every step he took closer to me made me want to choke. It is frustrating. To be honest, I was afraid. Even in my previous life, when I was a spy for the blood cult, I never had this kind of anxiety rush through me. So, yes, I quickly shook my head and answered. Instinctively, I understood that my life or death will depend on how I spoke here. How did you find it out? Du Jiangho was showing interest in me, who recognized his true identity. I spoke as calmly as I could in reply. The sword. Sword? The bundle of white threads hanging from it, as well as the leather casing around it. Oh, you have sharp eyes. Du Jiangho, the 4th Blood Star, spoke in a hoarse voice. The decoration around his sword was to commemorate his status and ranking. This was famously known within the blood cult. Interesting. I am more curious about you now, Thud. 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 That was the sound of my heart beating loudly. Who are you? As he went directly to the point, I became speechless and hesitated to answer. You can't seem to answer, because I couldn't answer him straightly. The people around me looked ready to eat me up. The 4th Blood Star raised his hand, asking them to not get involved. The rules of our sect must have loosened. Since when did you people have the right to intervene when a Blood Star is speaking? The men trembled at those words. The existence of a Blood Star was enough to make the people of blood cult shudder in fear. Disciple, don't be shy and tell me. Phew, there was nothing else to be said. If I said anything wrong, I would either die or get taken away by them. If that was going to happen, I'd rather use my hands to change the situation in my favor. So I lifted my head and spoke with confidence. I have inherited the blood of a blood cult member. A blood cult member? Du Jiangho's eyes widened with a look of suspicion. Ha! The others also had expressionless faces. If I lost my nerve here, I would lose everything. I spent over 7 years of my life as a spy. If it was a lie, I was confident I could say it without wavering. The Soh family is a prestigious sect and family. It is indeed famous, but my maternal grandfather was a low-ranking member in the Bloodfire Squad. Bloodfire Squad? Du Jiangho seemed to show interest in my words. What makes this lie believable was that the blood cult actually had this squad within it, but its existence was not known to all. I saw looks of disbelief on their faces. I heard my maternal grandfather could only have done what he did because of leader No Chaman. The mass people's reactions changed at the mention of this name. No Chaman was the correct name of the former Bloodfire Squad leader, after all. This is helpful. I was abducted and trained by the same unit in my past life. I remembered the leader who, from time to time, brought up stories about his father, who died during the time of the Civil War. Du Jiangho looked at me and smiled. That is the information your grandfather, who participated in the war, would know. Of course. I didn't expect to deceive him with just this. I still have a secret weapon. My grandfather also heard that around that time, the leader No Chaman was strict when it came to educating his son, No Sanggu, who also participated in the training at a young age. At the name of No Sanggu, the masked men glanced at each other. At this time, the Bloodfire Squad had not made its presence known in the lands yet. However, since the names of its leaders and their children were mentioned, such a reaction was natural. But it was difficult to know what the fourth Blood Star was thinking. He had an expressionless face as he asked, "Then how does the Soh family enter the picture?" My grandfather had barely survived the war, and left to find my mother as his only blood. He wandered aimlessly until he reached Yelling to live with her. My grandfather was already greatly weakened with the injuries and internal wounds, and then my mother went to the Soh family to work as a maid and make money. This was a cliché plot but plausible. It is publicly known that I, Soh Woonhwi, was the third son of the family and was also the son of a maid. Du Jiangho asked, "And your maternal grandfather has passed?" I bowed and tried to speak with as much sadness as possible. How much can a servant earn? My grandfather didn't live long after that. Oh, such a pity. He said that, but he didn't seem to really be feeling the emotion. It felt more like he was trying to find something in my story. Even at the moment of his death, my grandfather didn't forget the ties with the sect. One of the most effective ways to lie was to stimulate emotions. Some of the mass people's eyes looked visibly sad as they listened to my words, though Du Jiangho was staring at me with an expressionless face, which made me anxious. The descendants of our loyal sect members were hiding in the shadows of the Soh family. I felt like I was contradicting myself. I was hesitant if I should show the basic knife skill that I learned during my past life now to further support the lie. At that moment, Du Jiangho, who was looking at me, laughed. Ha ha ha! Did he not buy it? I felt uneasy. If your maternal grandfather is from the sect, then you are like our brother. Ha! Aside from my tense mouth, I was bathing in cold sweat already. This was a huge gamble. To show your roots openly to me means that you want to come back. Why, yes. Shit, instead of being kidnapped, I was entering the sect on my own 2 feet. I had my life saved, but things were getting more twisted like this. In any case, wouldn't it be possible to change the things that might happen in the future as long as I can stay alive? Please. Instead, the masked man who was about to kill me came and untied the rope around me. Long live the blood demon. Long live the bloody heaven. Du Jiangho spoke in a satisfied voice. Welcome back. The descendant of one of us who left his home and is now reunited with the family. Do you have any wishes for the sect? The masked person looked shocked at these words. This question wasn't being asked by just anyone but by the fourth Blood Star, who was known to be a high-ranking official in the sect. It was only natural that they are shocked and jealous. But this wasn't something worth being jealous over. I am being tested right now. I had only met him for the first time, but I heard that the fourth Blood Star was quite a fickle person. Depending on his mood, the treatment of the person would change. I'm unsure what would happen if I willingly told him what I wanted. No. How could a lowly person wish something from the fourth Blood Star? Ha! It is because I am excited that you came. Don't worry and say it. A second suggestion. And if I refused now, he would lose interest in me. If I can I get back the short sword which is my mother's keepsake? Keepsake? I lifted my head and pointed to the short sword that Leader O was holding onto. Leader O clearly didn't like this, as this was the dagger that had killed 2 of his men. Wordlessly, Du Jiangho held out his hand. Lord, no matter what, this is the dagger which, I won't say it twice, Leader O. Why, yes. Without any more resistance, he handed over the dagger. SRNG. Taking the short sword, Du Jiangho checked the rusted blade and then smiled. He then pushed the dagger's tip between his index and middle finger. Crack. The tip of the short sword was broken. It was rusted all over, so breaking it with just his fingers shouldn't be too shocking. Du Jiangho smiled and said, "This is the price to pay for the short sword which had taken our member's blood. We must take good care of precious things." Heck! A flick of his hand made the dagger penetrate the ground. What amazing power! I could feel goosebumps rise on my body. It wasn't that the power he is showing is amazing, but it was because he is warning me with a smile. This man was a terrifying person. At the place where the masked men stopped coming after me, the fourth blood star, Du Jiangho, gave separate orders for his men. Send someone back to Yulin County in Yang City and investigate the maternal side of Woonhwi and keep an eye on him. Yes. Leader O did not like Du Jiangho's decision to spare me and smiled creepily. This was expected. The blood cult wasn't made up of stupid people. I didn't think they would trust me right away. They are suspicious of me. The eyes of the masked people had disbelief in it. They were keeping an eye on me. That one. The wagon I had to ride was a wagon with the other kidnapped boys and girls. It looked like an ordinary wagon, but was blocked with iron bars inside so people couldn't escape. Even if people entered it voluntarily, they wouldn't be able to escape. Should I just think myself lucky enough to still be alive? Get in. The masked man pushed me into the wagon. Don't stir up shit and stay quiet. I nodded. Compared to my previous life, this felt fine. This time, I wasn't tied up and thrown in like trash. But well, there were Song Jadawoibik and Song Woo Hyun in the wagon. The self-proclaimed Hanam's twin swift blades were both tied up and groaned. It isn't like they had their mouths shut, but it was because they had their blood points sealed. This made it impossible for them to speak. The two who saw me tried to shout. Unlike the twins, the others in the wagon didn't have many obvious restraints. Even if we seal their blood points, they are still filthy. A masked man showed annoyance at the two. If the blood points were fully sealed, they would faint. When they did faint, the masked man walked away with satisfaction. He then locked the door from outside the wagon before it began moving shortly after. Clack, clack. I sat in the corner of the wagon and sighed. In addition to the unconscious twins, the other kidnapped boys and girls were shivering in fear. It was strange to be calm in this situation. Sage. I pulled out the short sword wrapped in a cloth to my arms. Still, I was able to take back my mother's keepsake. After removing the cloth, I grabbed the short sword, and a scream greeted me. Hoo-ack! And I covered it with cloth again. The all short sword was screaming at me. My head. Give me my head back. It must be in shock as its tip was broken. I could understand the pain, but it was too loud. Please be quiet. It isn't like you have been completely broken. As it heard my words, it replied in a monotone voice. If I shave all the hair on your head, would you say the same thing? Chapter 6, Tianshu. The memory of getting into the wagon in my past life was clear in my mind. My condition was no different from the other captives inside the wagon at that time. I knew the identities of our captors now, but the other kids had no idea. This was a situation where the future seemed dark and bleak. Because the days of hell will begin, their fear would soon turn into reality. I was a living witness. What do you mean days of hell? Short Sword's voice was ringing again in my head. Kept crying out all night as it complained about its broken tip. Now, it was sounding a little calmer. It will happen. How do you know what will happen? What can you do knowing how I know? At my blunt words, the sword said, Shame on you. You owe me big time. I already said I'll get a blacksmith to fix you later. It is more precious than life. Your head is more precious than life. You are too stiff. You and I are bound by fate. When you are having a hard time, I help you. And when I have a hard time, you suddenly change your attitude. Look at this one. It could have spoken its way to the top if it was a human instead of a short sword. Are you trying to persuade me? Persuade? Don't bother even thinking that. But I am curious. Short Sword seemed like an existence that couldn't hold back its curiosity. It also kept declaring its curiosity. Phew. Actually, I was still a bit overwhelmed with all that had happened so far. From the time I regressed to this present reality, I never had time to think about what had happened. I then stared at the short sword. You won't tell anyone, right? What? Are you crazy? How can a sword talk? Are you calling me crazy? Well, you are crazy with a bit of uniqueness. My mind wandered a lot at its words. Alright, how can a short sword spread rumors? Who would have known I would have a short sword that could complain like a human? This was good. To get to the hideout of the blood cult, I had to stay in this wagon for a fortnight. Did you know I was the trash of my family? Yes, the trash third young master. This one seriously didn't seem to understand. What was I expecting from a short sword? I began to complain about my life. At first, I was planning to keep the story simple, but as I spoke, the words began to change. I spoke of my life as a spy and things I never told anyone. Maybe this was why the things I kept in my heart exploded. From the circumstances of being born to a servant, to being called trash by my family, to wandering away from my home, to being kidnapped by the blood cult, and finally ending up working as a spy, all of it came out in a torrent of complaints. And when I woke up, I saw that I returned to 10 years in the past. My entire rant lasted for half a day. The life I had lived was very turbulent. The short sword then said, "You have no skill in talking. What? Why are you arranging such a short story into a whole biography? When you do business like this, customers leave." In an instant, I felt the urge to curse it. When it talked, it was funny, and when I talked, I'm just spouting shit. Ah, forget it, I should break this thing myself. Don't do that. I am your mother's keepsake. Right. It is a good thing you are a keepsake. Otherwise, I would have broken you in an instant. I didn't like its reaction, but I still managed to confess everything for the first time in my life, and it felt good. However, things weren't going too well. Small short sword then said to me, "Yeah, wouldn't it be advantageous for you to know what will happen?" "What? You know. You realize when bad things will happen in advance. You can avoid it or make it better. Right? Huh. I was stupid. I was worried about how to deal with things I would need to go through again. But this talking sword gave me a different answer. You are smart. Ah, that is true. But you are plain stupid." Even at its harsh words, I still managed to smile. Ha ha ha. Thud. Thud. I heard the sound of fists hitting the outside of the carriage. It was a warning for me to be quiet. For a moment I anxiously thought I had made a mistake. The small short sword was right. I knew what will happen in the future, and I remembered many significant events that will occur. This was a tremendous asset to me. Small short sword, who told me this, suddenly looked at me. "Don't look at me like that. It is burdensome." This guy was an idiot. But it was good. As small short sword said, if I could make things work in my favor, everything can end differently. What do we do? Are you going to escape and go home? Even if you are trash, you are fine. I shook my head at its words. Escaping was impossible. The inside of the wagon was covered with iron bars. How can I get out? Besides, it was unreasonable to even think of dealing with the number of people guarding the outside. Then what do we do? Are we going to blood cult? There are some scary brats. Scary, that's true. Then why go to the blood cult? If we run, our lives will be exposed. I've already met one of the officials of the blood cult in this life. If I run now, would that man let me live in peace? Instead, this would endanger not just me but my family too. You are quite the goody, too, shoes. Goody T.W. What? You are ignored for being a child of a maid. It shouldn't matter if the family is going to end up in ruins. If it has to be ruined, it should be done by me. I couldn't let that deed fall into the hands of the blood cult. Even though he was head of the house, the Lord did treat me fine as a child. I get it. It's because of her. I didn't respond back. Because short sword was right. My only remaining blood relative, my younger sibling, was still in the family. Then will you head to the blood cult like this? What is going on in your mind? While it continued to ask about my plan, I said, What is the most embarrassing thing in my life? Being called trash? Stop it seriously. Then what? Being swung around by some third-rate warrior. My life would have been different if this dantian of mine hadn't been damaged. A third-rate warrior, who couldn't even gather internal chi, damaged him to the point of being expelled from the family, the result of which led to his eventual kidnapping by the blood cult to be used as a spy. I had been swayed around all my life, and I didn't want to live like that anymore. Right, okay. Everything is fine, but what will you do now? I will change it from now on. It can happen, and you can change. To live without being swayed around by others, you need to learn martial arts. But by what means can you master martial arts without internal chi and a broken dantian? There is a way. There was one incident that happened before I joined the blood cult. If I hadn't missed that chance, I wouldn't have known that a broken dantian could be saved. If I am lucky, I might be able to learn cultivation. Oh, really? I don't know. I need to try it out. It's not easy. If I was not lucky, I was bound to fail, and I would miss the chance to restore my dantian. There is one. If you can master martial arts, I can also teach you the martial arts of my former owner if you want. What? I told you right. I felt strange as I heard it ask about teaching me martial arts. Come to think of it, I was only able to live because of this dagger. I wonder why it felt so natural for it to respond. It must be because of its former owner that it can know martial arts. True? Have I lied to you? I will teach you what is the problem here. I didn't say anything and listened as it began to tell me about the martial arts. It was obviously martial arts for short sword users. I was surprised as I listened to its words, and a strange feeling hit me. Wake! Suddenly blue flames shined from my right hand. Huck, it's not a huge deal, but I was shocked at how suddenly this was happening. I shook my hands to try to put out the flames, but it was futile. What? Even stranger was that the flames did not feel hot. Then suddenly, a voice echoed in my head. Now that you have acquired the sword heart, the Tianshu Big Dipper will open. This was not the voice of the short sword. At that moment, the blue flame flaring from my hand began to subside. As I looked at the back of my hand, wondering if I had been burned, the fading flames were sucked in. Chick! What? A blue dot appeared at the point where the flames were sucked into the back of my hand. But it wasn't just simply blue dots that appeared. I'm not sure, but there were 7 dots on the back of my hand. To say that it was normal made no sense. but the position of the dots were similar to the Tianshu Big Dipper constellation in the night sky. What is this? One of the 7 dots on the back of my hand was blue. Tianshu? The location is the celestial equinox, which corresponds to the first star of Tianshu. I can't understand why this is happening so suddenly. What is this? It is difficult to guess why this is happening. Then, suddenly, swordsmanship comes to my mind. Come to think of it, a clear inscription on the record of Sword Immortal mentions this star. Did that have something to do with this? Yeah. At that moment, the sword speaks. Why aren't you concentrating? I am being generous here by teaching martial arts to you, and you keep waving that hand like a crazy man. Didn't you just see that? What? I had something like a blue flame on my hand. Are you hurt somewhere? The short sword was utterly unaware of the blue flames on my hand, and thought I was waving my hand like a madman. Chapter 7. 6 Blood Valley 1. Points that resembled the Big Dipper on the back of my hand were formed by blue flames. I was sure that these points somehow were related to the Sword Immortal. Come to think of it, even when Moyang Su tried to kill me with his sword, the blue flames were what shot up from my body and made me regress back 10 years. What secrets did it have for this to happen? At this time, no one would have been able to find the Sword Immortal, so if there was a chance, I need to look for it. It had already been an entire month since I've been stuck in this moving wagon. Typically, we should have arrived in less than a week, but there was a delay along the way. From the sounds outside the wagon, it was probably bandits. At first glance, it seemed like the Yun. It was arriving late back to the blood cult. Clack! The wagon door opened. A subtle light flowed inside, which made me close my eyes. All the boys and girls who were tied up began to tremble in fear. Sage! The light that came into the wagon was covered by a person's shadow. It was Leader O. He had a scary face to look at. He seems to be hurt. It seems like I was in for a ride, but it didn't matter. After all, from here on out, Leader O wasn't the one in charge. Have we arrived? I don't see anything. The small short sword in my arms begged for me to take it out. No. It's stuffy here. Endure it. Taking the sword out would only bring more suspicion to me. This would obviously be a very awkward thing to happen to me. Leader O glanced at the others inside the carriage and shouted, "Come out right now." The boys and girls inside began to crawl out at his strong words. I was the first one to get out. As I left the wagon, I could see a space that was surrounded by large mountain peaks outside. I am here again after such a long time. The moment I saw this place, the sight of which was firmly seared in my mind, I could feel a chill run down my spine. Memories of the truly hellish time I had here came rushing back. This place was a hiding place for the blood cult known as the 6 Blood Valley, a new home for the blood cult after the war. After being defeated by the Murim Alliance in the war, members of the blood cult had scattered all over the Central Plains. It was safe to say that they are operating as an information organization. Soh Woonhwi. Leader O called me. Salute. I bowed my head to not bring in too much attention, and a low voice warned me. I will keep watching you. He was really suspicious of me. Meanwhile, the other girls and boys were dragged out of the wagon by force. Among them were Song Jadawodik and Soh Woonhwi. The twins, still stunned from having their blood points sealed, looked angry. Yarr. In addition to the wagon we rode in, there were 2 more wagons with children inside. Among them one face caught my eye. The face was still young and beautiful, but it was someone I knew well. That girl had distinct concave facial features, and was white as a sheet. No one would think that she, Damyewa, would be the disciple of the infamous Blood Witch. The Blood Witch was the 6th among the 7 blood stars. Damyewa possessed an innately cold body, and was destined to become the Blood Witch's disciple. I am lucky. Someone like me ended up being a third-rate spy. It was hard to decide if I am lucky or not. Even being selected as a disciple happened without considering the disciple's will. See that? Leader O pointed his hand somewhere. There was a podium at where he was pointing to with a man in gray robes who stood with his back to us. I will give you 5 seconds. Run there. Everyone was hesitant at the sudden command to run and unsure what to do, but upon hearing the command, I immediately ran there. What? The twins who saw me run also began to run after me. I began to move faster, knowing what was coming. If you don't want to die, run. A loud voice shouted this from behind. Knowing that this would happen, I ran. Yarr. The others, too, began to run behind me. I arrived at the podium first and knelt down on one knee. The man with his back to us seemed a bit curious at my reaction. In fact, this was part of the basic things which were taught to people after being brought here. Shit. What is this? Right. What are you doing here? The twins stood in stunned confusion for a moment before kneeling down like me. What I did was being followed by the others since I arrived first, and this was the right choice for them. The other children who rushed and looked at me, and then did the same thing. It is the first time I am seeing this. The man on the podium mumbled. I know who he was. Gu Sang, Woon, the tyrannical blood group commander. He was a man who stood above the group leaders, and had the head position here. A single commander who led 5 leaders. Gu Sang, Woon was tasked with the role of selecting new members for the sect. 4 men and women appeared next to the podium. The kids around me felt intimidated by their appearance, as they all seemed like high-ranking people. The woman smiled and said, "Well, this is a first. Someone is taking the proper greeting form before teaching has even begun. Thank me for that. I made them do this before you by setting an example for the rest of these kids. Are you so proud of this?" Short Sword laughed at me. "I just did what I had to do." "Yeah, right. Right. This wasn't something to be proud of." In the middle of my short argument with Short Sword, people of the blood cult surrounded us. It was to prevent us from escaping. "What do we do? They might kill us." The kids were all anxious as they whispered among themselves. "Quiet." Everyone covered their ears at Soh Woonhwi's shout. It was so loud that even my ears were in pain. When we all turned silent, Soh Woonhwi smiled proudly and says, "Rejoice, children. You have been chosen." "Chosen my ass. Since when did kidnapping turn into being chosen? The will of the great blood demon has led you all into the blood cult." Blood cult. Whisper." As soon as the name of the blood cult emerged, it became noisy, and the kids forgot the warning to be silent. Even if this wasn't Miriam, there is no one who did not know the name and cruelty of the blood cult. Huak, huak. The group fell into silence at the sound of someone screaming. It was from a boy who reacted the most out of everyone. "I think I told you all to be silent." Leader O just simply killed the boy. He smiled bitterly as he pulled the sword from the dead boy's neck, causing everyone's minds to race. What? Did someone die? Even though it couldn't see, the short sword still noticed when someone died. As an example. Wow, that is brutal. Who kills a person to set an example? This was the way of the blood cult. They aimed to select a few useful jade stones and abandon the others. Of course, most of them would be made to pledge loyalty to the blood cult. How did you last in such a place for 10 years? You just need to obey them like a dog. Ah. As if being called trash wasn't enough, you turned into a dog. A piece of dog shit. You are taking a shortcut to make me break you. This was insane. This sword's ability to use words in strange and harsh ways was evolving daily. At the same time, people of the blood cult approached with wooden boxes and set them in front of the podium. Thud. Ah, this too had to come. Everyone must be wondering what the boxes were for. When Soh Woonhwi gestured, one sect member opened the box's lid. As soon as they were opened, something red immediately crawled out. Ike. Worm. The disgusting red worms inside the wooden box were bloodworms. The blood cult used them as a means to control its members. I frowned at the sight of the bloodworms I had seen for the first time 10 years ago in a different past. I had that thing inside of me for 10 years. Who? There. Right you. Soh Woonhwi, the commander, called for me. He grinned and asked, "What do you think this is?" "A bloodworm." "Oh, truly a descendant of a member of the blood cult." At his words of praise, everyone's attention turned to me. With a single word, the seed I sowed sprouted, and I became a member of the sect. The ripples caused by his words were significant. All the other children looked at me like I was an evil person. "What do we do with this child?" Song Jawodik, next to me, mumbled those words after hearing Soh Woonhwi's statement. "What else can be done since this already happened? If this was of any benefit, they too should start using this." Soh Woonhwi looked at everyone and says, "You chosen children, listen to me. If you want to truly become a member of the blood cult, come and accept the bloodworm of your own will." The children began to turn anxious, as what they had feared became a reality with his words. "They can't run nor scream." I know what they were feeling a lot better than anyone else here. Then someone raised their hand. "Ah, I sigh. Just like what happened 10 years ago. If there were a lot of people, there were bound to be those who couldn't understand their situation. What if we refuse?" Again it happened. As soon as he asked the question, a nearby sect member slammed his sword down on his head. The effect was immediate. No one could refuse, not unless they wanted to die. If you don't want to die, then don't speak. They will kill everyone here if they think killing is the right way to set an example. They are doing this because there are many left here. 2 people had died, but around 50 were still left. It was brutal but still an effective way to subdue the rest of them. Killing 2 wasn't a loss when compared to that. "It is amazing that you endured like this. This is just the start." A blood parasite was a means to control the new recruit. The blood cult placed the bloodworm into the body before pushing the children into a hell-like training. They are then gradually transformed into loyal members of the sect. Now, who will accept this first? Soh Woonhwi pointed to the wooden box. Everyone hesitated, even though they were scared. No one would willingly step up to touch that poisonous worm. Not knowing anything else, I knew there is no way to skip this event. I moved first, deciding that I should get something out of this. Again, everyone looked at me. I want that glory. As expected. When I walked up first, Soh Woonhwi showed a satisfied expression. On the other hand, Leader O clearly still disliked me. He was still doubting me. Did he see any gaps in my acting? Sage. I got up and picked up the blood parasite on my own with chopsticks and brought it to my face. The worm was wriggling between the chopsticks. "Eat it." With water, it would be easy down it. I hate this. Sage, the wriggling feeling inside my mouth. I hated this fucking sensation so much that I even asked for water. Gulp. As if the parasite was waiting, it moved down my throat and into my stomach. I wanted to frown at this foreign feeling of something sliding down my throat, but I tried to stay as calm as possible and raised my fist. Indeed, from the descendant who inherited the blood of the sect. See that, Gu Sang Woon praised me, or tried to, as he looked at me with strange eyes. It's not just him. Anyone who had an affiliation with the blood cult looked at me. Why are you looking at a sharp pain right in my chest? Something wrong seemed to be happening within my body. As I was in a strange state, the woman who stood next to the podium rushed to me. Why is his face this blue? Did the worm become pinched by the chopsticks? No. He ate it down like normal. What they were saying was only throwing me into despair. Did I take the wrong blood parasite? The pain in my chest made it hard for me to breathe. Huck, it was burning inside. Shit! The female woman hastily placed her hands on my back. It seemed like she was injecting Kai into my body to prevent the poison from spreading. Warm energy radiated from where her hands were. Quack! But something felt strange. The burning pain I felt in my chest was slowly going down to the stomach. No, what is it? Is that side hurting? Miss. Wait for. Without even listening, she continued to infuse Kai into me, and I tried to hold on but pung. The woman who infused Kai into me hurriedly took off her hands and covered her nose. And my short sword laughed like it would pass out. How unpleasant it must have been for this female leader. Her face turned red as she stared at me in disgust. I could say nothing as I had just farted right in front of her. I am done. But after the fart escaped me, the pain in my stomach subsided, and my stomach felt comfortable. Instead, I felt energized. What is this? Chapter 8, 6, Blood Valley 2. Thanks to the sudden fart, I was humiliated. Short Sword was teasing me by saying, I am good for a boring person, but it's still quite disturbing. The humiliation was also short-lived. It is strange. What is strange? You farting? Hoo-ah-ha! Han, not that. Then what? The pain has completely stopped. Good. I was worried for you. Worried? Of course. We are destined partners. Anyway, I won't feel different even if we're not that. Funny, I'd rather trust a bug over you, but it isn't that. Something feels different. What? What should I say? There is no sense of incongruity. I feel refreshed. It was like that in my previous life. After accepting the blood parasite, there was this peculiar feeling within me. A worm the size of a finger would wiggle inside my body. It's something difficult to adapt to at first. I could tell by looking at those who have eaten their bloodworms and returned to their places. The twins too were grabbing onto their chests with disgusted expressions. You mean you aren't like them? Isn't that because you are used to it? Not at all. It wasn't something that someone can get used to. Surprisingly, it was shocking that my body even felt this nice despite still adjusting to it. No, was there something wrong with the blood parasite in my body? Actually, there was a simple way to answer it. What is that? I can stimulate internal Kai to check the blood parasite. If you do that, it was then. Whack. Song Woonhwi, who sat next to me, convulsed as he collapsed. Shocked, Song Woo, hi, and grabbed his older twin. Hi, brother. Hi, I clicked my tongue while looking at them. If you tried to control the blood parasite with their Kai, the worm inside would run wild. Then it would make you hurt to the point of fainting. Unless one was an expert at controlling internal Kai, and can control it in their blood, this was a shortcut to death. Gu Sang Woon, who was on the podium, pointed to Song Woonhwi and said, See that? That happens if you try to control the blood parasite with your stupid tricks. Do you understand? Yes. All the kids who heard his words answered him immediately. Yes. At that sight, Gu Sang Woon smiled. Maybe it was because I had set an example. It's not my intention to help them, but I wanted to do something to reduce the sacrifice that would end up happening. What? Is your purpose to look good to them? Right. I had no intention of ending as some third-rate spy here. I wanted to rise up in rank and pay respects to those who toyed with my life. To do that, I had to prove that I'm not some card which can be tossed away, but a hidden card they had no choice but to use. When everyone was done eating the blood parasite, Gu Sang Woon, the commander, took out a small nail-sized ball. See this? That was the life pill. If you don't take the life pill in my hand once every 12 hours, you die. After hearing that, the faces of the kids immediately darkened. The only way the blood sect could continue its legacy after its defeat by the Murim Alliance was to increase the number of people under its banner. This was the most effective way. If you don't take the pill for 12 hours, the parasite within your body would feed on your heart. There are 4 balls in the bottle you will be given now. If the supply of the life pill isn't carried out promptly, the consequences will be immediately obvious. Gu Sang Woon looked at the corpses in rags in front of the podium, and I could see everyone around me feel their despair rising from within. Controlling servants through fear was the most effective way. Well, once your loyalty to the sect is proven. In that case, the distribution will happen regularly, and our sect will put great importance on you." He pointed to the leaders in the front and said, "Do you see the belts around the leaders' waists here? They were all senior warriors with blue belts. That belt represents that they are important to the sect. If you become a high-ranking warrior of the cult, in recognition of your skills and achievements, we will remove the blood parasite within the body." Hearing these words, the children's faces lightened up slightly as they heard of a way to get their parasites out. One cannot run a sect with just whips and punishment alone. There must be a slight hint of hope to turn them into full-fledged members of the sect. Become recognized by the sect, and you will receive your just reward. He was instilling false hope. In the end, they and I were nothing but monkeys to them. Soh Woonhwi looked at everyone and said, "I sincerely welcome you all to the sect as of today. You have become our sect's trainees." As soon as he finished saying that, I shouted, "Long live the blood sect!" And those watching me, the other kids, followed me. Long live the blood sect! Thanks to me as an example, no other kids would be killed today, and escape for at least one more person. Leader, oh, no matter what I did, he seemed to hate me. From now on, I will start organizing you in ranks. Leaders start. Yes. Hearing the commander's order, the leaders standing behind us moved to the front. Behind the podium was the entrance to a cave leading inside the cliff of a mountain. There were 3 entrances to the cave, and 3 leaders went into them individually, leaving the 5th leader and the female leader outside. The sect members cleared away from the podium and led the children to the cave's entrance. As the children approached the entrances, the commander standing in front showed something similar to a wooden plaque and said, "This is to check the abilities. You should do your best to get a good rank." The wooden plaques in the commander's hand had markings that read upper, middle and lower. In my previous life, I had received a lower ranking evaluation. That was the worst. Why is that the worst? If you receive that, you will start as the lowest ranking warrior. And it doesn't end with that. It meant they could discard you at any time. Even if I had to struggle, I needed to get at least the middle rank. But will that be fine? You said you wanted to check your body, but your dantian is broken. For some reason the short sword seemed worried. I will wait on the other side. I hope you get a good rank. With that, Soh Woonhwi, the commander, went inside the cave. The 2 other leaders followed behind him. However, Leader O, who was going into the cave, glances back and smiles at me. He is up to something. It was as if he had prepared something already. As the leaders entered, the middle-rank warriors took control of the trainees. The trainees' clothes were marked, and they were markings made when we were kidnapped. Of course my clothes had marks too. Since my mark said middle, I must enter the middle cave. When I, who was in the front row, got up to enter the middle cave, one of the sect members stopped me. "You go in last." Yes. I jumped at first when I heard that they wanted me to go in last. Leader O probably had a hand on this. Leader O is acting like a child. I agree. I thought something might be up, but it was happening too fast. I watched as the other kids went in one after another. Soh Woonhwi, who was next in turn, spoke in a determined voice. If this happens, I might be an upper-rank warrior. I will be ahead of you. Right. Go first." "Yeah. If it isn't your turn yet, sit down." Soh Woonhwi snorted back at his younger brother, who was about to follow him, and bravely entered the cave. "I am no match for anyone here. Why even bother showing me that brave face? I envy him." "Why? Does he get an upper rank?" "Yeah." It was confirmed. On the surface, they might look sloppy, but they were quite skillful. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gotten the famous nickname of the White and Black Swift Swords. I remembered that their skills were something that definitely got recognized. After half an hour, all the trainees entered the cave. It was now my turn. Wait, but I wasn't allowed to go in right away. A middle-rank warrior continued to ask me to wait before finally letting me go in. Well, I will find out what they prepared. The cave was lit with torches. In this cave, one person stayed to grasp each trainee's qualities and skills. The leader, who entered the middle cave, is called Heejong. He was known to have a generous personality compared to the other leaders. However, a completely unexpected person was waiting for me instead. The man appeared to be in his late 30s, and had a mustache and an eye patch. No Songgu. So this is what you did. So that was the reason why Leader O looked happy. No Songgu looked much younger than when I first met him in the past. However, rather than feeling pleased, I instead hated this situation. It was at that moment. No Songgu flew like a weapon and grabbed me by the neck. There was no way to escape. I couldn't even comprehend how a person can be this fast. Ugh. As if you can handle this. Get me out. Short Sword shouted at me to get it out, but even if I unsheathed it, it couldn't handle this person. No Songgu was a senior warrior, an expert. Even if I took the sword's help, my body couldn't keep up with this man's movement. No Songgu kicked my leg, and I proceeded to fall. It felt like my back was breaking. SRNG. At that time, he drew his blade out and aimed it at me as he spoke in a voice of anger. You said your maternal grandfather was one of my father's subordinates? Yes. He pushed the blade slightly against my neck as soon as I said it. What are you doing? Are you trying to kill me? At my question, he replied, "Ha, you were the one who wanted to die. Did you think that I, as a member of the squad, wouldn't remember the people I had trained with?" I was at a loss for words. I was losing it. "Huck, Kuwak," No Songgu grunted through his teeth. "What is your true identity? If I didn't speak the truth, I would die right here." My heart was pounding. Bod dump. What did I think about when I tried to run with this plan? Was it because I already died once? Heck. I grabbed his blade and spoke to him, not caring if the sword cuts into my hand. "Let's make a fair deal." "What?" No Songgu's eyebrows rose at my words. Chapter 9. 6 Blood Valley 3. "Deal? Ha!" No Songgu, the Blood Wolf leader, responded to my suggestion like it was ridiculous. In fact, it was he who was taking the initiative, but it probably seemed like an idiot's move to try and make a deal right now. "You must be out of your mind." "I am sane." Actually, I was out of my mind. As No Songgu's hand pushed his blade ahead, my body and mind still felt fine. What could I not say in this state? "I mean it sincerely." "Heck. Kuwek." No Songgu stepped on my chest. Man, he was as relentless as much as I still feared the blood cult. No matter how hard he stepped on me, my words still managed to come out. "I shouldn't just kill you. Right. If you want to prolong your life, even a little more, you will have to speak your purpose for using my father's name and trying to get a place in the sect." Clench. No Songgu pushed his foot further. If he stepped just a little harder, my chest might explode. "No Sewa." "What?" Nog Songgu's foot, which was trying to kill me, lost its strength as his face hardened. "How do you know that name?" The reason he reacted to the name like this was simple. No Sewa was his sister. To be precise, she was the sister who disappeared about 15 years ago. "Tell me, how do you know that name?" No Songgu pushed me. Truth be told, I was scared out of my wits, but I couldn't just reveal all my cards immediately, right? "Are you going to keep doing this? Or will you make a deal with me?" "You." No Songgu stared at me and lifted his foot off of my chest, but he still didn't withdraw his blade on my neck. "You think this is enough for us to make a deal? I know that even enemies will take responsibility for the words they speak." The No Songgu I knew was a man who was generous and faithful to his subordinates, very much unlike other blood cult members. His voice is shaking. It is his sister who he has been looking for. No Songgu had judged me to be an enemy here. Yet, when I mentioned the name of the sister he had been searching for, his heart could not help but be shaken. "How will you respond, Blood Wolf Squad leader?" I stared him in the eyes. Soon, No Songgu opened his mouth. "What do you want? Do you want me to keep my mouth shut about your truth?" Sure, that's something I wanted, but this was too huge an opportunity to waste. That's why I said, "Let's make a deal. Seems like you don't have any hope of holding on to your life. Then the leader will never be able to find his sister. In exchange for my life, this man could find his sister. In a way, that too would be the beginning of his life's misery." Clench. No Songgu asked me with a grimace. "What more do you want? Be my strength when I need you." "Ha! Did you just ask me to become your crutch? You must really want to." "Not that. It's just that if I get into trouble here, I will ask the leader for help." No Songgu was soon to become a peak master. "If he CPAD come to my aid, I won't be at the bottom of the pecking order anymore." "Nonsense. I am not someone like that. I cannot close my eyes when you could bring harm to the sect and help. I am not going to let myself be played by you. You are only in the blood cult to pay back the debt that your father left, right?" "No. How do you know this?" No Songgu was in shock. The only person who knew of his condition was in the highest position of the cult. Most of the blood cult simply thought that this man was just walking after his father's path, but the reality was different. "Didn't you take charge as the squad leader in exchange for information about the man who killed your father?" This was something I heard directly from the man. "What is your fucking identity?" I thought that even I would be curious in such a situation, but it was impossible to say. I have returned from 10 years in the future. So, I had to shift his attention. "Let's do this. I will not only tell you the whereabouts of your sister, but also about the man who murdered your father and who made your eye like that." He was a bit shaken by everything he would receive from this deal. Anyway, these are things I heard from a future No Songgu, so I had nothing to fear. "How do I know that you aren't lying just to escape the situation? I have the blood parasite within me. Can't the leader kill me at any time?" No Songgu's face was clearly contemplating my words. "I did have the blood parasite within me, and if I tried to run, they could kill me." After hesitating for a while, he eventually made up his mind. Then he took his blade off of my neck. "Ha! I never thought it would be such a relief. My gamble managed to work. If it is false, you die. Whatever you like. Who killed my father?" That is what he wanted to know first, even more than his sister's fate. I knew who it was, but I hesitated before saying it. "First Blood Star." At the unexpected name from my mouth, his expression changed. At this time, he still believed that the Miram Alliance was the one who had killed his father and kidnapped his sister. So he entered the blood cult, vowing to take revenge on those people. However, when he learned that the true culprit is the highest member of the cult, he seemed to doubt me. "Are you playing with me now?" "Play with you?" Not at all. I shall correct my words. To be precise, it was done by another leader who had received orders from the First Blood Star. When he tried to kill your father, there were traces of the Miriam Alliance left in. Tak, Huak. No Sanggu went back to stepping on my chest. I try not to show it, but my expression was clearly changing as the pain turns my face red. Why don't you ask your sister directly? Sister? Leader's sister knows the truth. My sister knows? Your sister is in Jinhai County of Zhejiang Province. If you go there yourself, your sister might end up dead, so send someone you can trust. That place was managed by the First Blood Star. In his previous life, No Sanggu met his dying sister there and heard the truth. He could not win over his anger, and went to confront the First Blood Star, after which his squad was disbanded, and all his members were dispersed to other groups. Yu Hao, No Sanggu glanced at me and turned away like he had nothing to say. He must be too shocked, right? I knew at once what he wanted to know. I just wanted things to not be the same as in my previous life. He's a blood cult member, but this man was someone I admired a lot. If only his sister, his only blood, didn't die, no matter how strong his father's killer is, he wouldn't lose his cool and could challenge the First Blood Star. After looking at me for a while, No Sanggu regained his calm. He then took his foot off my chest and extended his hand. Hold! When I took that hand, he pulled me up. No Sanggu then looked at me with a firm expression. I will trust you just this once. Oh, don't think you are out of danger. If this turns out false, I don't care who you are or what you know. I will kill you myself. I understand, but if this is true, I will consider you as my life's benefactor. You're not just saying that, right? I believed you, but you cannot get yourself to believe me. I smiled. No, I believe you. You are a man who is full of faith and would never go back on your words. I could not help but believe you, but I had been beaten up so much in my previous life that asking the question had become a habit. Even beasts you could eventually trust, but not people. Then the deal is sealed. No Sanggu nodded at me. As it seems that I managed to barely hold on to my life, I began tearing up. Moments later, No Sanggu looked at me and said, but I cannot tell if you are smart or stupid. I didn't even speak of your grandfather's name, but you decided that you were caught, and this happened. When I heard that, it felt like being hit in the head with a hammer. As No Sanggu said, he never mentioned my grandfather's name. I simply guessed that they had done a background check on me and jumped to conclusions. Well, this is how you do things. What? Even the short sword seemed to enjoy it when I am in trouble. But when I thought back, I don't think it would have worked out any way else. Even if my grandfather's name wasn't mentioned here, this man remembered everyone he trained with, so I couldn't possibly have fooled him. I just thought it was natural. I spoke with pride, and No Sanggu seemed to be in a better mood after seeing my expression. Now all that was left was to receive the plaque. The deal is done. So can I go and get my plaque? Even if I didn't want to, I had to get a middle or upper rank plaque. However, that was only possible with skilled or talented people. So if I received it, especially an upper rank plaque, people would doubt me. However, No Sanggu's expression seemed strange. True. Here. I am keeping my mouth shut for now, but I haven't confirmed my sister's whereabouts yet. And you are hoping for me to give you benefits already. No, this much should be fine. Funny. If you want to receive it, prove your skills. The conversation was turning again. I felt like we had been going in circles for quite some time. Kikiki. You got caught too. I thought he was a good man who didn't use his head too often, but now I was seeing new sides to him. How I prove it? He was different from the man I knew, so I had to be certain. No Sanggu waved his hand at me. I heard that you have a body that cannot cultivate internal Kai. I won't use Kai and attack you with my bare hands. Oh, fair play. No Sanggu continued with a confident voice. Really? Even if I don't use my internal Kai, there will be no gap in my movements. I will give you whatever rank you want if you can hit me just once. Right. Straight warriors don't have run-of-the-mill bodies. I was also at an overwhelming disadvantage because I had only trained physically. But, can I use this dagger? Do whatever you want. What difference will having a dagger make when you don't know martial arts or have internal Kai? At those words, I smiled. Hear that? Small Short Sword spoke with determination. Dagger? Hey, I am Short Sword. Take me out already. At the other side of the cave, excluding one person, all the trainees had received their plaques. As the rest of the trainees took longer than expected, Gusang Woon, the commander, began to get anxious. Meanwhile, Leader O's face was filled with joy. I told him to teach him right, and he must have been caught. I did say I was going to watch him. Haha. It was worthwhile to call for No Sanggu. Instead of waiting for the person he sent to Yuling to investigate and report back, he could simply save himself the trouble by calling someone who would know the truth behind the kid's story. And it seemed like there was going to be a tragic end. Commander. If my guess is right, the commander raised his hand and signaled Leader O to be quiet. Leader O wondered why before he saw someone coming out of the cave. It was Soh Woonhwi. What? Soh Woonhwi, who came out of the cave, proudly lifted something up in his hand. Middle, not a lower plaque but middle. Leader O's expression became distorted at the sight. Chapter 10. Ghastly Monster 1. Yeah, you need to train super hard. Right. I had no excuse. Without the help of small short sword, I wouldn't have even been able to touch No Songgu. Even though he didn't use Kai, he moved so fast that it was difficult to catch him. My body and face were covered in bruises. The man had no mercy in his hands. I need to train. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be able to last. Either way, I got what I wanted, a middle rank classification. As a result, I was one step further from just being a card to be discarded. However, there was no peace in this place, as people often fall down to the lower ranks during training. He is coming. He is. The twin brothers looked at me with displeasure. I thought they would definitely get upper rank classifications, but shockingly they were with me in the middle. It seemed like they had a pretty rough time. Man. However, the men grumbled as if they were dissatisfied with my presence there. In a place like this, where they had no connections, the only face they knew was me, so even if they acted strongly on the outside, they would have eventually returned to me. Commander, please reconsider. Speak softly. The emergency meeting was being held 20 feet away from the trainees. It was because Leader O was expressing a dissenting opinion. I can't hear them. At first, I could hear everything, but now they were lowering their voices and using voice transmission techniques, and I could hear nothing. Voice transmission was a technique for delivering the voice right into the person's mind, using internal Kai. Well, even if you do it like that, I can mostly understand what's being said. Leader O was obviously trying to figure out if No Songgu had simply let me pass, but the latter was shaking their head. You are doing well. After all, he was a man who kept his promises. Leader O, who lost his reasoning, couldn't even shout. Thanks to this, everyone else bowed their heads as the conversation progressed to avoid any sensitive actions. It looks like it won't be solved for a while. After the ranking evaluation was complete, the trainees were given clothes. It wasn't a flashy outfit, just the right type for training. However, since there were no pockets, I couldn't put the short sword inside, and had to put it around my waist. Wow, I might live. It began to cheer up and was speaking up more in excitement. Of course, no one else could hear it even if it spoke. After all the trainees changed into their clothes, we were moved into place according to our ranks. Our guide was a female leader. Her name was Hyeokseon, and I didn't even look at her after my gaseous incident. Whenever I even glanced over, she would return it with a glare. You have made enemies. I know. I was unintentionally increasing my enemies here. Still, I was glad she wasn't suspicious of my identity like Leader O. You farted. That is the reason. Ignoring Short Sword's words, I walked ahead. When an instructor was officially assigned to conduct training, the whole process formally started. How long does this last? 1 year. That's not that long, is it? A low-ranking trainee usually ends up training alone. After 1 year of training, the basic course of a warrior in the blood sect was complete. Once that happened, those who do not possess further qualifications would be assigned positions as low-ranking warriors. I was at the bottom of the sect in the past. What did you do here? Supplies. Supplies? Yes, I carried luggage, you idiot. That was literally the bottom of the pile. Even if I could master martial arts, I couldn't be better than normal people. As a result, I had to take on chores in the sect, such as carrying luggage. Still, it was a more comfortable time than my eventual role as a spy. You have to be at least middle rank to avoid chores. I will get away. I will put in a decent amount of work to climb up. I'm aiming to at least become a middle rank warrior and take up the role of a captain. If I could make a good impact and aim to sharpen my skills, maybe I could even become a first-rate warrior. What is a middle rank warrior? I need to become one within a year. With what means? You are still the same. I did tell you that there is a way. How? It was curious, so it kept on questioning me. The opportunity will come in 10 months. In fact, despite knowing all this, my stomach began to hurt. Of course, I did manage to learn things, but it was no use to those who are not given a chance to utilize their education. What happens then? In 10 months, an important person will come here. Person? Are you saying someone precious will come? Right. Who? I don't know. Are you messing with me? You farting trash. I can't give it an answer just once, and my whole character changed. It felt like Short Sword was getting more of a taste for making fun of me. If you say that one more time, I will break you. You're angry? You said nonsense first. You raised my expectations. Right, my fault. Let's just get to the point. I know who that person is. It's not the person who is important, but the one who accompanies him is important. Who is that? The Divine Doctor of 10,000 Deaths. The Divine Doctor of 10,000 Deaths. He was a physician who was known to have a cure for all diseases. He, who didn't belong to any side, will cure a diseased person no matter who they were as long as they could pay the set price. Then can he cure your dantian too? Right. I heard that he can heal broken dantians. But why will he help you? He's coming here to find a certain medicine. Medicinal herbs? The reason for bringing that person to this place for treatment is that the moment the herb is uprooted, it cannot last over a day, so it must be done nearby. I couldn't remember the herb's name, but it was some kind of grass. All the trainees were mobilized to find this one herb, and whoever found it was given a promise by the divine doctor of 10,000 deaths, that he will give us anything. Then you can aim for it. Right. I remembered exactly where this herb was found. Even though my dantian wasn't in great condition, I tried hard to get into the middle ranks this time. From the time I was in the wagon, I had been making plans. If I become a middle-ran warrior and transfer into the Blood Wolf squad, it was like everything was going to happen. If I could achieve success with the help of No Songu, there was a chance that I could rise even further. After all, this was how I came to the blood sect, so I should try and make a life out of this. Huahaha, you are a funny one. A person from a well-known family with a good name is thinking about making a career in an unorthodox sect. Well, people will live the same way, and rotten people, be they Miriam Alliance or not, are always rotten. It was a truth that I realized during my life as a spy. To the one who wants to climb up anywhere, surviving was best. While I was chatting with the sword, we approached the center of the mountain, where there was a training center for middle-ranked trainees. Oh, as we arrived, Leader He Oxian seemed to be slightly shocked. I looked ahead, and around 20 people were lying on the ground of the training floor. What is this? Even I couldn't comprehend this event that is happening out of the blue. I had never heard of such a thing happening in my previous life. Then I saw someone lying on the floor slowly getting up. From a distance, he had a very large physique and is stout. His clothes weren't normal either. He was wearing leopard skin around himself, and his entire face was covered with a beard, making him look like a barbarian. At the same time, this man ran towards us at a great speed like a bull. He was able to come close to us in just a couple steps by using light footwork. Everyone get back! He Oxion hurriedly shouted at us as she drew the sword from her waist. It felt like she too was unaware of this man's identity. Like any first-rate warrior, she tried to stop the man by swinging her sword. At that moment, something unbelievable happened. Papak! The man blocked her sword with his bare hands, and then threw her away. Puck! Kayak! With a scream of pain, she flew quite a distance. The blow sent her rolling on the ground before she slumped over in a heap. No way. This was the first time I had seen a leader taken down this easily. This would have been impossible even for the commander. She's dead. Song Jedavovik panicked. No, she isn't dead. Calm down. She may have looked dead at a glance, but her body was still twitching. At the same time, the man who easily defeated her began to walk toward us. It was unusual for me to feel intimidated by just steps. Everyone was unsure of what needs to be done now, but the man opened his eyes wide before we could move. Then his hands met. The strength behind them caused an immense wind pressure and generated a sound that threatened to tear off our ears. Pat. The impact was so strong that I covered my ears, as I could not withstand it. The strange noise was hurting my ears. Dick! I couldn't hear anything else from around me. As I struggled in pain and confusion, I saw the other trainees collapsing around me. They obviously couldn't withstand the sound. Yuke! I removed my hands from my ears, and blood was dripping from them. I felt dizzy to almost the point of fainting and puking, but suddenly something happened. Bah dump. I felt a warm energy in my chest beginning to soar up little by little. Huck. I couldn't understand what this energy was. But then, I heard a scream. Fuck. If you want to kill someone, kill me. Do not touch my brother. Looking at where the scream came from, I saw Song Jaobi covering his ears and standing in front of his brother, who was hurting. That crazy guy. This was unexpected, but the results weren't as expected either. With just one punch from the man, Song Jaobi's body made a creaking sound. The man who easily defeated one of the twins then moved toward Song Woo. Hyan. No, the place he was heading to is... Run away! Small short sword shouted at me, but my legs were frozen, and I couldn't immediately regain my senses. Heck. Eventually, I lose consciousness and feel a dull sensation on the back of my head. Cold. It feels like my mouth is transported to the back of my head. I wake up with a cold touch on my skin and a terrible headache. Then came the hoarse voice. Cuckoo surprising. This guy's dantian is broken, so you are someone who cannot handle internal Kai, but woke up first. The voice is too close. Startles me and wakes me up. Ugh. In a state of confusion, I step back. Right ahead of me is the giant barbarian leaning on a stone chair covered with leopard skin. I am so afraid that I can feel my whole body shaking. Yuke! Something touches my foot, causing me to trip backward. It is Song Jadavoibik. However, it isn't just him. His younger twin is also sleeping soundly next to him. Where is this? I look around and note that this isn't a large cave. I also can't see any of the other trainees, which means that only the three of us were taken here. Damn it. I had such a perfect plan, but what is this? This is embarrassing. I remember the short sword and look around, trying to look for it. Looking for this? I look at the large man. He is holding the short sword in his thick and large hand. For some reason I can't hear its words. When my head was hit, he must have taken it away. You are a funny one. They said that all the trainees who just came in are kids, but you have this dagger. What? This man. He knows I am a trainee here. I don't think he is from the blood sect, but I am not sure anymore. After some hesitation, I decided to muster up my courage to ask. Who is the elder who brought us here? Kukulkul. The man breaks out in a roaring laugh. Me? I am Hyek Chun. I feel a shiver run through my body when I hear that name. I have to be hearing this wrong. No. If this man's words are true, he is one of the 4 venerable dignitaries of blood sect, the ghastly monster, Hyek Chun. He is known as the most bizarre and unique of the 4. Why is he? Wait, no. My trembling gaze falls to the twins lying next to each other. They are asleep and without a care in the world. I am sure. No. Was it Hyek Chun who passed down martial arts to these two? Chapter 11. Ghastly Monster 2. 2 people were climbing up a steep mountain peak. They were also jumping up the mountain's cliff face as if it was flat ground. Even criminals wouldn't be able to do that. As they climbed the cliff, one of the 2 opened their mouths. Sorry. It was my fault, Commander. The one who spoke was Hyek Chun, the female leader who had been leading the trainees. Soh Woonhwi, who was moving with her, shook his head. He isn't someone a leader could have handled. Though he was telling her not to worry, even the commander didn't seem confident. He only learnt that the trainees were caught up with the man atop this peak by learning about what happened to Hyek Chun's group. I knew that crazy old man would be coming here often, but he never dreamt that he would touch their trainees. He truly was the possessor of one of the more bizarre personalities among the 4 venerable dignitaries of the blood cult. He was so eccentric that even the first venerable dignitary disliked dealing with him, and since no one can know where he would pop up from, everyone was afraid of him. He couldn't have killed them, right? They aren't low-rank trainees. Middle-rank kids are hard to find. I don't know. Even Soh Woonhwi couldn't be sure about this. From what he heard from his predecessor, this bizarre and eccentric man changed his actions depending on his mood. As they hurried up the mountain, they found a cave at the top of the peak. They could feel the Kai from inside the cave. Here! As they stood in front of the cave, their faces were taut with tension. Heck! Soh Woonhwi got down on one knee and then took a bow. Hyek Chun followed right after. Long live the blood cult! Commander Soh Woonhwi, who is in charge of the 6 Blood Valley trainees, greets you. No sound could be heard in response, and Hyek Chun asked, What? Should we go in? Wait. It would be better to listen. It was then. Something moved from inside the cave, and Soh Woonhwi kicked the ground with great speed and blocked it with his blade. Heck! But despite blocking the object, Commander Soh Woonhwi's body was still pushed back 5 steps. Soh Woonhwi, who was pushed back, began to concentrate his Kai on the soles of his feet to stay balanced. He would have fallen down the cliff if he had been pushed back just a little further. However, he was still in shock. A seed? On the blade of his sword was stuck a seed of a fruit. How amazing! The Kai inside the seed was subtle, but his weapon could not cut it, which resulted in him being pushed back. He is a monster. A voice emanated from within as he admired the man inside the cave. Commander, you are good. Hoo-hoo. Pack. Soh Woonhwi knelt down and shouted. You compliment me too much. A thing like me cannot even follow your footsteps. That is obvious. Soh Woonhwi frowned at the voice. He had simply said something appropriate to this situation, but did not expect that kind of reply. He is really insane. The rumors were true, and it felt like this would take quite a lot of time. However, it was impossible to come up here and simply get the trainees and leave. The commander then spoke carefully. Lord, the training we are doing, are you afraid that I would harm the children? No. Then stop worrying and go back down. Lord, the children are to be raised as warriors of the sect. Kuka. A flying fruit hits Soh Woonhwi on the chest. He could have stopped it, but he accepted it thinking that blocking again would complicate things. Thanks to that, however, he felt like he was suffering from internal wounds. Clearly, the children I took in seemed to have good qualities, so I planned to teach them some tricks by keeping them here. Hearing that, the 2 people outside the cave couldn't hide their shock. To instill his own teachings onto the children the blood cult had taken and meant that he planned to mold them into different beings. Until now, this old man never took in any disciples. Of the 4 venerable dignitaries, he was the only one who didn't have disciples. I don't get what you mean, don't get me wrong. It's just to keep me entertained during my stay here. Despite not saying that he would take the children as official disciples, he would still teach them. Receiving teachings from such a man was nothing short of a miracle. Besides, who could treat a person like Hyek Chun lightly? However, there was one curious thing. But Lord, among the trainees you took is a child called Soh Woonhwi, who has his dantian broken, so it will be impossible for you to teach him. Who said I was going to teach him? That brat will be here on his feet for a while. In other words, it would be like pampering one while making the other do chores. While Soh Woonhwi was speechless from shock, Hyek Chun sent him a voice transmission. Isn't this all right? Commander. After all, even if he received a middle rank, he is someone who should be taught in the low rank. Please just turn your attention to the other ones. Hamgu sang. Woon, after giving the matter some thought, nodded his head. As she said, it seemed acceptable to give up Soh Woonhwi, but he couldn't let this crazy old man harm the other two. I heard he came from the Yang So family, so I thought of using him as a spy and sending him to the Miriam Alliance later, so he is no big deal. If Soh Woonhwi heard this, he would probably lose his mind. The blood cult was already thinking of using that child as a spy. Gu sang. Woon took the initiative and spoke politely. Heck. Alright, I will retreat if you want to do that. This is insane. I was confused by the words I heard from outside. Now, they were leaving me alone with this crazy old man. Song Jaoibik broke out in giggles and laughed in disbelief. Damn it. This guy was out of his mind. It was I who woke up, rushed to the old man, and then was beaten to a pulp. However, I was still delighted with the idea of this old man treating me like some servant of his. The disciple will bow to the teacher. What are you doing? You. I will bow. Song Jaoibik and his younger brother were bowing down to the old man. Knowing his great identity, they seemed desperate to appeal to him. But, who is your teacher? Puk. UK. Shun kicked the bowing twins on their heads. This man was really crazy. He's not called a madman or a freak for nothing. Ah, this variable was entirely outside my expectations. This was the worst. I don't know how long this old man will stay here, but if he stayed more than a year, my plan to restore my dantian was a bust. What do I do? This man was too strong to even consider running away. However, even if I succeeded in escaping, the commander would bring me back and hand me over to the old man, so I couldn't just run to the training ground. Shun then shocked me out of my thoughts by saying, get me something to eat within 2 minutes. I want meat. Did this old man just ask this? I knew that this cave was on a cliff. It was also so steep that it would be difficult to travel without light footwork techniques. But in 2 minutes wait, wouldn't it be better to just run away? There was a saying I heard in my previous life. The men who even the blood cult members were reluctant to touch. If I got caught by him, it might be better to try and escape instead of thinking about life within the cult. Phew. I tried to calm down and hide my emotions. Alright, but I don't have any martial arts, so it is difficult to get anything, let alone meat, especially without a weapon. It was a trick to try and get the small short sword back. Since I didn't know when I would return, this was better. Kokol. Shun then snapped his hand. Whack. The fruit seeds in his hand flew past my cheek and lodged themselves into the cave walls. Blood was dripping from my cheeks, but I didn't even dare to turn my head. You are a cunning one. Kokol. I won't be bored, but keep in mind that the more you do, the shorter your life gets here. I nodded without saying another word. I was not lying when I said that I suddenly felt the urge to pee. Tack. When my body refused to move, he threw another thing at me. I managed to catch it and saw that it was my small short sword. When I opened my eyes to look at the old man, I saw that he was smiling. Take it. That old dagger doesn't have the right to stay in my hands. I think it was fortunate that this sword was so rusty that he didn't desire it. I then heard a voice that I felt like I haven't heard in a long time. Yuck. That furry beast touched me. Absolutely disgusting. Disgusting? What did it mean? While it was nice to have short sword back, this was not the time to listen to its grumbling. I needed to run. As I was about to leave and save myself with short sword in tow, I heard, if I catch you trying to run, be prepared to die. I felt a chill run down my spine. The human heart was quite remarkable. Because he threatened me not to run, I felt like running even more now. I then walked out of the cave. I gulped. It is really steep. Can you run quickly from here? I need to do whatever it takes. I grabbed a rock on the cliff and lowered my leg with care. It was too steep to just slide down, so I slowly lowered my trembling hands and feet one after another. And then, I heard the scream. Wow, Ack. Looking up, I saw something unbelievable. Shun was walking down the steep peak like it was flat ground with the twins at his side. He appeared in front of me, and then promptly disappeared. Short Sword then asked me plainly, can you really run away from that? Fuck. Chapter 12. Ghastly Monster 3. My palms were all scratched and covered with scars. I slipped once in the middle of the climb bough, and 2 of my nails were completely busted. It hurt so much, but I desperately mustered up the will to escape this hell. Tat-attack. I was running like a madman, digging through the bushes. There wasn't much time for me. It seemed like I spent almost 4 hours just coming down here. If I had trained my body just a little bit, I could have come down in a better way. And that man wanted me to go out and come back within 4 hours? Crazy old bastard. It would take more than 8 hours to get back unhurt and with a meal. Phew. This is really frustrating, especially since you cannot use Kai. Shit. Do you want me to leave you? This was making me hate my childhood. I still wondered what my thoughts were at the time. Still, there was no time to complain. I needed to run and get away from that old man. Sage? A shadow fell in the blink of an eye, and my vision darkens. Since I was wading through the bushes, I thought the thick leaves might have cast a shadow from the light. Then the small short sword sighed. What is it? You are done. What? Done? Then I realized. Sage. Something huge and bulky had jumped ahead of me. Seeing the large figure, I froze. The one who stood in front of me was that furry, savage being. You took my warning lightly. It isn't that. Are you ready to die? Puck. Guek. I lost my place as stars seemingly appeared right in front of my eyes. When I woke up again, it was due to the pain in my face making it feel as if it would explode. Guek. My head felt heavy and hot as I opened my eyes in fear, terrified of what I would see. Seeing the peaks upside down was terrifying to me. As I lifted my head, I saw a steep cliff. Fucking insane. I cursed out loud. In the meantime, all the blood rushing to my face made me feel like dying. I also came to realize my hands were bound behind the back. What was even more absurd is that my ankles were also bound, which means that I was hanging upside down with my limbs tied up. Ooh, save me. How many people can stay sane in such a situation? Even a hardened criminal would lose his mind. I shouted out like an animal to ask people to save me, and that man to spare me. Curses too escaped my mouth, everything echoing down the mountain. Kick. My body swayed with the occasional wind. This was true terror. Ack. I was screaming like a beast asking for help, barely registering just how my throat is beginning to hurt. Only a hoarse voice was coming out of my throat now. Blood was still rushing to my head, and all I could see were the cliffs as I hung upside down. The tension might just cause my heart to explode and kill me. Whack. It was strange. As fear began to rise, my will to live also began to soar. I forcefully lifted my body to stop the pain of all the blood rushing to my head and face. My stomach was cramping, but I didn't care. When I tried to bend my body up, I could feel the blood start to drain away from my head. Fortunately, the rope tied to my ankle is tightly done, so it doesn't seem like I would fall off. Damn it. The problem was that my hands were tied too. I had to remove it, but I wasn't sure how. I continued to hold my upper body in a lifted position, but now it felt like my back was going to rip itself apart. I closed my eyes and straightened my back. I didn't want to see the cliff again. Blood flowed to my face once again as my back and stomach relaxed. Heck. This half up and half down angle wasn't good either. Finally, I bent my back again, and my face became comfortable, but then the pain shifted to my back and stomach. Ugh. Thanks to the pain, I straightened my back again. After some time, I ended up having to repeat that action constantly. I am forced to do it, so either my head will hurt or my back will scream in pain. This cycle of pain repeated itself for almost an hour. Along the way, I enjoyed the rare experience of hanging up on a cliff and vomiting. This was so excruciating that I might just die like this. But then, tack. I looked up as I heard the sound approaching. Hiak. Shun was hanging by the cliff and looked at me. I was in so much pain that I ended up begging that beast. Spare me. Please let me go. My voice was hoarse from the screaming. I sounded pathetic. Kokol. But he just laughed before quickly putting me on his side, wrapped the rope to his other hand, and climbed up. It didn't take long to reach the cave that he lived in. Hack. He untied my ropes and threw me down. It hurts, but I didn't have any strength left to scream. It felt like my stomach and back were already torn apart, and my neck was faring no better. Fuck. I only uttered a curse inside my head. This damned old man was really the devil. I even thought about beating him up. In the middle of this, I saw the two brothers trembling and clinging to the wall on one side of the cave. What? I thought this man would nicely teach them, but that didn't seem to be the case. The older one, Song Jadaboabik, was clenching his fists which were beginning to scar over, and the younger one was upside down on his head. Song Jadaboabik looked at me with tears in his eyes, and was trying to say something. That demon-like bastard. I nodded as I looked at the face of the man who could understand my pain. At this moment, we all felt a sense of unity. Then I spotted my small short sword on the floor. I dragged myself to it like a bug to grab it. I thought you were dead. As soon as I grabbed it, it greeted me with its squeaky voice. I really thought I was going to die too. Ar. In the meantime, there was the signal that my stomach was suffering. It had been a whole day, and I haven't even had a proper meal yet. The twins also seemed to be on the same boat. However, that man was just sitting on the leopard skin covered stone chair and was eating something. A piece of dried jerky. 1,000 fires shone inside me. If he had such a thing, why did he want me to go and hunt? Hungry? At Hiak Shun's words, the twins nodded. He then glanced at me and said, he was punished for running away without hunting, so you two don't get food either. Pushing the responsibility onto me. Hopefully, this won't happen all the time. Song Jadwevik was already angry with me and turned to glare at me. But he was a simple-minded man and wasn't really the problem. I am hungry. I want to eat that. His younger brother, Song Woonhwi, who was still upside down, wanted to eat the jerky the old man was having. Song Jadwevik looked at his salivating brother in shock and covered his crotch. Idiot. Hold on. Then Hiak Shun pulled something out of the sleeve. I, who saw what it was, became shocked. What is it? He will kill us. What was in Hikak? Shun's hand was a small flute. The problem wasn't the flute. The problem was if the flute was blown, it would hurt. Stupid boys. Do you know what this is? He. The twins had no way of knowing. They looked at the old man with puzzled faces as he blew into the flute lightly. Ack. Ugh. Both twins just fell to the ground while grabbing their chests. Their faces became red, and their body began to convulse. At that moment, I too fell to the ground and started screaming like them. Quack. People like you cannot be handled with words. Kolkol. The madman smiled at our pain. There was a reason why people called him the ghastly monster. After some time, the twins returned to their senses and exhaled out a breath. Ha. I too did the same actions as them. Then Small Short Sword said to me, "You aren't hurt?" Because Short Sword was stuck to me, it noticed right away. I purposely curled up in the opposite direction and hid my face as I screamed. Right. I could barely stop myself from smiling. I was not hurt. Obviously, hearing the sound of the flute made my chest hurt, but I was fine otherwise. What happened to the blood parasite? I thought it was strange when I couldn't feel the pain in my chest, yet when he blew into the flute, I really felt nothing, and I had no idea what happened to the blood parasite within me. What is it? The short sword was excited at my question and said, "What do you mean, what is it?" The blood parasite obviously failed. I hope so too. I haven't had the chance to confirm it yet, unfortunately. But now, I felt that the blood parasite was no longer an issue. Get out tomorrow morning and get something to eat. I will give you 4 hours. Even if someone was in good condition, it would take nearly 4 hours to get down the cliff. And he wants me to do what? If you try to escape again or go past the time given, you should start getting prepared to hang off the cliff again. Kolkakol. Hearing his words, my sword said, "He is nuts." The second day, I had to wake up early in the morning and head down. I felt like my body would break down as I rushed down the cliff. It feels strange. Without even thinking, I was trying to go down the cliff. Will you give up? The short sword suggested trying to escape one more time, but I couldn't risk it now. I tried to escape once, and this man hung me upside down. I needed to at least assure him this time. I had to do my best to not get hung again. But I had just 4 hours to get this done. I wandered around the nearby forest to hunt. Thanks to my experience of doing chores as a low-rank warrior, I succeeded in making a trap that caught a pheasant. It then took me another 4 hours to climb back up. After returning to the cave, I was immediately left hanging for another 4 hours. Like the day before, I screamed at the top of my voice the entire time. Third day. On the third day, I rushed down the cliff desperately to get the task done. But then I slipped and almost fell down the cliff. Even with my nails ripped out and my palms scraped, I couldn't finish hunting in the allotted time. This day too was a failure, and as soon as I got back up the mountain, I was beaten up by the old man. Soh Woonhwi, who had come to check up on us, clicked his tongue as he saw me hanging. Seventh day. It was difficult to handle the cliff in 4 hours. It was almost impossible for me, who didn't learn martial arts or have any internal kai. I climbed the cliff little by little and slowly got used to it, but my climbing time didn't shorten by much. As expected, I was hung on the cliff again, but I'm not too scared since I was getting used to it. However, it was still painful to have blood rush down to my head, so I had to do crunches again and again. I could feel the muscles in my stomach getting tighter. 10th day. I was getting used to going up and down the cliff. As I climbed the cliff every day, I had no choice but to feel the muscles in my body start to harden. My palms, too, became hard as they were covered by calluses. I made a vow to shorten my hunting time. I didn't know why. I didn't think of this on the first day. In less than 30 minutes, I managed to successfully catch 2 pheasants. As there is more to eat, perhaps the old man was in a good mood since even though I returned late, I was left hanging for only 2 hours. I was delighted with this. However, the younger one of the twins had come over and gotten punched by the old man. He had a bloody bruise on his head. 15th day. Finally, the day came. After obediently following what he asked me to do, the surveillance on me became looser. I convinced myself that the man wasn't too late before trying to escape again. This time I even had an escape route planned. After coming down the cliff, I ran straight into the woods, but before I could even get out, the old man knocked me out with a hit to the head. For the first time since my death and regression, I was left hanging on the cliff for over half a day. 1 month had passed. I got used to moving up the cliff. Only now did I notice a good path to go up and down the mountain. Maybe that is why I could shorten the time of the trip. Still, considering I had to hunt, I would go over time and hang again. However, unlike before, it felt like training, and I would even do sit-ups. Now there were even washboard abs visible on my stomach. I could feel my stamina increasing significantly in just 1 month when compared to my time as a third-rate warrior. And another month passed. So boring. The slave duty begins again? Don't say it. Yes, yes. The short sword responded with sarcasm. Who would want to do this work? Now it's trying to pin me against the man. I will survive from here. But this hellish suffering was bringing benefits to me. The muscles in my upper body were developed. My thighs were thick enough to resemble horse thighs, and my stomach was as hard as a stone. Even during my third-rate warrior training period, I never felt like this. What about him? Soh Woonhwi seemed strange. A big wound on his head looked more like a bump. It was the first time I saw hair stand up like that. Is that baldness or partial hair loss? I don't know. He's not a guy who cares about hair. All he was probably thinking about was eating together with his brother. Other than that, he's not interested in other things. I'm not sure how long I will have to continue my routine of traversing the cliff and hunting, but my life was more important than his. Damn old man. I stared at Shun, who was on the stone chair. He never sleeps lying down. Maybe he is afraid of being attacked. Even I wanted to stab him with a dagger. But then the old man opened his eyes. He woke up. Cuck. I was shocked as I hurriedly tried to avoid making eye contact with him. He then got up from the stone chair and said, "It has been about a month or two." Saying something strange, he lifted me up, put me between his hands, and left the cave suddenly. This was the first time I have gone up to the peak. Peaks were covered by fog, and it felt like a place where gods wander. The old man then looked at my body. "Now you are ready." I had no idea what he was trying to say. It was scary. Is he making another plan to torment me? I was anxious until he asked me an unexpected question. What if there is a way to deal with internal Kai without a dantian? Chapter 13. Gamble. How can I deal with internal Kai without a dantian? Shun's words ran through my mind. Firstly, I had no idea this crazy old man would make this offer. Besides, did it make sense to handle internal Kai without a dantian? This was my first time hearing about it. Kulkul, of course. It must be hard to believe. And he seemed to be able to understand my thoughts. Well, it was likelier that he was just stating the obvious and not reading my mind. Yeah, I don't know what, but this man is up to something. I think the same. In my messy life, I had come across too many people. But even I still had difficulty understanding this man. Up until now, everything he made me do was beyond normal. I don't think it is something bad for you. Why are you looking at me like I am up to something? Well, it was hard to tell if you were being honest or not. It was impressive how well he could read my thoughts. Even though he was eccentric enough to be called the ghastly monster, he was someone who had been walking down a difficult path for decades. Woonhwi, I think you need to be careful. You know how much you have suffered because of this crazy man. Phew, Short Sword was right. I needed to know why this man wanted to help me. After thinking, I knelt down. Thud. Sect Elder, you have spoken with the intention of making me raise my head. Still, this foolish young man can't understand your profound teachings. Shun laughed at those words. I didn't know since you kept your mouth shut, but you are a sly one. I am just speaking my true feelings. I was speaking frankly. If this conversation went on any further, this old man wasn't eccentric but crazy. On Shun's forehead, 3 lines appeared. Well, I made my body like that. Made his body? Puck. Kuek. Shun kicked me in the chest. Thankfully, he didn't use internal Kai, so I wasn't not too hurt. As I crawled in pain, the old man said, "As I thought, speaking doesn't work for you." With that, he took out the flute from his clothes. It was the flute that would make the blood parasite inside the body go crazy. It was useless to me, but I must act like I was in pain. Shun blew the flute, and it was at that moment that I began to crouch and scream. My chest. My chest is. I tried to hide my face as much as possible, but then I heard him shout, "Chest my ass." Puck. Ugh. I received a kick to my back. Thanks to that, I ended up rolling on the rough ground for some distance. Shun shook his head. I hate seeing that clumsy acting of yours. It must take a lot of work to pretend like a blood parasite is inside you. Kulkul. It was a shocking moment that made me go dumb. I was surprised. I was half sure that someone like Shun could not figure out if the parasite inside me was making an impact or not. Now I was worried about how this man would accept it. In my confusion, I tried to come up with an excuse. What do you mean? Oh my, do you think someone like me cannot know your condition by looking at you? Come to think of it, I had been hit a couple times. For example, when climbing the cliff, when trying to escape, and many other times. This is bad. However, I couldn't figure out why he kept silent even though he knew the truth. All the people of the blood cult needed to have the blood parasite inside them. As I struggled with my shock, I heard him say, "I don't know how you got rid of your parasite. You do know that you can be disposed of right away?" Complicated feeling ran through me. I couldn't even imagine what this man is up to, but I knew one thing. Even if he knew about this parasite not working inside me, he wouldn't just kill me. This is going to take a long time. This would be no different from my last life. It would be impossible to know if this old man would simply decide to use me and drag me around. I had to take the initiative. Let's get some courage. Soh Woonhwi, Uther, great spy. To live a better life, you have to risk your life in this gamble. Are you talking to yourself? I ignored Small Short Sword's words, and it stopped at only a few words. I calmed my mind and said, "Then dispose of me." What? Didn't you say that I should be disposed of? As I came out with a strong statement, Shun became dumbfounded, and I decided to continue my words. The absence of the blood parasite in my body isn't intentional. After accepting it at the ceremony, I had a stomach ache, and it just happened there. And it was only after you played the flute that I realized it was gone. You came to know thanks to me, right? If you ask me why I didn't tell you that, well, it is because I am a human who deserves to live. I joined the blood cult by my own choice. Wouldn't it be scary if I had that kind of thing inside me all my life? It is something that you have to work hard and gain merit initially. The blood parasite's purpose is to control the people who aren't loyal to the blood cult. Is there a reason why I, who has the blood of a cult member flowing within me, need to have it inside? Shun's expression changed with my words. Rather than looking astonished, it felt more like he was looking at a different person. Then he laughed. Gwa-ha-ha-ha! Then, he suddenly turned his face and grabbed me by my neck. Clench. Well, the gamble seemed unsuccessful. Shun spoke to me, as I was suffering. Isn't your life precious to you? Kuke. Even if I get rid of you, do you think anyone would question me? Kuakak. This is the privilege that those who have power get to experience. What kind of guts do you even have to think someone would ask me about a third-rate like you? Speaking was difficult with my throat in his grip. Strangely, my mind felt clear. Obviously, I was on the edge of the cliff and dangled by the hand of a huge man, but maybe because I had been through death once before, I don't feel too scared. I looked him in the eyes. I am afraid, but if I live like this, I will die giving up my life by the orders of the elders. My whole life, I'll stay stuck as a third-class warrior, and dying now is better than living like that. You idiot. Clench. Goak, do it, kill me. My eyes were starting to roll over, but I tried my hardest to not look away. The man kept looking at me as well. Then, he let go. Cough. As I began to breathe again, I ended up coughing. Looking down at me as I struggled with pain, Shun said, I guess you aren't a coward. Cough. It would be better to not push your luck the next time. The end is obvious when a man with neither strength nor power tries to play around with courage. He was saying that, but he didn't seem too angry. I'm not sure what the man was thinking inside, but on the outside, he seemed to appreciate my courage in risking my life. I sighed without realizing it. This was a gamble, but I felt like I escaped from the chains of my former self, and this made me feel strong. Confidence without a base was a shortcut to death. You really died and came back to life. Why take such detours to death again? What if you die? Even the small short sword couldn't understand it. Don't worry, I won't die. You almost died. No, if he planned to kill me, he would have done it when he figured out I didn't have the blood parasite in me. I gambled on that. There was something to gain here, so I decided to play my hand. I was convinced that there was something beyond just this man trying to teach me to utilize internal Kai without a dantian. After my coughing subsided, Shun said, Good. I will make you an offer which might interest you. Interest me? If you follow my instructions well, the thing about blood parasites will stay between us. How is it? Isn't it a good condition? Koko. It wasn't a bad condition. He could have told me he would put another parasite in me, but instead, he said he would turn a blind eye to this issue. Instead, after learning it, you can fight those twins I'm teaching martial arts to. Now, this was unexpected. I didn't expect this man's reason for teaching me how to handle internal Kai would be to fight with the twins. But why? Don't think about questioning things just because. I am giving you an option. He warned me with a terrifying face, and despite being curious, I decided to not ask further. It seemed like there was something bad about this. You just need to fight them as and when told. Get it? Can I ask a question? About what? Listening to what you are saying. Is that not the skill of the elder? That question, Shun kept silent. It looked like my question hit the mark. Then he answered. Yes. This was enough for me. I don't know the reason, but I knew that he was trying to confirm the result of it by making me fight the twins. Any more questions, and I will break your leg. I understand. Then, I will understand that you will follow me. Come on, Pat. He picked me up suddenly and placed me on his side, as he quickly moved somewhere. He crossed over to the other side of the peak, and climbed down the cliff before going into a cave. Here, the inside was visible as bright light streams in, and the cave wasn't too deep. However, inside the cave were just broken bones and rusted iron swords. Where is this? I couldn't understand anything, but the small short sword's voice echoes in my head. Woonhwi. That sword is strong. Chapter 14. South Heavenly Iron Sword 1. That sword is strong? No, are you talking about that rusty iron sword? I'm very puzzled by what the small short sword is saying, but Shun points his finger at the skull and says, That will be your teacher. When he pointed to the dead and called it my teacher, I felt thoroughly creeped out, and the skeleton wasn't even in good condition. Despite being a third-rate warrior in my past life, I lived as a warrior, and I could tell a good condition skeleton from a bad one. The skeleton is missing one arm, not just the hand. The bones in both legs looked broken. To be precise, it looked like the knees were crushed, and at this level of damage, he would have been unable to walk until his eventual death. Just what did this skeleton do to live such a life? He must be an idiot, to end up like this in a cave that people can't even reach. There was something odd about calling the dead an idiot. Rather than laughing, I felt bad. Follow me. Shun took the lead and entered. And as we went inside, we walked through the skeletons. Now I know. I didn't realize it when I saw it from the entrance, but words were engraved at the place where the skeleton's owner had fallen. The writing looked like it was made using just fingers. How powerful did the person have to be to engrave this on the ground? This is what you will learn. This, you mean this? Right. Skeleton teacher. Creepy, as Small Short Sword had said, the dead man was now my teacher. I had a gloomy feeling, without realizing why, and my eyes looked at what he wrote. The first words were as such. Self-destroying internal chaos? I frowned at the words, which felt absurd. I thought I read it wrong, but no, the words I read referred to the destruction of the dantian. This is why you brought me here. It was for this reason. To learn this skill, you must either voluntarily or involuntarily destroy the dantian. From Shun's point of view, there was no need to create a dantian and to test this skill out. I was the most suitable person. I don't like this. It would be a different story if I was someone who didn't know martial arts, but I was from a martial arts family. I know everything about the process, but I can't cultivate. Then the theory will move fast. But I never heard of destroying the dantian to accumulate kai. Who would risk their dantian to learn this if that was possible? I had heard about life kai, but that was different. And it was known that if people tried to learn martial arts without internal kai, they were bound to experience major side effects. What? Did you think I was going to test things on you? Okay, this man surely was reading my thoughts. And when I said nothing, he continued. Despite having fruit which the others cannot eat, you are full of doubts. What do you mean? Who do you think is this skeleton? How can I know when I don't see any badge or plaque? Just say it already. This one is, no. In an instant, I had a terrible feeling in my stomach. Whether he intended to say it or not, I was already on the edge of anxiousness. And even Short Sword already felt annoyed. Is this a new torture method? Whether he knew Short Sword's words or not, Shun continued. Do you know what essence, kai, and spirit are? It's kai and spirit. The first things you were taught when learning martial arts. Essence meant the process of polishing oneself. And the essence, kai, and spirit in martial arts were essences here. The dantian. Shun pointed to his navel. The kai was supposed to go precisely around in the dantian. Those who learn martial arts will purify their kai into their essence through a cultivation method in their dantian. That is what internal kai is. I knew that too. This was also what one calls training. You constantly trained, built skills, and one day realized and awakened as an expert. Then what is kai? Kai? This was what I was going to learn. I was taught that kai is innate in people since birth. All three are innate, essence, kai, and spirit. Shun shook his head, half internal and half learned. Spirit is the same, but the thing that sits in the middle of the body is called the innate internal kai. Innate internal kai? I remembered hearing about this, but I heard that innate internal kai was literally your life's kai, so exhausting, it would be like suicide. It is said that innate internal kai has twice the strength of internal kai built by a person. It was because it isn't forcibly built but was innate, and from what I knew, that kai only had one use. It was to be used to die with an enemy you cannot beat. No, is he going to tell me that I need to deal with internal kai in the same way, as I worried? Shun smiled. You are lucky in that manner. It is because written here is a method that allows you to handle innate internal kai. He really doesn't deviate from what I think. He was up to something. There was no way that he, who was known to be strong, wouldn't know what happened if such theories were tested. There is only one task for you. You need to learn it. You mean right now? Did someone call you a genius or what? Start by feeling the innate internal kai. I hated this. Learn to feel kai, and then drain it. Even if I did manage to learn it and my kai ran out, I wouldn't live long. If you cannot do it, I have no use for you anymore. This was truly a dire situation. The only difference was that my life was in danger, whether I touched the internal kai or Shun killed me when I failed. With those words, Shun was about to leave the cave. Is that all? What else? You want me to stick by your side and watch over you? I shook my head. Having this old man next to me was like sitting on nails. Maybe he was going to teach those twins. If you can feel the innate internal kai, you know where you should come back to, right? I hated how he was speaking so casually. He looked back at me with anger as I didn't reply. I suppressed my anger. There was no benefit for me here if I showed my true feelings. Instead, the way out was to get this done as much as possible and not express my true feelings. Can I ask just one thing? What? He returned my question with another question. Aren't you going to tell me about the presence of spirit? Essence, kai, and spirit. His explanation ended at just kai. At my question, Shun tapped his head with his finger and went out. Then Short Sword said, "Head." "He isn't an idiot." Chun, who was returning to his cave, was grinning. Judging from the kid's expression, it felt like the kid knew what would happen if the innate internal Kai was touched. He was probably trying to use his head right now, but regardless, he would learn it. "I do feel pity, but if the words there are true, it would also be a blessing to you. Of course, if possible, he would be more suitable than Soh Woonhwi. Even if the dantian was broken, this was a secret that many warriors would like to covet." "What is this?" As I read what was written, I was shocked. The technique wasn't complete. It got cut off along the way because he died due to exhaustion. When I saw this, I cursed aloud. The last thing wasn't written. It just had to be the method to prevent the innate internal Kai from becoming exhausted. That said, it was said that the Kai can be stopped. But here it felt like it was cut off at the most crucial part. "You should have written it down first." This man was dead, but I couldn't stop my anger. If I learnt this, it only talked about consuming the innate internal Kai, and not the method for recovering it. And Small Short Sword said, "Woonhwi, wait." "Short Sword, I need time to think." I felt like I had to find a way. I didn't know when the time would be, but Chun would make me fight the twins when they were ready, and I cannot be running out of innate internal Kai before then. "Yeah, should I adjust it to save Kai as much as possible?" Small Short Sword kept talking loudly. "Yeah, idiot. Ah, stop it." That startled me. "It is because you aren't hearing me." "Yeah, how about we just ask him?" "What?" I had no idea what she was talking about. "Ask him. That skeleton, he is saying, brat. How dare you call my master a skeleton?" "Wait, you are talking with the iron sword?" "Yes, we can ask him. If he was with the skeleton all this while, then he may know." Seriously. It seems sensitive. "How can I know if your master is Ho Jong or not?" For a moment, I was doubting what I was hearing. "What did you say?" "How can I know if your master is Ho Jong or Mo Jong?" He said his master is Ho Jong, the South Heavenly Swordsman. "South Heavenly Swordsman, why are you so surprised?" Anyone would be surprised by the famous swordsman who shook Yunnan with just one sword. He was such a great warrior that if he didn't disappear suddenly 15 years ago, there was a widespread opinion that he would have become one of the 8 great masters. That good? No wonder the sword is acting like that. If this skeleton was indeed the South Heavenly Swordsman, then this was shocking. But how did a person known to have gone missing in Yunnan end up dead like this on an unknown mountain in Guangdong? Did that crazy old man do this? He's smiling. Why? That old man cannot be his master, it seems. This was shocking. Chun was one of the 4 venerable dignitaries in the blood cult, and no one could defeat him. I see. Perhaps it was to restore his honor. Regardless of the origin, most warriors were proud of their martial arts, and no one liked to lose. If he is the real Ho Jong, then it is a good thing. Short Sword had said that the iron sword might know the rest of the cut text. It was like a miracle had come true. I asked the Short Sword to help me ask the iron sword how to use the innate internal Kai. But am I some matchmaker for a couple? It is right in front of you, so ask it yourself. I took a deep breath. I touched the other sword, but I heard nothing. It was the same as when I touched the throwing knives. I could only hear this one Short Sword. "You need to tell me." It was impossible. Yet I grabbed the sword without thought. And at that moment, a voice echoed. "Ha!" A touch I haven't felt in so long. In an instant, my body trembled, and I released my grip around the iron sword. What was that just now?" Small Short Sword answered. Its voice. Chapter 15. South Heavenly Iron Sword 2. Aside from feeling something gloomy, I really did hear a voice. And I couldn't hear it at all before, so why can I hear it now? Iron sword. I looked at the short sword at my waist. Even if it is a short sword, it is still a sword. And what these two have in common is that they are both swords. Sword? It is that they are swords. Sound of swords, voice? Right. This is what sword heart meant. It was then that I realized that I had misunderstood those words. Sword heart. I took that concept somewhat abstractly when looking at various martial techniques. They often abstractly describe their feelings, rather than simply saying them out loud. It really is the sword heart. A swordsman who can be called the best swordsman in the world. And since it is the vision left behind by that man, everyone thinks it is just the sword immortal's enlightenment and has some profound meaning. But it is to hear the voice of the swords, not all weapons, but just swords. Even if I think of it as a technique, looking at the current situation, I am certain that I can hear the voice of swords. In the end, the short sword is nothing special. You have become extraordinary. At those words my body trembles. At first it feels absurd, but now it feels different. To have this unique ability within me fills me with joy. I am going to rip that smile off. Stop liking it so much and ask him. Short sword blows out the light on the metaphorical candle. I lived a hard life, so I just want to enjoy this moment. But it is correct. There is no other chance like this. I don't know if I will be able to ask it and hear its answer. So try and coax it into answering. I grabbed the iron sword again. I lift it in my hand again. That feeling of holding something creepy isn't just an illusion. It sounds like an angry woman. What do you even care about that? The problem is that it isn't the tone of a woman, but that of a middle-aged man. And thanks to it speaking like that, it feels creepy to me. Short Sword. What? Can't you just ask? I can't do it. As I speak to Short Sword, my whole body is shaking. Short Sword takes a deep breath and tries to talk with the Iron Sword. And its answer is, if you want to know, try negotiating directly. Negotiating? Does this even require negotiation? How Short Sword was unique, but this Iron Sword doesn't seem easy either. Don't say weird stuff and try to negotiate well. Okay. I grab the sword again. There is a slight squeaking sound, as if it is flaring its nose. Excuse me. Yes. Ah, you can hear my voice? The Iron Sword seemed shocked, and I think back to when the Short Sword was similarly shocked. Have I ever heard of a human who can listen to the voice of swords? I made another mistake. I am the South Heavenly Iron Sword. It is a name given to me by my deceased master. It's surprising. I am afraid to hold the sword, but when we talk it feels fine. Whether influenced by his old master or not, when he speaks, he feels like a noble person. I am Soh Woonhwi. Right, Woonhwi. I am glad to make acquaintances with you. I heard you wanted to know the method of innate Kai my master used. This is an unexpected way that the technique is going to come out. He knows about it, and I want to learn it. Right. I am in a difficult situation now. I have to learn your master's technique. I know that because I watched it. Then I am in a better situation. That should be enough to persuade him with the context of my upcoming fight with the twins. If you say that, then you would know before I can finish, he answers. I get it. Do you now? Right. I will teach you. What? He accepted at once. It progressed so quickly that I was confused. The honor of my master, the South Heavenly Swordsman, is at stake. If you are defeated after poorly learning my master's technique, then the name of my master will be tainted Woonhwi. What is it? Nothing. I just thought it was surprising that you are so proud of your master. But I didn't realize it can be irritating. Well, it's like this. I was expecting a reaction where he would state that he could not speak about his wonderful master to me. Interesting. I am just a sword, and I was created to be used. I cannot do anything alone. The honor of my master is important to me, but I do not want my existence as a sword to lose its value. This is a lot better than I thought. I might have respected it if it was a human and not a sword, and I hope my master's martial arts are passed on to the next generation. That is my wish. Nice. This guy is so cool. Even small Short Sword agrees. I am glad things are going well. Despite being a little nervous, I am considering negotiating right and getting what I need. I was still rejoicing when. Now let's start the negotiations. What? Now, this is unexpected. Didn't you just say you wanted to pass down your master's vision to the future generations? That is my master's wish. Then you have your own wishes? This sounds like something a teenage boy would say. I have been lonely all this time, haha. I want it. A new master of mine, the touch of a swordsman, to stroke my blade each day. That. At the creepy request, I released my grip around it. I made a mistake. I mistook this bastard for something nice. Thinking the same, Short Sword asks me, should we just give up getting the technique? In the end, after a bit of talk, the negotiations end. The condition is that I become its new owner. I too put forth my conditions. I say that if he makes perverted breathing sounds or requests me to touch him, I would throw him away right then and there. And the sword accepts it. To sweat like this when negotiating with a sword. True. Short Sword agrees. Anyway, the negotiations end safely, and I begin to concentrate on feeling the innate Kai within me. The innate Kai should be felt from within the chest. Former master called the position in the center of the chest the correct spot. This is my first time hearing this. I only knew about the place which collects the Kai under the navel called the dantian. However, the South Heavenly Iron Sword called the middle of the chest the dantian. If there is a lower and a middle spot, then there is also an upper level dantian. My former master told me the center of the forehead is the upper level. What kind of Kai gathers in the upper level? I don't know, it wasn't mentioned. Did you watch him closely? He called it the top dantian, and that was where you find enlightenment. Enlightenment. It was an abstract concept that I couldn't understand. The important thing right now is to solve something else. I need to be able to feel the innate internal Kai. But I couldn't grasp it even after 2 hours had passed. No need to think too hard. It is just the innate Kai of life. I know that. But I don't know how to feel it. It is difficult because this differs from the dantian you first form. And as I continue to struggle, the South Heavenly Iron Sword says, if it is difficult to feel with thoughts, then maybe experience it with the 5 senses. 5 senses? The Kai of life is most notable when facing an extreme crisis. If you can feel the power, you cannot usually feel it now, or if you feel a weird heat rising within the chest, that is the innate internal Kai. This is surprising. If it is easy to feel it in crisis, I should force that crazy old man to harass me. Can the innate internal Kai be felt from the start? You think I know that? I close my eyes without answering. I remember the time of my regression and revival, the sensation I felt then. The heat I felt when I was stumbling down the cliff and almost died, and when I was hung on a cliff, or when the blood parasite. Thud, thud. My heart begins to beat loudly. I can feel the blood circulating within, and with that comes a warm feeling in my chest. I knew it right away. This hot Kai that was rising in my chest was innate Kai. South Heavenly Iron Sword notices what I feel and says, "Congratulations. That is innate internal Kai. You are more talented than I thought." I felt better with its compliment. My former master worked hard for several months to feel it, but you did it within 4 hours. Several months? I didn't know it would take that long, but I understood that it was hard to grasp in just a couple of hours. This was bound to happen because I struggled for 2 months on this cliff and faced many crises. Concentrate on the innate internal Kai. Following his instruction, I concentrate my focus on the hot Kai rising in my chest. This feels different from how it feels from when I still had my dantian. This is purer. You will probably be able to feel the innate internal Kai at the size of a fingernail. I ask with a mental grunt. You cannot feel it? If that is the case, it is a pity that yours is much smaller than ordinary people. But it is okay. If you learn it, you can develop it. Not that. Then what? It is the opposite. As the brat said, it isn't the size of a fingernail. Instead, it is the size of 2 fingers together. That can't be possible. Even he can't believe it. He keeps mumbling as if something unusual is about to happen. Use the Kai within the body and activate it there. Like this. I move my innate internal Kai along the path he tells me to, and I can feel the warmth spreading through my shoulders, arms, and wrists. This is a different feeling, but something I have missed for so long. Hit the cave with your fist. Well, I am curious too. How much power does innate Kai have? I clear my breath and punch the wall. Thud. At that moment, a cracking sound echoed through the cave, and I couldn't see the wall dented by my fist. Even I, who threw the punch, can't understand how I can be this strong. Then the South Heavenly Iron Sword mumbles. I guess it was true. Chapter 16. South Heavenly Iron Sword 3. This is my first time seeing this. South Heavenly Iron Sword kept mumbling the same thing. It was said that the standard innate internal Kai within any human tended to be around the size of a fingernail. It was natural to be shocked as mine was several times that size. My former master was also excellent in internal Kai, but even he couldn't do this much. Then you should say my new master Woonhwi is more talented and like it. But what is with that constant whining? This is a good thing. True. He agreed with what Small Short Sword said. Well, it was upsetting. For some reason, it felt like the South Heavenly Iron Sword was getting trapped by its words. Naturally, it felt like a hierarchical relationship was being established here. A good start is definitely something to celebrate. With this level of internal Kai, it is possible to cultivate at least 10 years worth of Kai. 10 years. That was true. I could call myself lucky. There was innate internal Kai in this body, equivalent to 10 years of training. It had saved me 10 years of time. You are lucky. I remembered hearing that what my family lacked the most was internal Kai. In addition, I had also damaged my dantian. And I always thought my life was unlucky. But it felt weird that I was instead far superior to ordinary people. If this is the case, I think it would be good to start practicing cultivation. Cultivation is literally what it means, to collect all the Kai within the body and concentrate it to ensure the Kai doesn't dissipate. However, know that proper cultivation is what makes innate internal Kai work. My heart pounded at his words. When I was young, I wanted to learn the Soh Woonhwi cultivation technique, which was my family technique, but the chance was gone and instead, I had found a new chance. It was an opportunity to learn the skills of the South Heavenly Swordsman, who was called the best in Yunnan. So I asked with excitement, what is the name of the cultivation technique? It is called Xingming cultivation. What a name. I think that learning this would make me feel different. And then he spoke in a confident voice to me. Admittedly, if you can master around 8 levels of the skills in this cultivation technique, your achievements will be great in Urim. They are words that are great in giving confidence. It was natural for the South Heavenly Swordsman to have such pride in himself, especially since innate internal Kai was stronger than normal Kai. I cannot even imagine how strong he was. I then asked it curious, how many levels did the South Heavenly Swordsman reach? Around the 6th level. 6th level in this state alone. This was amazing. It was unbelievable that he increased his innate Kai through this method alone. Man, he was indeed worth admiring. If you are born with this, you don't have to work hard for 10 years. If you Woonhwi can do this, you will reach the 6th level within 10 to 15 years. It was darker than I thought. Still, if I thought differently about it, it was as if I was being told that I didn't need to work too hard. If I honed my level constantly, I could reach the level of the South Heavenly Swordsman in just 10 years. Let's walk on the line of death. Motivation rose in me. After that, I spent around 3 hours inside the cave. I didn't even feel hungry. For a long time, I was just someone who was starving for martial arts. I realized it only when the sun went down, and the cave turned red. I need to go back. Right. Who knows what that crazy man will do? Short Sword agreed with me. It would take a while to get on top of the mountain and head back down. As I was about to go out, I hesitated and bowed to the skeleton. What are you doing? Well, I should at least greet him properly now that I learned his martial arts. The sword taught him, but somehow it was also right to show respect to the man who created this technique. My former master will recognize you as his successor. Iron Sword's voice sounded like it was moved by my actions. After standing up, I hurried out of the cave with the new sword on my back. As I looked up at the cliff, I sighed. I've gone up and down the cliffs for 2 months, but I still get tired from seeing them. Then Short Sword asked me, why don't you learn some footwork techniques? Footwork? Right. It is hard to walk up and down the cliff like this. But, if you learn footwork techniques, you will be able to climb the mountain quickly. It was right. Watching Hiak Shun take me around like he was walking on flat ground, I did want to learn. Typically, the most essential thing in martial arts was footwork. It would be no exaggeration to say martial arts depended on it. Short Sword did tell me that it would teach me, but I thought it might be better to learn what the Iron Sword was saying. Especially after what I learned today, I had expectations of him. But he stayed silent. Sigh, I could hear the sound of him moaning. Your back is so lovely. This was insane. I warned him to not act like this. Just hearing that made me feel creeped out. Despite knowing that, the Iron Sword didn't seem to care. Footwork? I wanted to say something back, but I stayed silent. Thanks to him I had learned something good, so I decided to be patient. However, I could do nothing about the goosebumps on my arm. I will teach you. But first, you need to learn the basic footwork form. You cannot even walk, yet you are thinking about running. Well, that made sense. But I don't have the time to learn now. The old man would come running for me if I arrived too late. Tack! I held on to the stones and began to climb up. After learning footwork, would I be able to walk upright on the peaks like the crazy old man? That is impossible. I was puzzled by his answer. No matter how fast you learn the technique, walking on such a steep mountain like flat ground is unreasonable. My previous master couldn't do it either. Then how did the crazy old man do it? That has to be his own technique. The former master always admired people who created their own techniques, especially footwork. Something that even the South Heavenly Swordsman accepted. This was surprising. I thought the man wouldn't care since he was strong, but that seemed to be a mistake. He has the upper hand. Iron Sword's answers were making it certain. In any case, Hiak Shun had his own weird technique, which made even the South Heavenly Swordsman acknowledge him. After climbing for a while, I could see the top. But when I reached the top, I saw something shocking. Soh Woonhwi, the younger of the twins, was standing upside down with his head on the ground and both arms behind his back. It was not a normal balancing technique. The balance came from the neck and not the head. This was apparent from the veins standing out on the neck. This is why he was turning bald. Oh my! As the Short Sword said, the hair loss was in the center of his head, and it was because of this training. He was going to lose all his hair. In addition, I also spotted Song Jadawabik. Tatatat. Song Jadawabik was running. Instead of just running, he clenched his fists and ran with his hands on the floor. It looked painful to watch. He caught them. Those poor kids. It truly was horrible to see. The teaching method the old man had was beyond normal, constantly pushing one to the limit. Someone who hung people from a cliff for hours. Where did the old man go? I could only see the twins on the peak, as the Short Sword said. It was normal to stay and watch when one trains, but he wasn't the kind to stick around. Maybe I could try running? Did you feel the innate internal Kai? That surprised me. I thought I would fall off. Hiak Shun arrived next to me. Just how great was this man that he could recognize even the minute amount of Kai? He was quite tricky. Why are you silent? I shook my head at his question. You couldn't feel it, so you learned to do it. Shut it, Short Sword. Because I was nervous, I listened to the two swords talking. The old man told me that he would abandon me if I couldn't feel the innate internal Kai. So I was afraid about what words to say to him. You aren't cheating, right? Hiak Shun puts his hand on my chest and then infuses Kai. Warm energy entered my chest and spread around. Tech. After moving the Kai for a long time within the body, he released his hand and grinned. You didn't feel it. There was no sign of disappointment or anger. Instead, it was as if he expected this to happen. I licked my lips. He really cannot feel it. Actually, I did learn the proper way to realize the innate Kai within my body because I couldn't normally feel it. The reason why my body can deceive him is, firstly, innate internal Kai is different from internal Kai. It cannot be noticed until you intentionally create it. That was what Iron Sword told me, and Hiak Shun obviously could not feel it. I was a bit afraid, but I was happy that he couldn't find it. Well, it cannot be felt in one day. Kokol. Looking at Hiak Shun, who was smiling, I felt excited. Exposing all your tricks in Urim puts you at a disadvantage. So I had to hide more than 60% of it. Oh, that is good, Woonhwi. Short Sword praised me. Hiak Shun, who was fine with me not growing, frowned. And then he smiled. Must have thought I was deceived. Kokol. Thud. In an instant my heart dropped. Did he actually notice it? I think you are trying to slow it down as much as possible by using your head, but I need to remind you that you need to be able to do it. Ha! Fortunately, he didn't know the truth. Man, this old man was clever, but he was making a mistake. After all, he absolutely had no idea that I managed to do it and wasn't just trying to avoid it. Good. If you fail to do it, I will put the parasite back in you. And you will never rise from a low-ranking warrior in this life. Isn't that different from our promise? That was before you used your head to not train properly. Somehow, he thought that I was delaying the learning process. Well, in the end, I had to achieve it. Kolkol, aren't you motivated to learn now? And I had a thought. You said if I failed, you would dispose of me. But what if I managed to get it down? What? You said I need to learn the innate internal Kai in the body. Otherwise, I will live as a low-ranking warrior, but shouldn't there be a reward? Ha! Hiak. Shun smiled at my bold words. I knew how to get this man interested after staying with him for 2 months. You are still gutsy. At this, I bowed down on the ground and spoke desperately. I don't want much. But, as I climbed up and down the cliff, I grew admiration of the elder's talent. When I looked up, he was frowning. Talent? Are you talking about footwork? I will not ask if the elder says no, but please give me a chance to learn what the elder did. At my words, the old man glared down at me before nodding. Good. I will listen if I need to do that to revive your will to train, but you need to get it done. Thank you so much. Long live the blood cult. Hiak. Shun's expression softened. Maybe it was because he still thought I couldn't finish. You go back to your place now. Those brats there aren't done with their training yet. All right. Heck. I bowed and turned away, and my lips curled into a smile as soon as I turned away. That light footwork technique is mine. Chapter 17. Bet 1. From that day onwards, Shun no longer made me go up and down the cliff to get food or tie me to a cliff for hours. It was really fortunate. He told Kusang, Woon to regularly send meat and beef jerky to the cliff instead. Thanks to that, I had an environment that could be used to train. However, after realizing that going up and down the cliff is good for the body, I still spent 2 hours doing it. About 6 days later, Shun could feel the innate internal Kai and realized that I had begun my training. Of course, in reality, I was using the Xingming cultivation technique, but the majority of my Kai stayed hidden. The place I was using to train was the cave that contained the remains of Hojong Di. Be careful, Shun said while giving me 2 things. One technique is the Ming Wheel footwork, which originated from the forgotten whole wheel technique. After that came a surprising one, the Xingming sword technique. I was thinking who stole it, was it him? Him. The South Heavenly Iron Sword saw the technique book and was angry. According to the guy, there was a time when the South Heavenly Swordsman's residence was robbed, and his important technique book was stolen. And the culprit was this old man. Right. It seems like this crazy old man desperately wanted to win. Short Sword was right. He wanted to win so badly that he was even stealing his opponent's technique books. The only thing inside the cave was an incomplete cultivation technique. I wondered how I could win with just one technique alone, but now this problem was solved. I have this one. One way or another, it was a sword technique. Unfortunately, I don't know the skeleton's footwork method. However, this Ming Wheel footwork is quite balanced, so you can handle it without much difficulty. Still, isn't this imperfect? I am giving you something nice, don't stress about things that seem incomplete. Surprisingly, he was both careful and dedicated when giving things to me. But still, there was a difference between giving something fully written and something incomplete. And this man stole books from his opponent. This man is shameful. Don't bother thinking about him. Iron Sword chimed in. Why? The Xingming sword technique stolen by this man is from before my former master completed it. That meant that the man developed the technique further after the book was stolen. I will make sure to get it done. Iron Sword spoke in a voice full of determination. It was reassuring. It was a battle with my future at stake, so I had to win it. And I needed to get the old man's footwork technique. A month passed. The sun was setting in the sky. As the days got colder, the sun set faster. Once every 10 days, the commander would send in food and meat around the morning hours, and I would receive them. Usually, I would bow down to either the commander or the leader, but today an unexpected guest also came. Long live the blood cult! Leader Ojongi greets the elder. A familiar voice was heard from outside the cave. It was Leader O. Siege, we have an annoying guest. I nodded at Short Sword's words. If possible, I didn't want to see his face, but Shun hadn't returned yet, and the role of receiving food was my responsibility. Just pretend to be the old man and get it done. What? I mean imitate his voice and tell him to leave the food and things out there? I wish he could be deceived. That man outside was quite famous. A skilled warrior with a blue belt. At this distance, he might notice that the cave is rather empty. With a sigh, I left the Iron Sword and went out. Middle, rank trainee, Soh Woonhwi greets the leader. Leader O greeted me with a creepy smile. Swash, you seem to be doing well by serving as a servant to the elder. Man, this guy hated me. It had been a while since I'd seen him, and he didn't seem to have changed. Send him away. We never know when that old man will come back. Same here. Anyway, whether Leader O hated me or liked me, his job was to deliver food for now. Other than that, there was no reason to stay here. The elder will be out late. You can hand the food and drink to me and leave. At those words, Leader O extended to me the things he brought up. But the ones coming here are usually the commander or Hiokasian. Instead, I saw someone who looked like a trainee here with Leader O. At first glance, he looked to be around just 16 or 17. That won't do. Because I need to see the elder. As I thought, he was annoying. So, he wanted to wait here? But his face was telling me that he had something up his sleeve. You cannot enter the cave. You should know that, right? With that, I decided to head back into the cave. Stop. Leader O called me. As expected, it seemed his purpose wasn't the old man but me. When I stopped and turned, he smiled and said, "You won't need to go in either." What do you mean? I don't know what luck you had to serve as the servant to the elder, but you won't escape from my hands. Man, he was stubborn. If he could train with that stubbornness, he would have succeeded much more. I proved my credentials with the Blood Wolf ladder. Bullshit. I don't know how you persuaded him, but no one in Yuling County had ever seen your maternal grandfather. Well, this was as expected. My mother had told me that my grandfather died when I was young, and I made up the story with that knowledge. I replied with a smile. My grandfather had to hide his origin, so how could he show his face recklessly to people? Leader O stared at me as if he wanted to kill me for a time, then said, "You will respond like that? Fine. But your time ends now. Why are you doing this? From this time onwards, this child will help the elder instead of you." The trainee nodded his head with a strange smile. It was clear that the child didn't want to do this. Well, the purpose for bringing the trainee was revealed. His plan was to bring someone here to replace me. Rather than trying to deny me the training, he had a stronger will to keep me in front of his eyes. It will be difficult. Difficult? That man will be satisfied if it is him. Seeing him talk, the child couldn't be just a trainee. Still, it changed nothing. He won't be satisfied. Your origin is unclear, and you were brought as a helper. Did you think he had an interest in you? For a moment, I almost smiled. I don't know what he was planning, but this idiot had no idea how crazy the old man was. I wanted to make fun of him, but I knew it would rile him up, so I said, "All right, whatever it is, I will obey the orders." This situation had to end. And Leader O said, "Good. To change the person, I must prove that this child is good enough to look after the elder." Show him your skills, upper-rank trainee Doyan. Upper-rank trainee? This disgusting guy was an upper-rank? How come I didn't remember seeing him during the ceremony? I will follow the orders. Clench. The upper-rank trainee called Doyan began to get closer to me. Then he clenched his fists as he took a stance. Leader O had a sly smile. I, the leader, will be responsible, so please correct his attitude. I understand. The guy who came up to me spoke confidently. I have no resentment or anger towards you, but I cannot miss this chance, so bear with me even if this hurts a little. That cheeky bastard. Short Sword seemed more annoyed than me. Looking at his face, it felt like this child was treating me like trash. Well, he had been training as an upper-rank trainee for more than 3 months, and although I was a middle-rank trainee, I knew there was bound to be a difference. He held out his fist. A fist technique, the 8-blood fist technique that everyone here learned. As an upper-rank trainee, his form was perfect. But, grrrr, he seemed slow to me. As I had been honing my skills on the cliff, I thought he too would be learning a lot, but he didn't seem to be that strong. Heck, I only had to shift my body a little to dodge his fist, which caused him to frown. He then spoke with some surprise. Good, but how long will your luck puck? Huek. Before he could even finish speaking, my fist flew at him. Who talks when fighting? Still, I didn't use the innate Kai, so he should be able to handle it. Thud. I guess not. With just one punch, my opponent fell down. It ended so blandly that even I was surprised. Why is he so weak? No, it felt like I got stronger. It felt like my strength has improved by climbing the cliff every day. Even though my downed opponent was just an upper-rank trainee, I didn't think he would be knocked out with just one punch. This. Leader O's expression changed. He must be in a state of confusion, as the opposite of his expectations happened. Unable to hold back his anger, he began to move. You bastard. It was at the moment that he was about to pounce on me. Someone appeared and pressed down on his shoulder. It was the ghastly monster. Leader O was shocked as he didn't expect the elder to come like this. Who are you? Elder. I am Leader O, who is under the blood cult. Leader? Just a leader dares to stand in front of my place and raise his hand? Leader O tried to explain it. Elder. It isn't like that. What isn't like that? Leader O's head was hit by the ghastly monster's large hand. Kuak. I thought it was a light hit, but the man screamed and collapsed. Well, the real monster was here. He knocked down a first-rate warrior with just a swat. Kuak. Leader O's face was rubbed against the stone floor, and I looked down at him as he groaned in pain. I told you it will be tough. I definitely warned you. Do not touch the mad dog. Chapter 18. Bet 2. Fuak. Leader O, who was suffering, coughed blood and trembled as he collapsed. Well, he was the one who ignored the warning, so this was bound to happen. As of today, it felt like the eccentricities of the old man were unmistakable. At the same time it made me think, this is what true strength is. It was difficult to even estimate the level of martial arts skills Shun had to take down a first-rate warrior like this. Then, what about the South Heavenly Swordsman who defeated this monster? It made me realize just how difficult the Mirim actually was. I needed to have strength. If you want to become as amazing as that old man, bleeding to death will not get you those results. I know you don't have to put it like that. Ugh damn. Just then, the trainee Doyan woke up. He seemed to have come to his senses since I didn't hit him with an 8 kai. But as he just woke up, he couldn't understand the situation. I was talking to you bastard, Pack. Shun lifted him up by the nape. He was startled by the enormous savage-like man who lifted him up, and it felt like a child being lifted. Who? Me? Shun. Ike. Elder. When he realized the situation, he felt shocked. Who are you? Did you follow him? The trainee looked at the prone figure of Leader O. He wanted to answer, but he couldn't say it out loud. With little Leader O. And there was just one answer. Stuttering. Sage. Well, you and I are an upper-rank trainee. Heck. Ugh. The old man threw him away in annoyance. No matter how soft his throw was, the guy rolled on the ground and stumbled. Tatata. I heard the sound and looked at the twins coming back up. However, seeing them skillfully descend, it felt like they had learned what Shun was teaching them well. They are getting things too easily. Right. Some got it by winning a bet, and some got it from luck like them. Then Shun asked me, why did these ones come up today? And I spoke the truth. They brought new talent to help you. Is it that one? He arrogantly evaluated the trainee. That was bad luck for him. He only received training below, so he was bound to suffer here. Yes. Short Sword smiled, knowing that even if that guy was better, there was no way I would be replaced. Shun approached me and asked, but why are these ones attacking you? It felt like he'd seen the situation since the upper-rank trainee fought with me. Well, annoying things kept happening when Leader O was involved. How do I explain this? At that time Song Jae said, that's because Leader O seems to be involved in a fight with Woonhwi. It feels like there are bad feelings between them. Song Jae looked at me and winked. Was he actually saying, thank me for talking on your behalf? Thank you. Who told you to answer? At Shun's shout, Song Jae went silent. Man, this old man is really crazy. Kulkul, a replacement guy? Once I get my hands on someone, I need to finish the task with them. Anyway, I was curious to see how this old man would react to this. It was expected that no one could go against him. I didn't want him to know things from another source. So I told the truth. I killed 2 people under Leader O. What? Shun's eyes lit up. Even Song Jae, who didn't know this, became shocked. Unlike them, who were caught running away, I had killed 2 people before being captured. Killed his subordinate? At that time, they were wearing masks, so I had no idea. He recklessly tried to catch me, and it was self-defense. In any case, it was self-defense. Of course I knew they were from the blood cult, but it was still a defense. I couldn't have let myself be kidnapped. In the end, you were kidnapped. I came back on my own 2 feet. Right, you did. In any case, I killed 2. I looked at Shun's eyes. No matter how crazy he was, I thought he would take the side of Leader O as he was a high-ranking member of the cult. However, this was unexpected. Gwahaha. I see that we have such stupid people. Getting hit by a kid with no internal kai? Even death would be better than they deserve. Shun seemed happy. It'll only make things weird if I tried to understand a madman. The man laughed and said, it is only natural for people without power to die. I am not that. In a way, it is the same, but he speaks coldly. Short Sword clicked their tongue. But from my point of view, I could understand it. This is the essence of the blood cult. The blood cult was indeed a cult, and not a sect. The reason why the Mirim alliance had come after it was because of this. But the unorthodox faction was colder in this regard. In that sense, Shun could be called a genuine unorthodox faction member. Yuke! Shun slapped me on the back. I wanted to know how you deal with it, but you man have some guts. Kulkul! It was shocking. The first compliment this man had given me. I had a strange feeling when this old man said such things. But it ended there. So bothersome. Go down. Shun had a stiff expression and spoke to both Leader O and the trainee. I didn't bring them here, nor do we get along. How did he expect me to take them down? Just push them down the cliff. Then they will go down. A genius. But the reality was that it could not be done. I glanced at Song Jae, who looked at me to help me. Song Jae averted his face and looked down as he bit his lip. Annoying. I was going through hardships and he wasn't even responding. Seeing how they enjoyed my misfortune, they also seemed to be learning the cult's way of life. Soh Woonhwi glared at me as I said, "You learned to climb the cliff with footwork." Hearing the praise coming down from my lips, I saw his expression change. Who is better than you? Right, I acknowledge it, so I will listen. What? I carried Doyan on my back, and Soh Woonhwi's face went stiff. Just in case things happen, I wrapped the man around me before hearing Shun's voice. It will be quite annoying if you get bitten by that dog. And he is at an advantage, if he is tied and bites you. You won't get such an opportunity ever again, okay? When I looked back, he was smiling. Opportunity. Just the thought felt heavy for both Soh Woonhwi, who had leader O on him, and me. Aren't you coming down? Rat. Obviously, he learned footwork from Shun, so he was fast. I too learned a couple things from the South Heavenly Swordsman, but I was not confident enough to climb a cliff like he was doing. As I had to hide my skills, I went down slowly. Ha, you are slow. As soon as I arrived at the bottom, Soh Woonhwi laughed while looking at me. Right, laugh now, because I will learn footwork in the future. I think we should put them down. Tack. I loosened the strap that wraps around my body and lowered Doyan, and when I looked at Soh Woonhwi, he was holding on to the right leg of leader O, who he put on the floor. It looked like he was going to break his leg. What are you doing? Soh Woonhwi smiled. This is to help you. What? Did you forget what the crazy old man said? That there will be no other opportunity. You said it too. He wanted to show his anger off. You must too. Former was not the purpose. The latter is. It had accumulated too much within me. He will not recover until his leg heals. It was meant to be bait. And I shook my head. Yeah, we have the blood parasite, so if we want to survive, we need to act like them. If you don't have a poisoned heart, you are finished. He too has changed a lot. As Short Sword said, Soh Woonhwi had gone through a hard time, but his attitude had also changed. If you cannot do it, I will. Head attack. Soh Woonhwi touched Leader O's blood vessels. He's learned a lot. It seems that the reason for touching it was to prevent breaking it too severely. I said to him, "Yeah. If you are too weak to do it, I will." No, I think you misunderstood something. What? You think that crazy old man wanted us to break his leg? His expression went stiff at my words as realization dawned on him. No, to kill him? Right. It wasn't enough to cripple one leg. I was a spy in my previous life after all. A person with such an obsession didn't change with a bit of punishment. Perhaps if the legs were crippled, he would just be angrier and try to kill me. Kill? He didn't know this, so he was confused. It felt like killing was too tough for Soh Woonhwi. It was less troublesome, and I told him myself. You want to help me? Kill him. What? I kill him? Are you feeling weak? Soh Woonhwi frowned and couldn't answer. I think this was enough. He had never had blood on his hands. But I was different. To be honest, I had a lot of blood on my hands as I did everything dirty to survive. Move. If you cannot do it, I will do it. I returned the word straight to him. Shun had planted the idea, and it was probably the right choice to kill him. Then I heard. What did you say? Shit. He didn't seal the blood points correctly, so Leader O was waking up. Damn it. Soh Woonhwi hurriedly tried to break the leg, but the opponent was a first-rate warrior. Leader O kicked Soh Woonhwi in the ribs. Puck. Goak. It must have been very painful to be hit, but Soh Woonhwi endured it and twisted the leg in the opposite direction. Clench. Ouch. You bastard. Leader O became angry and hit him in the chest again. Soh Woonhwi's body bounced back, almost 10 feet this time. Tadak. I ran behind and tried to stab Leader O in the head with my short sword. And Leader O rolled to the left. The lazy donkey roll. Surviving was more important than the pride of a first-rate warrior. That. Threw the dagger in his right hand, and I caught it with my left. Right. That is it. This was the trick I learned from Short Sword. A dagger technique that used both hands freely, and although I only learned it recently, it was successful in practice. Holding the dagger with my left hand, I tried to stab him again. Whack. You. Hack. He grabbed the dagger with both hands. Man, he was skilled. Although this was not a favorable situation, he responded well. Tech. To kill him, I did the best I could as he spoke in a sneering voice. Do you think a bastard with no internal K like you can stab me? He wasn't wrong. His Kai was so much greater that I couldn't handle it. He was even trying to turn the short sword's blade towards me. Sage, you are nothing. There was no way my strength could be hidden. I began to use the Xingming cultivation, and as I did, the blade stopped turning towards me. Leader O was shocked when I could stop him. Who are you? He was surprised, but I was having a hard time too. It was difficult to withstand his strength. And with his life at stake, he held on to the short sword. It felt like my stomach was doing rounds at this moment. It was then. Soh Woonhwi, who ran in like a bull, smashed the head of Leader O with a kick loaded with internal Kai. Crash. Goak. As his head was being crushed, he lost the strength in his hands. Goak. The short sword pierced Leader O's chest. The guy opened his mouth in shock. Kick also damaged him enough to the point where blood dripped down his face. The top of Leader O's head looked quite wounded. Quack. Song Woonhwi held on to his hurt side. Fuck. I was exhausted too, so I tried to get back up. Now we have to deal with the corpse. I looked at Song Woonhwi and said, "It has to be your first kill, huh?" It had to be his first murder because I could see it from his kick. "Don't act up, bastard. You owe me your life." I smiled bitterly and nodded. As he said, if the fight lasted a little longer, it would not have ended well for me. A first-rate warrior. A position that was not given to just anyone. As I was trying to catch my breath, Song Woonhwi said, "What about our fight later?" It's like he didn't understand it till now. Or, it could be that he didn't think of saying it out loud. It is unfortunate, but I will win. That is how I can become a disciple of that crazy old man. Shun made a suggestion to me. He would abandon me if I failed and teach me if I did well. And seeing Song Woonhwi, they too seem to be getting something out of this. "Are you sure? It is natural. You think you can even grab my hair if you and I are together?" Confidence. Did he not see things after he got beaten? He didn't understand my skills at all. Right, and I told him, "Should we make a bet?" "Bet?" He frowned, and I smiled as I looked at him and said, "The one who loses is the servant to the one who wins." "What about it?" "The notorious black and white twin swords will become my subordinates." And I was already craving it. Chapter 19. Showdown 1. Late at night, at the cave where Shun lived, he asked Song Woonhwi, who had come back late after taking Leader O down the mountain, "Why are you alone?" "I came up first since I know footwork technique, and he was left behind." "He'll be back." Shun nodded at those words. This was expected. Although he did pass down the know-hows, there was no way Soh Woonhwi, who never learned internal Kai, could even catch up to Song Woonhwi. Irregular breathing because of an internal wound. "Kokol, you ghostly old bastard." He tried not to show it as much as possible, but when Shun still figured it out. Song Woonhwi clicked his tongue. "Take off your shirt. Resist and get beaten is the hidden message." So he took the shirt off. The marks on his torso had only gotten bigger over time. A blue bruise formed on his stomach, and a large one of the same color on the ribs. Shun looked him straight in the eye and asked, "Who killed?" He asked as if he was sure death was involved. Damn it. I guess that jerk was right. Song Woonhwi was cursing the man for not making his initial intentions clear. Still, his own move was what decided the life of Leader O. Even if the dagger hadn't pierced through his chest, the man would have collapsed and died from his kick. "I did. Right. Okay. You have the final blow." Hearing these words, it felt like Shun knew that the two worked together to kill Leader O, and he clicked his tongue. From the level of internal wounds, he is a first-rate warrior. If he could deal with you alone at your level, do you think you would have come out with just this level of injuries? Stupid. Sage. But despite saying all this, Shun didn't look angry. He was pushing their limits by training them. But he was satisfied with their progress in just 3 months. He must be a mess too. Shun was known to be eccentric. After a while, Soh Woonhwi appeared, and his expression became stiff. Song Woonhwi felt like he was being made to sit on thorns. "I mainly dealt with a man. He was just using his short sword on the guy with a broken leg, so he is fine." He made excuses to explain why Woonhwi looked fine. But what should have happened was happening. In the future, train more. Damn it. Song Woonhwi glared at Woonhwi, and Woonhwi turned his face away to avoid the gaze. Seeing that, Song Woonhwi's glare only intensified. "I need to win." He swore on this promise. Finally, the day when Shun would make them fight was announced. It was in exactly 3 months. It was probably around this time that the twins decided that they had to defeat me. As much as the monster old man taught me, I couldn't be careless, so I was training myself to death. Meanwhile, Commander Gusang Woon came around to inquire about the whereabouts of Leader O. He went down quickly after a roar from Shun. I wondered if he would find Leader O, but after that shout, I doubted the man would come back up to search again. Even if a leader-level person died in the hands of Shun, no one would talk. That was good news for me. Now I could focus on my training without worrying about anything. Sack. Sack. The sound of a sword being swung echoed through the cave. For more than 1 month, the same thing was repeated. "When will you teach me a technique?" South Heavenly Iron Sword answered my question. "There is no technique until your body masters these movements." Until now, I hadn't learned a single technique. For over a month, all I did was repeat the same basic movement. My former master said that the technique would only look like a sword dance if the basic moves didn't come out naturally. This was true, but I became even more curious about the technique. Although Shun showed me a few demonstrations illustrating the transition, I still couldn't quite learn it. And I wanted to learn the technique the Iron Sword told me about. It isn't too late to check all of the 8 basic forms. Quack. But this sword was one hell of a pervert that liked being touched. Looking at him, I could guess how the South Heavenly Swordsman must have been. Perhaps he was a stubborn and inflexible master. He trained himself to death and managed to leave his name in the world. It made me wonder, who defeated such a man and left him with such a bitter end? I don't know. Don't know? Not even the name? The former master had a reputation for being the best. He was challenged every day, and he dealt with all of them? It isn't like that. At least, he would accept the ones worthy enough to fight with. He was like that too with his last challenger? Noah? My master was nervous after receiving the challenge. This was shocking. The challenge to the South Heavenly Swordsman that left the man nervous must have come from someone that is second to none. The nameless challenge only contained a place and time of the challenge and a flower with its stem cut in half. A flower stem? My former master, who saw it, went to the promised place despite not knowing the person. How? I've heard of such things. The better the swordsmanship was, the more powerful the stabs and cuts were from the sword. My master lost in just 40 seconds. What? That was an unbelievable time. It was incredible that one known to be one of the best in the world had gone and lost in just 40 seconds. By any chance, did someone of the 8 great warriors or 4 great evils come? That felt the most likely. Maybe they had come to take down a man who would threaten their position in the future. In any case, there was a higher chance that it was one of the 4 great evils. He was too young for my master. Young? I don't know the standards for humans, but when I saw him, he looked to be someone in his 20s. 20s? The South Heavenly Swordsman became famous in his late 30s. How could a man in his 20s defeat such a man? Then, wasn't Iron Sword saying that even the ghastly monster he Shun would be no match to him? The land is vast. There are many warriors. No one can guarantee that they know all the strong ones. Despite talking about someone who drove his master to their death, the Iron Sword kept his calm. Was it because he lost in a fair match? So you don't know till the end? You think he can speak about it? Maybe a hint about him being a famous man now. Since I know the future 10 years from now, I might be able to know the man's identity. Staying silent, the Iron Sword recalled. There was nothing unique. He looked normal, like someone you would see on the road. However, there was one unique thing. What? The color of his eyes was different. I saw it when he was fighting my master. One of the eyes was gold. I don't know. I've never heard about anyone with a golden eye. 2 of the 8 great warriors changed in the future, but neither has a golden eye. So who? Woonhwi. Huh? There is an important lesson here. Lesson? Even my former master, who didn't neglect his training, was killed by an unknown man. Do you have time to chat now? Right, I was at fault. For some reason, after he began talking with Short Sword, the Iron Sword was talking a lot more. But unlike Short Sword, he didn't joke around. Trees on the mountain peak were showing their bare branches. The red and yellow mountain turned white as the snow began to fall. This was peak winter. 6 months had gone by. Chak, echota. Light sounds resounded throughout the cave. The trajectory of the sword was split in all directions. The technique being shown now is the tiger-tooth sword. It was a technique that subdued the opponent using fierce momentum. I could use the technique because I am using the Iron Sword. When using the last form, South Heavenly Iron Sword said, connect this technique with the past form. This technique was known as the Hidden Clam Sword. It created an explosive force and countered the opponent's attack while at the same time reversing the opponent's strength. Minus third one. As he kept speaking, I continued to flow into the following technique. Unlike the previous ones, the sword changed to soft movements, like a willow branch. Like a loach-shaped sword, it was soft like a fish and dazzled the opponent with unexpected soft movements. After finishing the 3 techniques, I exhaled. Now it seems good. I shrugged at the Short Sword's words, but Iron Sword evaluated it calmly. Still a long way off. In the middle, your force shakes a little, and your current level is just half of my former master's. My proud shoulders drooped down. Maybe because he was acting like my mentor, his words had more impact on me. Still, the growth is impressive in just 3 months. You've done well. And I smiled at those compliments. When it came to martial arts, he was amazing, so I trusted him a lot. Me? You too. Don't answer in such an emotionless way. Trash, Soh Woonhwi. This bastard cursed people by attaching trash in front of their name. How abusive can swords be? What did you say? Short Sword yelled. Enough. Can I really win with these 3 techniques? Normally a total of 7 are learned. As with most swordsmanship, the more we knew, the better it was. Techniques were used to connect and execute in sequence. I think that I would be at a disadvantage since I haven't finished learning all of them. Don't worry. I was just saying that you weren't at the level of the previous master. But seeing the sword technique, you are close to perfection. It is better to focus on 3 and perfect them than learn all in a hurry. I was nervous but decided to trust him, so I tried to learn just the 3. Take care, Woonhwi. Take care. Right. The preparation was done. Now I was at the peak. The sun was in the middle of the sky as noon approached. Time for confrontation had come. Chapter 20. Showdown 2. Phew. The air was cold to breathe. Clench. When I reached the top of the mountain peak and stepped on the snow-covered ground, it reached up to my ankles. A battle on snowy peaks under the sky. It sounded glamorous in words, but I can't feel it. There was Hiak, Shun with his giant arms crossed together. Standing beside him were the twins. The atmosphere felt heavy. Like me, they were committed too. Doesn't this seem a bit familiar? As Short Sword said, in just 3 months, Song Woonhwi and Soh Woonhwi had grown considerably. As a result, they couldn't even be arrogant, unlike before. Compared to Hiak, Shun, they were still small, but they were bigger than me. The twins were now easy to tell apart. He looks fine today. The person Short Sword referred to was the younger twin, Soh Woonhwi. The way his smooth head reflected the sunlight was dazzling. It's shocking how his hair loss led to such a dazzling bald head. But thanks to that, he gave off a stronger impression. Clench. I stepped into the snow and walked to them. Kolkol, are you ready to lose? As soon as he saw me, he asked me this. But I wasn't going to fall for this shallow provocation. Shouldn't we fight to know? I harbored no thoughts of falling for their cheap words. Then Song Woonhwi said, why don't you just surrender now and call me master? You seem confident. Of course, because you and I are different. Being confident meant being sure of victory. Right? At that time, Shun hit Song Woonhwi on the back of his head. Tack. Huh. Who gave you the right to talk about surrender? This fight will have to go till the end. Song Woonhwi frowns. Well, we didn't know the real purpose of this confrontation, so this was to be expected. For Shun, this confrontation was like a way to avenge the humiliation of his past. He wanted his next generation disciple to defeat the might of his enemy. He is trying to win mentally. Look at his witty conclusion. Well, in the end, it was true. Whatever the past was, he wanted to surpass his opponent, the South Heavenly Swordsman, who outmatched him. No, stay quiet, Short Sword. If the fighting spirit dies, he cannot fight. Sage. At South Heavenly Iron Sword's words, Short Sword grumbled. But she knew the importance of the confrontation, so she stopped. Who will I fight again? I knew that I had to compete with one of the twins first. But fortunately, I didn't have to take on both of them at the same time. Song Woonhwi stepped up. It is me. I thought so. Song Woonhwi, the younger twin, didn't fit the concept of the fight as he was still a bit immature. Of course, a typical opponent would be intimidated by his current appearance. Elder, will you keep your promise? Kolkol, that happens only when you win. I never thought that I would lose. As he continued to show a confident expression, I slowly became nervous. Because he isn't the kind of person to brag. I had to be careful. Song Woonhwi and I looked at each other, as the other two moved back. Then Shun shouted. Start. Song Woonhwi took a stance. As he approached me with extended arms, I could see the iron wrist guards on him. It seems like they weren't there just for protection. He then looked at me and said, you use a sword so I cannot come bare-handed, right? You are right. I am holding a rusty iron sword. Yours looks pretty good. Rusty sword, quiet. You're hindering him. Iron Sword tried to speak back until the Short Sword made him go silent. I then smiled at Song Woonhwi. This is nothing. Elder said he used them when he was young. Young? So these weren't normal things. Where was the fairness if you were going to provide things? The only thing that the old man taught me was throwing books at me and telling me to learn from them. Well, what did I expect from a man who stole the technique of others? Tuck. Regardless, I pulled out the South Heavenly Iron Sword and took my stance. The opponent was ready too. I heard that his martial art was called the Black Iron Fist and was known to enhance the fist's power and develop strength in the body. Of course, this was what Shun considered fairness. If that is the case, I can also consider it. Actually, I could just dismantle the technique. Song Woonhwi and I looked at each other. No change in the stance. Both of us were ready to act. It was then. I come first. That. The snow moved as Song Woonhwi ran like a wild horse. Horse at which he was coming wasn't normal. If he rushed in like that, I needed to ensure the distance. Swash! I skillfully thrust my sword towards his forehead. At that moment, Song Woonhwi crossed his hands and blocked the sword with his iron wrist guard. Tang! Huh! As the tip of the sword trembled, my body got pushed back. Tadak! Surprised by my attack, the guy didn't give me another chance and began to attack. Huh! I swung my sword to defend myself and not stab him this time, and each time I blocked, I got pushed away. It makes his fist like iron. That was not an ordinary wrist guard, and his strength was different from what I saw 3 months ago. If he had become this strong, I could be suspicious of him. Did you take any pills? What? Song Woonhwi denied it, though his eyes trembled a little. Kind of guy who could not lie. Ta-ta-ta. He attacked more fiercely than before. Woonhwi, keep your distance. At this level, he is close to being a first-rate warrior in terms of internal Kai. Iron Sword, who was feeling this, told me. First-rate? How good was the pill for him to be considered a first-rate warrior? It had to have given him around 20 years' worth of internal Kai. Sage, I need to move. That. I followed Iron Sword's advice and widened the distance. The more space I made, the more I tried not to fall behind and track his movements. Spoak. His footwork was superior to mine, making it difficult to catch up. Each time I tried to follow him, I almost fell down. It looked like Shun had properly taught the twins. At that moment, his fist was coming to pierce me in the chest, making me lean back. I then made some space to widen the distance again. Surprisingly, Song Woonhwi didn't predict this. This wasn't something I learned but rather an improvisation in crisis. You are flexible. I was slightly surprised when he praised me, and now the fist came right for the face. Chang! I blocked it again with iron sword, but my body was being pushed back. I won't miss this. Song Woonhwi tried to close the distance again. I am annoyed. Iron sword mumbled. This is the basic tactic one uses when going against a sword with fists. Of course, there is more of an effect he has since he knows most of your sword technique. That made me realize just how much Shun had studied the stolen technique. It would be no exaggeration to say that these fist techniques were born from the bitter memories of the old man. So he must have read the book and polished his technique over the years. Kill. It seems like pushing me was fun. At least his smiling lips told me that. How long will you dodge and defend? Why don't you try some techniques? He was provoking me. Maybe he knew how to counter my movement. If not, he wouldn't say this. Okay? My hands were ready to unfold the sword technique, and he smiled. Wait. He came in like a bullet, and it felt like dozens of fists were coming toward me. Chokok Chang! I quickly blocked the guy's fist with the side of my iron sword. My form then began to get pushed back again. Be ready to call me master. He was shouting in joy already. Wake up from the dream. What? When my body was pushed back, I bent backward and jumped ahead. Ugh! It was the hidden clam sword. A counterattack technique for explosive attacks. When the swordsman, who was supposed to be almost dead, rushed for him, Song Woonhwi took a defensive stance. Chach, Tang. Kuak. What is this? He was visibly shocked. Well, that was expected. This was different from what the technique Shun must have taught him. And this wasn't the Xingming sword technique either. Hick. The opponent blocked my offensive and tried to use a technique. He rotated like a top and tried to push me back with his stronger hand. But I expected this. If you come at me with force. I utilized the third technique I learned, left myself to the flow, moved like a loach, and swung my sword. Kuak. Song Woonhwi was startled by my curving attack as my iron sword approached him gently rather than speedily to pierce through his chest unerringly. In his panic, he made space between us. Damn it. Attack. I tried to widen the distance again instead of chasing him. Are you going to keep running away? But despite my provocation, he didn't stop. His eyes were looking elsewhere. It was the direction where Shun was standing. Oh my, Shun didn't look normal. His expression clearly showed that he was shocked at how I managed to cover the shortcomings in the technique he showed me. How would he look if I turned the tables then? Chapter 21. Showdown 3. Shun had a puzzled expression. He too didn't seem to expect that I could do this. Well, I too had a hidden card to use. Look at that face. Seems like he's scared. It was as the short sword said. He seemed surprised, and then his face went stiff. It was almost like trying to catch the opponent by the throat. Did it work out the way you thought it would? Well, if it doesn't work, I'll get in trouble. What happened 3 months ago flashed through my mind. Early morning 3 months prior. Tack. In front of my eyes, Shun showed off the swordsmanship technique in one of the books. They were one of the 7 written down by the South Heavenly Swordsman. Considering Chun's martial arts focused on the fist, I never imagined that he could use the sword that amazingly. This means that he analyzed the book thoroughly. Short sword was right. Without a lot of analysis, there was no way he could have shown it to me so skillfully. He is undoubtedly great. To defeat his opponent, he even stole their martial arts and learned them. He is quite good at it. This is a sword technique. You can understand it even with your eyes closed. Kulkul, it will be good for you to see this technique clearly. I will show this to you for exactly 3 days. 3 days? I will show it to you the entire time. Crazy old man. He showed off the sword technique for 3 whole days. But it was still helpful to see it, especially the parts in the book. But he expected me to see them for just 3 days, and then learn it? Did he think I was some genius talent? No, that couldn't be it. I was just a means for this old man to get his revenge, and he wouldn't care more than he needed to. Be patient. It is better than being stuck without any example. Short sword was right. Instead, it was better to take it with the twins. Then I will remember what you showed me. Shun went back to the cave of the South Heavenly Swordsman and left after finishing the instruction. As soon as he left, Iron Sword mumbled. It is so uncomfortable. So irritating. I wish someone could clean me. Man, this sword liked being touched, but he hates Shun touching him. Short sword smiled. It has been a long time since I have been able to directly see a sword technique being done, so I can understand it. What? The sword technique before completion shows so many loopholes. If he hadn't stolen the book, my former master might not have thought of changing it. On the contrary, that theft was a wake-up call for the South Heavenly Swordsman. Trust me, this is luck. My former master did not just complete the technique, but also further evolved the sword technique by changing a couple things. Hearing that, I began to think that he was reliable. Shun would be shocked once he saw that. He couldn't have dreamt that the man he wanted to defeat so much was also developing a much stronger technique. But I suddenly thought, if I use a more advanced technique, will that crazy old man be shocked? Right, rather, he will be suspicious. No, he would think I was suspicious. I just learned one technique, but I didn't stop there and managed to evolve it. It was possible for the ones called geniuses. But if a criminal like me showed it, it would raise doubts. It would be impossible to believe, unless the dead South Heavenly Swordsman returned to life to help me. But you lose if you don't use the completed technique. You memorized it so well that you can use it with your eyes closed. Don't you know what weaknesses it has? Short Sword pointed toward it. I thought it might just be a joke, but no. And now I was in a dire situation. If I win with a modified technique, I would be questioned, and if I lose, I get the blood parasite put inside me again. Right. Then Woonhwi, how about this? If the extent to which the former master evolved the technique is questioned, how about showing a level high enough to cover the weak points? Cover the weak points? Right. Obviously, as you said, further evolving the technique is possible if you have talent like my former master, and it is unreasonable for you, who is just learning to hold a sword. This was right, and the South Heavenly Swordsman was really strong. If the opponent is Shun, then dealing without the completed form is different, but your opponent isn't him, right? It was one of the twins. Right. Even if Shun learned of the gaps in the technique, the twins' level played a role in the fight. Besides, if they panicked, I could counter them. And the plan worked. Soh Woonhwi can deal with what he was taught, the imperfect technique with weak points. Now Shun should know it. It is going to be hard to question. Your judgment was right in leaving some gaps when showing the technique. As Iron Sword said, I didn't use the entirety of the completed swordsmanship. For example, if the sword technique was perfect, the forms would all come out cleanly. They wouldn't be deceived by just that. Can I avoid the suspicion? There was nothing suspicious about your move. Then I am glad. South Heavenly Iron Sword, you were right. This was why the Iron Sword asked me to focus on the 3 techniques alone. If I didn't perfectly learn those 3, then I cannot deceive them. I was mastering it to deceive. You will soon find out there is more to this. I have already won. When Soh Woonhwi kept running away, the match favored my victory. It was up to that crazy old man to decide, but he won't just accept it. Because I had broken down his predictions and defeated his disciple. But Shun, who had a scary face, raised his hand as he shouted. The fight is done. Stop. It isn't done yet. Soh Woonhwi had a dissatisfied expression as he stopped running. Shun's eyebrows rose at his student's words. What is he up to? Soh Woonhwi ripped off his shirt and stopped running with an odd expression on his face. Was he up to something? I could see the change begin to show as he clenched his muscles. His skin was darkening and began to take on a pale copper tint. What is it? Woonhwi. That is the true blood gold body of the ghastly monster. Widen your distance. As soon as Iron Sword warned me, Soh Woonhwi began to run for me. Originally, he was already fast with his footwork technique, but now he was even faster. The match isn't over yet. He was closing in fast, but it was difficult to widen the distance. It is hard to avoid. I was trying to use any technique I could to escape from him. I had to win here. I wondered if my opponent thought the same thing as he unleashed this power. Apapak. As my opponent's wrist collided with my sword, the snow at our feet flew off in all directions. Confrontation was intense. Again, I needed to aim at the gaps in the technique, but it was of no use. I used an attack that was aimed at the center of his chest. He had to avoid it. Otherwise, he would die. But the opponent wasn't dodging my sword. He isn't dodging? It looked like he might die, so I withdrew my sword. Withdrawing it caused a rush of Kai to be left behind. Besides, I also risked getting counterattacked. The match. This idiot was serious enough to risk his life. Then, I had no choice but to respond. One step before my sword touched him, the guy turned around. Kuak. The sword's tip didn't pierce the chest but the shoulder area instead. However, it didn't go too deep. At that moment, Soh Woonhwi grabbed Iron Sword's blade. It was shocking. This was like giving away flesh to crush the bones of the opponent. It is my victory. He swung his fist towards my face while continuing to hold my sword. I raised my left hand to block the fist. Crack. Kuak. I blocked his fist with my bare hands, and it felt like I was hit by an iron ball. My palm was definitely broken. It hurt so much, but if I pulled back I would lose. Both of us were holding the weapon in the hand. It was a confrontation of internal Kai. Damn it. My body was being pushed aside, because the Kai this man had was close to a first-rate warrior. Woonhwi. This shouldn't happen. As expected, it was then. Drip. Blood flowed from the eyes and nose of Soh Woonhwi. Why was this guy bleeding from using internal Kai? It was then. Kuak. Our entangled bodies fell as we separated. It was dangerous since we were fighting with Kai, but at the same time, we managed to avoid internal wounds. The one who separated us was the old man. You crazy old man. He could have just pushed us. Why bother lifting us by the neck? The match wasn't done, so why are you doing this? Chun looked at Soh Woonhwi and shouted. Who told you to use it? Elder. I said that the true blood gold body isn't for your level. You foolish bastard. Hack. Chun threw him to the other side, and he fell on his butt as he breathed roughly. The copper color skin was turning back to normal. Chun's face turned stiff, as if wanting to say something more. And then he looked at me. Why didn't you carry out the sword technique according to the book I gave you? Again this question. I was afraid of being hit, but I spoke while looking straight into his eyes. I am not stupid. What? I know well enough how practice is done with books. Chun frowned. So you must also know about the loopholes in the technique. So you changed the technique? Yes. Chun asked. Did someone teach that to you? He doubted that I could do that myself. You asked me to not speak about this to anyone, so how can I tell anyone? And who is allowed to enter this place without your permission? Chun looked at me fiercely. He seemed to be trying to find out if I was lying or not. The first thing I learned as a spy was to never be shaken by others, and to hold a calm face. Chun, who was staring at me, said, well, there is a limit for you. And there are still loopholes in there. Of course there were. I had left behind those weak points on purpose. It wasn't something I did myself, but it was advice from Iron Sword. Of course, if it is by the Elder, then it will be perfect execution. Put away those sleazy words. But you must know. What? Elder taught me this sword technique and made me act like a proxy. But what was that? Then, would the original person, who left the sword technique, and the Elder not notice and think of the loopholes? I don't know, but wouldn't you have had the chance to develop it? Hearing this, his expression changed. His eyes trembled in confusion. Chun lets go of the hand holding my collar, and I land on the ground. Grunt. The sound of teeth grinding together. The old man's expression changed through myriad emotions, and after a moment, I stepped back as he screamed. South Heavenly Yi. Bang! With his roar, the ground around us trembled, and the snow flew up. It was a tremendous power. The snow got scattered around and disappeared. There were also cracks in the ground. What a monster. He was strong enough to make people bite their tongues. Chun expressed his anger as he yelled out loud. The feeling of despair on his face was clearly seen. However, his expression returned to normal. Chun looked at me and said, This is invalid. You didn't win. What is this outcome? Realizing that he could never defeat the South Heavenly Swordsman, he took his anger out on me. You could have known if you saw it. If you had waited till the end, I would have won. One could tell by looking at Soh Woonhwi, who was being supported by his twin. He didn't seem to be in good condition. If he tried to endure this more, his life would be in danger. Knowing that the old man had intervened. I don't know. Was he going to do this? Then even I can act like an invalid judge. You are really drawing this out. What? Honestly? Do you think this was a fair match? I learned every technique the old man told me, and you told your disciple about the weakness in my techniques, gave him a pill to eat, and made him strong, and even gave rare wrist guards to protect his hands. Chun didn't say anything. I kept pouring out the words which were penned up within me. If the man disagreed and tried to kill me, I would face my end here. What am I supposed to do in this situation? Do you mean that you won't admit I won because you designed it so I would lose? A plan to kill me? Am I one of the Elder's punching bags? His face was turning red. It felt like his head was about to explode. It didn't matter. I was prepared to die too. If it was fair, do you think he could have been my opponent? At least even if you didn't give the pill, the match would have. It was then. Go ha! Chun's face was red, but then he burst into laughter. For a moment, I thought he had become so angry that he began to lose his mind. But he smiled and then looked at Soh Woonhwi. Did I give you a pill? And the man who looked like he was dying on the ground said, Was it those little pills we were eating every evening? Huahaha. And that is a pill? Stupid idiot. If I had so many pills, why would I give them to you? Yes, not just Soh Woonhwi, even I couldn't understand it. The old man laughed to the point of tears and said, Why do you think I have passed down my martial arts to people like you when I haven't done this to my own descendants? It is because those idiots have the natural body to learn it. What? Those idiots have faster blood circulation within their body compared to others. The thing is, it helps build up internal K quickly from the start. At that, Soh Woonhwi became puzzled. Then what about until the true blood gold body is perfected, the fast, flowing blood is poison. Therefore, before they can master it, they have to learn to control it. Otherwise, they will live short lives. I didn't think something like this would happen. I thought they were being given a pill, but I didn't realize they had special bodies. Chun clicked his tongue. And weapon. Are you talking about this despite having that sword in your hand? It is rusted. It is just rusted. That iron sword is better than any other sword, as it is made with cold iron. He is right. Iron Sword said in a calm voice. For some reason, I felt angry when I heard Soh Woonhwi was given something. And you couldn't win over the wrist guard despite that? Even if the two issues were ignored, it didn't change that I have been at a disadvantage. However, unexpected words came out. Well, it is true that you were at a disadvantage. Kokol. For a moment I doubted my ears. This man admitted it. Like you cheeky bastard said. This match is made for a win for my side in the first place. You are just a punching bag to test things out. He was saying it. Am I wrong in speaking out? Nevertheless, he boldly went against me, and almost won. It wasn't just winning. I won it. Shun smiled. The contract is cancelled. Man, he was an idiot till the end. My 6 months of hard work felt exhausting. In the end, I was a disposable piece. I will collect that disposable piece as a disciple of mine. What did this crazy man just say? Chapter 22. Showdown 4. Disciple? I was speechless for a moment at the words I heard. This was unexpected. All I wanted was for this old man to keep his promise. I didn't know that he would suddenly say such things. It has to be a trap. I cannot believe this old man. I agree with you too. Woonhwi, Short Sword and Iron Sword had seen the old man all this time. All three of us agreed on this. To be honest, it felt like he was up to something. Why aren't you answering me? Do you want to die as a disposable piece? Shouldn't you be bowing down if I said I will take you in as a disciple? Shun made a frowning expression. Could I believe him? This is too sudden. I was not the only one thinking this way. Even Soh Woonhwi was clearly thinking the same, considering his puzzled expression. It was a face that said, why are you talking about him so suddenly? Shun continued to look at me and smiled. It is a waste to dispose of a healthy horse like this. That is an exaggeration. Was he complimenting me? There was a part of me that wanted to believe this. There are things called excellent qualities. If you teach them one thing, they understand more independently. I am not that good. Throw that humility away. I only showed it to you 4 times, and you were able to learn the other things on your own. You taught me just 4 times while knowing no one could salvage it. If I couldn't hear the voices of the swords, I would be dead by now. Well, if that is the only case, I wouldn't take you in as a disciple. But you have the eyes that can see the truth of a sword technique. That kind of talent I know. Anyway, I have decided to take you in as a disciple. Now this, I expected. Finding loopholes in techniques was a highly appreciated skill. Though this wasn't something I discovered myself, but something the South Heavenly Swordsman's sword told me. And if I could analyze the old man, I could grow up to the South Heavenly Swordsman's level. The result is beyond our intention. Short Word said it. I was being considered as if I had great talent. And this hurt my conscience. That is also your talent, Woonhwi. Who in the world can listen to us? To swords? His words made me feel better. Maybe it was a talent to compensate for this unhappy life of mine. Of course, it seemed like everything was still impossible to see even now. But it is Woonhwi. Didn't that old man come out as crazy? But he still has a high position in the blood cult, right? He was one of the 4 venerable dignitaries, the absolute power in the blood cult. Then, if you become his disciple, we can reach the goal faster even if it calls for handling this man a little. I didn't think of that. You can use the old man. But the problem was elsewhere. Even if it was my talent to figure out the loopholes in the sword techniques, there was a downside to covering it up. And without that talent, I'm not sure if this man would really want me as his disciple, and there was a chance of me being disposed of after being used once or twice. Then let's think about it. Let's do that. But Elder, your martial arts, the true blood gold body. Yes. Didn't you say that only people with special bodies, who have high blood circulation like those twins, are the only ones who can learn it? Right. Unlike the twins, I was an average person. He did say he would take me, but it was unreasonable for me to learn the same thing. Kolkuk, I will not teach you that. You need to be grateful to me. What is that, Soh? The sword technique you learned is that of the South Heavenly Swordsman, who was once called the ruler of Yunnan. It was surprising. I didn't think he would speak of this due to his pride. Did he get some kind of enlightenment from my back talk? I just pretended to be shocked. Is that true? That skeleton was the South Heavenly Swordsman? Right. The remains of the missing man. I didn't know. Kolkul, how can someone who just began to learn martial arts know that? I sighed, and tried to look like I was deeply moved by being allowed to learn this technique. Wow, I have been thinking for a while, but man, you excel in acting. Short Sword clicks her tongue. I lived 8 years with this acting. If I could not act this well, I couldn't have survived as a spy. Shun, who watched my reaction, smiled. I was the rival of the South Heavenly Swordsman. Liar! Iron Sword shouted. Don't get riled up. When you shout like that, it is my head that hurts. You must have seen him. He suffered a mysterious death. Unfortunately, he had no family, so I was the first person to find his remains. I did hear that from Iron Sword. It was said that he had no close people around him, so no one searched for him. Such a cunning man this opponent was. The only one who found him was Hiak Shun, who had been anxious to defeat him, which is why I know that man much better than anyone. You mean it means I can teach you the perfect sword technique? Kokol. Sorry, but I was already learning a better technique. There was nothing I could learn from you. And don't you want to revive your broken dantian? It was the second time this had been used. I learned I could use the innate internal Kai thanks to the perfect cultivation, but Hiak Shun didn't know this. From his point of view, I must be consuming my Kai without replenishing it. But I still couldn't understand why he wanted me as a disciple. But asking that would be wrong. He must be being honest. It seemed like he really wanted to take me as his disciple. I no longer needed the dantian, but I felt happy knowing that the old man genuinely wanted me. Still, he was such a crazy man that I must be suspicious of him. But if he was being serious back, I fell to my knees in a hurry and bowed. Disciple Soh Woonhwi, bow to my mentor. I never did get a chance to be anyone's disciple, especially a higher member of the cult. From my point of view, as someone who had no ties to the blood cult, I could have a greater advantage if I had this man on my side. Respect the position. Woonhwi, Iron Sword said. I understood his feelings. Becoming the disciple of his former master's rival wasn't a good thing. Hold on for a while, cause one day, this will turn. I had no intention of taking him as my mentor. He was just a stepping stone. I know. I will do my best too, so that you can get strong quickly. He agreed. I was still bowing when I heard the laughter. Kuku. Hiak Shun was laughing loudly, and the laughter was a bit too loud, considering he just got one new disciple under him. I glanced at him. He was laughing while looking at the sky. Hua-ha-ha. You are amazing. Someone not much different from my rival. Ha-ha. You are now my disciple. It is a victory for me. Ha. This was his real intention. He was such an annoying man. This is a true mental victory. I take back what I said. I am not going to help you if you go under him. Crazy old man. He was changing good things for me. I was sweating, trying to appease him. After a while, he stopped and said, Get up. I lifted my head up and got up. Kokol, as long as you become my disciple, you must be prepared to become strong enough to not bring shame onto me. I will keep that in mind. Teacher. It was already terrifying. I had been watching him for 6 months, so how could I not know him? And then came a weak voice. Elder. It was Song Woonhwi, the older of the twins. As the aftereffects had subsided, the boy was looking better than before. He seemed sad as he saw how I had been taken in as a disciple. I frowned while looking at him. No. The boy looked puzzled and Hiak Shun said, Why are you looking at me like that? And, no, it isn't, huh? I am not a fan of this, but I will accept both of you as disciples. Song Woonhwi's eyes widened, and even his younger twins seemed shocked. I didn't win the match, but you have a lot of courage. Hiak Shun looked at Song Woonhwi, and although he criticized him for being over-excited, he seemed to appreciate the desire to win to the point of self-sacrifice. Will you continue to stand still? When I smiled and nodded, Song Woonhwi bowed. What are you doing? Follow me. Yes. Song Woonhwi followed him to his knees and shouted. Long live the blood cult! Song Woonhwi bows to his teacher. Long live the blood cult! Song Woonhwi, no. You should say your name. Not. He was suffering for his brother. Disciple Song Woonhwi bows to his teacher. Although there were mistakes, the twins pledged their loyalty to their new teacher. Kokol. Hiak Shun looked at them with a satisfied expression. Regardless of the match's outcome, I knew this old man would take the twins as his disciple. It was natural for him to bring in the two who meet the special conditions of a body that was required to learn his martial arts. Get up. Yes. Song Woonhwi was full of smiles. And to him I said, Congratulations, Sehi Junior disciple. And the smiling face distorted. Well, I indeed became a disciple before him. We should be following the hierarchy, right? Chapter 23. Great Doctor of 10,000 Deaths 1. The day I became the disciple of the ghastly monster, I had a drink after a long time. Hiak Shun was excited after getting a disciple for the first time, so we all went down to the bottom of the mountain and brought the alcohol. He threatened that he wouldn't let us sleep until we emptied it all. But Hiak Shun was weaker than I thought. He didn't even drink a couple glasses, and he already looked like he was down and out, and he would recount the past days of his youth, shed tears, and talk about meeting women he longed for. Usually, skilled people could control poison in their bodies. But this old man said that alcohol was meant for one to get drunk on, and that he wouldn't use his internal Kai to remove the effect. This felt like having drinks with a squad leader. Occasionally, funny things would come up. That was a trap. Hua, you smiled? Song Woonhwi, who burst into laughter, was punched on the spot. Maybe that made him come to his senses. The bruise on his eyes and the nervous way he drank the alcohol proved it. Everyone was a long way from being normal in front of this man. I was so hungover the following day that I couldn't do anything. I realized I couldn't do anything, so I decided to sharpen the blade of iron sword to soothe its mood. The rusted parts would have to be worked on by a blacksmith, but it wasn't too difficult to sharpen the blade. Right there at first, he acted all moody, but now he seemed to be liking it. I wanted to tell him to shut up, but for the sake of the cause, I decided to let him enjoy it. So good clench. Quack. Sorry. My hand clenched on its own. However, the blade wasn't damaged at all. What are you doing right from the morning? I turned my head at the sound of a voice next to me. It was Soh Woonhwi, whose face was still swollen from emptying the drinks last night. One eye was also still black. Why are you speaking without honorifics? Especially to your Sahyun? At my words, he shouted. Yeah. What Sahyun? The only difference is the number of times we bowed. Yesterday Shun was in front of us, so he couldn't speak and went along with it. But he seemed miserable about me being his Sahyun. So who became the disciple first? Be it half a day or half a minute, if one came first, they were Sahyun. Yeah. Are you going to act rudely? You owe me your life. Oh. Right. Thanks to me your life got saved, so let's just be disciples. He didn't want to call me his Sahyun. That is true. Right? Then let's be friends. You tell the teacher too. I smiled at him and said, okay. Then call me master. What? I won the match, remember? No. It was a draw. If the teacher hadn't intervened in the middle, you would have crossed into the other world by crossing over the Sanzu River. Do you realize that? That the Sanzu River was a river that was often thought to lead to the underworld. After hearing my words, Soh Woonhwi tried to catch me by my throat. His internal wounds were healed, so it could have been my words burning inside him. Still, in terms of internal Kai, I am ahead of you. Continue to say that. But did you lose? Or did you not lose? Clench. As this exchange continued, I noted that he seemed exhausted. Still, seeing that he didn't insist on winning, it felt like he had a clear view of how the fight went. Soh Woonhwi, who had been staring at me for a long time, trembled and said, Sahyun. What? Sahyun. I cannot hear you. Maybe my ears aren't working well. What was that? Oh, Sahyun. And he screamed, unable to hold back his anger, and lay down. I smiled at that. He wasn't even cute to look at, and 10 years from now, they would become known as the notorious white and black Swift twins. Shit, I was ahead in internal Kai. He kept complaining. Maybe it was because he knew I was listening. Woonhwi, you wouldn't be able to say something like that if you weren't taught all of that either. If Soh Woonhwi heard this, he'd probably be shocked. I was fighting with half my instincts, and if Shun intervened a little later, I too would have done my best to take him down. What would be the result if I used the completed Xingming sword? Well, I have no skills, and I had returned to when I was 15 and weak. I have more innate Kai than internal Kai. Wouldn't I have used up all my innate Kai? It would have been you using up all your skills. As Iron Sword said, I would have ended up using the perfect Xingming sword technique. Until I hit the 3rd level in innate Kai, I needed to take time and polish my cultivation. However, from the start, I was in the 4th level, which was entirely different. It was said that it takes longer to develop because of the realization of the Kai, or it could also be short, depending on the opponent's perspective. How long will it take me to grow? The level that the South Heavenly Swordsman climbed to. He reigned around in Yunnan. Although it wasn't known officially since he didn't enter a sect, he was someone who could have had the best cultivation. It is up to you, Woonhwi. I will have to work twice harder, at least in order to not bring shame to him. That's a good resolve. With that resolve, touch the blade once again. Kokol. And then, I heard that familiar voice from the entrance of the cave. I see that you are awake. Shun was back and seemed to be in a better mood than usual. You are lucky. Let's go. What do you mean? I couldn't understand him, but the man approached me, put me on his side, and walked out. How long did I have to smell this stinky man? He carried me like some bag, and went down the mountain instead of heading to the top. Normal people would be terrified, but now I was too used to this, so I asked in a normal voice. Teacher, where are we going? To get your dantian fixed. Did he just say to fix my dantian? Is he saying that it was possible? In front of me was a black tiled roof with red pillars. This was the entrance of the main building of the Six Blood Valley, the place where Gu Sang-won, the commander and his subordinates, stayed. Despite being here for a long time, this was the most recent time I was coming here. The last time I came here was when I was brought into the cult. 2 low-ranking warriors greeted us. Long live the blood cult! They were surprised to see Shun, but then they looked at me with puzzled eyes. Well, a guy dressed as a trainee is coming with one of the most influential people of the cult, so anyone would be shocked. Follow me. Yes. I entered the hall alongside the man. Upon entering, I saw a 2-story inner building with a large yard. There was an old-fashioned carriage in the yard with 6 women around it with their faces covered in cotton cloths. In addition to the women, there were 20 or so middle-rank warriors. Judging by the atmosphere, they didn't seem to be of the blood cult. People of the blood cult were often terrified when they saw Shun, but these people didn't even recognize him. Tatata! At that moment, someone rushed from the front of the building. She was Hyo-Kasian, a female leader. She came to the front with an expression and eyes full of shock. Elder, Didn't I tell you that now isn't a good time? Casey seemed to have run out to stop us from entering, and the man said, not a good time. That, at his question, she hesitated but failed to find a correct answer. The opponent was Chun. No one in the position of a leader could disobey the man. Are you going to block my way? No, Elder. It isn't that. Well, what else can someone with the name of Ghastly Monster do? Ignoring her embarrassment, he shouted out loud. Is the great doctor of the 10,000 deaths here? What was that? Now I knew why he had called me. Today is the day. Is this the day you spoke of? The arrival of that noble man? Short Sword must have remembered my words. Right. I came here a little over 6 months back in my past life, so the timing was right. This had to be the way to save my dantian. Now I was at the place that I had only heard rumors about. Elder, if this happens, then the door to the 2-story building opened. 2 people came out of it. One was Soh Woonhwi, and the other was a woman I had never seen before. At first glance, she looked like a grim reaper. Pale face, purple lips and sharp eyes. No one would approach her with only her face visible and garbed all in black. Doesn't she look a little old? As Short Sword said, she looked to be in her mid to late 40s. Yet, she looked beautiful contrary to the eerie feeling she was giving out. The woman with cold eyes walked toward Chun. It has been so long, Elder. Chun smiled. Kulkul, you were a noble. Even though years have passed, you still look so pretty. Bloody Hand Witch. Bloody Hand Witch? When I found out who she was, I was shocked. Hanbika, the Bloody Hand Witch. She was one of the 7 blood stars in the cult, and 6th in the overall rankings. The high-ranking members of the blood cult, who were a rarity to even see, were now in front of me. Knowing her identity, I was ready to bow. But as I was about to bend my knees, someone grabbed me by the collar. And I can't bow. What are you doing? The person holding me by the collar is Chun, and he had a dissatisfied expression as he shook his head. How can you bow down to someone when I am right next to you? For a moment I almost made a mistake. The Bloody Hand Witch, Hanbika said. If he is a trainee of the cult, he should be bowing to us. Don't criticize him too much. Hearing her words, Chun laughed. Criticize? Are you saying that a guy, who is my disciple, is to leave my side and bow to everyone with a higher position? As soon as he said that, everyone went silent and looked at me. Even Hanbika looked a bit taken aback as she spoke. You took in a disciple? This was an unexpected announcement. Now the world knows that I was the first disciple of the ghastly monster, Chun. Oh my, look at you being shocked. Short Sword chimed in. Chapter 24. Great Doctor of 10,000 Deaths 2. Silence flowed in the front yard of the 6 Blood Valley's main hall. Various expressions were mixed in the crowd as everyone looked at me with shocked eyes. It was natural for attention to come. Chun, the ghastly monster, who was someone who never took a disciple, now declared that he had a disciple. Even Soh Woonhwi was very suspicious of what he heard. It was hard to believe that the man took a disciple who had a broken dantian. It was nothing. I bowed my head and wrapped my right fist with the palm of my left hand in an upright position. Long live the blood cult! I am Soh Woonhwi. Despite being a lowly trainee, the elder saw my qualities and took me in as his disciple. I greeted them with politeness and dignity. Although he didn't really express it, I could tell that Chun smiled. Seems to be real. That man took in a disciple? Thanks to re-emphasizing the statement of me being his disciple, I could hear whispers from all over. And it was the Bloody Hand Witch, Hanbika, who broke the silence. Congratulations, Elder, you took in a disciple. I am happy. She too bowed and gave her congratulations. Then, all the people related to the cult, including the women in veils who were brought by the Bloody Hand Witch, and those affiliated with the cult, bowed. Congratulations. Elder, congratulations. Now it cannot be taken back. Since everyone now knew about me being the disciple, the rumors would inevitably start to spread. I never got such attention in my previous life, but I hated it. Is this why the background of a person is important? The world is like this. You have to get solid backing to be successful. Short Sword spoke like an old man who had lived for many years. But she was right. This is because I received a lot of attention, which I didn't get in my previous life. The attention I received lasted for just a short time. I have to gain power. Right. It felt more intense. This wasn't a mistake, right? The gaze of the Bloody Hand Witch, who was still politely bowing, was aimed straight at my eyes. Flinch. Obviously, it was because she was one of the 11 influential people who led the blood cult. Still, she had a unique atmosphere around her that was different from others. I could feel a strong sense of oppression from her gaze. Lower your eyes. Isn't she saying that? I don't know. I didn't mean to look, but strangely, it felt like I was being sucked into her eyes. Just as I was about to become dizzy, the innate internal Kai in my chest suddenly rushed to my mind, and I returned to feeling normal. And the Bloody Hand Witch, who was still looking at me, had a different look. What was that just now? At that time Chun covered my body with his, and I heard in my head, "Do not look into that woman's eyes. You who is still inexperienced will be deceived." I guess that's why I felt dizzy, but I was fine now. I didn't know why the innate Kai moved on its own, but it relieved me from the dizziness. Hiak, Shun, who didn't know this, spoke. "Don't do useless things here, bloody hand witch." "Would I do that? How can you possibly think I would do that in front of you?" She bowed her head and denied it. Man, what a scary woman she was. She was testing me right before her eyes and spoke without hesitation. It wasn't just due to luck that she took the position as the 7th blood star. She was probably someone who excelled in martial arts and boldness. Ha, ha. It would be better if you didn't touch my things. You do know that a blood star doesn't stand a chance in front of me, right? Of course, Hiak. Shun was also a bold person. The epitome of a freak. Even so, I liked that he took care of me, his disciple. Or maybe it was just because of his ego. Would I ever act out? She answered without losing her composure, and Hiak. Shun just snorted at her words. Huh. Still, because he was one of the members of the blood cult, and the opponent was a blood star, he couldn't just act out. Enough, I need to look at the man now. Elder Commander Gu sang. Woong tried to say something with a shocked expression, but Han Beaker raised her hand and answered on his behalf. It is difficult now. It looks like his duties are done, so what is the problem? Don't you know the disposition of the Great Doctor? What about it? Ah, I could hear the words before they even got into the conversation. What is this man planning to do by provoking the man he wants to ask for help from? If not, would he use force to make him work? This was too burdensome. Not now. But the woman also came out strong. I thought she would step back due to this crazy man, but she didn't. Did she have the confidence to not get pushed back? Oh, right. Hiak. Shun's expression changed. Seeing the thick muscles in his arms wriggle, I began to get nervous. Please come in. A soft, low-pitched voice echoed from inside the main hall. Even Gu sang. Wu looked puzzled at it. The door was slightly open to the point where I could almost see through the gap. It is fine. A small voice. Gu sang. Woong, the commander of the 6th Blood Valley, looked at Han Bika. She let out a shallow sigh and stepped aside. Go in. Bukuk, we will be done quickly. Hiak. Shun clenched his fist. The atmosphere which had been suffocating returned to normal. Kolko, let's go in. Ah, this was embarrassing. Regardless of strength or anything else, Hiak. Shun was a man without shame in doing such things. Anyway, I am glad that things were working out. DRRR. The large door opened, and a room revealed itself. And I was actually looking forward to this. It was the moment when I could receive help from one of the best, someone who could save anyone except for the dead. A half-white middle-aged man was sitting in front of an antique table. He was quite the handsome man. When he was young, I was sure he made his fair share of women cry over him. Even now he was handsome enough to do that. Somehow, this face was different from what I had in mind. And the small short sword growled. White hair, white skin, isn't that white dye? Isn't that normal? Maybe it's because he had a name. I thought everything about him was normal despite being unable to look away. However, he wasn't the only one in the room. Who is that? Person could be seen behind a veil made of thinly cut bamboo, and looking at the slender body, it looked like it was a woman. And in front of the bamboo veil were 4 women who appeared to be escorts, all with their faces covered in white veils. Why are they so fat? And their double chins. Well, as the short sword said, the women weren't of normal size. They were large enough to have a double chin. In a way, they looked like an alternate version of Hiak Chun. Don't judge people by their looks. Is that so? Let's see if you can say that when you get married to someone like that. I couldn't deny it. Why are you coming? Hiak Chun voiced his irritation to Gu Sang, Woong and Han Bika, who came along. To this, she responded with an expressionless face. It was a bit upsetting. My elder has come all this way, so we must accompany him. Huh. Hearing her words, Hiak Chun sat in front of the handsome man. The only odd thing was this man's reckless behavior. Great Doctor. Long time no see. You have a majestic skeleton, Elder. The Great Doctor of 10,000 Death's voice sounded so cool as it resonated around the room. It was a voice that any woman would fall for, and maybe middle-aged women too. Would you like some tea? The man pointed to the teapot on the table. Because they are people with the highest renowned names, they were being polite to each other. No need. You are the one doing a lot of work, so you drink tea. Such a quality conversation. Short Sword clicked her tongue. Right, it has been a long time since this old man had even acted like a normal person. It was like watching 2 people with entirely different tendencies meet. Hiak Chun chuckled and smiled. I will say it without dragging it out. Heal my disciple. Heal? At those words, the man looked at me who was standing behind Hiak Chun. I bowed to the elderly. I am Soh Woonhwi, the elder's disciple. I hurriedly bowed my head and greeted the man as he glanced at me from top to bottom. And then he said, the disciple doesn't seem to be ill. This was expected. The problem with my dantian was inside, so I obviously looked fine on the outside. Hiak Chun pointed to where my dantian was. The problem is here. Dantian. The man noticed it right away. Hiak Chun nodded his head. If you heal my disciple, I will give you my plaque proof of identification. It will be useful. Tak, Hiak. Shun took something out of his pants and placed it on the table. Each plaque was nothing more than a badge to show their status. And for the people of Murim, giving their plaque meant they would help the person they gave the plaque to if they were in crisis or needed help. Ah, this old man cares for you. I agreed with that. I didn't think he would go this far. I thought he would have many questions before getting the treatment done, but seeing this, he seemed to care a lot for his disciple. He must be worried. This man was the ghastly monster. Maybe he thought he should give the proper response to secure help, especially if he didn't know if a broken dantian could be cured. But the great doctor refused. I will decline. He pushed the plaque back to Hiak Shun. What? Hiak Shun's face became contorted. His feelings were understandable. I didn't know what he could even think of this situation. Great doctor of 10,000 deaths. At that moment, the man took something out from under the table and placed it on top. TRR. The moment they saw it, everyone was shocked. Even Hiak Shun. Wow, how many are there? On the table were many plaques which were tied with a thread. At first glance, there seemed to be around 50 or so, and the names etched on them were the most shocking. Wuding sect leader, aren't they all great people? Great, they are excellent people. One couldn't speak less of them. Ha, this was great too, but one name caught my eye. Jial Shem, a name with just 2 letters. Is there anyone who doesn't know that name? I knew that this man healed numerous Murim warriors regardless of their sex and nature, but I didn't think this person would be helped by him. Who is it? Or Great Evils Jial Shem, the ferocious murderer. A member of the Great Evils, and someone everyone in Central Plains was afraid of. He was called the worst monster who killed many young and old people. Even children stopped crying at his name. His connections are, this was what he was aiming for. 8 great warriors and 4 great evils were said to have reached the peak realm in Murim. But in actuality, it was different, and Hiak Shun trembled at the sight of the plaques. It would be ugly to push in now. Step back before this turned any worse for us. Chapter 25. Great Doctor of 10,000 Deaths, 3. A whole pack of plaques was placed on the table, and I could tell for sure as soon as I saw it, regardless of the relationship, if I had to pick a person who is the most difficult to touch, it would be this person. His connections were terrifying to that degree. Huh, you have a lot of them. Hiak Shun was surprised to see so many of them, but then he calmed himself and spoke like it was nothing. Man, he was so shameless. As expected of you, Elder. The great doctor of 10,000 deaths smiled brightly and placed the plaques below the table again. Now that their appearance had made an impact, he had the upper hand. Short Sword said, "This is bad." The table still had the Hiak Shun's plaque left untouched. The moment he placed it there, he placed his name on the line. He couldn't just take it back, right? Well, you have innate Kai, so there is no need to restore the dantian anymore, right? True. However, Hiak Shun believed that I couldn't handle the internal Kai. I couldn't reveal that there was no irreversible consumption of innate Kai due to my proper cultivation. So I had to stay silent while Hiak Shun was negotiating to restore my broken dantian. Should you tell him? Short Sword asked. I knew the treatment wouldn't come if it wasn't asked for, but I didn't need it now. Yet, I couldn't speak about that either. You are a physician. Can't you help save one person? Hiak Shun spoke with a softer voice. Going strong didn't work, so he changed his way of speaking. Although still eccentric in his actions, the old man did have a brain to use. He was the kind of person who would do anything to get things done. If there is a problem with the dantian, it isn't a disease that causes death, so how can you call it something like saving a person? The man on the other side, too, had a clever way of speaking. He is definitely someone who was educated with good eloquence. How would Hiak Shun convince him? Tuck. Just as I became curious, Hiak Shun placed his hand on my head. His palm was so big that it was covering my head, and I asked him, puzzled, "What are you?" I did say that it is a matter of life. I will kill him on the spot if you don't heal my disciple. In an instant my hopes shattered. I didn't know he would come out like this. The great doctor of 10,000 deaths frowned. I like this kid's talent, but if I cannot use them to its best, he is of no value to me as a disciple. So I will kill him right now. Clench. Goak. As Hiak Shun clenched my head, I groaned. Think I'm lying? If you don't treat him, I will crush his head right here, was what he was trying to say. This crazy old man. I made a mistake thinking he was good. We were wrong. This man is a bad person who doesn't know any kind of spring. Will you heal him, or do I have to kill him? Hiak Shun pushed on and attempted to blackmail the doctor. As the second passed, the doctor's face hardened. When I saw that, I clicked my tongue at Hiak Shun's ridiculous actions. Is this the only thing that he could think of? This was dangerous from my point of view, but it was still a remarkable move. The task of making the man heal me. If I wasn't saved here, he was trying to frame it as if the doctor failed to do his role as a physician. Even if it was absurd, Hiak Shun made use of his brain. Will the elder really go through with this? Have I ever said something I didn't mean? Phew. but both Tan and I misunderstood something. This man wasn't just an ordinary person. It is unfortunate. I heard he is the first disciple you took in. What? If you want to kill him, take him out and do it. I am taking care of patients here. He came out strong too. Kill the kid if you want to. He isn't buying this. What do we do now? Damn it. I will die like this. Grunt. Shun grunted his teeth and looked at the doctor. The momentum seemed like he would try to kill everyone here. Sage. The strength of Shun's grip on my head disappeared as he released me. Phew. Maybe I was unconsciously nervous about him potentially killing me, so I was glad. At the same time, Gusang, Woong intervened. Elder, the great doctor, is busy right now, so why don't you come back later? Is that so? Then, if it weren't for the child behind that bamboo veil, he wouldn't be busy, right? Shun was looking behind the man. When things didn't work out the way he wanted, he was ready to take his anger out on anything. Elder, Tet. When Shun jumped out to capture the woman behind the bamboo veil, Han Bika hurriedly blocked him. The two faced off against each other. This is the second time you are blocking a path of mine. Shun raised his eyebrows. Please step back. She was on the verge of fighting a failing battle. Who was it behind the bamboo veil that this woman was desperately protecting her? Even if she was someone higher rank than a blood star, Shun wasn't ready to back down now. Bloody hand witch. When you come out like this, I wonder who is behind that veil. The air became electrified with the energy of the two. It became suffocating to stay here. A tense and dangerous situation, but then I could see the neck of Han Bika tremble. Voice transmission? Even though voice transmission cannot be heard, I also heard that such things can be noticed from the body. She was speaking with Shun. He was ready to fight the woman until a moment ago, but he suddenly changed his expression and said, You go out and wait. And it wasn't just me. Bloody Hand, which also instructed her people guarding the bamboo veil to get out. Thanks to this, they and I were asked to leave. Why are they doing this? They are telling you to go out when you were the main reason to come here. Well, I couldn't figure it out either. One thing I could guess is that the person behind the bamboo veil made them act like this, someone who even Shun couldn't take too lightly. Any noble that even the crazy old man of the blood cult would be wary of? If there is one, then, my stomach hurts. What is it? Were you hurt? It isn't that. Something hurting you from inside? No, I just had too much to drink yesterday. The three of us drank a lot. Humans are so high maintenance. Man, look at her. If someone drank all night, anyone would be hurt in the morning. But how could a short sword know? I went down that cliff to work every day for 6 months, and I probably could not do it in my current state. How about the bathroom? After I asked for the location of the bathroom in the main building, I ran there. It was to the back of the main building, and the door didn't open. It was as if someone was inside. What is this? Thud. Is someone in there? I could hear nothing. For real. I didn't want to do it, but I decided to use my innate Kai and pulled on the door. But at that very moment, the door swung open. I thought no one was there, but there was someone actually inside. It is that fat woman. The person in the bathroom was a woman in a cotton dress, one of the guards of the bamboo veil. I then looked at her hand. She was hiding her presence and grabbed the door, and when I tried to look, I saw that she was eating dry jerky. Why, as you live, you see the weirdest things. Trust me, you aren't the only one who is shocked. Eating a piece of jerky inside a stinky bathroom. Is your hunger that huge? But I had to do something more. Are you busy? No. That the woman answered back, shocked. Even if she was this fat, she was bound to be embarrassed if she was caught eating in the bathroom. Then go somewhere and eat. I need to use the bathroom. Wait a minute. I am sorry, but I have an urgent need, so please come out. At my solemn words, she came out of the room like she had been kicked out, and soon left, closing the door. I felt the anger draining from my body. Thank God. It would have been difficult if there was any other change within my body. After I finished, I opened the door and went out. The fat woman was waiting in front of the bathroom a little distance away. No. Why was she waiting? I must have made a lot of noise from the bathroom. This was embarrassing. Either way, the woman ran to me as if waiting for my exit. Are you the disciple of that old man? Right. And I am confused. Phew. She comfortably pulled something out of her arm, glanced around, and gave it to me. I saw that it was a silver coin. What are you doing? Forget what you saw before. How do I forget that? It is so deeply engraved in my memory that I can never forget it. At my shocked words, she apologized. I am supposed to lose weight now, so I shouldn't eat anything. And the jerky before? It was. I had to endure it, but I thought that if I didn't eat anything, I would collapse, so I ate little, just a little. You ate half, and if I didn't open the door, you would have eaten all of it. I noted her skin, visible under her veil, turned red at this. She sighed and took out another silver coin. I get it fine. You are really good at bargaining. Man, this girl was unique. This was something I would listen to if she talked to me normally, so I didn't know why she was giving me silver coins. It is good to have then. Just take it. Short Sword was speaking sense. Getting 2 silver to keep my mouth shut is a good deal. But before I could receive the coin, someone else showed up. I asked you to wait patiently at the front. What are you doing here? It was Hiak Chun. It looked like he was looking for me, and surprised by his appearance, the woman put the silver coins back in her sleeve, bowed, and then ran. Hiak Chun, who saw this, mumbled, "What was with that fatty?" Hiak Chun, together with me, had left the main hall and put me down again after we arrived in the forest. And then he said, "It was bothersome." "What is it?" "Teacher, we need to find some grass or plant or something." "Right. It has been so long, so I couldn't remember the name either, but there was a medicinal herb that the great doctor of 10,000 deaths was using. Undersea grass. I remembered that this was the only place it could be found in." Did he get persuaded? Seeing that Hiak Chun, who was in a rage until a moment ago, mentioned the herb, it felt like he had to get it. Hiak Chun spoke with an annoyed tone. "We need to find it first. Only then can we restore that dantian of yours." "First? That damned man said that anyone who finds that herb first will be able to receive treatment from him at any time." Hiak Chun shook his head. "Finding herbs wasn't such an easy thing, and it didn't matter the level of your martial arts when it came to finding things. But I could. We need to find it right away." I knew where this plant was located. As Hiak Chun was not aware of this, he began to work. "Damn it, it just has to be that miss." Miss?" Hiak Chun looked at me with a questioning look and stroked his beard. "Huh. Only you get to know. If you say anything, even my disciple will get killed. If that is a high-level secret, don't bother telling me. Are you really acting like I am your disciple?" Either way, the man continued to speak. "Remember that woman behind the bamboo veil?" Yes. It was a blurry image, but it was a woman. Then came the unexpected words. "She is the granddaughter of the deceased cult leader." Oh God. The blood of the blood demon is alive. This was information I didn't know in my previous life. Chapter 26. Undersea Plant 1. Blood Demon. A giant figure who created the blood cult by gathering all kinds of evil people and people from unorthodox sects in Miriam. As a result, the cult behind the scenes began to attack the Miriam alliance, and even others who were strong had to join hands to resist. In a fierce battle during the war, the blood demon, leader of the cult, was decapitated. At that time, the Miriam alliance and other sects searched for his blood relatives, but it was never revealed if they found them all. And that is all I knew. The blood cult leader's granddaughter is alive? Hiak Chun smiled and nodded. Today was a day with a lot of extraordinary happenings. The blood demon's blood is alive. You are lucky. You saw such a precious person up close. Regardless of luck, I was surprised. Who would have imagined that she would still be alive after so many sects searched and went after the bloodline of the blood demon? Somehow, I knew this old man wouldn't have just backed out of a fight. Don't tell your Sehis. Yes. And look for that herb. It is the only thing that can restore your dantian and well-being too. The bloodline of the blood demon. Her safety is essential to the cult. The reason searchers for the herbs are being mobilized also had to be for her. Woonhwi. Didn't I say? What? People should be good at knowing the timing. Find the herb. Short Sword said, excited. Right. Perhaps this was the golden chance that came for me. Hiak Chun ordered the twins to find the herb too. From what I heard, most of the blood cult members were also searching for it. Gu Seng Woon and the Bloody Hand Witch, who were like the heads of this place, scattered everyone all over, saying that this herb had to be found at all costs. Actually, it was a waste of manpower to search for it together. But what are they doing here? The place I was in was the cave where the South Heavenly Swordsman's corpse was in. Instead of looking for the herb, I sat in front of a bonfire and cultivated my innate Kai. I am cultivating. But what if someone else finds the herb? They cannot find it. Short Sword clicked her tongue at my confident voice. You better go and find it sooner. Wouldn't it be unfair if someone else finds it? Even I cannot find it. Why can't I find it? Right now, the flower buds of the herb are buried, so I cannot find them. What are you even talking about? Wait. It will take 3 more days to find the herbs, even with the help of all the trainees. You're the one who returned back in time. How could I have known that? But then wait, because after all, even that man doesn't know when the buds of the sagebrush will bloom. The sun had to be in the middle of the sky, and then I would have to wait in the cold for a long time before taking it out. So staying in this warm place was nice. As time passed, the red sun was about to set. Are you going to go now? A little more. Small lights could be seen at the bottom of the mountain when the sun completely set. It was light from torches. Lights were moving here and there. After a while, they all gathered and headed to the main hall of the Six Blood Valley. Done. I waited for this time. I went down the mountain with iron sword on me, and when I went down, I could only feel the darkness and no presence. This is so creepy. It feels like everyone has withdrawn. Because it is dark. You were waiting for this. The current weather was too terrible to rely solely on torches to find herbs. The whole area was covered with white snow, so how could they find it in darkness? Now was the right time, especially with everyone out. Tat. It was dark, but I knew where the herb was, so I moved. Although not as good as he Chun, I had learned the footwork technique that Iron Sword taught me. I feel good. Even the cold wind was making my heart flutter. I envied the footwork technique when I watched the other warriors use it in my previous life. The feeling of running so lightly on the ground, under the moonlight, couldn't be explained. Though the feeling didn't last long. Tack! A sound rang in my ear, and it was coming from behind me. Woonhwi. I know. I nodded at the words of Iron Sword. I thought everyone had withdrawn, but it didn't seem like that. Someone was following me. Phew. It seems that I was ready to use my cultivation for the first time outside of training. Warm Kai welled up in my chest, leading to the soles of my feet. The moment it reached my feet, my speed accelerated. I could see the surroundings pass so quickly. I thought it would be difficult to catch me, but the opponent could catch up, and the sound kept ringing in my ear. Tack, tack, tack. Who was following me? To be able to catch up with me right now, they had to be a skilled warrior. Iron Sword, can you see who it is? I asked the sword which was on my back. Amazing. What? A fat woman is using a footwork technique at a similar speed to you. What? At that instant, I thought of the woman I met with the veil on her head during the day. I glanced back with a hopeful thought, and it really was her. Ha! Tack, tack, tack. She was so fat that I wondered how she could even move, but she was able to catch up with me. Then she shouted, "Stop there!" And she was telling me to stop. This was insane. It was an unexpected ambush. If I stopped, I would have to give up looking for the herbs. Hold on. If she's that fat, she cannot run for long. Short Sword was right. No matter how great her skills were, it would be difficult to maintain the speed with her body. If we continued this a little longer, then she would fall behind. Woonhwi, be careful of your back. Surprised by the cry from Iron Sword, I looked back. At that moment I saw something shocking. That fat woman with a veil on her face was gliding on the snow like a hawk. What is she? What skill was this? With the speed she was moving with now, she would catch up right away. She reached out to me. Sich! I had to twist my body to avoid being touched. However, her hand turned red and bent in a strange direction. Heck! I hurriedly stopped her with Iron Sword, but her hand was faster. The red hand touched my left shoulder, and my balanced body rolled to the ground. Heck! Thud! I had to roll around 10 times to stop. She is more skilled than you. Even without it stating the obvious, I could feel it. When I rolled to the ground, I could feel my body ache and could not get up. Then I felt someone come over to me. I told you to stop. Ah, that fat woman. Her face was exposed as the veil ripped through the running, and she was more beautiful than I thought. Round eyes and white skin. If she wasn't fat, she would be called a beauty. Why did you follow me? You scared me. She frowned as I asked her. Did she think I was going to let her say it first? She wrinkled her forehead. You were going somewhere in the middle of the night, so I chased after. What business do you have with me to know where I go? I came out strong. After all, I did nothing wrong to this woman. But man, she was so unexpected. Alright, but I heard that the elder's disciple has trouble with dantian, but you seem to be doing the footwork technique fine? This is why I waited for everyone to withdraw. My luck must have run out, but it wasn't like I had no excuses. Yes, the innate Kai is being used. Innate Kai? You mean you are using innate Kai to do that? She was surprised. When anyone speaks of innate Kai, they think about essentially burning up life. Those who overuse their innate Kai will die. Can't believe it? Check it out. I held out my hand. If she was someone who could handle Kai, then she would know the difference from my condition right away by infusing her Kai. But she couldn't do it. She hesitated to check side and said, "Then you will die." What should I do then? I have no dantian to store Kai. You are stupid. You should not do that if you don't want to live a short life by exhausting the innate Kai. Was she worried? A person who was under the bloody hand witch. Isn't that why I struggle with my teacher to heal the dantian? At my words, she put on a sad expression. She must have pitied me for trying to kill myself by using my innate Kai. If your doubts are cleared up, can I go? It feels like my back is freezing as I am lying on the snow. This wasn't a lie. It was really cold. At my words, she held out her hand, took her hand and stood up. What do we do? Will you give up for today? Short Sword asked me. If I showed her the herbs, my achievements and merits would disappear. If I found it alone and took it out, I would receive trust from the cult, and would have made an enormous contribution to the cult leader's daughter. Right. I thought so, as she said. So, was it young Master Woonhwi? You seem to be older, so please call me by just name. At that, she had an upset expression. Did I do something wrong? My former master said this. No matter how old a woman looks, the smooth way to live is to give regard to a woman. I wanted to dismiss his words, but then the woman said, "You are the elder's disciple, so I cannot do that, and I am not old. No wonder you looked younger than me, but your martial arts were so good that I was being cautious. Don't try to fix it." And she was smart. I already knew it in my past, but women were difficult to handle. I am a disciple of 6th Blood Star, Ha-Yon. She took the initiative and introduced herself, as expected of a disciple of the 6th Blood Star. No wonder I thought it was unusual to have red hands. You were doing the technique of the 6th blood star. The blood jade hand. A defensive skill of the bloody hand which, I remember being told that her martial arts would turn the body red and bloody. I cannot do it today. It would be hard to get rid of the disciple of the bloody hand which, it felt like I had to give up and aim for this tomorrow. Phew. I was going to look for the herbs, but it is getting dark, so it will be difficult. I need to head back. Lie. Young Master Soh, you know where the herbs are, right? I was speechless at her words. I didn't know what made her come to this conclusion, but she was speaking it out, so I casually asked her. If I had known where it was, would I be looking for it in the dark? Maybe. Even for today, you should have returned back by now. I met the elder on my way back heading up. I don't like this, but unfortunately, I didn't see you. Has to be a coincidence. It's because I am not the kind to stand out. At my words, she smiled. Is that possible? Among the herbalists, a few helped us quite a bit. 3, the twins and me. This woman was more intelligent than she looked. It is strange, to show up when everyone is leaving. True, it is a coincidence, but you are misunderstanding. I should just let this pass casually. I didn't want her to catch on to anything else. Is it possible for a young master to look for the herb without even shoveling the snow? When I said nothing, she continued, the last and most decisive thing I realized after chasing after you was that you didn't even look around for it, but kept going ahead. Short Sword sighed. What are you going to do now? This woman was too smart to be deceived with excuses. It didn't seem like my excuses could work anyway. Miss Ha is special. Are you acknowledging it? Phew. I have no excuses if you have seen all of it. Her face brightened at my words. You know where the herbs are, right? Right? I am not sure, but I have a guess. Then let's go together, she said excitedly, to which I responded. Is there any reason I should? I also need the help of Elder Shinui, and this is a great chance for me to be given credit for helping a great person. Do I need to divide my merit with you? I said it honestly. What? You are a person who is trying to ride the carriage when someone else is doing all the hard work. Anyway, I did my share today, so I will head back. Are you going to act like this? Yes, I will. Then I will continue to follow the young master until you find the herbs. Do you need the merit that much? It isn't the merit. She had a subtle expression and said, I am not doing it for the merit. I am doing this to save the person I serve. Can I not be greedy? The person that she is serving meant the granddaughter of the blood cult leader. She must have escorted her all the way here. I thought I could be closer to Ha Yon, but I needed the merit all for myself. I will save her, so don't worry. You are being too much. Her face turned red, and she bit her lip. And she tried to persuade me. Don't do that, young master. I will give you all the merits in front of Elder Shinui. Then is that fine? You will give the merit to me? Yes. Even if the two of us go and find it, it doesn't mean that the merit is divided, right? And you know, if we are lucky, Elder Shinui will give help to the two of us too. Couldn't be sure of that. If the two of us found it, wouldn't that change a lot of things? But I wasn't going to change my stance just because of this. If that happens, then the elder will give me a plaque, and you'll get one too. Then I will give it to you. Her words sounded nice. Not one but 2 plaques which said that Elder Shinui would help me. This wasn't such a bad condition. Fine. Accept it. She will keep coming after you anyway. Let's try taking some time. She might change her stance if I was too difficult to compromise with. Either way, you are already doing that. People can always turn greedy. Anyway, I think it would be alright to work with her if her conditions didn't change. I pretended to be concerned and tapped my chin. I don't know if Miss Ha can be trusted. Sage, why do you have so many doubts? How can I make you trust me? Just accepting it right away was more suspicious, right? She had an anxious look. She wanted to get the merit shared. I am just saying this, but don't even think about running away. Even if I look like this, you realize I am faster than the young master, right? As soon as I heard that, a good idea struck me. Why are you laughing? Miss Ha, how about doing this? Doing what? To have trust in each other. Let's put up something more than the plaque. Isn't it possible that we may not receive the plaque? Add something more? What is that? She narrowed her eyes. It was an anxious look. Teach me how to do that horizontal flying thing you did before. I coveted it the moment I saw it. It was a new technique that made her look like a flying hawk. Miss Ha Yon was excited. Or was I just mistaking the angry steam rising over her head for excitement? Miss Ha Yon and I went together to look for the location of the herbs. In the end, she accepted my offer. Do you know how rude it is to ask other people for their martial arts? I know, which was why I had made the request. If she didn't accept it, she would have to head back. If she did, she would pass on this mysterious technique to me. You aren't an easy guy, Short Sword said. Fine. I will teach you. Instead, there are conditions. Her condition was simple. Don't use any reckless moves using your innate Kai. Use it only when it is dangerous. Use it only to kill the opponent. She seemed like a good person, but a person of an unorthodox sect can never be good. In the end, she agreed to it. The condition she gave out I could also accept. After all, a new technique such as that can be considered a trump card. It is a good deal. Tack. While we were moving, she asked, "Young master, what happened during the day? You didn't tell anyone, right?" It seemed like she was talking about the bathroom incident. I was thinking about telling someone since I got one less coin. "I am sorry," she screamed with her face turning red. "Well, I was given something better, so I will erase it from my mind." "Really?" "I promise." Was that the reason you created this plan and came after me?" "It isn't. This is important for me." Well, she didn't like being found out. After all, no woman would want people to know about having jerky in the bathroom. "Is it still far away?" "It has to be near soon. I heard that it is in between the two mountains, in front of a frozen waterfall." "Wow!" Hyeon exclaimed. As we entered the place between the mountains, a wide field of snow came into view, and through it, we could see purple flowers sticking out. "The undersea plant. We found it. Has the young master been here before?" She spoke with a bright face. Was it so fun to get merit? Or was she glad to be able to save the granddaughter of the deceased cult leader? "Now, take it and go Woonhwi. Move up." At the cry from the south heavenly iron sword, I moved ahead. I couldn't feel anything, so what was he warning me for? "Apak. UK." Before I could avoid it and turn my head, someone touched my blood points. I fell to the front. When I was about to lose consciousness, a hot kai sword through my chest and spread to where the sealed points were. And then, I heard the sound. "Apak." The sound of a hand clash. "Who are you?" And I heard the voice of Hyeon. Fortunately, she seemed to be better than me and could avoid the opponent's surprise attack. "Stop there right now." Tat attack. The sound of people running and their footsteps could be heard. It seems like she was being pursued. Not long after, there were clattering sounds from the sealed points on my back, and my stiff body began to relax. Is this the effect of innate kai? I didn't know that it could solve such issues. Well unknown to all, innate kai had a lot of benefits. This isn't the time to be thinking that. The guys who attacked you took the herbs and ran. As Short Sword said, some of the grass was torn off. It felt like they followed us both. And the fact that Miss Hyeon, who was supposed to be a first-rate warrior, didn't feel them meant that they were of a higher caliber than her. "Hurry up. You need the merit," Short Sword told me. "But do I have to pursue them?" "What?" I went before the rest of the plants blooming above the snow. 5 yellow beads were visible from the purple petals. And when I looked at it, I smiled. Because this isn't a fully grown undersea plant. You had to wait a little more for them to grow, you idiots. Chapter 27. Undersea Plant 2. There were 2 figures in the snow. 2 men, their faces covered by masks, were moving rapidly. She's slowly lagging behind. The masked man on the right nodded at the voice transmission from the man on the left. Behind them, a fat woman was in pursuit, but little by little, the distance between them was widening. I think her stamina is dropping because she is fat. Still, she is good. A servant of the Bloody Hand Witch. She is quick-witted and also skilled in martial arts. The masked man on the left bit his tongue at this. Because of her large frame, they thought she would be easy pickings, but it turned out that she could chase them. Initially, they aimed to stun both the fat girl and the boy. "Just a little more time, Leader Mac." "Yes." The tired look was gone. It felt like they had to go back. The masked man on the right spoke as he looked at the herb. "We are lucky though. We are fortunate to have followed Soh Woonhwi." "Right. But I have doubts on one thing." "About what?" "How is a guy with a ruined dantian using footwork?" "True." They searched the mountain till late sunset. Then they found Soh Woonhwi moving around. They were curious to see a guy who could not perform martial arts with a damaged dantian move around in the forest in the evening. As a result, they overheard the conversation between the two and then stole the herbs. "Whatever you are curious about, there is no way we can know it right now, so let's just go after what we are sure about. In any case, the elder will keep his promise, right?" Surprisingly, they mentioned Elder Hyak Chun. What was this? He said that if we bring the herbs, he will give us anything, so he will keep his word. It is a promise made in his honor. How can he break it? Hyak Chun was seriously searching for the herbs and proposed a deal to a few people in the cult. He said if the herbs were given to him, he would give them anything they wanted. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dreamed of trying to seal the blood points of Hyak Chun's disciple. They were convinced that he wanted the herbs for himself, and that they wouldn't be yelled at for touching his disciple and the fat girl. Elder asked for it, but what could we ask for it? Ha ha, if we do well, we can break away from the 6 Blood Valley and go elsewhere. At that moment, they were in love with this thought. As they moved with the light footwork technique, a faint image appeared. Something blurry was running towards them. Upon discovering this, they stopped, because they realized who was approaching them. Bloody Hand Witch, the 6th Blood Star, Han Bika. They were shocked as they did not expect her to come here. Besides, they also had masks on. Pat, the Bloody Hand Witch approached them with her expressionless face. The two hesitated on what they needed to do. If they took off their masks, their identity would be revealed. "Who are you?" "Sage." Han Bika's hands were turning red. "Shit." They thought they might die if they didn't say anything, so they took off their masks and bowed. Long live the blood cult! I am leader Mak Wehung of the blood sealing group. Long live the blood cult! I am Soh Woonhwi of the 6th Blood Valley. To get over this situation, they had to reveal their identity. It was better than being mistaken as the enemy. And then a scream came. Ha! Teacher! They attacked me and stole the undersea plant. The two's faces hardened. Sixth blood star. This elder, before he could make any excuses, Hanbika's hands moved faster. Hapak! Hoak! Ak! Her hands slammed into their bodies instantly, and the two fell backward. No matter how skilled they were, the gap between them and the blood star was too great. How dare you attack us? Her eyes were as sharp as a sword. Approaching the two that she had dealt with, she then took the plant they had. And then, the fat woman, no, Ha-yon arrived. Gasp! Her face was wet with sweat. Hanbika lowered her head and looked at Ha-yon, who was gasping for breath. Why did you leave without informing me? Cuck, sorry. I am glad you are safe. Tat. After that, 3 women in white veils arrived from the same direction. Unable to keep up with the speed of Hanbika, they arrived late and bowed to her. Hanbika said, now that we obtained the herbs, we can head back to the main hall. At her words, Ha-yon barely caught her breath and said, teacher, please head back first. I have to go back. Hanbika was puzzled. Crack! The ice cracked, and the pieces fell. I was using the Xingming sword technique to break the ice, but it was so thick that I couldn't do it properly. How cold should the weather be for a waterfall to freeze? Is it here? Right. The real undersea plant was behind the frozen waterfall. I didn't know who attacked me, but the real herbs would have been stolen if they had come out a little later. You were lucky. Right. Or maybe they were stupid. They should be patient if they want to perform an ambush. Who were they? I can roughly guess who they were. Judging from the fact that they and Ha-yon fought, they weren't from the side of the Bloody Hand Witch. Then, it had to be from someone higher, ranked in the 6th Blood Valley. Wouldn't it be great to have at least that level of martial arts? They had no fear. They will have to face that crazy man if they attack you. This was the shocking part. It was apparent that they attacked us for the herbs. Even so, there was a high chance that they resorted to such an attempt because of the herbs. I cannot imagine it. And the place was a dark cave. There was a space similar to a cave behind the waterfall. Unlike the moonlit space outside, it was too dark to see inside. Should we light a torch? But it is hard to find branches in a place with ice everywhere. As I was about to move, Short Sword said, What is that? What? Can you see something in the back? I narrowed my eyes and looked into the dark cave. At first glance, I could see nothing, but when I looked closely, I saw something shining softly. And as I approached it, I saw a small bead, like things emanating a green light. There were also purple petals around it. Found it. Is this the real undersea plant? 7 small beads with a soft green glow inside the purple petals. These are the fully grown undersea plants. There were only 2 here, unlike the huge number of plants outside. Would these 2 work? It is cold. It is said that this cold plant only bloomed on winter nights, and it felt like my palms would freeze from just holding it. I thought I had to cover my hand in a sleeve, and then catch the stem. I carefully pulled them from the roots. If this can be used in summer, it would be really cold. As I was pulling out the second plant, Iron Sword said, Woonhwi, a broken sword is at your feet. Broken sword? It is saying something, but the sword's core seems broken. I cannot hear it. Okay. I put the other plant in my hand and reached under my feet. My fingers touched cold metal, and I heard a voice in my head. Alvo, idea, go west, for the feet. What was that? Ruru. N. Was this guy telling me to run? Why would it say that in such a creepy way? And then Short Sword spoke in a whisper. Woonhwi, do not make a sound and stay quiet. When I say run outside. Why are you scaring me? What was it? But for now, I decided to follow the instructions. Run. As soon as it told me to run, I began to look around carefully and ran to the outside of the frozen waterfall. At that moment, I heard something strange come from behind me. Papapple. It was walking, more like scratching on the ground as it moved, maybe crawling. But it was terrifying big and fast. Too fast. Take me, Woonhwi. As Iron Sword's words, I pulled him out of the sheath. After infusing my innate Kai into it, I quickly turned back and swung the sword. Heck. I could feel something brush past the sword. Kick. And then I saw something strange. 4 eerie purple, colored eyes were staring at me. Papapak. The purple eyes in the light seemed to be looking at my head and moved with great speed. Woonhwi, defend with the sword while avoiding it. As instructed by Iron Sword, I held out my sword, avoided it, and kept moving back. Papal. It felt heavy. Each step from it made ice shards bounce up. How the hell was this thing so big that the ice was shattering? I became even more afraid since I couldn't even see it. This is the time. Hidden Clam Sword. I hurriedly unleashed it. The Hidden Clan Sword technique, a counterattack technique that used the opponent's force. Ack. When I used the technique, I heard the sound of scales being hit. It felt hard, too hard, and there was a feeling of the sword getting stuck. Papak. and then, perhaps as it tried to avoid the attack, the 4 eyes which were shining began to move to the side. Do not miss it. I know. I began to look towards the purple eyes, which were disappearing. Then, I used the tiger tooth sword technique. Ta-cha-cha! My sword moved in front of me with a stronger force than the previous technique. I instinctively understood this feeling of cutting into something. Ka-ka-ka-ka! A terrifying scream resounded in the cave. It felt like I was in pain. I frantically swung the sword and moved ahead again as I heard the sound of pounding on the floor. Thud! He's down. Iron Sword informed me that the monster had fallen. Hapak! I tried to swing the sword a couple more times just to be sure, but found no response. Even though it was cold here, I was sweating. I almost died to this invisible monster. What was this? Totally disgusting. My first time seeing it. Only these two seemed fine. It was then. Huck! Guac! Something sharp pierced the back of my foot. I cut it with the iron sword. Guac! I tried to check if the thing I could hit was the mouth, but then the movement stopped. I thought I killed it. I was too careless. Damn it, my toe hurt so much. It felt like it was on fire. Poison? Otherwise, I wouldn't be getting these symptoms. Guac! I could feel the poison kai rush into my body. It reached inside in an instant. The poison was so intense that it felt like my body was on fire. Bah dump! As my heart pounded, the innate kai in my chest moved to fight the poison. But the pain didn't die down. So hot my throat began to burn. I felt thirsty and wanted to drink cool water. I picked up the ice cubes and shoved them into my mouth. Yeah! Get yourself together. Woonhwi. To drive out poison, do cultivation right now. I knew that, but it felt like I would die if I didn't drink something cold. I wanted to cool down, but even ice had its limits. At that moment, I remembered the cold plant in my hands. The herbs I found with a lot of effort. Like a possessed person, I put them in my mouth and chewed on them several times. Gulp! I could feel the coldness running down my throat. It was different from the ice cubes I ate. A white fog came from my mouth as this cold kai ran down my throat. Calm down. Cultivate the kai. Iron Sword urged me, and I sat down to fight against the poison. Huak! The hot poison from my foot and the cold feeling from my throat clashed in the middle of my body. Chapter 28. Undersea Plant 3. Huak! It felt like my body was exploding from inside. The pain was difficult to describe as the cold energy collided with the poison. I tried to suppress it by using my innate kai, but all it did was stimulate the poison. Clench. Eck. My back, which was bent, straightened. Woonhwi, you need to calm down. Don't stop the cultivation. Iron Sword kept telling me this. Pain felt like my 5 internal organs were being torn apart. I was in too much pain to even concentrate. Yeah, did you come back to this time to die here? Get yourself together. Eye of Short Sword echoed in my head. It felt as if cold water was poured on me at that moment. It was right. I already died and got another chance. And if I lose without being able to fight this pain, wouldn't this life be worse? Thanks to that, I could control my emotions and concentrated on the hot poison and the cold energy, both running wildly inside me. 2 different kai are fighting in my body. Both Kiss were in conflict with the other, and they tried to harm each other, which was causing harm to my body. My body was not a battlefield. Focus. Do not be swept away by any of the kai. I imagined my innate kai in the middle of the conflict of energies, calm as a lake which endured even as lightning strikes. And peace came to my heart. Slowly, carefully, tuck. A drop of water fell into the calm lake, causing ripples to slowly spread around. Thud. Thud. At that moment, I felt a weird pulsation of innate kai within my chest. And as this pulsation grew louder, my body responded. The innate kai gradually increased enough to surround the wild conflict of kai within my body. That, I could feel the blood vessels working hard. Ignoring that, I only focused on the image of ripples. I could feel it. The innate kai, which was stronger, caused the poison and the cold to subside. To be precise, it felt more like they mixed. As cold ice kai and the hot poison kai mixed together, my 5 organs felt normal and relaxed again. Iron Sword. Look at that. The wound on his foot is healing. Just watch. We cannot be too careless. It sounded like they were mumbling something. Just what were they saying? Were they worried for me? I listened to what they were saying but couldn't hear it clearly. Whispers came in from all directions. I felt like I was getting dizzy with the sounds coming from around me. What are these sounds? What was it saying to me? Then came a clear voice. Since you listened to the sword, Beta Ursa Major will open. This voice? My mind felt hazy. When I opened my eyes, I saw a blue flame flare in my right hand. Ching! A change happened on one of the dots on the back of my hand, followed by a burning sound. This, among the 7 dots in the shape of the Big Dipper, the Beta Ursa Major spot corresponding to the 2nd star was turning blue. And when it turned blue entirely, the flame subsided. It was like it got sucked into my hand. Are you awake, Woonhwi? Has the poison gone down? Both of them asked me with worried voices. Didn't you see the blue flame just now? Blue flame? What flame? What? Didn't you say something like this before? Again, I was the only one who could see it. Did I imagine this strange phenomenon? I had no idea what was happening. Woonhwi, the body fine? Iron Sword asked me in confusion. I thought I had to evaluate my body's condition. My body felt refreshed. Obviously, after cultivating on the spot, I could feel my 5 internal organs, which were on fire, begin to cool down, and my body also felt lighter. Phew! I was going to look inside to see how much innate Kai was used. I cleared my breath and once again began to cultivate my Kai. First I moved the innate Kai to the... What is it? Do we have a problem? Iron Sword asked in a worried tone. There was a problem. Something extraordinary had happened. It has grown. What has grown? My innate Kai. The innate Kai, which had been the size of 2 fingers, had grown in the middle of my chest. How much did it grow? I think double? Normally, I had Kai worth about 15 years of cultivation, but now it has doubled, and if I had to put it in words, it is around 30 years worth of cultivated Kai now. Amazing! Oh my! Short Sword and Iron Sword were startled by it. Why are they more surprised than me? I couldn't even dream that something like this could happen. How did this happen? My former master said it would be difficult to increase innate Kai, even with pills and elixir. He said only constant cultivation. What is it? I think I know. What is that? I was curious. Why did it double suddenly? Since the innate Kai is directly related to life, the more extreme the situation the life is put in, the more stimulated it becomes. Then, it is like this because of the poison. The poison in that coldness too must have stimulated it. Is that so? It seems like the war of the 2 different Kai had stimulated my innate Kai. It was so painful that I even thought I would die. If we overcome the pain of death, will I get stronger? The more I learned about innate Kai, the further its nature deviated from internal Kai. Anyway, for me, this was an amazing catalyst. If I was twice as strong with innate Kai, then I could be at a level to overwhelm even first-rate warriors. Congratulations, Woonhwi. Rat, you are so lucky. When they spoke like this, even I felt better. Is this a chance? However, I noticed that I could see in the dark better than before. It was still dark, but it felt strange to see in it. It is as if I had eyes that could see in the dark. What is it? It is strange. I can see the cave Qek. I looked around and unconsciously looked at the back of the cave and stumbled back. Behind me was the Iron Sword inserted into the ground. There was also a giant monster which had been cut down. Body looked like a snake, but it was huge. What is this? However, the head wasn't in the shape of a snake, but a human face. To say that it was a completely human face would also be wrong. It had sharp fangs and 4 eyes and looked like a frog. It was so disgusting that I frowned. What was this? Well, maybe it's a spirit beast? This is a spirit beast? If not, I cannot explain what this is. Iron Sword's words made sense, but it looked too creepy to be called a spirit beast. I didn't know it, but my eyes were so bright that I could see inside the cave. My vision was so good that I could even look at all the bones around the cave. Perhaps that monster had killed all of them. Ha! This was too horrible for a spirit beast, and if it was a real spirit beast, it had to spit out something like a core when it died. It died, and the tongue was hanging out, but that was all. Spirit beast? It looks like just a monster. I wondered, did the guy who had found the plant in my past life also encounter the monster? At that time, Iron Sword asked me, Woonhwi, can you hear my voice? I always hear you. What are you talking about? Suddenly I shook my head, realizing why he said it. I wasn't even touching Iron Sword right now, but I could still hear his voice. As I came out of the cave, I hurriedly looked around. I was told I had been cultivating for an hour to deal with the poison. It felt short, but a lot of time had passed. So amazing. The mumbling voice of Short Sword echoed in my head. As she noted, I was shocked too. Normally, it was possible to hear their voice only when I touched the sword, but not now. I could listen to them despite not touching them. How far away can you hear me? I didn't have the time to check it, but even 5 meters was still good enough to listen. Is this the power of swordsmanship? What was certain was that this changed after that unknown voice spoke to me again. I glanced at the back of my hand. Could it be that this mysterious ability got stronger every time the color of the dots changed? The doubts grew deeper in me. If there was a chance to escape from the 6 Blood Valley, I think I should look for it. Petata. I heard small footsteps approaching. As I looked over, someone was running toward me. Miss Ha-yeon? The person running was Miss Ha-yeon. She was still quite far, but I could tell who it was. This happened because of my innate Kai, which grew. Usually, I could only hear at that distance, but now I could even feel my eyesight improved. Such a good thing. The more you build your innate Kai, the more you notice the presence of an opponent. Of course, I assumed it must be someone weaker than you. Iron Sword said. The more I experienced, the stronger I got. Huck. Young master. Miss Ha-yeon panted as she called for me. She was sweating so much that her face was red, and her hair was stuck to her face. It was apparent she had been through a lot. Did she chase after them all this while? If that was true, then she is a good one. She was so big, but she ran after them and returned to me. Miss, I am glad you are safe. Ha, she exhaled, trying to pick up her breath and asked, Ha ha. How is the young master? I am fine. I am sorry. I should have released the sealed points before running after them. This woman was nicer than I thought. As soon as we met, I didn't think she would apologize. No, the situation didn't give us time. They hadn't sealed them right anyway, so I got out. Ha, I am glad. I was afraid the cold was going to freeze you. I wondered if I should tell her the truth. I wondered if I should tell her that it was my innate Kai which helped me. But before I could say anything, she smiled and said, I have good news. Good news? We caught those who attacked us. Fortunately, my teacher. Ah, young master, what is with your foot? Ah, this? It is their doing. How can they have done this? She coughed out angry words, and thanks to that, I didn't have to explain about the monster. Look, you seem to be hurt. It is fine. It isn't that huge. The blood stains seem huge though. It was hard to see. The wound had already healed after I cultivated, so only the stains remained, so I changed the topic. You said they were caught. Did you get the plant back? She nodded. Fortunately, the teacher had caught them. The 6th Blood Star? Yes. I was lucky. Who were the culprits? Leaders in 6 Blood Valley. This was expected. Who else would have done this? Still, we were lucky. They stole the not fully grown plants and even got caught. Ch. However, Miss Ha Yon had an apologetic expression. Young master, I will apologize first. I didn't know, and I asked the teacher to take the herbs with her first. Don't get me wrong, I will give the plaque to you right away. You gave it to the Bloody Hand Witch? It didn't matter since they weren't the right herbs, but she will still hand over the plaque to me. But I held back my curiosity. I will definitely give the plaque to you. How can I believe that? I will make a request that the young master's teacher, the 4th Venerable Dignitary, gets his request handled. Then that changed things a little. A scene in front of the guest house on the right side of the main hall in the 6 Blood Valley. In front of the place where the great doctor was staying, the ghastly monster, Hiak, Shun, and the Bloody Hand Witch, Hanbika, stood facing each other. Hiak, Shun didn't have a pleasant expression and was frowning. To him, she said, I heard this. You would give them your plaque if they granted your request. At her words, Hiak, Shun's expression went stiff. What made him go this stiff? I said I wouldn't interfere in the matter. After all, you made your stand. It is a choice I had to make. Do you think the man inside will grant the request and save one disciple's dantian? You say it so easily. It isn't too late to give up on him. She was silent at Hiak, Shun's stubborn words. Is it a false or sincere request? Hiak, Shun was a cold-hearted person and difficult for anyone to convince. But he didn't want to miss this chance. To support the young lady Drrr. The door opened before she could speak. Sorry to keep you waiting. The great doctor came out. At this, she looked at Hiak, Shun with an apologetic face. It cannot be helped. And I think it will be tough to hand over the plaque. With that, Hanbika handed a cloth wrapped around something to the great doctor. Here it is. You found it quick. I thought it would take a few days. The man was satisfied with getting the herbs. Watching that, Hiak, Shun frowned more. He wanted to make a mess of things right here. Teacher. Soh Woonhwi and Ha Yon were running to them and Hiak, Shun nervously said, You are late. Your broken dantian cannot be fixed. Before he could finish, I am sorry, 6th Blood Star. That isn't a fully grown plant. At those words, Hanbika frowned. Ha Yon, too, was flustered at the unexpected results. They struggled so much and even fought spies trying to take them down for an immature plant. Kuahaha! And Hiak, Shun welcomed this situation. It was uncomfortable for him to see the hope snatched away from his disciple, so he said, Bloody Hand Witch. What do we do? You will have to search for the herb once again. Hanbika sighed. Everything was turning into a mess after a moment. Soh Woonhwi, who watched them, said, I am sorry for taking too long, teacher. But we don't have to do that. What? Soh Woonhwi took something out of his pocket. It was a purple flower with 7 beads which emanated a soft green light. A fully grown herb. The expressions of everyone looking at it were of different colors. Chapter 29. Plaque 1. A fully grown undersea plant. It was markedly different from the immature ones in the great doctor's hands. Looking at the softly shining green beads, it was easy to know which were the real herbs. Really clever. How many beads are in your petals? The great doctor asked. 7. Hearing the answer, he smiled and nodded. It was the proper certification that the herb was right. Kuahaha! You are indeed a disciple of mine. Hiak, Shun praised me. Looking at this, he was trying to mock the Bloody Hand Witch. He likes this too much. Because he is a crazy old man. Hanbika looked at the herbs with a frown. Surprisingly, there was no resentment toward me. Instead, was it more regret? I turned my head at the sound of a sigh that came from my side. Miss Ha Yon looked at the herbs, and then at me with a shocked face. It was a face that asked why I didn't tell her about this. Well, isn't it natural? In the first place, the two of us decided to find the herb, but she entrusted it to her teacher. She trusted the woman who taught her martial arts, which changed things. We have something to check, don't we, miss? At my words, she nodded, and I approached Hiak Shun. Teacher, can I ask you one thing? Hiak Shun, who was intoxicated with joy, said. Did the sixth blood star give you a plaque request? Plaque. It was difficult to speak with her right there, so I just pointed with my eyes. And Hiak Shun snorted. Give me a plaque? Ha! If the request wasn't completed, I would never give the plaque nor receive it. What nonsense is that? What do you mean by nonsense? At Hiak Shun's words, Hanbika frowned. Huh. Then you said you'll give me your plaque? That. She couldn't speak up. This was an atmosphere where the crazy old man had the upper hand, and it was clear that the plaque wouldn't be given if the request wasn't completed. And the conclusion came. I turned back and winked at Miss Ha-yeon. I am right, miss. Seeing that, she nodded with a stiff expression. The expression said she wasn't in a good mood. What can I do? A deal is a deal. Then thank you. At my words, both the bloody hand witch and Hiak Shun's faces took on a puzzled expression. Here was another bet I had made before coming here. You don't trust my teacher? I am sorry to put it like that, but I don't think the sixth blood star will give the plaque. That is what my teacher said. What if my teacher rejects the request of the sixth blood star? Even so, I will give the plaque. That is something I can assure the young master. Well, young master, were you deceived in your previous life? Why is it so hard to trust my words? The word previous life made me flinch. I taught you my technique, and you still don't believe me. I trust, miss. Just think the other way around. If the teacher changes what you promised, you would have no choice but to follow her, right? If her teacher changed her words, she would need to follow her. As a disciple, she is lower in stature than her teacher. If she asked Hiak Shun for something in exchange for the plaque, there was a high chance that the plaque wouldn't be given until the request was done. That won't come to pass. My teacher will definitely do it. Are you sure? Of course. How dare you not have trust in my teacher? The bloody hand witch raised her disciple well with trust. Should we make a bet then? Bet. Anyway, Miss Ha took the herb, and you gave it to your master, and weren't we the two who actually found it? True. Right. I am sorry. No. You were attacked, so you left the herbs in her hand for safety, right? Right. But as I said before, but isn't that different from the deal we made? True. I lost my chance to get 2 plaques, so shouldn't there be something I can get from this? She looked at me. Young master, you are like a thief. I am not a thief. I am taking what is rightfully mine. Sage, you use your head too much. You will never starve. Thank you for the compliment. It was no compliment. So, what is the bet? She grumbled and took the bait. Simple. Miss will trust her teacher, and I will trust my judgment. You are overconfident. You will lose big time. Then what if the bet is lost? There is a wager? If my side is right, shouldn't I be given at least the plaque of the great doctor? Was she going to call me a thief again? Unlike Miss Ha, I am not made for the blood cult, so I had to work hard to survive. So if there is a chance, I will seize it. So then a plaque of the great doctor, or one equivalent to it. It seems like the 6th Blood Valley is quite great at serving the 6th Blood Star. Right. And I would like someone of her level or even a higher plaque. I understood her reaction. It wasn't someone else's, but I asked for the plaque of the granddaughter of the cult leader. I was pushing my luck a little, but Miss Ha-yeon wouldn't have to care too much because she was close to her. Is that difficult? Didn't you say you were close to that person? I am close, but aren't you going to win the bet anyway? No way. Does Miss Ha not trust her teacher? I believe her. Then let's make a bet. What do I get if I win? Didn't you say that your teacher had something to ask my teacher? Yes. I will persuade my teacher to do it. Isn't that enough? He wasn't the kind of person to listen to my request, but I will still talk to him. Then isn't it my loss? What is so hard about talking to one? You must not know my teacher. He isn't called the ghastly monster for nothing. I was made to hang upside down from the cliff for more than 4 hours a day since I was taken under his wing, and it takes great courage to convince such a person. She had a surprised look. Of course anyone who didn't know the crazy side of the old man would react like that. Still, the fact that I am at a loss doesn't change. Aren't you trying to get too much from me? Sage, then don't bother. I will not be fooled by your words. Give me a nice price. Then I will also give up the doctor's plaque which my teacher gets. Okay? Losing one each? Then what about your dantian? She was shaken as I came out strong. Of course, she would be. This was like giving up on the life of a warrior. What will you do? I am also giving a fair price. In any case, wouldn't it be enough to make a bet under these conditions? I am sorry, Miss Ha, but your teacher will not get a plaque. After some thinking, she nodded. Let's do it. However, giving up the plaque isn't needed. I also taught you my footwork technique, but I think I would be too upset if you don't get your dantian healed. Is that fine? I am fine. Instead, risk your life to convince your teacher. All right, Hugh. I don't know why you'd make a bet which you'd lose. Well, don't blame me if you get hung off a cliff again. Looking at her expression, she was sure of her victory and accepted the bet. This happened before coming back to the main hall. Thanks to this, I received the plaque of the great doctor and the granddaughter of the sect leader. A good bet. I believed. I could hear Ha Yon's words in my head through voice transmission. It was a woman who didn't know that the herb her teacher held was an immature one. I am sorry, but I would have to suffer if the bloody hand witch had the actual herb. I wanted to apologize, but I haven't learned how to apologize yet. Shall I teach you? Short Sword asked me. I just looked apologetic. This should be good. Anyways, the person who should be sorry is Miss Ha Yon as her teacher just broke her trust. Phew, good. A bet is a bet. I will give you the plaque of the lady. She surrendered cleanly. Judging from this woman had more credibility compared to others. Most of the so-called people or disciples with famous teachers would never do anything like this. There would also be violations of the agreement, but she didn't break her word. Is it because she was always an honest person? I like this. Swish. After I did that, I looked at the bloody hand witch who had bit her eyes. Still, as a teacher, who wouldn't stare like that? Won't Ha Yon be scolded too? No matter how disappointed she was. At that time, the hands of Han Bika turned red. She was using the blood hand jade. What are you doing? Shun yelled at her actions as something unexpected happened. Heck. Han Bika hit her own index and middle fingers with her sword Kai. What she did was so powerful that the fingers were cleanly cut as if cut with a blade. Blood dripped on the floor. Even Shun didn't understand this. After that, Han Bika frowned and bowed to Shun. The sixth blood star, Han Bika apologizes to the elder. Chapter 30, Plaque 2. The bloody hand witch had cut her own fingers. This kind of behavior was enough to make even the crazy man speechless. And then she said, I apologize to the elder for this. Giving up on one arm wouldn't be enough, but please consider that I have been serving a very important person. As if that wasn't enough, she was also an important member of the cult. For her to take off 2 fingers, she had made a great sacrifice. That woman looks crazy, Short Sword said. I didn't even think that she would apologize. Even that ferocious old man couldn't criticize or ridicule her anymore. Seeing how it turned out, this woman played it well. But strange. What is strange? I wondered if her act of cutting off her fingers was a message to Ha Yon for her actions, telling her to cut off her fingers as well. Just looking at her, she had been eyeing her own disciple for a while, and the fact that her disciple should apologize for it, but she only kept staring. What is it? No. I looked at Ha Yon. She let out a shallow sigh and looked at her teacher, and there was a hint of disappointment. The teacher cut off her own finger. So what would a normal disciple do? Run and stop the bleeding. Anything. As Short Sword said, they would take immediate action. However, Miss Ha Yon was just watching. It was like she was ranked higher than the bloody hand witch. I don't think these are things you do in front of a doctor. The great doctor removed a salve from his waist and tried, approaching the bloody hand witch. That man who had been so stingy with his treatment couldn't bear seeing someone hurt in front of his eyes. However, Han Bika showed that she was fine. Ta-ta-ta. She stopped the bleeding by stopping her blood points. Someone as strong as her could do it perfectly. You are as merciless as ever, bloody hand witch. Shun accepted her apology. Thank you for forgiving me. She was also one of the most important people in the cult, so ending it here was the right thing. The bloody hand witch was quite nervous as she failed to notice one thing. What didn't she notice? Miss Ha Yon's true identity. True identity? Do you mean she's someone important? I wasn't sure, but if my guess was correct, she wasn't a simple disciple. What about her is telling you that she's not a disciple? Is she like the daughter of that woman? No. She's the granddaughter of the cult leader. What? That fat one is the granddaughter? Both my swords were shocked. Right. Even I was too shocked to think about it further. Then, what about the woman behind the bamboo veil? Fake. They could be a fake. Such things happened in my previous life. In order to protect a precious person, they would often place a fake decoy. Right. It could be a fake. If one is a descendant of the blood cult, then many people will be targeting them. If her identity was exposed, there would be an uproar. That is why even the truth about her being alive hadn't even spread inside the cult itself. Then, who could have even noticed? Who would think that a fat kid like her would be a descendant of the blood cult's leader? Right. That was true. It was such an amazing thing. It wouldn't be easy to gain weight to hide their identity. No. She was planning on losing weight, right? So what kind of fattening diseases does she have? That. It is a cursed disease for women. These two could understand women better than I. Rather, being fat was a fatal disease for any warrior. I've never heard of or seen a person among the warriors who gained so much weight. Gaining weight made the body turn dull, and placed the person at a disadvantage during fights. Woonhwi. But isn't it a bit strange? What is? Isn't this the territory of the blood cult? It is. Then does she need to hide her identity and place a fake? Short Sword replied to the words of Iron Sword. Yeah. If it is like that, one should have pride in being the granddaughter of the cult leader. Would a person come out looking that fat? Short Sword. Wouldn't she have tried to make herself look good, if it is like you said? Short Sword went silent. Iron Sword had a point. I was able to understand one thing from the conversation. An internal problem? I couldn't think of anything other than that. If not, there would be no reason to put up a fake even inside the Six Blood Valley. And if a blood relation of the cult leader was here, then she or he would be the center of the cult, as they will be the next leader. Could there be an enemy within? I looked at Hyeon. Ah, what is it? Ha, I was wrong. Why did I think that the cult leader had only one child? Oh, right, if there were two instead of one, then everyone would be careful. For example, if there was a risk that people would break into factions or sides, hiding the identity of one is understandable. Sometimes, you look like a fool, but surprisingly your head is impressive at times. Just praise me properly, don't be mean. Humans are hard to understand. Why? If your guess is correct, then this is so odd. To set up a fake, just because people might fight with each other. I agree with Short Sword. Right, there are animals that fight each other as much as humans. Small families fight, and rulers of large nations fight. There were also cases of hurting others to occupy the throne. As I continued to think, Hyakshun reached out his hand to the great doctor and demanded, "Kulkuk, shouldn't we keep our promises?" It was a call for the plaque. The man smiled and said, "I will give the plaque to your disciple, and not to you, elder." Sage, Hyakshun clicked his tongue. "It doesn't matter. There is only one possible request anyway. I will keep my word. However, since there was a poor discussion, I will look at the disciple." At that time, the great doctor who was speaking frowned and changed his mind. I will check the disciple's condition when the sun comes up." His words changed. I looked at Miss Hyeon. Did she do something? Why did his words change? She seemed to be conscious of me and sent a message. "I will hand over the plaque, so do not worry." I wasn't worried about it since I would get it. When I found out who she was, I felt mentally burdened. Should I just pretend like I didn't know? The next day, I headed to the main hall. I wanted to go with Hyakshun, but the great doctor told me he would take care of me, so the old man didn't come. As for me, it was more comfortable to go alone than with the old man. As I went closer, I grabbed my head. "Can you still hear me?" Short Sword asked anxiously. This was happening because of my condition. It was the same as yesterday, but the voices were getting louder. Whispers, various sounds from everywhere around. The more conscious I became of them, the louder it got. The sound is getting louder. It wasn't like this yesterday. There were so many whispers. Most were from the warriors in the valley using their swords, or the disciples brought by the Bloody Hand who were using their weapons to train. "Woonhwi, don't be too conscious of it," Iron Sword advised me. "It is too loud to do that. Do you consciously listen to what other people are saying?" "That, no. It is similar." "Did you say the voices are like echoes in your head?" "Yes. You should be more conscious of it, as this is something known. Try to not do that." It was easy to say, but how do I not think about the ringing sound in my head? How about trying to cultivate the innate Kai? That should be the last resort. As Iron Sword said, I decided to not cultivate, but instead channel the innate Kai to my head, and miraculously, the headache that had bothered me gradually disappeared. My headache stopped. I could still hear the sounds, but I wouldn't hear as much if I didn't care about it. It's more like a passing sound that could be ignored now. But Woonhwi, you are right. There are many swords inside the main hall. Roughly 12, no 13 or what. One sword is suffering. You can hear it too? They were reacting strangely. Unlike how they were normally, they were showing interest in this. I was curious as I could hear its voice and tried to focus on the sword. Suffering. I don't want to die in an instant. I felt a chill run through my body. The sound of a dying person. I didn't know why such sounds were being made, but it sounded like it was in pain. I didn't have time to wait, as the great doctor would be waiting for me. So I hurried to the entrance and saw the guards looking inside. What is it? Is something happening inside? As I approached, the guard who stood there bowed his head and greeted me. Well, everyone knew whose disciple I was. I passed through the gate and went in. But when I went inside, something unexpected happened. The front of the main hall was guarded by the disciples of Bloody Hand and in front of them were 12 men in bamboo hats, all with swords. Something doesn't seem right. As the Short Sword said, the atmosphere seemed strange. I could hear the swords of the bamboo hat men speaking. "I want to see blood now. I want you to pick it up sooner than replace it later." Each of the sword's words could be heard, all of them eager to fight. It seemed like I had arrived at a bad situation. The place where everything was happening was in front of the great doctor's building. Bang! Someone came out of it by opening the door. It was a person in a bamboo hat with hair long enough to reach the waist and a thin woman-like body. "I want to die. It's the sword." The sword on this person's waist was in agony. I didn't know why. "You are lucky." The woman in the bamboo hat came out and walked down the stairs. Others also walked out through the door. After the woman came out, Hanbika and 3 of her disciples were also there. Hanbika's expression was darker than usual. "Let's go." "Yes." At the woman's words, the people guarding outside replied right away. She and her group moved toward where I was standing. To be precise, she was in the lead. I felt like I was caught for walking in front of them and tried to move out of their way. I then bowed my head, trying to avoid eye contact. Step. They kept walking. They were definitely passing by, but how did a trainee get into the main hall? This was bad. She stopped when she saw my outfit. After all, trainees cannot enter this place until their training period is over. Entering the main hall was something that only happened when one was a true warrior. I didn't know who she was, but I felt like I had to reveal I was the old man's disciple. It was then. Even the trainees are slow. No, give me time to answer then. Sage. Something suddenly appeared in front of me with the sound of wind splitting. The moment I lifted my head to see, I saw a hand pass over my head. Was she planning to kill me? Confused, I crossed my arms, and at that moment, felt a massive shock on my wrist. Pang. Huck. My body was pushed back. What power! Despite having 30 years worth of innate Kai, and despite the confidence I gained, I felt my 5 organs burn once again. Can a trainee withstand this? She lifted the bamboo hat a little. I could see her red eyes in the dark shadow under the hat. Those eyes were filled with killing intent. What the hell is with that woman? The woman in the bamboo hat tried to approach me with an expression that showed her interest in me. Her white hands were ready to use the sword on her waist, as I heard the cry of Miss Ha-yeon. Enough. He isn't a trainee, but a disciple of Elder Hyak-chun. The elder's disciple? Hearing that, the red-dyed woman's lips curled into a smile. This was my first time seeing such a smile. Chapter 31, Plaque 3. The elder took in a disciple? The woman in the bamboo hat released her hand, which was holding the sword. As she looked at my face, I noted that her face was really beautiful. However, the atmosphere around her was terrifying. With her round eyes and long lashes, maybe this was how Miss Ha-yeon would look when she lost weight. Were you surprised? The woman in the bamboo hat asked me. Perhaps she was trying to hide her eerie, exposed red eyes as she pressed down on her hat. It was better to not look at her. You should have told me earlier. I almost killed you. This woman is weird. No, she is strange. What she said didn't sound different from saying that I would be killed if I was just a trainee. I was about to tell you. Is that so? Looking at her face, it didn't seem like she was back to normal yet, but her voice was natural. Well, the elder raised his disciple well. Outwardly you look no different from the trainees. I think I knew why she said such a thing. It is said that a good master knows their opponent's skill to an extent. It is called Kai feel or Kai intuition. The South Heavenly Iron Sword told me it would be difficult for even the most distinguished master to realize my full capabilities as I used innate Kai and not internal Kai. You are good. What do you mean? Because you are the first among those around me to block my attack. She seemed proud of her skills, but I knew better. Even now, her attack was still making my stomach go weak. I didn't think a single attack would push me to the corner like this. Is the elder doing well? I haven't seen him at all in the past, just like the second blood star. She asked me about my teacher. In addition, she spoke of the second blood star. So this woman Tak. And then someone appeared next to her. Miss Ha-yeon. She glared at the woman with displeasure and said, "Didn't you say you were leaving?" It felt different from yesterday. It didn't feel like she was angry, but it seemed like she hated this woman instead. And the woman said, "I was. Anyone who sees this would discover that you are the master of the 6 Blood Valley." Such blunt words. You know it won't go to that. Right. Go quickly. I might not see you out. I can go on my own. Stop pushing me out. I am starting to get annoyed. The woman turned to the front. Miss Ha-yeon's hands were stained red. The atmosphere suddenly turned violent, and I felt like I shouldn't be here. Had I known this would happen, I would have come a little later to do what I needed to do. You here? The voice I heard from far away was quiet. The woman smiled at the voice of the great doctor. It felt like something terrible was happening. The woman in the bamboo hat held her sword and looked at me. Give my regards to your teacher, and let's meet again. Then, she raised the bamboo hat slightly and smiled with her red eyes. Something about that expression made her look more terrifying rather than happy. My previous owner told me to be careful of such a woman. Aren't the ones with red eyes usually Gimeho's nine-tailed fox? It's crazy because we were both talking about the same thing. I could still hear the woman's sword. I could feel it was in pain. The sword itself hated the woman. Kill me. The sword was suffering. What did she make the sword do to make it suffer so much? The woman then turned around and stood in front of the group of bamboo hats. She waved her hand and shouted, "The next time we see each other, let's fight." Then she leisurely took her people and left the place. It felt like a typhoon had just gone through here. When I met Hyak-chun for the first time, I was surprised at his strength. But differently, this woman gave me goosebumps instead. What do we do? Do we need to handle her next time? We grind hard then. I had a headache. There was someone with a more troubled expression than me. It was Ha-yeon, who was looking outside with a complicated expression. Should I call it bitterness and anger? Miss? She looked at me as I called out to her. "Ah, young master. Are you fine?" "Miss. Just now." She cuts off my words. "The great doctor is looking for you." It was no different from saying don't ask about it. I had one guess, but this was beyond what I was capable of. Being Hyak Shun's disciple didn't mean I had to know everything. In the main hall, it was just the Great Doctor and me. As I watched him, I wondered about something. Why did the red-dyed woman look for him? Is it because he has the best contacts in the world? Well, that was true. The quality of plaques he possessed was shocking. And as I struggled with my curiosity, he said to me, I heard that you are the Elder's disciple, but you don't have a face which suits this place. Well, mine wasn't a face with evil intentions. Still, my family was well known. This face had also changed a lot after the suffering I went through in my past life. There were a couple situations. I guess so. What is a person without situations? Roll your sleeves up and show me your wrist. I extended my wrist for him to check the pulse. He touched my pulse with the index and middle finger when he reached out. Can the broken dantian be fixed? It doesn't matter if it isn't fixed, right? No. As Short Sword said, the dantian is meaningless to me now. I was fine without the dantian because I was honing my innate kai. But to avoid suspicion from Hiak Shun, my dantian had to be saved. The Great Doctor, who was checking my condition, frowned. Was something wrong? When I looked at him, puzzled, he opened his eyes and said, Wonderful yet odd. Is something wrong? I hadn't been using any innate kai for him to feel, so his reaction made me anxious. Did he detect the innate kai within me through feeling my pulse? It cannot be. The innate kai is different from the internal kai. It cannot be observed from just a pulse. Is that something your former owner said? Yes. He trusted his former master a lot. I was looking at the Great Doctor with an anxious mind. He then gave me another order without answering my question. Take off your shirt. Shirt? I hesitated for a moment before I took off my shirt. When I took it off, I felt my blood flow quickly as my heart kept pounding. The Great Doctor, who was holding my hand, released his grip. Is there a problem? Did you eat the undersea plant? It was shocking. I hadn't even said anything, but he managed to guess from just feeling my pulse. He wasn't called the Great Doctor for nothing. How did you know? Looking at your pulse, I can see that you have more ice kai when compared to normal people. He was highly perceptive. Apart from that, the fact that there was ice kai still within me bothered me. I sat down and even cultivated right away, and I felt all the ice kai had been discharged from my body, but apparently that didn't seem to be the case. How did you end up eating it? I hesitated before answering. Would it be better to tell the truth? I am a physician, a doctor. I do not speak about the condition of my patients to the others. He was reassuring me like I was a child. Hearing his voice, it felt like I should tell the truth after all. Wouldn't many people fall for such words and give their secrets? I was looking for the plant and ended up going behind the frozen waterfall. I told him what had happened there. The four-eyed monster which suddenly bit my foot, the hot poison which spread in my body, and my attempt to stop it by eating the undersea plant. Did you say it had 4 purple eyes? Do you know of it? It is a rare experience to meet the human-faced purple-eyed snake. Is that a spirit beast? Since it looked rare, I wondered if it was. To that question, the Great Doctor shook his head. It is no spirit beast. Rather, it can be said to be closer to a monster or demonic spirit. A demonic spirit? I heard from a young age that the monstrous snake there craves human flesh. They say it hides in the dark and eats people. I was terrified. Most of the humans I saw. If I didn't have my 2 swords with me, I would have been its next prey. Short Sword made a triumphant snort. Right, I live thanks to you. But the human-faced purple-eyed snake doesn't like bright things, so if you had a torch in hand, it wouldn't have come close to you. You were quite unlucky there. The snake and its purple eyes are too used to the darkness. That is why there is a verse in the old books which tells us to not put out fires in places where there might be the human-faced purple-eyed snake. How? I felt embarrassed. If only I had a torch, I wouldn't have encountered that thing. For some reason, seeing that there was no story about that snake in my previous life, the person who brought back the plant must have gone in with a torch. But thanks to that, I had grown a little. Anyway, that was the reason. Reason? Not only is there ice kai, but scorching heat within your veins. So, I ask you again, what happened? Is there poison kai inside? The Great Doctor shook his head. That is something I don't understand. You don't understand? The plant you ate is filled with yin energy and ice kai. It doesn't have the ability to detoxify a poison. But there is no poison within your body. This was good. If the ice and yang energy weren't enough, then the poison would have stayed, and I would have ended up a corpse. Is it because of the innate kai? There was a time when it naturally detoxifies the body. I don't know how the poison of the snake was taken down, but the problem is that there is still ice kai and yang energy in my body. Elder, if so, are the yang energy and ice kai fine? I mean, if it stays in the body, won't it be bad for me? Obviously, something will happen. That's if only one of them remains. What do you mean? Right now, the ice kai and the yang energy are balanced, so they are dissolved into your veins. It is no different from kai that you gain after taking a pill. Like the effects after taking a pill? Then wasn't it a good thing? Then if I get my dantian treated, can I turn them into my kai? That is, if you can absorb and balance the 2 kai inside your body and dissolve it, then you will be able to build up your kai faster than others. but it will all depend on your efforts. I was happy about this good news. To be honest, I thought it was a little too late to build my skills even if my dantian was recovered, but now this changed everything. Maybe I can be better than just your average low-grade warrior. Thank you, Elder. Feeling good, I got up and bowed down to him. Don't do that. I have done nothing yet. The great doctor stopped me and pulled something from his arm. It was a plaque with his name on it. Why? This is a plaque of mine. Take this. What is this? Since he was already treating my dantian, I didn't have to receive this anymore, so why? You don't have to give it to me as I will be getting treated. And then he said the most unexpected thing. How I treat a healthy dantian. Chapter 32. Position Test 1. My mind went blank at the great doctor's words. They were words I thought I would never hear. My dantian was still damaged not long ago, so I was stunned at this news. I guess you didn't know. Well, that is why you asked for your dantian to be healed. My reaction must have seemed funny. He smiled, then he took his hand, put it on my abdominal muscles and pushed. Clench. Why are you doing this? This is where the dantian is located. I don't know about you, but if you touch this place, there should be a weird feeling, like something is moving. Something moving. The pieces of a damaged dantian. It was said that even a broken dantian would have pieces remain. However, there is a small flow within, as if the embers were revived like a burning bonfire. It is quite rare. The dantian is reviving itself. You are saying my dantian has healed itself? For now I can only guess. This was something I never expected. The dantian which didn't heal all my past life was now being healed after my rebirth. I feel drunk. Well, congratulations. Woonhwi. Both of the swords like this. You said it was rare, so were there such cases like me? It is rare to be able to come across one like this. In the first place, if their dantian is broken, most people give up, so it is rare to see it healed. Even the great doctor hadn't come across such cases. Having said that, the great doctor placed the plaque on the table. I didn't treat you, so here's the plaque. Take it. He was honest. If all people were like him, the world would overflow with trust. Either way I was lucky. In this case, I even got a plaque from the great doctor. Even if I had gotten two without being healed, I could have used one to get the dantian treated. Can it be useful? Yes. The great doctor placed his plaque on the table. Putting it there meant I should take it, and I thanked him. What are you so thankful for? As he said that, he smiled. It would be the best thing, if I had a good relationship with this man. After confirming the dantian inside me, I left the hall and returned to Hiak-shan. I requested the great doctor not to let others know about my dantian getting better. Recognizing my intention, he nodded. Fortunately, he wasn't the kind of man to speak about his patients. It is better for me to hide the truth, because Hiak-shan might covet the plaque of the great doctor. But how about your dantian? Short Sword asked, puzzled. I had a few guesses. What? Do you remember the cultivation I did in the waterfall? After the fangs pierced my foot, I performed cultivation, and my body felt clean. Within a short period of time, the Kai in my body changed, and even my wound began to heal. I didn't realize that my dantian was also healed then. Oh, right. That could be. If that is true, you should be thankful to the demonic spirit for doing that. Honestly, I was thankful. If he hadn't attacked, all of this wouldn't have happened. Why aren't you talking? Iron Sword said to Short Sword. A healed dantian is definitely good. There is, however, a concern. Concern? My former owner could only learn the cultivation method after he destroyed his dantian. So, can you do it now? Practice without internal damage? Come to think of it, the cultivation technique I was taught worked with a broken dantian. I somewhat understand what the Iron Sword was saying. I was the same. Was it possible for innate Kai and internal Kai to coexist? I couldn't give a sure answer. I had no such skills. That makes sense. I think it is better to be careful. Woonhwi, if we try to hold everything in our hands, we might lose everything. Did your former owner also say that? Yes. As Iron Sword said, there was a need to be careful. There was no such thing as bad luck if one learned internal Kai, and it then affected innate Kai. However, if it didn't affect me, then it was different. I hoped for both to work together. Before long, I arrived at the cave where Hiak-shan was. But as I climbed the cliff, I heard a voice from inside. Please, Elder, give me strength, wait. The voice stopped as I climbed closer. All I heard was a moment of conversation, and then two people walked out. It was Hiak-shan and Miss Ha-yeon. When did she get here? It was only her. The twins seemed to be training at the top of the peak, as I couldn't feel their presence. Then Hiak-shan said, I was wondering who it was you. Why are you back this quick? Was there something wrong? He asked me one thing after another. It felt like he was deliberately changing the topic. Of course, no one would question him. And what could Miss Ha-yeon's request for strength mean? It must have had something to do with what Bloody Hand Witch was attempting to ask Hiak-shan. Why is there no answer? No. The great doctor said I am fine. Everything is put into one line. Then the expression on Hiak-shan's face changed. Go ha ha ha. I see. If he has the name of the great doctor, He should be able to do that much. Congratulations, young master. Miss Hyeon smiled. She seemed genuinely happy. Right. How long did he say it would take to recover perfectly? Still, I know it will take a while to cure it. I could never be careless with this old man, but I was ready to answer as I came prepared. When the great doctor performed the procedure, he said I should follow the method he showed for a fortnight, and it would be completely cured. A fortnight. Haha, truly as expected of him. Fortunately, the old man didn't doubt it. Instead, he was satisfied that it took shorter than he must have thought. Looking back, maybe I had been too sensitive about this. Good, but right now I am talking with the miss, so go up and train. No, elder. Hyeon shook her head and said, since the young master has come, I will head down. No, you don't have to, it is fine. I already said everything I had to. She politely bowed and moved. Hyak. Shun frowned at that. She revealed her identity. I could tell by the change in Hyak, Shun's attitude. Not long ago, he was looking down at her. Now that she had revealed her identity, he was being careful. After all, was this all related to the red-dyed woman who came before? Please consider what I said. Saying those, she bowed to me, and then began to walk down. Her movements were as light as a feather. Her footwork was as excellent as Hyak Shun's. Phew. Looking at her moving away, Hyak Shun sighed. He seemed like someone who wouldn't worry about things, but seeing this, I was wrong. After her form completely vanished, he turned back and asked, how far did you hear? When I was confused, he asked with an annoyed face. Don't drag this out. Was he trying to find out how much I heard? But I heard nothing. Because he ended it and came out. I only heard what the teacher said and about giving strength. It wasn't that I couldn't lie, but I chose to tell the truth. I wondered what the reaction would be as Hyak Shun sat on the cliff. This is annoying. It is bothering me. He looked over the mountain peaks covered in snow and mumbled. What was bothering you? Was it the request of Hyeon, or the granddaughter of the former cult leader? Hyak Shun, who repeated the same thing again, sighed as he said, did you see her in the main hall yard? Her? You mean the woman with red eyes? Red eyes. Hi, you went that far. Hyak Shun clicked his tongue. Seeing his unusual expression, was it possible that something had happened? He kept looking at the mountain and said, you are quite strange. What do you mean? Not just one, but you witnessed two. Two. At Hyak Shun's words, I realized I was right. That red-dyed woman had something to do with the blood cult after all. And she looked so much like Hyeon. If I pretended to not know, this old man would kill me. What does it mean to see the two? Hyak Shun didn't answer and mumbled. That woman is right. Maybe I need to make a choice. Now I understand. Hyak Shun was thinking about who of the two women he had to support. No, looking at the way he spoke, he had no interest in it. But he seemed to be worried about something that Miss Hyeon had said. Hyak Shun, who looked troubled, said, once upon a time, it was good enough to be called the best and strongest in the forces of evil. Did he mean the blood cult? A relentlessly raging storm. I thought getting Kangho in our grasp wasn't a dream with him. But no matter how strong we were, if there were large powers and forces on the other side, we could be broken. It was the same with him. After going through so much, everything felt useless. A voice of despair. He showed a different side from his usual eccentric one. The other ones speak about how to revive the cult, saying it is a revival or revenge, but it all looks meaningless. Hyak Shun got up and stood on the cliff as he continued to talk. So I put down everything and wandered around doing nothing. I'd rather finish things I couldn't in the past and live my life. He was talking about revenge against the South Heavenly Swordsman. I used to think of this old man as crazy, but he wasn't that. Now I know his story. But you know, I was going to live like that. But the seeds he left have grown like weeds and are ready to bloom. Flower blooming had to be the red-dyed woman, the last blood of the blood cult leader. These are the women who would play a vital role in the cult. Hyak Shun strode to me. He looked sure as he looked at me and said, at a time like this, what would you do? Looking at him, he had come to a decision. I don't know why he was asking me despite already having clearly decided. I thought it was better to express my true intentions. If you are going to wait for the flowers to bloom, it is better to leave them as it is, as the teacher said. Otherwise, maybe prepare the manure to help the flowers bloom faster? Hearing that, Hyak Shun frowned and then, prepare manure. Ha 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 ha. He laughed out loud and then mumbled. Right. No matter which flower we choose, we must manure it right. It seemed like he hadn't chosen one yet. It meant that he probably liked both, as he said. I will have to raise all three. A simple statement that meant a lot. Unlike the other 4 venerable dignitaries, or the 7 blood stars, this monster was moving with the will of not raising his own position, but developing his own power. If this happens, the history I knew about this ghastly monster will change. From now on, you will have a lot of work to do. Kulkul. Work to do with a smile, he said. There are still 6 months left. Turn into a leader in those months. 6 months? Come to think of it, 6 months from now is when the trainees will be given their first official position after testing. Chapter 33. Position Test 2. All trainees will participate in the position test, which will be held in 6 months. In my previous life, I completed 1 year of training as a low-level warrior, and then took the test. As a third-rate warrior with no skill, even among the other third-rates, my position was the least glamorous. Of course, a few low-level warriors later turned into middle-rank warriors, but it was late. By then, you can be a leader. Leader? I felt confused. When I was losing it, he clenched his teeth as if trying to express it. You can do it. He exhaled that, as if pondering over his words. It was clearly visible on his face what this man was up to by saying those words. That reaction showed that he was making fun of me. Do you think it will be that easy? The leader position is possible only for the high-ranking warriors, all of whom were first-rate warriors. That was the minimum condition. Soh Woonhwi clicked his lips and said, "It isn't easy, but we have a teacher to help us, so there is no need to worry, right?" Hyan is right. I snorted at the twins' words. Apparently, since they got kidnapped by Shun as soon as they entered the cult, they didn't know how things work. Why? Aren't his words right? This is where your background helps you. Short Sword too agreed with them. If the blood cult maintained the same workings as before and was stable, the words of a high person would work. But now, it was in the middle of being revived. Since they were in a position where they had to strengthen their force, they would value skills over personal connections. You mean that without skills, we can throw away the dream of being a leader? There would also be the shame. On the contrary, the expectations of a disciple of Shun would be high, so failing would, instead, lead to disgrace. If that happened, the crazy man would go mad. I didn't need to go through it to know what he'd do. You speak because you don't know. Teacher, no. Elder treating you a disciple up here and the instructors evaluating you as a trainee down there are two different things. You'll make a fool of yourself if you go down there with those thoughts. How do you few know? How does Sahyung know that? Well, it's because I had been through it before. This was my second life after all. It isn't me, but that's what the teacher said. Of course, he didn't say it. Chun only gave me the task of becoming a leader. But I had to speak about everything to ensure that these two also came to their senses. Ah, I almost forgot. He also told me to prepare myself, if I don't receive a major position after 6 months. You know what that means? Song Jadawovik's face went stiff at the word prepare. Since he had been through Shun's lessons, he knew better than anyone. Yeah. Ooh, if you don't want to be fucked up, get up. This was good. The twins went to train right away, as if they were motivated. They also passed the message to me that they would start to train in earnest. Even for me, such a significant position was a wall I could never dream of overcoming in my previous life. I went to the cave where the remains of the South Heavenly Swordsman were located. There were no bones in the cave now. Still, he was the owner of Iron Sword, and he taught me swordsmanship, so I couldn't leave the bones alone. A tomb was built on the mountain's peak, higher than any place Shun could easily see. Later, if there is a chance, I should move them to a sunny place and also make sure to build a monument for him. But Woonhwi, where did that old man go in a hurry? Well, Shun, who told me to tell the twins of his instructions, left in a hurry saying he had to go somewhere. He said it would be done within a week, but I couldn't figure out where he went. But judging from Shun's hasty temper, it had something to do with raising us three. He was fast. I don't know what will happen next. The ghastly monster. The Shun I knew didn't have any force behind him. What do you know? I had no details about Shun's life. There was some information that I knew. Shun acted independently, contrary to what others of his level did. He was acquainted with one of the 8 great warriors and lost his right arm to someone. That was 6 years from now. Then it could be different. It seemed like things had changed. By now, it has already changed a lot. I was supposed to just be a low-level trainee. Still, this time, I became a disciple of Shun and somehow made important connections within the cult. It is already changing. Looking back on it, things have changed. Each change in my actions has changed the future. Come to think of it, if I hadn't become the disciple of Shun, I wouldn't have met Miss Ha-yeon. I am influencing it. It was a small change, but I don't know what the future would be like. It could lead to more significant changes. Then, I don't know if I have to consider all these new variables before acting on them. Only then will I be able to utilize the future I knew. Right now, I have to develop my strength in the shadow of Shun. This was my chance now. Unable to escape, I was turned into a disciple. If Shun created a force behind himself, I could be on top of it as his disciple. To do that, I need to become someone in a high position. The long-awaited time has arrived. I sat cross-legged and prepared to cultivate my Kai. I was going to use a basic cultivation technique from my family, one I learned when I was a child. Then Iron Sword said, "Be careful, Woonhwi. It might not work well with the innate Kai. Don't say such scary things right from the start." I knew he was worried for me, but saying this right from the start was too much. I inhaled and exhaled slowly and began to do what I was taught. I started by concentrating on the pit of my stomach, but it didn't feel easy. It is hard. It had been a long time since I had done this, so I couldn't recreate the same feeling. In addition, I was too used to the innate Kai, so this felt different. So I then focused on my dantian. A little time had passed. My heart was calming down, and the area under my stomach gradually turned warmer. Then, my dantian reacted. I feel it. For a moment I became so happy that I lost my concentration. However, I made up my mind and challenged myself to cultivate once again. From here, this was the vital timing. If I do the Soh family's cultivation, the Kai in my dantian will pass through the middle of my chest. Don't be so nervous. If the two Kai weren't compatible, I would have to stop. Otherwise, I would have more to do. I moved the Kai slowly. Be careful, careful. The weak Kai in my dantian went up little by little and moved to the center of my chest. I was trembling due to being nervous. Please do it. Sir. Rar. What is it? Did the Kai collide? Short Sword and Iron Sword asked in a worried tone. At their question, I smiled. The internal Kai had passed my dantian to the center of my chest. It was now in the middle part, and there were no problems. There was no bumping or backflow of Kai. After finishing it slowly, I stopped the cultivation. Ha 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 ha. As soon as I stopped, I laughed out loud. Stop laughing and tell me, was it good? At Short Sword's question, I nodded my head without a word. What we feared didn't happen. Oh, this result showed one thing. Unlike the other warriors, I have two types of Kai. It may only be the first time, but being able to use the middle and lower abdomen at the same time was something even the South Heavenly Swordsman couldn't achieve. The South Heavenly Iron Sword, the most anxious one, sighed. Today was a lucky day. It felt like my life, which had been stuck since my return, was slowly unraveling and moving. It has been a while, dantian. The one that left home had come back. 3 days passed like that. During my 3 days of cultivating internal Kai, I learned two things. Fortunately, I was able to handle innate Kai and internal Kai. Still, it was impossible to use both at the same time. The innate Kai cannot be mixed with the internal Kai. And the opposite was also true. If I tried to make it happen, I felt like both Kai had different feelings and paths they took. It would be nice to use them both simultaneously. But for now, I had no choice but to be satisfied with this. Even if my internal Kai is exhausted, I still have the innate Kai left to use. Depending on the situation, I could use it like a hidden card. And the second lesson was that I needed a different internal Kai cultivation method, not the one learned from my family. It is lacking. For basic learners, the cultivation method wasn't bad. Still, even if I used it for an entire day, I could not absorb the yang energy and ice Kai in my veins. For this reason, the internal Kai's growth was slower than the innate Kai's. The most necessary thing right now was to get a technique that worked efficiently with my body. How about learning the old man's method? What? That old man's technique that makes the blood circulate faster or something? Look at this one. Well, it did make sense. In the beginning, meridians are just a path through which the blood and Kai flow. If Shun's cultivation method can be learned, it should push the blood faster into the body. The past played the same role in cultivation, so it might be possible to absorb the Kai in my veins. You are smart. Heh. Right, Short Sword replied excitedly. Sometimes this one could think of things I had never considered before. This was definitely a possibility. However, Shun had made sure to let me know that the cultivation method required a specific body condition for it to work, like the twins. Although I am a disciple, I wasn't sure he would teach me, and he might not teach me, considering that it could harm me. Still, there is nothing wrong with asking, or if you let him know about the Kai in your veins. Not that. It is better to hide it. Shun had indeed changed from before. However, hiding my condition was still the right choice unless I had a more intimate relationship. Then how about asking the twins? Iron Sword asked. Oh, right. They learned it too, right? The twins came to know it after they officially became his disciples. They were properly taught the methods, but would they do what I asked? Yeah, you are so naive. Throw the bait. Bait? They hated it to the point of death that they had to call you Sahyang, right? Try using that. We never know, right? Would that work? There was nothing wrong with trying. Anyway, there seemed to be a long time before Shun came back, so it would be a waste of time to train using a lacking method. I got up early the following day, went to Soh Woonhwi, and asked him to teach me the true blood gold body cultivation technique. As expected, he rejected it. Never ever till the anyway, the teacher told me not to tell anyone. And he laid down and began to sleep again. Tell me the method. I don't know if the Short Sword's technique will work, but I decided to try. Really? My dantian is restored, but I don't know when the teacher will return, so I asked in advance. Since we are of the same level, it should work, right? At this point, if I learned the teacher's technique from my sei, I was planning to live like disciples of the same level. You are clever. Well, I can do this much. But I wasn't too sure. This wasn't a simple method, so I didn't think he would fall, but he looked like he was considering it. He had a weird expression on his face. What? Was he actually being swayed by the concept of being equals? He hesitated for a moment by lying down and looking at me as he squinted his eyes and said, "Equals? He took the bait," Short Sword said proudly. Chapter 34. Position Test 3. Small Short Sword's devious scheme made him take the bait. I thought he wouldn't teach me the technique because he would be scared of Hiak-chun. Still, when he heard my proposition for us to become equals, he immediately fell for it. I guess he didn't like me being Sehyeon. In a way, I couldn't understand how Short Sword managed to know this guy's heart so well. Right, a child is a child. Well, he hasn't even stepped into manhood. I am just 16 or 17 now, but it is hard to call either of us the same. Besides, he must have hated it even more since we were the same age. But what of it? Hiak-chun wasn't the kind to care about that. Right now, he doesn't like calling me Sehyeon at all, but in the future, he will be shouting my name and begging. "How is it, Woonhwi?" South Heavenly Iron Sword asked me as I was cultivating the new technique. It was a feeling which couldn't be put into words. It felt like blood was gushing inside my body. It was like being hung upside down on a cliff. "You look very red, like your face is going to explode," Short Sword said while clicking her tongue. I think I understood why she was saying that, because the blood in my body was circulating around very quickly. "It is hot." I could feel the temperature of my body rising. I could understand why this was a technique only those with a particular constitution could perform. Hiak-chun used this technique, but a normal person could never even attempt it. "Do you think it will work?" "It should. I am sure." When I used the technique of my family, the ice Kai and yang energy didn't even budge, but now I could make them flow little by little. Getting the balance right was the key. It's been less than half an hour. Huck, no more. Usually, when one practices Kai cultivation, they would enter a state of peace when they end it. On the other hand, the true blood gold body cultivation technique made it difficult to attain peace, as it manipulated the flow of blood, making the heart beat violently. So doing this for a long time was impossible. For the time being, I think you need to divide your cultivation using half of this technique, and half using your family technique. Right, look at how much you are sweating now. Do people sweat while cultivating? Well, this was a first for me too. Still, there were results. Even after 3 days of cultivating using my family technique, I could gather very little Kai in the dantian, and the ice Kai and yang energy stayed still. But using the new technique for just half an hour, I got better results than in the past. 6 months. Can my internal Kai reach the state of a first-rate warrior? I felt a presence outside the cave. The only other people who knew about this place were the twins and Hiak-chun. So who is it? Tak. Someone came into the cave. A woman who covered her face with a white cotton cloth, and her eyes were exposed. She seemed to be one of the women under the 6th blood star. She looked at me and said, "Young master, could we ask for your time? The 6th blood star seeks you." Me? I followed her to the 6th blood valley and the main hall. When I asked how she found me, she said that Song Jadaboevik had told her. There was a small vacant lot on the outside, and there were 2 other women, but not the 6th blood star. "Isn't that the one girl?" Short Sword recognized one of the women. No, she was still a girl. The girl with a pure white face and concave features, Damyewa, had joined as a trainee at the same time as me. She was receiving something from a woman wearing a white cloth face covering. It had to be this time. I remembered when Damyewa was selected as the disciple of the Bloody Hand Witch. She must have stood out while being a trainee. When I arrived, they stopped what they were doing. The woman I was with guided me and asked me to wait near the main hall. "I can just be asked to enter. Why make me wait outside?" "Excuse me, you were that one boy, right?" I was planning on waiting quietly, but Damyewa came and spoke to me. I think she remembered me from back then. It would have been strange if she didn't remember me considering what I did when I received the blood parasite. "It has been a while," I answered with a slight bow. Damyewa looked young but already felt like a woman. I couldn't treat her the way I treated Song Jadaboevik. When I first saw her, she looked so scared, but now, she was quiet and confident. Perhaps because she was chosen as a disciple. "Are you training as a middle-ranked trainee?" It felt like she came to tell me about her being a disciple. Seeing the expression on her face, she seemed excited about bragging about becoming a disciple of 6th blood star too. It was good, but well, this showed that she is young. Stop. Sammy! The woman in the white cotton mask stopped her from speaking, causing her to bow. "I apologize, miss." It looked like the disciple was well disciplined. She wanted to brag, but she was stopped, so she probably felt embarrassed due to being scolded in front of me. Not long after, the Bloody Hand Witch, Hanbika, appeared. I don't know how many sets of black clothes she had, but she looked like a Grim Reaper each time I saw her. I also couldn't see Miss Hyeon. There were the other 2 of the women who had been there before, but Miss Hyeon was missing. Chuck. When I tried to greet her, she raised her hand and said, "Enough," and then came close to me and pulled something out of her hand. It was a plaque. Showing her plaque, she spoke with an expressionless face. "The disciple of our elder did something amazing. It seemed like she was giving me praise for being his disciple. Thanks to that, damn Yewa, who discovered I was that crazy man's disciple, stared at me wide-eyed. Right, I had a better background. But why was Han Bika showing off the plaque? 6 blood star. What do you mean by this? You made a bet, right? I guess she heard it from Miss Ha-yeon. I don't know how much she said, but the fact that Han Bika knew meant that Miss Ha-yeon at least told her. It was difficult to ever be given a plaque by the Bloody Hand Witch. Miss Ha-yeon, you cannot meet the child now. I wanted to ask why, but this woman was as scary as the red-dyed woman. She cut off her own finger without blinking. The bandage was wrapped around her hand. Didn't she cut off her finger? Looking at the bandages, the cut finger area looked intact. This was miraculous. Could it be that the finger was attached? Isn't that the great doctor's work? As Short Sword said, it did seem to be like that. They said he could cure anyone except the dead, but I didn't know that even a severed finger could be attached. That is interesting. Can a severed neck be attached then? My dear Short Sword, you'd die if the neck was cut. In any case, that man had stellar skills. Receiving his plaque was becoming better every passing day. Han Bika clicked her tongue. Tibet and asked for the Miss Plaque. I don't know where your guts came from. Her eyes and voice clearly said she didn't like me. It's definitely because of the plaque I was getting, especially since I asked for the plaque of the person she was serving. And to give it to me at all. Why bother saying all this when all she got to do was follow the orders? Bring it. One of the female disciples behind her brought a small bag to me. I asked them what it was. These are the herbs that will help you recover. Ah, I think this was Miss Ha-yeon's doing. Didn't she also take care of me during the search and ask me to not overuse my innate kai? Han Bika showed the plaque in her hand. Bikrion, ha. Bikrion, ha? I think this was Miss Ha-yeon's real name. I did expect her to use a fake name, but she used her real name on the plaque. I hesitated because of Han Bika's attitude, and she nodded to the plaque I reached out to take. It was then. SH. She dropped the plaque down, and I hurriedly tried to grab it as she grabbed onto my wrist. Heck. Her clench was so strong that I couldn't help but feel stuck in it. What should I do? She was way too strong for me to even push her hand away. At that time, a cold feeling ran through my wrist. It seemed to be Han Bika's internal kai. As it kept moving, it went into my dantian. However, with the vast gap of power between us, I began to feel cornered before it stopped. 6 blood, you better keep your mouth shut. Her internal kai moved around, as if scanning every inch of my body before it vanished. And then she said, it doesn't look like you have as much kai as we feared. She was just checking my body? Does she have to startle me like this to just look at my condition? Or did she have another purpose? But thanks to this, I learned one thing. She looked into my body, but couldn't notice my innate kai. This is good. Neither Miss nor this woman noticed it. Clearly, the innate kai is my trump card. And she smiled. Our Miss rushed this, considering how she got you a pill. She said you are in the process of recovering your dantian, but it would be better to not overdo it. If you try to keep building kai in a hurry, it will break your body. The pills and elixirs were things I would never be able to get. However, she seemed to have misunderstood that the yang energy and ice kai in my body were due to cultivation. Even the great doctor said it had a similar result to consuming pills. Then wouldn't I be misunderstood by Hiak Shun later? If he looked inside my body, he would definitely notice it. I had to find a suitable excuse for it. If not, do I have to get punished again? SH. She let go of my wrist. How much do I have to cultivate to ensure that the two energies are fully absorbed? I bowed my head to her and stored the Bikrion Ha's plaque in my sleeve. And then Han Bik Ha said, I hope you don't use that plaque for useless things. Useless things. A warning. Well, considering who the plaque was from, a warning was a must. Now can I go? Tuck. Then, I will go. As I was about to leave, she suddenly told me, would you like to make a bet with me? What was this now? Was she trying to steal the plaque she just gave me? Well, as if she read my mind, she said, if you are worried about me taking away the plaque you were given, then don't worry. Since the young master is a good person to bet with, I think I want to repay him a little bit. What was it if she wasn't aiming to take back the plaque? If I didn't know, I didn't have to do it, so I grasped my hand and said, how can I bet with the 6th blood star? Please, stop saying. If the young master wins, it might not be as good as the elders, but I will teach you one of my techniques. Techniques? What did this woman think of others? Anyway, I think I might just be tempted by that offer. Even if it stank, I liked it. It was common sense to try it at least. I am sorry, how can I covet the technique of... She cut me off again. If I win, the young master can tell his teacher to reconsider my proposal. Simple, right? This wouldn't be much of a loss to the young master. That was her purpose. It seems like she wanted me to persuade Hiak-chan, but I didn't know which side the old man was leaning towards. Still, there is no harm for you. It was definitely not a bad condition, but these are just words. I can only judge based on what the bet is. Yaewa. And then she called, damn Yaewa. The girl walked up to the front. This low-level training is a kid I took in 3 days ago. Having never mastered martial arts, She had to be a low-level trainee. That was why she was taken under the 6th Blood Star. I will teach this child the lady's treatment for as long as I stay in the 6th Blood Valley. There is a position test 6 months from now. Until then, the purpose is to raise this child into a higher rank warrior. She said it so casually, but it was an arrogant statement. To make a first-rate warrior in just half a year. Well, she at least is better than Hyek-chun. The man just told me to take the place of a leader, and not just a first-rate warrior. Looking at this, I could clearly understand why this was the reason those who mastered martial arts put in the effort to have excellent disciples. Betting is easy. It is a contest to see who will become a higher-ranked warrior among the two. Hanbika's eyes showed confidence. It was because she found a kid with inherent talent and coveted her. She thought of this bet because she was sure of making this child into a first-rate warrior. What if both of us become first-rate? Then you two will compete, and we see who wins. A very warrior-like idea. There was no draw. I said to listen, and you ended up accepting it. I have to aim higher than that, so be quiet and take it. My goal wasn't to become a first-rate warrior. It was to be a leader. It can be an adventure, or a motivator for me. If I win, I get a chance to know one of her techniques which are known to be one of the best in the cult. There is nothing wrong with losing. You can say that you will consider it. Not that. Why? If I deliver those words, regardless of whether I bet or not, I will be giving the old man an impression that I stepped to the side of Baekryun. Perhaps this was her goal. That was not good for me. There is something I learned as a spy. What is that? If you are not sure, never bet. You learned that as a spy? It is like some kind of gambling rule. It is similar. What? When a power struggle happens, one shouldn't be biased. Why? Isn't that fat kid better than that red-eyed one? At least she is helping you. Of course, in terms of friendships, this was correct. However, perhaps her favor was given after already calculating me to be the old man's disciple. Maybe this was her move to coax me. Well, it could be. Still, I hate the other one more. You never know. Maybe the red-eyed woman holds the majority interest in the current blood cult. Why? How can you know that without seeing anything? If that was not the case, she would have come to persuade Hyek-chun like Miss Ha-yeon or Baekryun did. Right. The red-eyed woman just asked me to send her regards to the old man. The way she spoke was relaxed too. Looking at that alone, she must already have had the upper hand in the fight, and she decided to not even hide that. Therefore, it is dangerous to get close to one side. If Baekryun doesn't become the cult leader, then the people on her side might be killed. Either they get taken advantage of or killed miserably. This applies to the forces of justice as well as all other sects. I see. What? The reason why you survived so long despite the power struggle. Right. If you don't get noticed, you don't die. And in this life, I was going after power. In the vacant lot that Soh Woonhwi had just left, a woman with a white cotton mask on her face appeared. Everyone, including the bloody hand witch, bowed their heads to her. The woman was the formerly plump Baekryun. Normally, she should be around the same size as the other two fat women, but she had lost a little weight. Did he accept it? Baekryun asked as Hanbika nodded. He accepted. I don't think he is as smart as you said. Hanbika was confident that she would win the bet. This child, Damyewa, whom she had discovered has the best body, which works well with her technique, more than any of the disciples she had. If she taught her intensively for half a year, she was sure of making her a first-rate warrior. If we win the bet, it will be easier to convince that man through the child. Hanbika was sure. Well, do you not believe in it? I do. But, he isn't the kind to get into losing bets. Baekryun was convinced that Woonhwi would never bet on a losing hand. Hanbika smiled and said, Don't worry, miss. With this child's talent, we will never lose. Trust me. Danyewa spoke in a voice of determination. She too was determined to win it for the teacher who selected her. And 6 months passed. Chapter 35, Leader 1. There is a large site called the Town Square in the 6th Blood Valley. This place could accommodate the largest number of people out of all the training grounds in the 6th Blood Valley. The site was usually never full, but today it was crowded with warriors and trainees of the blood cult. Stand straight. Yes. A shout with a loud voice was heard along with a sharp sound. After 1 year of training, the trainees were transformed into warriors of the blood cult. Starting from the right, the upper-ranked trainees were positioned with upper written on the back of their shirts. In the middle were the middle-ranked trainees with the word middle written on their shirts. And lastly, even the lower-ranked trainees did the same. Good. Standing on the podium was Gusang Woom, the head of 6th Blood Valley, looking down at the trainees with a satisfied face. Behind him were the 5 major leaders under him. 3 of them were already replaced with new ones. 1 was missing, and the 2 were removed for attacking the lady. The man then began to explain the position test to the trainees. The position test would proceed as follows. All the trainees would participate in the blood demon combat. All of the trainees practiced it. It was the basic combat technique of the sect that was taught. Only the 6th form, the 12th form, and the 36th form could be used. Once that was completed, they could attain the position of a regular warrior. Among those who pass as warriors, those verified by the respective masters will take the position test for a middle rank warrior. Middle rank warriors meant that they qualified as second-rate warriors. It required a test that utilized internal Kai. Most low rank trainees were called third-rate warriors, and many couldn't master martial arts and other things because of low internal Kai. On the other hand, to be recognized as one of the second-rate warriors, the trainee should have at least 10 years' worth of internal Kai. One of the easiest methods was by using a cataclysm stone. The cataclysm stone was a stone that was hard enough and was able to handle an infusion of internal Kai. Then the test continued with a fight against a middle rank warrior of the blood cult. If a trainee can last more than 30 seconds, they will get that role. Clench. A middle rank warrior standing in front of the podium was warming up. They too went through the same process to get these roles. Unlike the low-ranked ones, those in the middle rank got to learn the martial arts of the upper-ranked warriors, as well as the martial arts of the blood cult. All of this was done through 1 year of additional training. "Woo-oh!" the trainees exclaimed as he explained. Of course, those who shouted were the ones aiming for that role. Finally, an upper-ranked warrior. Among the trainees this time, those taking the test for the position of an upper-ranked warrior are 6 members. Gu Sang Woon looked at one of the leaders. He was a leader with thick eyebrows and wearing a sword on his side. The man was also in charge of the upper-ranked trainees. Not bad. That leader shrugged his shoulders. There were 3 more places like the 6 Blood Valley where the test was happening, and having 6 such high-level trainees was a good thing. A well-trained first-class warrior can deal with dozens of soldiers on their own. Cultivating such warriors wasn't an easy task, not for blood cult at least. So having 6 people come out of this was a good thing. Usually, only 3 or 4 people would qualify. "Who is that?" 5 of the trainees jumped up from their places. "Trainee Lee Jae-yu. Trainee Hamun Chan. Trainee Jo-san 1. Trainee." Seeing them all confidently stand up, Gu Sang Woon smiled happily. Behind the trainees were people who were observing everything. They were sent by elders and the 7th Blood Star to select useful trainees from here. Usually, those who have been given the rank of middle or higher were chosen. This will be a fierce fight. Recruiting an upper-rank warrior was a war. Each side would want to hold such a warrior under them and do anything for it. This benefits the trainee as well. Unlike the second-rate and third-rate warriors, first-rate warriors could choose their own positions. That way, there would be no fights between selectors. Which side will we get good talent? He watched it every time, but this selection time was the most interesting one. Usually, it wasn't possible to select more than 2 people at most to one side, but people get greedy for talent. This was a chance to see the conflict between the factions within the cult. Now let's start the test. With Gu Sang Woon's cry, the trainees' test began. Testing of forms and basic movements was done in an hour. Among the 106 trainees, 50 were confirmed to be third-rate warriors. All but 2 of them were considered to be definite third-rate warriors. Now we start the test of middle-rank warriors. A total of 59 people were taking the test. 8 people failed the test that used the stone, and those were demoted to third-rate warriors. Seeing that, Gu Sang Woon clicked his tongue, and Hyokseon, who was in charge of the middle-rank warriors, was already losing it. Fortunately, the other ones succeeded in moving ahead. Because the upper-rank trainees were already different from the others, they could move up without a problem and attracted the attention of everyone. Middle-rank warriors come out. The next thing was the battle test involving the 41 remaining trainees. There were a total of 37 who managed to endure it for 30 seconds against a full-fledged middle-rank warrior. The 4 who couldn't endure were demoted. "Please give me a chance, Commander." Begging wouldn't help anyone. It didn't mean they would be given another chance just because they left a mark on the stone. Position test happened perfectly with no second chances. There are 37 finalists, not bad. It was confirmed that there were 37 second-rate warriors. After 1 year of training, they will be full-fledged second-rate warriors. Is it just 1 more test left for first-rate warriors? More than 2 hours have passed. The position test started early in the morning and was now going to noon. With this speed, the position test would be completed before lunch. Now then, the test for the upper rank. Gu Sang Woon was about to announce the start but then turned around. The other leaders also did the same. A group of people was coming from the main hall. They were the Bloody Hand Witch, Hanbika, and her disciple. "What is this?" Gu Sang Woon was confused. "Commander there." Gu Sang Woon looked at where Hyokseon was pointing to. Other people were coming from the other side. There was a giant savage dressed in leopard clothes. The ghastly evil. Even from a distance, the man's force could be seen clearly. Behind him were Song Jadaboibik, Song Woo-hyen, and Soh Woonhwi, all of whom had larger builds than normal kids their age. We got the attention. Yes, it seemed like we popped out at the right time. When we appeared like this, everyone was bound to look. Everyone on the grounds was looking at us, from the trainees to warriors. He is really liking this. Soh Woonhwi, who was next to me, was smiling at this. On the other hand, his twin had an expressionless face. Shun mumbled in annoyance. That damned wench is doing the same thing. Shun looked at the bloody hand who was coming from the other side. He hated it because she was doing the same thing as him. Skip the low and middle rank tests. Well, you are my disciple. I don't expect you to go through those lowly tests. That was what Shun told me before coming here. He was the one who suggested that we skip the basic warrior's test. However, Han Bika seemed to have the same thought. When the upper rank warrior test was about to start, I could see Damyewa, her disciple, come forward. If you make me lose face, prepare yourself. Shun only made us nervous. I have been seeing him for over a year, so I was used to it. I don't think he has. Soh Woonhwi's expression went shaky. I could understand him. While training together, I think I saw him get beaten up at least once a month. It was an indiscriminate beating. Do you not remember that time? What? When he found out that he taught you that cultivation? We only got discovered less than a month ago. I didn't know it, but when I began to cultivate using Shun's technique, wounds began to appear on my body, and thanks to that, we got found out. Soh Woonhwi ended up getting beaten, and then hung from the cliff for almost half a day. Maybe the memories were too engraved into his mind. The brat never disobeyed him again after that. What if it was done to you too? Do you think I haven't been through it already? Shun's training in martial arts always reminded me of hell. I thought he would give me advice on swordsmanship, but I instead spent half a day being honed alongside the twins. He rolled people around so much that it would probably be better to die. Thanks to that, I have strong muscles. I admit it. It's not as much as the twins, but my muscles were as hard as a stone. While I was talking with the short sword, we arrived at the podium. Long live the blood cult! Soh Woonhwi and the 5 leaders paid their respects to Shun, and then bowed to the next in rank, the bloody hand which then greeted Shun. I greet the elder. Between them Soh Woonhwi carefully spoke. Why did the two of you come to the site of the position test, Kolkol? Why do you think we're here? To make my disciples take the test. Shun pointed to us with his large hand. It is the same with me, Commander Gu. Han Bika put Damyewa to the front. It had been 6 months since I last saw her, and she looked different from then. She was mature, and her shyness had been replaced with confidence. Changed. Shun clicked his tongue, looking at Han Bika. Han Bika didn't care, and said to the commander, I was a little late, but fortunately, it seems like things are heading to the upper rank warrior test. So can this child also participate? The upper rank warrior test? Yes. Soh Woonhwi was confused. It was natural for him to react like that. I too thought that taking the test from the start would be right. Seeing this, I realized that a trainee's background was important. Will that do? Or not? Shun asked the commander as if threatening him, and Soh Woonhwi looked shocked as he said, if they are disciples of mine, they can easily pass the low and middle ranks. You are saying the obvious things. Shun shrugged. Soh Woonhwi lowered his voice and said, but elder, not just the trainees, but the other people and the members of the 7th Blood Stars group are also watching this. What? I looked at the 2 men the commander pointed to. They looked like other elders and people of the 7th Blood Star. They were startled when Shun looked at them and bowed. Long live the blood cult! I could even hear their shouts. So what about them? It wasn't a bad, nor worrisome thing for him. Soh Woonhwi then said, still, many eyes are watching us, so how about certifying the disciples first? What? When Shun looked like he was about to get angry, Han Bika intervened. Elder, his words make sense. He is the commander and wants to do things according to the cult's laws, so not listen to what he has to say. You shouldn't talk about laws. Shun clicked his tongue. So what do you mean by certifying? At his question, Soh Woonhwi pointed toward the cataclysm stone, which was used during the middle rank warrior test. If the disciples prove they are qualified to head up to the upper rank warrior test, no one will be able to speak against them. In other words, it was meant to prove they had the right to go higher. At these words, Han Bika smiled. It didn't seem like a difficult task for her. To maintain the commander's face, I will do this. Yaiwa. Yes, teacher. Han Bika pointed to the stone, and realizing what she meant, the disciple walked towards it. Her hands were dyed red. The blood jade hand, she learned it for only 6 months, but could still manifest it. The color of her hands was blood dark now. I heard that the darker it was, the stronger it was. Now I understood why she was taken in as her disciple. With a brief word, she struck the stone. And the part she touched began to crack around the mark left by her palm. Oh! Exclamations flowed from the mouths of the trainees. This was something they didn't get to see during their test time. Even the leaders were shocked. Damyewa politely bowed and went back. I did my best, but it was embarrassing. Han Bika smiled while looking at her and turned to Soh Woonhwi. Is this enough? Yes. You have a really talented disciple to achieve such a thing within 6 months. Soh Woon praised Dam Yewa with a surprised look. Han Bika nodded with satisfaction and looked at Hiak Shun. Huh. Hiak Shun just snorted. He then looked at me and said loudly, "Be prepared if my name gets dragged down." What do I do to not let that happen? Does that mean that I need to show more than her? Why aren't you going out? At his urging, I walked forwards. I could see her palm print on the stone. I couldn't even take the middle rank warrior test in my past life, so I don't know how much was needed to level up. Are you going to do it with internal Kai? Yes. After all, the innate Kai is my secret weapon. I had to use just the internal Kai for this. I clenched my fist and caught my breath. Phew. I then began to increase my Kai. It was taking me a moment as I had been building up my Kai through hard work. 8th level. Hap. I clenched my fist and then pushed it forward to the stone. If it was the 8th level of internal Kai, it had to shake the stone at least, right? Crack. My fist had pierced into it. I thought that it would be hard, but this had seemed too weak. Almost half my fist went into the stone. I turned my head in silence. Han Bika's forehead had wrinkled up, and Hiak Shun was smiling from the other side. You set the benchmark high. Chapter 36, Leader 2. His fist pierced the stone. It wasn't just a mark that was left. I could hear the sound of whispers from the trainees all around me. Even the leaders have changed the way they look at me. Did those eyes, which looked at Dam Yewa in a positive light, change as well? Well, those eyes at least looked more vigilant after what I did. That's obvious. What you did was like showing off a part of your internal Kai. The South Heavenly Iron Sword said that to me. As he said, I was showing just a part of my power. In just 6 months, my internal Kai had progressed at a shockingly fast rate. There were several factors for this growth. One major factor, by far, was the Yang energy and Ice Kai, which had been piled up in the body. The old man was a big help too. Hiak Shun taught me how to do the Ming wheel cultivation. This method differed from the Xingming cultivation technique, which was based on the invincible theory emphasizing balance in the body to complement cultivation. This other cultivation method was more about being appropriate for my body type. Sage. In any case, after the task was done I bowed. Hoo-hoo, still far away. Hiak Shun looked at me and shouted. Those words in his face said different things. Even though he said that his face kept looking at Han Bika's pale face. The disciple's results aren't normal, as expected of the elder. The bloody hand which Han Bika, who had been frowning, shortly returned to her expressionless face again. She was incredibly good at controlling her emotions. Dam Yewam, however, bit her lip and looked at her master. She seems like she's taken notice. Right. Actually, even Hiak Shun was a man who didn't know how to make a wise bet and did it only for the sake of his pride. Then what about her? The student who got caught in the middle due to my teacher and her master. She couldn't handle this. What are you doing? Show your skills too. At Hiak Shun's words, Song Jadabwebik moved to the stone. I could hear his voice in my head. Look, how great I will do. This guy was stupid. It seemed like defeating me was his life goal. Phew. Song Jadabwebik adjusted his breathing and began using his internal Kai. His skin began to turn a little brown as he did. The reason for the change in his skin color was due to the cultivation method he used. This was expected. As Small Short Sword said, the result of their own cultivation was greater compared to my results when I used the same method. I note that Hiak Shun kept looking at Song Jadabwebik. Perhaps he was figuring out how much this method worked for his other student. Ha! With that shout, Song Jadabwebik clenched his fist and punched at the stone. Papak! The moment his fist touched it, small pieces of the stone bounced off. And when the fists collided, parts of the rock shattered and fell all around. Kuwak! It broke. The trainees were full of admiration again. Isn't he stronger? It almost seemed like the whole thing would break into pieces. Hearing the voices of the trainees, Song Jadabwebik looked proud as he turned toward Hiak Shun. His expression was asking, I did well, right? He longed for a compliment, but the teacher's expression differed from what he expected. Sage. He was clicking his tongue. Stone wasn't just pierced, but it even broke. Yet the reason he had this expression was simple. It was because Song Jadabwebik's internal Kai wasn't concentrated in one place when he punched. That was why the stone's surface was damaged, but not broken altogether. The elder's disciple is expected to do this much. At Han Bika's words, Hiak Shun shouted at my fellow disciple. If you are done, come back. Even I could feel that Han Bika's words couldn't be taken as a compliment. Hiak Shun was clearly annoyed. Look at that face, man. I feel bad. Song Jadabwebik came in with a gloomy expression as things didn't happen the way he wanted. Although he didn't meet the teacher's expectations, everyone else on the ground was looking at him in awe. Go. At the command of Hiak Shun, Song Jadabwebik's younger twin, Soh Woonhwi, nodded. His body had changed so much in just 6 months. Normally, he would speak clumsily or imitate his older brother, but he no longer did that now. I know the results without even looking at it anymore. Gu Sang Woon, the commander, now understood what Hiak Shun meant at the start. 3 people who came in the middle of the examination showed results that regular trainees could not. It was then, bang, bang, Everyone's eyes changed. They were all looking at one place because the sound was close to a roar, and they were all looking at Soh Woonhwi. They didn't think that he would use his head to hit the stone. The part where his head had impacted the stone was caved in, and that wasn't even the end. Crack! The stone split in half from the point of impact. No, was his head made of diamond or something? Short Sword clicked her tongue. Woonhwi, he is a boulder. The crowd went silent. The trainees opened their mouths one by one, but they were all at a loss for words. It was the same for the other observers too. Not all of them were flapping their mouths, but none could take their eyes off the stone. Go ha ha! Right, right, that is the level that has to be shown. Hiak. Shun laughed wildly this time. I also spotted Dam Yewa looking relieved. Is she feeling relieved for not going against him? It seemed like it. It looked like she would be sulky if she was asked to deal with a guy who breaks stones with his head. Oh seriously. The achievement of handing over the crown to one another was displayed here. I had nothing more to say. Did he lose his hair to gain a superpower? I was curious how Soh Woonhwi would react. Ha! He kept sighing too many times, being frustrated at the performance of his younger twin. This was expected. In this way, the show that proved the skills of the twins, myself and Dam Yewa, were done. No one objected anymore. Instead, they now realized how strong the teachers were. Our intrusion into the test was now done, and we were automatically pushed into the upper rank warrior tests. Gusang Woon, the commander, then said aloud, "Who will take the upper rank position test?" A warrior with a blue belt around his waist walked to the front. A blue belt signified his status as an upper rank warrior. The biggest benefit of achieving this rank was being able to remove the blood parasite from within the body. That was why the trainees all looked at the blue belt. Soh Woonhwi then spoke to Hiak-chun. "Teacher, I will quiet." Hiak-chun prevented him from going first. Thinking back on it, it looked like he wanted Dan Yewa to head out first. But it wasn't just him. Even Han Bika was preventing her disciple from going out first. Look carefully. This is about the level of upper rank warriors, a first-rate warrior of our sect. Although knowing he would have the upper hand in any fight, Soh Woonhwi could understand Hiak-chun's meaning. Despite his eccentric personality, this man was a dedicated teacher, though he did suck at actually teaching. Long live the blood cult! Some of the upper rank trainees jumped up from their places and bowed. Then one walked to the front, looked at the podium and said, "Trainee Haman, Chan. Tak, Lucio, Young." The warrior too replied with his name, and Gusang Woon on the podium said, "If you can last 12 attacks against him, you pass." Just 12? It cannot be just that. A trained warrior means that he was a first-rate warrior. He was different from others, because the level of martial arts was also different. It would be no easy task to defend the body from any 12 attacks or techniques he might use. I could tell from the trainee's tense face. Start. Both the trainee and the warrior made some distance between each other at the commander's words. As if conceding to the young one, the warrior gestured for the trainee to make the first move. After some hesitation, Haman-chun ran toward him. Tat! The trainee ran quickly and threw a kick at the warrior's head. Looking at his body shape, and how he deployed the kick, I could tell he was well trained. But it was easily evaded. The warrior avoided it by moving to the side before aiming a counter at the trainee's leg. This was all done in one movement. However, Haman-chun didn't dodge it. Instead, he threw his upper body at the warrior to elbow him in the face. Tadak! The trainee was pushed to take 3 steps back, which made him lose his balance. Yet, I noted that he used the loss of balance to stabilize his core strength. Pretty good, Hiak-chun mumbled. As he said, this trainee Haman-chun was a fighter. The ability to judge, respond and understand instantly was important in battles, fights, and confrontations. If those skills were taught to this trainee, he would be an excellent, first-rate warrior. I think he is being dragged around, Short Sword said, puzzled. It is fine to do that. Why? This was a test that was supposed to select the future of the cult. In other words, it was to select those who had the potential to become first-rate warriors. If a warrior like the one in front of the podium wanted to defeat the trainee, he could do it in 3 attacks instead of 12. The two collided again in earnest. The warrior didn't use any other martial arts other than close combat attacks. Despite the fight being difficult for him, the trainee managed to persevere until the time of the 14th attack. Enough. The two stopped at the sound of Gusang Wang's voice. The commander had a satisfied expression on his face. This is sufficient. Trainee Haman-chun, you pass. Wah! The trainees all cheered as if they all had passed. The first person who passed the test went to the podium and returned with a blue belt in hand. Do you have a sense of what this is? Hiak-chun asked us a question, to which Soh Woonhwi replied confidently. I think it is good. I will not bring shame to our teacher's name. Hiak-chun clicked his tongue at the boy's words. You didn't ask for that? Sage. Hiak-chun looked at him with pity on his face. I answered while recalling the movement of the warrior in my head. During the battle, the warrior there seemed to use about 3 to 4% of his strength. Strength referred to how much internal Kai was used. That's what I meant when I noted how much strength was used by the warrior. It was hard to be sure, but at most I can be certain that he didn't use a lot of internal Kai. The trainee was already sweating profusely, but the warrior clearly didn't shed a single sweat. My observation prompted Hiak Shun to push further. And his movement was also different from that of trainees, and when they came together, it didn't seem like he took more than 3 steps away from his original position. It's limited footwork. Your eyes work well. With those words, Hiak Shun looked at Song Woonhwi, who seemed embarrassed for not understanding the true intentions of the question. You enough? Hiak Shun was trying to say something to the other twin but quickly gave up. Song Woonhwi and didn't even look at the man and kept observing the fight in front of us. To make that old man shut up. Oh, envious. Meanwhile, the second trainee appeared. This time a different warrior came out too. The match was the same as before. The upper-rank warrior moved minimally, and made the trainees struggle till the end before giving them a blue belt. I didn't know because I had never gotten this far in my previous life, but the 5 who qualified all passed. The smile didn't leave the face of Gu Sang Woong the whole time. Lastly Gu Sang Woong realized he had made a mistake and corrected it. Who will come as number 6? Damn you, I hadn't gone ahead until this time, and had only kept watching. It was the same with us. Hiak Shun told us to keep watching. Trainee Cho-sun won. Among the trainees, the last person came out and bowed. Cho-sun won. Where have I heard this name? Someone you know? I remember hearing it. It wasn't me in this life but me in the past who heard it. I remembered things or people who were memorable. But this name felt so familiar. Who was it? Start. With the commander's shout, the trainee named Cho-sun Won began to move. I really thought that I had to take a closer look at this. In my memory, I remember fights being different. Tat attack. The warrior called Go Jin Chang, and the trainee collided. As the two collided, all the other trainees exclaimed loudly. It seemed like the warrior was moving for the first time to avoid getting hit by a trainee's successive attacks. Oh, that guy has learned martial arts before. Hiak Shun mumbled. After learning martial arts in his life, I think I understood his meaning. In addition to the basic footwork, the trainee was moving around to confuse and make the warrior take more than 3 steps for the first time. Go Jin Chang, a warrior whose pride was injured, lifted up the restrictions he had to follow when fighting a trainee and pushed the trainee even further. Tat attack. Still, Cho-sun Won managed to block the attack and countered. Oh, the trainees who were watching seemed to like this. I knew this. This guy was different from the other trainees. Not only did he have qualities for it, but he was close to beating a first-rate warrior. I remembered. I figured out why I couldn't remember his name. This guy was doomed to die in half a year. Doomed to die? Why? In response to the small sword's question, I gave a reply while I looked at the fight. He is a spy for the Beggar Union. Chapter 37. Leader 3. Papapak. In an instant, the number of attacks that were exchanged between the two went past 12 all the way to 16. The warrior, perhaps forgetting that this was just a test, became greedier in his effort to defeat the trainee, prompting Gu Sang Woo to call out. Enough. Go Jin Chang stopped at his commander's order. The result might have been much worse if he didn't stop there. Typically, one had to calm their expression and bow to the trainee who did well, but all the trainee got was an annoyed look. Tuck. On the other hand, the trainee bowed to the warrior, prompting the other trainees to shout. Wah! So cool! Although the number of trainees was small for this test, not being pushed around by a warrior was significant enough for the trainees to lose their minds. Hiak Shun mumbled. Kokol. Such a nice one. The source of his martial arts seems to be the lower district sect. After saying those words, Hiak Shun's throat trembled. A message to someone. Perhaps the other person was the Blood Wolf leader. Said leader's eyes were also looking at Hiak Shun. As he was in charge of the trainees, he seemed to be asking for the child's details. Hiak Shun nodded. Well, right. He looked satisfied, as if his prediction was on point. Was Cho-sun Won using the martial arts of the lower district sect? Didn't you say it was the Beggars Union? Yes. This kid had to be from the Beggars Union. The blood cult issued an order to kill him, and that was information known to all. That, at least, I remembered. Couldn't he have hidden his martial arts? If he is of the Beggars Union like you said, why would he openly show it? Iron Sword's words were also valid. Obviously, there was no way he could use those martial arts here. In order to hide his identity, even the appropriate martial arts should be used. The lower district sect. Even if he was doing this to deceive, he was doing it with the lower district sect's martial arts. The Beggars Union and the lower district were known to be top information gathering places, and they might have had a competitive relationship. But what? He was daring enough to use the lower district's name here. The lower district is on the side of the forces of evil and unorthodox sects, while the Beggars Union was on the other side. Since the time of its creation, the Beggars Union at least had a sense of national patriotism and a general feeling of justice. Meanwhile, the lower district sect consisted of gamblers, thieves, and bandits, all typical of any evil sect. From the point of view of the blood cult, the lower district's act was the more favorable one. Huak, he would be in high demand. What was this old man saying? A spy was a talent to covet? I was too flabbergasted. Who will take the next test? Gu Sang, Woon asked, his eyes looking at us and Han Bika. Chinese too were looking over at the side. Now it was the turn of us disciples. Teacher, I will go. No. Hiak. Shun stopped Song Javuabik from going out again and shouted at Han Bika. I yield. You can send your disciple first. I thought he would send one of us to show a better form to the trainees, but the old man had different thoughts. Perhaps this was from an experience he had. Damyewa had to take the test first, and he probably was trying to figure out what level a warrior she trained could end up being. Indeed, if Damyewa was trained, she would be able to fight correctly, unlike the trainee before. But an unexpected answer came from her teacher instead. No, this time, I will yield to your disciples. What? Hiak. Shun raised his eyebrows. Still, this man had a higher position, and I didn't understand how she could refuse him. Was she telling him to show off the skills of his disciples first? Perhaps she said it with the same thoughts and aims that Hiak, Shun had. But you see, my teacher wouldn't just accept that. If I said I would yield, just accept it, Hiak Shun, who was speaking, went silent. He looked at Han Beka, but said nothing. It seemed like they were using voice transmission. What are they talking about? He then frowned as he looked at me. Did you make a bet with the bloody hand witch? I never thought I'd have to explain that in such a place. Since the honor of her disciple and myself was on the line, I didn't think the woman would be foolhardy enough to talk about it. Ugh, such an evil one. Planning to win the bet like this? No. Some decided to attack the players to gain an advantage. But this was intended to instill awareness within me. Well, this woman wasn't an average person. The bloody hand witch smiled as she looked at me. She deliberately pretended to be friendly. Acting. Short Sword clicked her tongue. There is one thing she didn't know. Hiak. Shun spoke with an annoyed face. A bet to persuade me through you? You idiot. I told him about how the bloody hand witch was trying to convince him through me. Through all this, Han Beek, Ha continued to smile. You are being used. He. Short Sword grinned as she laughed. Well, apart from the bet, there is nothing else that can be said to my teacher. If I lost, I would act according to her will. So I just told Hiak. Shun. However, the bet was hidden, but she still decided to speak up and inform Hiak. Shun while trying to overrule us. This was rather sad. Actually, I told Hiak. Shun what happened. Well, if you have a chance to get something, you need to jump in. Unexpectedly, Hiak Shun didn't seem angry. He seemed to understand. It's just like his personality, and I scratched my head. If you use your head again, I will break your hands and legs. Alright. It wasn't all smooth sailing either. Hoon still smiled at me. You made such an interesting bet, to make the girl who only wore black clothes come out and speak like this. Heck. With that, he pushed me on the back and I stepped up. Show me. Words which meant a lot. He told us not to go first, but now he pushed me ahead, which left Song Javuavik looking dissatisfied. I didn't want to do it either. Phew. It seemed like I had to do this first. It would have been better if the twins went out first to bring more attention, but nothing I could do about it now. Chuck. I bowed to the commander Gu Sang Woon. He too bowed slightly as I was a disciple of that old man before nodding to a warrior on the podium. The man who had a scar on his eyes stepped up. Now that we have a trainee, let's start the test. Then I said, I want to take the test for the position of a leader. Gu Sang Woon, the commander of the 6th Blood Valley, went stiff. It was the same case with the other leaders behind him. Mumbles could be heard all around. What does this mean? A leader? This reaction was natural. I came out to take the test for upper rank warrior and requested to be made a leader instead. Even Han Becca, who had been smiling at me, seemed to be frowning now. Even Damyewa had a similar frown on her face. Hiak Shun was the only one who was laughing in this situation. I was going to let Song Javuevi get the attention, but I received it instead. Gu Sang Woon, who first looked at Hiak Shun with a stiff face, then looked at me. Do you know what that means? Of course I knew. I heard it from No Songu, the leader of Blood Wolf. There are 3 ways to become a leader. First, if you fulfill the tenure of an up-ranked first-rate warrior and deliver both results and performance, the position will eventually be granted to you. Second, there was also a chance of getting the position after receiving considerable merit. I know. You must win in less than 100 seconds against 2 ranked warriors using a sword. Huak. The trainees were all roaring. The difficulty level had gone up. This third method made sense. Even if they were first-rate warriors, not all of them would have the same strength. In order to be recognized as a skilled warrior, one must have at least enough skills to deal with other first-rate warriors. I could feel Gu Sang Woon's eyes pierce through me. The elder seems to have taught his disciples well. I heard something in my head. It sounded like a compliment, but there was a hint of sarcasm in it. Well, I could understand his emotions. Even if he was an elder, it is absurd to push a disciple who had only trained under him for just 6 months to the position of a leader. Besides, unlike the twins, I was known to have a broken dantian that only healed just 6 months prior. That face is no joke. As Short Sword said, no one seemed to be liking this. Perhaps the source of their hate was the fact that I had only been training for 6 months. Clench. As they relaxed their bodies, I could feel their hatred toward me. They considered my act a disgrace. But they also seemed to think that a newcomer like me who had just started to learn martial arts was becoming cocky. Are you really fine? Gu Sang, Woon asked Hiak Chun. He has enough qualifications. That is why I sent him. I understand. Hiak Chun sounded confident, and the commander turned to me with cold eyes. Are you going to use that sword? I could see why he asked that. Hiak Chun was known for his close combat fighting style, so having a sword might be weird. Yes. Gu Sang, Woon frowned. Then, he looked at the warriors under his podium. The warriors were all looking at me with zealous eyes. Then he called out 2 of them. Dijong Huyan. Yes, both men had swords on their backs. They were swordsmen, and this looked like it would be a battle of swords. You are the disciple of an elder. Gu Sang, Woon's intentions were clear. As both warriors approached me, I could see their gazes moving to the iron sword on my back. You two will test him. Yes. They bowed, and then widened the space between us to prepare to engage. Coincidentally, the 2 also seemed to be talking to me. If you came out because of the elder's orders, there is no need to covet the leader position. You will have a lot more chances. Since you are the elder's disciple and wield a sword, I ask you to learn humbly from us. Their expressions and words were so different. Their eyes were like they wanted to eat me, and were burning with determination. As soon as this signal to start was sounded, they would move. So I said, do take good care of me. I said it politely, but that only brought displeasure into their eyes. They clearly wanted to start right away. I grabbed my sword, and the crowd went silent. The eyes of the trainees didn't leave the warriors on the podium or me. At that time Gu Sang, Woon said, start. Tat. As soon as the words were said, their feet instantly moved away from the ground as they came for me. Were they skilled in light footwork? Kang. The 2 warriors drew their swords and came for me, swinging them towards my head and left leg, hoping to end this at once. Tat attack. I stretched out my legs and stepped back. As first-rate warriors, the 2 also narrowed the distance. Chang. I drew out iron sword, and clashed with the warrior Dijong's sword as he blocked my blade with his. Flang. Sage. At that moment, the other warrior, Huyan, stabbed at my right chest, making me use my footwork to widen the distance. Chang. Huh. Huyan too hurriedly moved back. To prevent me from following, Dijong appeared from the left to stab me in the shoulder. Chang. I rotated the sword to bounce his attack upwards, making Dijong frown. It seemed like he was shocked by how well I responded to his attack without showing signs of fear. This was a matter of course. For nearly 4 months, I fought 100 mock battles with Hiak Chun over and over. They were almost real battles for me, so how could my body not respond? Dijong and Huyan glanced at each other. It looked like they decided to change their tactics. Tat. Dijong ran to me and used a proper sword technique rather than just a simple movement. A fierce technique flew to me like a tiger running wild. Tak. Achukcha. There was a way to receive it with the same force, but I chose a softer sword technique to respond to it. Tak. By using a technique that was like a soft loach, I aimed an attack at the gap in the warrior's sword technique. This shocked him as he didn't seem to expect me to come close. It was unfortunate, but the sword techniques we learnt were innately different. Puck. My sword went for his sword, and pierced his shoulder and chest twice. He panicked at the light stabs but managed to move back. Petata. I followed him with the intent of getting rid of him as he moved back, causing him to smile. You are still young. It was then that I bent my body as low as I could. Sage. A sword which could have cut my head off instead cut nothing but air. What? I pulled out the short sword, and stabbed at him without looking back. Huak. Kuak. A muffled shout could be heard. Without stopping, I turned around while holding iron sword in my hand. At that moment, I rotated my body like a whirlwind and my sword upwards. It was the maneuvering dragon-slashing sword. Tang! Dijong, who was in front of me, couldn't control the force of my sword and bounced back. As I rotated while soaring in the air, I held both swords in my hands. I then struck both of them down using the falling meteor sword. Damn it! Huyan, startled at the force of my attack, tried to block it, but his sword got cut in half instead. Crack! Kuak! Huyan fell to the floor. If he tried to get back up, he could die. I stopped the technique right in front of his nose. Huakui's face was nervous as he looked at the iron sword in front of him. I pulled my sword back as I said to him, "You are bleeding. Look at the dagger." The dagger was stuck in Huyan's thigh, and he mumbled as he didn't seem to perceive the pain until I pointed it out. How can you not? I looked at his sword, which was split in half. No matter how much I killed his spirit, the sound of his sword being broken must have been a blow to him. Oh! And deafening screams came from the side of the trainees. Chapter 38. Leader 4. Oh! The trainees all shouted passionately for Soh Woonhwi. See that? He stopped the sword right in front of the warrior's nose. That's insane. He actually won. Didn't he say he needed to last for 100 seconds or something? It doesn't even look like a few seconds have passed. The upper-rank warriors were like absolute beings for the trainees. However, that I managed to take 2 of them down with overwhelming force was enough to fascinate them. Soh Woonhwi, the commander, was speechless too. His expectations had been flipped. The ghastly monster, Shun, was known for his fists and kicks. So when Woonhwi came with a sword, he thought the boy would be taken down quickly. He was convinced that no one could go against a first-rate warrior after just 6 months of training, but this was something else. Has it only been just 6 months since his dantian was restored? I cannot believe this. It has to be either of these two. Maybe he already knew things before his dantian was broken, or the elder just invented an amazing sword technique. Is the elder even good with swords? When one reaches an old age, they have a knack for everything. The leaders couldn't help but admire my achievement, though they focused more on the sword technique. That was how incredible the technique's power was. Teacher Dam Yewa couldn't take her eyes off her teacher. This was her first time seeing such an expression on her face after being brought in as a disciple. So Woonhwi, that person is really. She didn't think he would embarrass her like this. She and Hanbika had tried and set higher goals, all this while, when compared to the test, their goal had been to not only endure 12 attacks, but to gracefully break them. Son Woonhwi was clearly ahead of her. He didn't even let the 2 warriors show their skills. A sigh. Even if she learned under Hanbika, she wasn't confident enough to take on 2 warriors at once. Why does this man make things difficult for her? The frown on her teacher's face showed no sign of disappearing. Did that old man really create this sword technique? Hanbika was confused. The bet aside, the sword technique she witnessed wasn't an ordinary technique. It was full of ascending movements and attacks. It differed from the methodology Shun followed, which was to work with the body and internal Kai. No, it cannot be that. She couldn't know that this wasn't a technique created by Shun. This was a technique created by someone who was both experienced and skilled with the sword. She looked over at Shun again, but the man instead looked at Soh Woonhwi with a strange smile. It reminds me of the South Heavenly Swordsman. He remembered the battle against his former rival while looking at Soh Woonhwi, a battle he would never have again. You're a leader now. You did well. Her sword was returned to me a little late after I used her to wound Un's thigh, so she was making a fuss about it. As she said, in front of everyone who was watching, I managed to get an official title and managed to attain a leadership position. No one could disagree either after they witnessed my match. The 2 warriors who went against me had surrendered cleanly. I managed to burn away their hopes of winning while, at the same time, making the crowd acknowledge my sword technique. You are qualified to be a leader. I admit it too. This is like meeting a promising swordsman. They all changed their thoughts. I am, after all, a swordsman who can talk with swords. That strengthens the friendship and performance between sword and user. This made sense. I was worried about you telling us to not help, but you did well. Still, training to feel the flow of internal Kai of the opponent seems necessary. You would have lost if you couldn't hear the sound of their swords. Iron Sword was coldly analyzing the match. Right. Without the advantage of hearing the sound of their swords, I would have been in danger. It was rather tight. If you limit your skills and still do something like that, you should be praised, right? No. Iron Sword is right. I didn't achieve my goal. I did defeat the 2 warriors without showing my all. This wasn't my actual goal, however. The purpose of this fight was to win with just my internal Kai and sword technique, but I still listened to the sounds of their swords and reacted. To reach higher, I needed to be strict with myself, right? Brat, you act like a warrior these days. A good change. I have been thinking a lot these past 6 months. To attain a vague level of power and strength was an abstract goal. It didn't even make sense to be strong. If there was an aspiration to be a warrior, I should at least dream of being a prominent one in the Central Plains. Shun was just a stepping stone. We have a long way to go. Right, a long way. But not even a year after regressing, didn't I reach the position of a leader? This was something I would never even have dreamt of. I would never have known this possibility if I hadn't moved ahead. Well, because you won the bet, we can learn from that woman. As Short Sword said, I won the bet. Dam Yewa came out right after my fight was over. But she had no choice but to apply for the position of a leader, because the pride of her teacher was at stake. But the result wasn't great. She fought hard but was defeated in less than 50 seconds. I couldn't forget the expression Hanbika had. It wasn't a frown. She is so dead. As she said, Dam Yewa could not raise her head, acting as if she did something wrong. Seeing that, why? Feeling bad? Why would I feel sorry for her? Just a bit sad. That was all. Since she lost, maybe she would be getting a good beating from the bloody hand, which I can understand since Shun would have done that. Still, the achievement she had in 6 months is remarkable. Iron Sword praised Dam Yewa. Clearly, her martial arts were amazing for someone who only had 6 months to learn. In addition, She even managed to meet the condition of surviving a battle against an upper-rank warrior, and was recognized as an upper-rank warrior in turn. The problem is him. Zh. The sound of Hiak. Chun clicking his tongue. He didn't have a good expression, but I can understand why. Hack. Hack. Song Jawoibik's fight was over 60 seconds long. He went out saying he would end it before me, but that didn't happen. That idiot. Hiak. Chun said that while looking at him. In a way, Song Jawoibik was his true disciple. At least he would have hoped for similar results to mine, but it was coming out differently. I guess he is out of luck. I agreed with Iron Sword's words. After my fight, all the warriors were more cautious. In particular, they were warier of Song Jawoibik, who was known to have directly learned Hiak Chun's techniques. So the fights were getting longer. Damn it. Song Jawoibik's irritated voice could be heard all the way here. Due to the pressure to end it quickly, he couldn't even show his skills properly. Well, if 100 seconds passed, he would get the position. Then that old man will kill him. Right. That was a possibility. Still, I would love to see him being sympathetic to others. It was then. Papak. Song Jawoibik grabbed the belt of the warrior who had been trying to widen the distance. The other warrior threw his fists at Song Jawoibik's face while he resisted it and showed his wits. Boo! Song Jawoibik threw the warrior he had grabbed by the belt. The throw was directed at the other warrior who was coming at him. This made the two collide and fall to the floor. This was worthy enough. As with internal Kai, Hiak Chun's training involved external Kai too. It was nothing but pure physical strength, which was difficult for me. The warrior who fell tried to get up, but it was too late. Why bother getting up? Puck. Song Jawoibik's fists were like rapid fire landing on his opponent. Song Jawoibik didn't pay attention to anything else and kept throwing the fist. Stop! Stop! In the end, the two surrendered. Tuck. Song Jawoibik, who raised his fist at the wind, looked around, but no one cheered. Drip. One of his eyes was swollen, and his nose was bleeding. It didn't really look like the image of victory to the observers. Fuck nosebleed. Sage. Hiak Chun continued to click his tongue. Look at him. Such disgrace. Despite that, he seemed happy that his disciple would be a leader now. Well, if you are happy, I am happy. If those bastards didn't run around like hamsters, I would have ended it faster than you. I just wish they would stop saying that to me. The other twin was the last one, and Hiak Chun told him. Huh. If you act like that damn brother of yours, you will be starved. The guy was already bald, but now his eyes seemed to be falling out, so his face looked so troubled. Song Woonhwi nodded and walked to the front. Du Kai and Kang Ki Jai. Did he feel a sense of crisis with the ones that have gone before? Gu Sang Woon changed his plan. He sent out one swordsman and one fist fighter. From my point of view, what they were both trying to do with a sword and a fist was to take down the disciple of the old man effectively. Seemed like the commander didn't like giving the leader position to all three of us. Hiak Chun said he didn't like this but then snorted. Guess he trusted this guy. Start. Confrontation began with Gu Sang Woon's shout. As soon as the match started, the one called Kang Ki Jai came with fists blazing and moved behind Song Woonhwi. The one with the sword, Du Kaiang, stood in front. It seemed like the main attacker would be the swordsman, and the other would be the diversion. Boom! Du Kaiang swung the sword, as if deliberately trying to threaten his opponent, though it was then. Papak. Song Woonhwi ran to the swordsman, making him aim the sword at his chest to widen the distance. But the twin didn't avoid it. What are you doing? Song Jawoibik was shocked. Huak. The sword pierced the upper chest of Song Woonhwi, but it wasn't a deep cut, and no one could tell if it was because the swordsman didn't wield it correctly, he was too anxious to do it, or if Song Woonhwi's muscles were too thick. Heck. The younger twin grabbed Du Kaiang's arm. You! The moment he was about to pull out the sword to escape, Song Woonhwi hit him. Bang! Even Kang Ki was captivated by this unexpected attack. Then Song Woonhwi released the grip. You! Kang Ki's face was pale. Du Kaiang's face was caved in, and so much blood was dripping that it covered his face. Thud. The swordsman soon fell to the floor. This was an absurd situation to be in, and I heard at the same time. You shouldn't let him starve. Song Woonhwi passed the test with just one headbutt. Kang Ki, who was afraid of being headbutted, declared his surrender. I wouldn't want it either. If the forehead was caved in, who would want to fight? Everyone looked at him with fearful eyes. Those who couldn't express that fear were at least died. Gwahahaha. Only Hiak Chun was happy with this. The test ended, but it resulted in confusion for everyone. As soon as the position test was completed, the leaders of each group who were watching from behind rushed toward us. Elder, I congratulate you. You have wonderfully taught your disciples. Looking at this, I could see how much of a role he had in the cult. Everyone did it for this old man, whether it be a greeting or praise. If he could do this without collecting power on his side, what would be his position if he had power or force behind him? Congratulations, Elder. The bloody hand witch, Han Bika, came over. She kept a neutral expression, and Hiak Shun smiled triumphantly. Heh, you did well with your disciple too. This crazy old man. Damn Yewa was a disciple who failed to become a leader, and he was scratching on their wounds. This is the first time I learned that an elder, who is an expert in close combat, is also skilled with swords. This made him raise his eyebrow. It was because he knew where she was going with this. It doesn't seem like it's your sword technique. Her eyes were saying that. No one questioned the sword technique, but she was sure that this wasn't a technique made by Hiak Chun. Did losing a bet make her do this? Even if she felt bad, there was nothing she could do to change the result. Hiak Chun then said, Bloody Hand Witch, you seem to have poor eyes. I mean, how could you not recognize the sword technique of the South Heavenly Swordsman? It wasn't just her, but everyone else around him became shocked at this revelation. Chapter 39. Selection Ceremony 1. I too was shocked by Hiak Chun's bold words. I never expected that the true origin of the sword technique would actually be revealed. To be honest, I thought that this man would hide it, considering how much the man prided in himself. So why would he reveal it? What was certain was this wasn't his usual course of action. South Heavenly Swordsman? The South Heavenly Swordsman? Whispers and questions rose from around us. Seeing that the leaders and others were this shocked, the prestige of the swordsman's name was still there despite 15 years having passed. Everyone was also not just looking at Hiak Chun, but was also looking at me. A woman in white, who seemed to be a disciple of the Bloody Hand Witch, kept looking at my sword and me. What is with her? However, with just her eyes exposed through the mask, I felt like I knew her. Her round eyes, long eyelashes, and a similar feeling to the red-dyed woman. No. Who is it? Who is she? Miss Ha Yon. Seems like it's her. Or Beek Rion. Ha, I should say. What? She's that one? Even Short Sword seemed shocked. Well, the reason was simple, really. It was because the woman's body now looked slender. Aren't you guessing it wrong? Short Sword couldn't accept it. Well, she had been quite chubby in the past, after all. It felt like she had undergone a body reconstruction in just 6 months. So she lost all that weight? Would she admit that she had lost the weight, if it were really her? Well, the woman did avoid my eyes afterward. Right. Seeing how embarrassed she was, I probably guessed correctly. She turned her head towards a distant mountain to avoid my gaze. I was left wondering what exactly happened. Did she lose weight from the plant I brought back? As I continued to muse, Han Bika spoke. Elder. What do you mean? South Heavenly Swordsman? Her voice was trembling slightly, betraying the fact that she was also shocked. I was also curious about how the old man would respond, considering everything was revealed like this. Would he try to say that he got a treasure after defeating the South Heavenly Swordsman? With his personality, that kind of statement would make sense. You don't get it despite me telling you? Seriously, is there anyone else here who dealt with that man aside from me? At his words, Han Bika went silent. This meant that no one else could get close to the South Heavenly Swordsman. He. She looked at me after she was rendered silent. Regardless of whether I recognize it or not, why did the elder's disciple learn the sword technique of that man? She was bringing him back to the original topic. She was asking for a clear answer. The South Heavenly Swordsman wasn't just a normal man. He is a well-known and influential person. This is why the elder will have to explain. She wasn't taking things lying down. Focusing on the fact that the South Heavenly Swordsman is a member of the Forces of Justice, she was cornering Hiak Chun. That was until he pulled something out of his sleeves. Ah, the book with that name on it. It was taken back from me. But I didn't think he would have it on him. Did he plan this? The Xingming technique? This is a martial arts book written by that man. Why does the elder have it? Han Bika couldn't take her eyes off the book. It was the same with others. In particular, those who used swords as their weapon would consider this book a treasure. A book of martial arts written by the South Heavenly Swordsman, who was famed for his sword techniques. Anyone would want it. The South Heavenly Swordsman is dead. Everyone was surprised to hear that such a man was already dead. The surprise was partly because a man of such stature's whereabouts had been unknown for 15 years. Hiak Chun seemed to be trying to imply that he defeated the man to get this. This man, the South Heavenly Iron Sword, was angry. He felt like his former owner's name and honor were being tarnished, and I too felt bad for him. That man is dead? Then did the elder? Bloody Hand Witch looked at Hiak Chun with shocked eyes. But his reaction was different from what I expected. If that was the case, that long-awaited dream of mine would have come true, but no, someone else did it before I could. Surprisingly, Hiak Chun spoke the truth. He could have lied, but he chose to be honest. Who could do that? Everyone was curious after hearing Hiak Chun's words. This was a natural reaction considering that someone managed to kill a famous swordsman who had been touted as one of the future members of the 8 great warriors of the land. Ignoring their reaction, he continued. This is a book left behind by the South Heavenly Swordsman. This was what he meant. He had already died, so it wouldn't count as stealing. The Bloody Hand Witch then asked, Did this mean you found this along with his remains? Yes. How could you do such a thing? This calls for congratulations, Elder. At his honest response, the others began to speak out. Their words implied that the discovery of a book that can be deemed a treasure for any swordsman by a member of their cult was something to be celebrated. What is that supposed to mean? Chun asked. Everyone who cheered for him went silent at his first question. One of them tried to explain while the others all were silent. It isn't that. Not being able to compete with him, and him losing to someone else isn't something to be celebrated. Seeing that, those trying to speak all went silent, as expected of Chun. I couldn't fight him again after that. This isn't something you people can celebrate. Chun spoke with an angry expression while holding the book. This sword technique isn't completed. This was true. Strictly speaking, thanks to him stealing it, I was able to complete the technique. I who fought the most with him know this better than anyone. Hanbika frowned. Do you mean it? Chun smiled. This book was passed on to this guy through all the loopholes. Chun placed his hand on my shoulders. This guy can be called a common point between myself and the South Heavenly Swordsman. I was shocked. The result was that Chun didn't come across as the successor of the South Heavenly Swordsman's legacy. Instead, he became someone who supplemented and passed on his rival's techniques to me. Right. For real, he is amazing. Even Short Sword admired this. In a sense, the old man was amazing. As a result, no one could raise objections about it anymore. At least not within the cult. Chun was a clever old man. Still, this is good. Even Iron Sword, who should be angry, was fine. What was good about this? Actually, if it wasn't for him, the life and knowledge of my former owner would have ended. Moreover, the man himself said that you would be considered as an heir to my former owner. When I heard his words, it felt right. Since Chun was in possession of the book, he could have professed it as his own technique. Instead, he left a mark that told the people that his rival's legacy continued to live on. Looking at this, I realize how much this old man valued his rival. I am grateful for that. South Heavenly Iron Sword was happy that his former owner wouldn't be forgotten. Bloody Hand Witch Hanbika, her followers, and the leaders of each group went to the main hall. It was because there was a selection ceremony that still needed to be done. Before leaving, that woman sent me a message. The bet was won by the young master. Let's meet in the same vacant lot from last time, at midnight tonight. She surrendered. Well, strictly speaking, Dame Yewa did get the position that she had made a bet for, but since my own achievements were higher, this made any spar between us meaningless. The difference between her and my skills was apparent. What do you want to be taught? I don't have high expectations. I didn't think she would teach me anything useful. She too wouldn't have expected to lose the bet, so she would probably teach me some insignificant technique. I was more curious about Bikrion. She had a strange look when she looked at me earlier. Maybe she didn't think you'd notice? That could be the case. But teacher, why are you going to the main hall? On our way there, Son Jadaboabik asked a question, unable to hold his curiosity. But Chun smiled and said, now is the time. To bring in useful ones. Yeah, okay. I think I get why. He said he would raise us 3. In the case of the current blood cult, there already were factions on each side, and each side needed talent. And this was a matter of how many talents were secured by which side. Whisper. When we arrived at the hall, it was noisy. In addition to the commander, the leaders and trainees were also there. Memories prior to my return came back to me. The list of trainees was attached to a wide wooden board in front of the yard. The names on the list were sorted by the classes they qualified for. Before my return to this time, I had been given a task already as a member of the Blood Wolf. While low-ranked warriors were evenly distributed, the middle-rank warriors and the others were given out through preference. I remembered how fiercely the people fought for better talent. At that time, I wasn't there, but I knew about one person who the factions fought extremely over. Who? Cho Sung-won, the spy from the Beggars Union. He eventually went as a subordinate to the First Blood Star. Everyone thought he would go under one of the 4 venerable dignitaries, but his choice surprised everyone. But it was the wrong choice. Right. Just half a year from now, an order was issued to eliminate him, which led to his death. In the end, he is destined to die. Right. What if I changed his fate? The 6th Blood Valley was uncovered thanks to Cho Sung-won and a few other spies. But I wondered how much it would change if I changed the place this man ended up going to. For example, what if I revealed his identity right away? The selection ceremony will occur tomorrow. Gu sang, Woong spoke in a loud voice. 10 other commanders from other locations stood in front of the board. They couldn't take their eyes off of it. Chun then stepped up to the selection board. When he went there, everyone became confused. Elder? Why? They didn't seem to expect that Chun would participate in the selection. After all, he was someone who had never shown such an interest before. One of the commanders asked, is the elder also participating in the selection? I have no commander below me, so I will choose for myself. Their faces darkened. They didn't think this would happen. Even the Bloody Hand Witch seemed shocked. Everyone was puzzled at this unforeseen situation as Shun said. Does this start from the middle ranked warriors or the up-ranked warriors? From the middle rank. Is that so? Then that works. Any complaints for me? At Shun's words, the commanders all bit their lips. They couldn't say no to this man. Who would have the guts to say no to such a monster? I can choose then? Yes. Shun pointed his finger at the place where the list was hanging from. It was a list of middle-rank warriors. A total of 37 names. The list was arranged from top to bottom in order of outstanding qualities. Each faction was holding their breath and waited for Shun to stop. They were worried that he might choose talented ones before them. His finger then continued to move down. Phew, and a couple sighed in relief. But I will take everyone from the top down to here. Everyone became puzzled at Shun's words, but the old man clearly didn't care as he said. In fairness, there are only 10 other people left, so whether you talk it out, or whatever you do, take them one by one. Chapter 40. Selection Ceremony 2. Everyone there was at a loss for words. The implicit rule of the selection process was to distribute talent in equal numbers to each other. However, they were shocked at the sight of Hun trying to gulp down 27 people with just a few words by excluding the bottom 10. Wahaha! As expected of the old man. Short Sword laughed. Even if he wanted to take people in, I predicted it would only be 4 or 5, but Shun walked up and chose 27 people. However, the problem was that while the people there were afraid to question him, there were people under the other elders and under the 7th blood star behind him. Elder. Keenly aware of this, Soh Woonhwi intervened. The other commanders came as representatives of the 7th blood star and other people. If the elder took all the top talents, it would not be fair for. You are speaking about equity? Shun asked a question, as if he could not understand it. Soh Woonhwi was a bit flustered despite his apparent desire to help the other parties there. Sage. Some of the people who had trusted in Soh Woonhwi's intervention came forward. They were commanders, under the influence of other people of a similar stature as Shun. Elder. I am Commander Jiom under Elder Li Jun. The commander who served under Elder Li Jun opened his mouth first. The reason why he mentioned his elder's name alongside his role was clearly to emphasize its effects. So? Shun asked, as if he didn't really care. The commander hesitated before trying to regain his confidence again. He then said, Elder, I will speak honestly. In the selection ceremony, all of us were sent to select talented people on behalf of our superiors. Until now, we have evenly organized the talents through fair consultations. But if the elder monopolizes too many of such talented ones, my elder as well as the other commander's superiors might not be happy about it. Right, Elder. Please do consider. The other commanders also stepped forward. In other words, they were attending as proxies for other high-ranking officials of the cult. It was an indirect warning that the people behind them would not take this lightly. Oh, look at them coming out strong. It is because their own performances are at stake. If they cannot secure talent, their own group will be broken. This was why they were coming out strong right now. They were making their case using the people behind them, so how would the old man respond? What do you mean? Are you saying I should feel sorry for you all and make concessions? If you want to act like this, then go ahead and tell them. Those who feel that this was unfair can come directly to me and talk. How does that sound? Of course he didn't back down. On the contrary, as Shun replied in anger, everyone became more flustered. Do you really think I would be scared of those behind you? Funny bastards. What? Elder, how can you shut your mouths? Jiom, was it? If you act out one more time, I'll rip your hair out of your head. Shun pretended to pull on the hair with his hands. The commander who had been speaking until then fell silent. Man, the old man knows how to shock people. I agree with Short Sword. Actually, I thought that Shun would take a step back, considering how many commanders were gathered here. But no, he was pressuring them to back out instead. If he was a rational being, he would have simply appeared strong. However, the fact that they called him the ghastly monster probably strengthened that perception more. Thankfully, no one said anything. Only that crazy old man can do something like this. Right. Instead, seeing this, I came to understand what having power felt like. How proud can one be of the strength they gained through their own effort? Is there anything more to say? No one protested. They actually thought Shun would rip their hair out, so they stayed silent. Then you lot can discuss how to divide the remaining 10. Elder. But when everyone was forced to silence, one person came out. The person who crossed over the leaders and commanders was Han Bika. Observing the situation, she said, You are taking too many, Elder. The commanders who felt suffocated by the old man's words were sighing in relief at her appearance. It was because she was the only one who could deal with this old man. You will come out now? Elder. It seems like there are many talented people under you. Many? What do you mean many? Didn't the elder say it is cumbersome to have people during the 7 stars meeting? You declared that you would be independent, and if you suddenly take so many people, the distribution will not be fair. You talk well. What? I am trying to raise a group this time. At his words, everyone's eyes widened. Even Hanbika couldn't control her expression. Her eyes were shaking as she too was surprised at this unexpected news. Raising a group? Right. Even before my regression, Shun had always moved alone. He was the only one who didn't have his own group despite being in the position of an elder. He who had been alone, declared that he would raise a group in front of the commanders of other factions. Is it so shocking? Because the power balance of the blood cult will be shaken up in the future. Until now, except for Shun, the 10 other high-ranking officials were in balance. But now, this could change the balance of power. I turned my head to the front of the main hall. Bikryom, was visibly surprised. Shun was called the Sleeping Dragon, so it must be shocking to her that this man was aiming for the position of the cult leader. In the future, she would probably try to persuade him even more. It will be tiring. It will be. Instead, I saw this as an opportunity. If this made her more anxious, things would move quickly over on that side. That side? That fox? Right. The powerless man decided to increase his power. This fact will become known to the heads of every faction. Once that was the case, even the red-eyed woman would move. You mean to come and convince the old man? Yes. Neither Shun, nor I know of the current balance of power. If the red-dyed woman moves, only then will the clear picture be revealed. And by that, you mean? Right, you're a smart child, Short Sword. Now you realized it? Iron Sword asked from his position at my back. It was better to weigh both sides than to stand on one side from the start. If you do it properly, you can get something from both sides. The standards and conditions for choosing a side would also become more advantageous. I don't know what Woonhwi and Short Sword are talking about. Just stay still then. Well, Iron Sword still could not defeat Short Sword when it came to words. Hanbika, in her shock, then said, the fact that the elder is raising a group is quite shocking. What is so surprising? In any case, it is no longer fair to call what I claimed as too many right. That anyway, there are no members under me, so I tried to select the good ones, and I even left kids for you people too. He was saying that it was a kind of concession to them. I wondered what direction they would have to this. Hanbika, who was staring at him, then bowed. I understand. The other people's expressions visibly darkened when she, their only hope, stepped back. But no one could argue it. As Shun declared, if he was to raise a group, he would need warriors under him. Ultimately, they had to hide their eyes and distribute the 10 given to them, and the quality of the remaining 10 cannot be compared to the top ones on the list. Jawabik, yes, take care of the kids. Yes. At Shun's command, Song Jawabik became visibly excited and called for the selected trainees who were waiting. Well, he must be glad to do something. Come on, everyone, line up here. They were assigned positions as they stood in front of Song Jawabik with an expression that clearly said they lacked understanding of what just happened. The situation was quite funny. Only one person was staying behind. When the selection was completed, Shun looked at Gusang Woon. Get things done quickly. Yes. I didn't know why Gusang Woon had such a dark expression. Those who should be disappointed were the other commanders. Maybe I didn't see the full picture? Then, we will proceed with the ceremony for the upper-rank candidates. The 6 who passed, come to the front. Yes. At his order, 6 people came up. The way the commanders looked at them visibly changed. They were forced to let go of the middle-rank candidates so they couldn't let these ones slip away from their hands. As the kids stood, Gusang Woon said, then please, before the application is concluded, could the representatives give a brief speech of benefits and other things to help inform the candidates when choosing their position? Right, this was just like the past. After hearing every speech, the candidates then got to choose which faction to join. It could be said that the final results depended on the individual commander's eloquence. Come to the side. Shun called me. This time, it was a task he had to perform, so why was he calling me? But I went to where he called me to. As I approached, he looked down at me and said, you need to bring them all to me. Bring all the upper-rank warriors? I knew he was greedy, but this was too much. And don't they get to choose? But the old man continued to speak. I will leave this to you. Try to convince them with your sassy mouth. You mean? I was asked to persuade all of them. No, even so, the most experienced people were speaking out there. How could I do anything? It felt like I would have to push myself this time too. It'd probably be more appropriate to say that this was going to be something difficult to do. Teacher, how can I? Is this guy saying someone in my position should go out and speak to lure them in? So, you just wanted to look high and mighty? Chapter 41. Selection Ceremony 3. I looked at Shun. Honestly, no matter how great his pride was, making an effort to look good was difficult. However, wasn't it more burdensome when someone else did it? And it isn't just 1 or 2, but to bring in 6 people. This was a tricky scenario. Is it challenging? So you think it is easy? Giving them choices was the primary variable. Since I had to bring in 6 of them, especially with competition from commanders of the other factions, it was honestly too much. It is like the first meeting between a man and woman who are excited. Sometimes, short sword feels more human than a sword. Well, how do I convince them? Paint the package in gold. What? Pack it nicely. If you were in that position, wouldn't you come if you heard the words you wanted to hear? If I was them? As short sword said, approaching it that way might be better. If I was given a choice, then what would I hope for? While I was thinking about this, Shun said, the selection of the up-ranked candidates will be left to this disciple of mine. At those words, the faces of the commanders brightened. It seemed that they had been worried that he would speak directly. Then the eyes of the commanders looked at me. They think you'll likely be sloppy. Right. They were those kinds of eyes. To them, I was nothing but a child who was just granted the position of leader. I could feel that kind of sentiment from them. That was probably why I wanted to slap back. Then who will start? At Gu Sang Woon's question, one person stood up. After all, there are seniors and juniors. Wouldn't it be better to call this an experience? He nodded, and the rest responded. You are right. Do we have to argue to speak too? Right. Then Commander Song can do it. Looking at this, there was no difference between them or Shun. They were adhering to a ranking based on position and experience, so I was last. It was clear they wouldn't give me a chance. What are you doing? Shun was yelling at me in my head. It was clear pressure to act, but my thoughts were different. Since there wasn't an immediate selection by the candidates, this order wouldn't mean much. Instead, I thought that I should listen to all of them first and then adapt my speech to them. Honestly, it wasn't really possible to say to the commanders, my teacher is waiting. I want to go first. Last isn't bad. I will do my best. Shun raised his eyebrows at my response. Be prepared if you let go of even one. Trying to meet the standards of this old man was so difficult. In the meantime, a middle-aged man with short stature and a protruding chin walked up first. Nice to meet you. You new talents who will lead the cult. A good start. Since the kids were given options, they needed to be buttered up to lure them to your side. I am called Song Pil, Shung, a commander of the 5 poison group, which honors Guye Yang, the blood-killing king. The blood-killing king, Guye Yang. He was also called the most powerful of the 4 venerable dignitaries. As his hobby was raising thousands of poisonous snakes, people were reluctant to approach him. He was feared for his own name as much as Shun, who was called the ghastly monster. Elder Guye, young commander Song Pil, Shung, began to speak about his leader. He listed various achievements, such as victories in the past against different prominent and famous warriors. I made sure to remember all of them as I had forgotten a couple of things when I returned back in time. I do not remember everything exactly, but I was confident I would remember things about people if I saw them. In any case, all the commanders seem to have come prepared. About that much, and our elder also cares for the talented. The man held out his hand while speaking before suddenly slamming the palm on the ground. The ground, mostly dirt, became stained black in the shape of a palm and looked burned. Candidates all watched this with shock and admiration. He is doing this again. The other commanders were clicking their tongues. They must be thinking about their own speeches. However, since they dared to say such a thing about another commander, then this wasn't something that's just happening now. What Song Pil, Shung was demonstrating was poison arts. Upon the blackened ground, he sprinkled something that looked like white powder, and then returned back to normal. It was a form of detoxification. See that? This is the venom hand technique that was handed down by our elder. The elder cares for his subordinates, so he passes down his own unique skills. I hope you consider this. This man's method worked. 2 of 6 seemed to show interest in what was being said. Before my second life, I didn't notice this, but being in front of them, I came to notice even the smallest changes in front of me. Song Pil, Shung looked satisfied as he ended his speech. Pretty good. He seemed to have prepared in advance. Obviously, he did. If not, he couldn't have said something like this. The second one was Hak Jeong, who almost had his hair ripped out by Shun. Nice to meet you. I am Hak Jeong, a commander who serves Elder Li Jun. And in the same process, he spoke about famous things his elder did, and the benefits of joining their side. Pap. Unlike Song Pil, Shung, he showed off martial arts skills and even promised to provide guidance, but only one of the 6 showed interest. The previous presentation seemed flashier as it involved both poison and detoxification. Realizing this, Hak Jeong returned to his seat with an annoyed face. He might be a skilled warrior, but his words didn't have the same power. In this way, 9 of them finished their presentations. However, what was unusual was that while they gave their speeches, the kids should have shown interest, but there was one who was expressionless throughout. It was Cho Sung-won, the spy. Perhaps because of that, the commanders were also conscious of him. Most popular too. Right. Cho Sung-won had a position different from the other 5 candidates. He was close to being a first-rate warrior already, and his talent was evident to anyone who had eyes. Naturally, all of the commanders were focused on him. Finally, the last one came out. Someone from the First Blood Stars group? The only person who didn't give a presentation yet was from that side. Surprisingly, the one with the lowest experience among the commanders was from the First Blood Star. Yet when the commander of the First Blood Star came forward, Soh Woonhwi's eyes showed interest when they hadn't before. Why? He didn't show too much, but he looked quite interested. The commander of the First Blood Star held a long sword at their waist and had long flowing hair. The atmosphere was markedly better than the other commanders who walked before. I am Nashim, Hyung, commander of the White Blood Troops. I serve under the First Blood Star, Jang Ryong. The slightly hoarse voice suited him. It felt like the words had weight when he spoke instead of just being annoying sounds. Even the 5 other candidates couldn't take their eyes off this man. I will not talk about Sir Jang Ryong. However, unlike the others, Nashim, Hyung didn't use the usual method. He didn't speak about his lord. Well, as the other commanders mentioned earlier, the 4 dignitaries and the 7 blood stars are people who deserve respect. So I don't think it is necessary to showcase them. It sucks. As Short Sword said, my ears were turning itchy, but it made this interesting. The man scanned all 6 of the candidates and said, I can only tell you this. We, including First Blood Star, have fought and will continue to do so in the forefront against the Beggars Union. Soh Woonhwi's eyes narrowed at the mention of the Beggars Union. He was clearly reacting. Why did he react? Well, it was obviously because he knew about it. What? Kaifeng is the foundation of the Beggars Union. The Beggars Union was the one who developed Kaifeng as much as it had as a capital. There were a lot of sects like the Beggars Union, but they were the only ones in that city. Strictly speaking, the Beggars Union was spread throughout the Central Plains while their sect leader was in that city. Right. I could understand why he chose to go under the First Blood Star. As information was the center of the Beggars Union, joining the First Blood Star would make it easy to contact them directly. The more time he spent with the First Blood Star probably would give him more time to think about an opportunity to strike. Before my regression, Soh Woonhwi was assassinated before he could do much, so I didn't think much about it now. If you are a true warrior, it would be the most honorable thing to fight in the front lines. This is what I want to say. He ended the speech with that. The shortest yet the most impressive. I spotted the eyes of 2 other candidates that trembled at his speech, probably because it stirred a desire to go to war in them. Just like that. If my memory was correct, 3 candidates actually chose to serve under the First Blood Star. Thinking about it now, they must have felt attracted to the speech. It is too strong. Well, whatever happened now, I had to go out. When Hyung was done, the other commanders looked at me. Finally, it's my turn. I moved to the front and walked to the candidates. In my head, I could hear Hyuk Chun. You cannot miss a single one. Do well. Seeing as his voice was heavy, he seemed aware of the effect Hyung's speech had, and he looked concerned. Teacher, can I ask for something? What? I made the request, causing the man to frown before he nodded in agreement. Wouldn't it be counterproductive? Short Sword asked worriedly. I'm not even sure if it would work either. Still, the only person they would look at was me when I was speaking, so why not use that to my advantage? What will you do? I have to go with a strategy that hasn't been used before. Looking at the faces of the candidates, they looked like they were already sure about which group to join. To tempt them away will not be an easy feat. I needed to bring something unique to sway them. I licked my lips. Nice to meet you. I am a candidate who came in at the same time as you, Soh Woonhwi, who recently got the position of leader. When I said I came in at the same time as them, they looked around with interest. This seemed to have a better effect than showing things off. I was grabbing their attention. As you all know, I am the disciple of the elder called the Ghastly Monster, Hyuk Chun. In a way I can say that I am luckier than you. Instead, the candidates in the back reacted more to it. It was jealousy and envy. I continued my speech to do what I had to do. I am lucky. Since we are all candidates here, I don't think anyone understands your heart as much as I did. If I talked for too long, they would lose interest, so I took a short pause, looked at all 6 of them and continued. As Commander Hyung said, it is meaningless to speak about my teacher. Actually, there was nothing I could say about him. From what I know, his deeds were already known around here. As I started to speak again, 2 people began to focus on me. No. Rather, I think it has been proven. Proven. Even Hyuk Chun frowned. He didn't like how I didn't speak like the others. Ignoring that, I continued to talk. Look at those other 2 who came in at the same time as you. Upon hearing my words, everyone looked at the twins. As they were unaware of what I had planned, Soh Woonhwi clearly looked shocked. Even they became leaders in 1 year's time. Whisper. The kids began speaking in whispers as soon as my words were heard. Looks good. Right. Show clear objectives. There was clear proof that they could become straight warriors within 1 year. However, one of the kids who stood in the back spoke clearly enough for the 6 candidates to hear. That was because the elder taught them himself. He must have felt a sense of crisis and tried to interfere. But it didn't matter as Hyuk Chun glared at him. Well, it was because we're the disciples. But there is one thing which is important that I have yet to say. Everyone was attentive to me. That is because it was just the four of us, me, the twins, and our teacher. Yet, the six looked puzzled. I could even hear a snort. Right. Perhaps it came out like I was proud of the close-knit group. Not giving a care to the reaction, I continue. Right now, we start with a few, but soon many members will come under the teacher. At that time, you can become part of a core group and founding a new power. The ridicule stopped. Everyone understood what I was saying. Their eyes showed obvious shock as they wondered if the 6 candidates were tilting towards me. And now is the time to throw out the bait. The other groups are good, but wherever you go, you will, of course, start at the bottom. I heard loud breathing. Everyone wanted to intervene, but no one could as he acted. Chun would kill them. That fact cannot be denied. I want to ask you this instead. Will you start as the tail of the dragon, or the head of the dragon? Cuck. Short Sword groaned. I said it, but it felt like a decent statement. The candidates, who had been looking at the other commanders now, couldn't take their eyes off me. As I sent him a signal, he acted. Chun and I said together. As you can see, we have a very small number of people in our group, so it is like a family. At those words, the candidates glanced over. Standing there, he acted. Chun was smiling with the twins, and the twins were doing their best, smiling hard. It was awkward, but it was fine. Short Sword groaned. You scammers! It is nothing like a family. Just unsee that. Then do I tell them it was going to be hell that they were walking into? Now that all the speeches by the commanders and I were completed, it was time for the candidates to choose. I wondered if my speech would have a lasting effect, though it was clear the other commanders did not have good feelings for me now. What can I even do even if you look at me like that? If I don't bring them all, I die. Gusang, Woong exclaimed. Now, if the candidates have decided, choose the place you will go to. Trainee Li Jiayu. Yes. Li Jiayu got up from his seat and walked to the front. All the commanders stood in a line, all with anticipation in their eyes. It was the same as everyone watching. Huck. Li Jiayu walked to the middle and headed to the left. The commanders on the right side in disappointment. A smile crept onto the ones on the left as Li Jiayu walked to their side. And with each step, more faces were turning dark. Li Jiayu walked up to Nashim, Hyung, and hesitated. I could see the man's lips rising upwards. I don't think it worked. Short Sword said it sadly, but Li Jiayu suddenly stepped further left. He knelt down on one knee when he reached me, bowed, and shouted. Leader Soh. I would like to receive a position under the elder. Nashim. Hyung's lips descended as slowly as they had risen. Hoo-ha-ha! Good. Hiak. Shun laughed out loud at this. A good start. I sighed in relief. How mad would that crazy old man be if I had lost the first candidate to another commander? When the first candidate was done, our commander called for the second. Candidate Hamun. Shan. Yes. Hamun. Chun got up and stepped to the front quickly before stopping suddenly. Getting a strange feeling, I glanced to the side, and the lips of a few commanders were trembling. He's in a hurry. Seemed like they were all anxious. Hamun. Chan, who stopped, moved again before stopping in front of me. Leader Soh. I also want to receive a position under the elder. Hiak. Shun smiled at this. I like him. Haha. I, on the other hand, was stunned. I delivered the speech, but people's feelings were unknown variables, yet 2 of them came to me from the start. Something felt strange to me clench. I could hear the sound of teeth grinding beside me. I felt a bit sad for them. Then the commander called for the third. Candidate Chosun, 1. Now everyone was focused on this child. Although called third, everyone wanted him in their own faction. But doesn't he have a purpose? Short Sword was right. The other commanders didn't know he was a spy with a purpose. Everyone clenched their hands. Even Nashim, Hyung next to me, was doing the same. They all wanted to get this man to try for a reversal. He cannot be missed. Shun yelled in my head. He said he liked this guy a lot during the test, and seemed eager to have him. I just stared at him. What would his choice be? He took a step, and everyone focused on him. Soon the faces of commanders looked disappointed. He headed for one person alone, and it was Nashim, Hyung. He is faithful to the purpose. There is no way a spy would fall for my words. As he approached the Nashim, Hyung, the commander's eyes were smiling like he was sure of the outcome. 3 more steps, and it will be confirmed. Then I sent a message to Chosun 1. Hey, beggar flinch. At that moment, his steps, which were moving fluidly, stopped, and he looked at me with bewildered eyes. Chapter 42. Chosun 1. Chosun 1 flinched as he stopped near Commander Nashim, Hyung, and frowned. I spotted his trembling eyes and noted that he seemed like he was in a hurry. Chosun 1 stopped walking and sent a voice transmission to me in reply. What are you talking about? The guy asked me. Well, if I reacted more here, he'll get caught, right? Even if it ended with him hating me, I need to bring him in first. That's right. What are you talking about? If the sect leader of the Beggars Union is on the side of Kai Feng, it would be dangerous to stick to that side. The moment I sent that message, his eyes trembled like falling leaves. He was more shocked than when I called him a beggar. He should understand now the fact that I knew his real identity. What are you doing? Nashim, Hyang was becoming frustrated and asked a question. But, as if Cho-sung, one couldn't hear the words, he kept staring at me instead. He is staring. I don't care. I am going to have him either way. As soon as I looked at him again, the reaction came. What do you want? I didn't answer and just pointed in front of me. Cho-sung, one, staring at me, took a step to my side. Hurry up, oh, however, contrary to the wishes of Nashim, Hyang, he stepped to my side. The guy then knelt down and said, Lord Soh, I would like to receive a position under the elder. I did it. The guy changed his mind. And this changed his history from what I knew. Hua ha ha. Shun spat out his laughter without hiding his feelings, because he was getting whoever he wanted. On the other hand, the others haven't been able to get anyone. Leader Soh. What did you say? Nashim, Hyang sent me a message without even turning his head. Perhaps it was because of Hyak-chun. When the candidate who should go to them suddenly walked over to me, he didn't seem to understand why. I said nothing. You said nothing? I just said that I wanted him to be with me. I said this because I wouldn't need to make more excuses. Nashim, Hyang frowned and didn't say anything more. He seemed to have given up because he didn't get the desired results. On the other hand, the other commanders were glaring at me. I can see daggers in their eyes. Was everyone feeling like Nashim, Hyang? Maybe they were. As a spy, I realized there was nothing more difficult than controlling one's emotions. Even I had trouble with it, so what about them? At that time, Gu Sang Woong, the commander, started the process again. Candidate 4. It was cold. A dagger from someone's eyes flew and pierced my chest. Hyak-chun stared at me with angry eyes. The old man has too much greed. Short Sword grumbled. Unfortunately, I failed to recruit all 6. I also had a good prediction that we wouldn't get 1 or 2 of them. One went over to Song Pil, Shung, and the other to Nashim, Hyang. Fortunately, the other 2 came over to our side. I thought they would all come. It was weird. There was nothing strange. The human mind is the most complicated thing, right. The former owner would say the same. Iron Sword, too, said the same thing. Since each person had their own line of thought, any number of things could happen. That is why it was said that there was no such thing as a perfect strategy for war. Hyak-chun bluntly spoke to me. I wanted to praise you, but you want to get cursed instead. It would be okay to get praised, but he was chewing me out for the losses instead. Still, it doesn't change that I failed. As I bowed my head, Song Woonhwi was smiling. It must have looked good for him, because I was getting scolded quite a lot today. Still, young master's skills aren't normal. I heard a voice speak to me for the first time. When I turned my head, a middle-aged man with a large scar on his nose was approaching. Couldn't sense him? Iron Sword asked me. To be honest, I didn't notice the man until he spoke. An expert. He was skillful enough that it was difficult to recognize his presence. Perhaps even Song Woonhwi didn't notice him either, as he looked visibly shocked. Then, the middle-aged man grinned. Did he do something? Killing one's Kai presence to hide was something done by someone who was well known. My gaze turned to his hands. Judging by the lack of weapons, he seemed to be a close combat warrior. The calluses on his fist also gave that fact away. If you had come, you should have run here. Where were you? Hyak-chun seemed to know him. It must be a face he knew. The middle-aged man bowed. I apologize, Elder. I was watching because it was too interesting. What is so funny? Sage. I think I understand why Elder accepted the young master as his disciple. This goes beyond mere familiarity. This was the first time I'd seen this old man act so warmly. Still, too far away. And you are acting like this? Well, just greet each other. Until 10 years ago, he was the one who worked behind the scenes under me. At Hyak-chun's introduction, the middle-aged man opened his mouth and turned toward us. Gangmun Wang, commander of the Hornbell Group, greets the young master. A commander. I wasn't sure since we didn't fight, but compared to the other ones I saw today, he felt exceptionally skilled. I too bowed with my hands clasped. So Woonhwi greets the commander. Song Woonhwi greets the commander. Song Woo, Hyang greets the commander. Commander Jangmun Wang lightly nodded back at our greetings and then turned to Hyak-chun. Why did I think that was weird? They did great, but it wasn't like they were recognized as a disciple of Hyak-chun. As instructed, we have secured several people in the Great Evil Prefecture. And the results? 22 low rank, 12 middle rank, and 2 upper rank. I see. There is no difference between you and this one. Hyak-chun expressed his dissatisfaction. Aside from trust, how far does this man's passion go? I apologize. I am not as witty as the young master here. From their conversation I learned 2 things. Firstly, this commander was someone Hyak-chun trusted to do tasks for him, and he had been given the task 6 months ago. Great Evil Prefecture. I knew there were 3 more places to train new kids besides here. They were also distributed like a points system, so I didn't know of them. However, Commander Jangmun Wang seemed to have secured a few from another place, following the commands of Hyak-chun. The command you gave for a place, let's talk about it later. At those words, the commander went silent. It wasn't just about getting people. There seemed to be a base prepared too. This crazy old man isn't normal. I know. He didn't tell us anything and kept getting things ready for his goal, as expected of him. His thoughts went higher and further than mine. I wondered how vast the forest he planned to create. The family is increasing. It's time to finish living in that cave. That was nice to hear. It was warm now, but living in caves during winter was brutal. Despite using internal Kai to protect the body, staying in the cold all day with only rocks for company wasn't easy. Besides, there were too many bugs now. Right. A lot. We slept together for just a few months, and maybe a dozen spiders must have already gone into your mouth. What? You didn't know? Had I known, I would have spat them out. No, why did you tell me? You said it was delicious and ate it, so I didn't bother. Yeah. Still, they're like medicine. What? You still caught a few from entering, but the bald guy, there would just chew on anything which went into his mouth. Those bugs would. Stop. Just thinking about it gave me goosebumps all over my body. Soh Woonhwi and didn't just eat spiders by mistake but also the ones who crawled in. I was relieved that none of us got sick from it. Same time, Hyun spoke to Soh Woonhwi. Take some kids and get the things from the cave. It looked like the move would happen now. Only 4 people were living in that cave for a year, so the living expenses would increase from now. The old man is thrifty though. And the other ones? In addition, there were quite a few personal items of Shun in the cave. These were the things no one would want to touch. Yeah. How many would I have to take? Soh Woonhwi asked me. Assuming the luggage in the cave is carried down at once, I thought 7 should be enough alongside him and me. 7. As I saw earlier, the kids are quite good. Well, of course. Are you going to call them? Wait and see. Soh Woonhwi moved to the front and went to the candidates to count the number of people. It was convenient because they already knew how to move. Soh Woonhwi, this guy, liked to play the role of leader. Those kids will keep taking advantage of him by praising him. My former owner told me to always be careful of the people who praise me. Right, your previous owner was unable to meet a woman because of that, right? No, since he was devoted to the sword. So boring. Listening to these guys talk, I felt bored too. Meanwhile, Soh Woonhwi selected the candidates who were proficient in footwork to climb up the mountain. Among them were a few I knew. Cho-sun, 1. He's been staring at you since he came. I know. He had continued to stare since he took our side. He must be restless since he knew that I knew about him. Seeing that he applied to bring down the luggage, it seemed like he wanted alone time with me. Well, I too needed some time with him. Now, let's start. Yes. With Soh Woonhwi in the lead, we set off for the cave. We began to move from the main hall of the Six Blood Valley to the peak in the distance. As I was about to climb up, Cho-sun, one said, leader, I have something to talk about. Can you spare some time? Because we were all stuck together, we rarely had some time, so he was trying to create a chance for us to be alone. I had to respond, so I looked at Soh Woonhwi, who shook their head and said, hurry up, don't you know the teacher will yell at you for coming late? I get it. You all follow me. Tat. Soh Woonhwi climbed up the mountain. The others were amazed at his skillful movement. Having learned the method Shun used, his ability to climb the mountain was the best among the ones here. Of course, now I can learn it too. Still, it was impossible to run on the incline like Shun, but now I was able to climb up the cliffside a bit better. Soh Woonhwi and the other 4 completely disappeared from the view, leaving Cho-sun, one to say to me, Soh Woonhwi. What? He was calling my name? The 3rd son of the So family of Yulang of Hunan province. Look at this. Information from his mouth was as expected from a beggars' union spy. Your mother was short-lived, and since you were young, the dantian was damaged, and you are called trash. This is the information I have on you. He summed everything up. It was, after all, one of the 3 major information organizations. Or did he just know about the Soh family, as it was a known family in Hunan? Now, you don't seem to want to hide that you are a beggar. Then he suddenly moved to me, and his palm came up to my stomach. An attack. Tadak. I quickly stepped back, but he followed me with his unique, staggering footsteps. Tekdak. My judgment was wrong. He wasn't just close to a first-rate warrior, but already a first-rate warrior. Moreover, the footwork and martial arts he was using weren't ordinary. Hepak. The guy's hand kept moving in front of me. It was like a dragon ascending to heaven. The technique avoided. It is the 18 dragon palm. Iron Sword shouted. What? I was shocked at the mention of the 18 dragon palm. Wasn't that a technique only the Beggars Union's branch leaders could learn? Despite being a 3rd-rate warrior before my death, I knew about the famous martial arts of the prominent sects. Sich. I had to draw my sword, but I didn't see an opening for it. This guy's movements were quick, and he came close to smashing my chin. I slammed both fists at him. Packed. Although the method looked simple, Cho-sun, one's attack had a lot of force, making my body float a little high. At that moment he reached out to me. A fierce battle unfolded, as if a dragon had opened its mouth to kill me. Ascending Dragon Iron Sword seemed to know most of the techniques. If I cannot avoid it, I have to hit back. I, too, raised my hand with internal Kai raised and stretched out. Pat. The difference between a proper technique with a path of internal Kai and an idea. Pack. I launched my body out at him and pushed him back. His right palm trembled violently, as if he had been struck with a strong, blunt force. It seemed like it was true that this was the technique of the Beggars' Union. Cho-san, one who stood still, saw my hands trembling. I recommend staying still. Tension in your body will spread throughout as my Kai is within you. You have to cultivate to release it out. You hid your skills. At my words, he smiled. If you drew that sword, it might have been a little difficult for me. Look at this man, full of confidence. And he said, you know you're not my opponent, right? Now, answer my question. He was interrogating me. Seeing that, I lowered my trembling hands inside. Phew, it is nice the tables are turned. Don't get me wrong. What? I drew out iron sword right away, and hurled it at him. Foolish. Cho-san, one spread the distance at the same time while he defended himself against the sword. The guy tried to deflect the sword to the side with his elegant footwork. The moment his palm touched the sword, it bounced back. Hang. The boy's eyes widened. In that state, I gently turned the sword, and hit him in the abdomen with the sword. He hastily blocked it with his own sword. However, as if being hit by something strong, his body bounced backward. Yuke! He tried to relieve the pressure of the sword Kai digging into the palm of his hand, and tried to cultivate it. After a few bounces, his body fell to the floor. Thud. Cho-san, one looked at me, his face showing that he did not expect this. You hid your skills too? I said to him, who was shocked too late to figure that out now. Chapter 43, Cho-san, 1-2. Unlike other warriors, I could utilize not only the dantian in my lower abdomen, but also the one in the middle of my body. In terms of quantity, it would only be slightly above a first-rate warrior's internal Kai, but since it was innate Kai, there was a clear difference in quality. I only managed to fully understand the South Heavenly Swordsman's cultivation method just a month ago. Now I had managed to overcome the limits of an average first-rate warrior. Sage, Cho-san, one was shocked and jumped back. His staggering and wildly moving gait displayed the skills of the Beggars' Union, but I still quickly caught him. Kuwak. It must have been embarrassing. Even if he was a skilled warrior, it still wasn't easy to fight someone who used a sword. Besides, the difference between him and me was glaringly obvious. Sage. My swordsmanship, the loach-shaped sword, moved fluidly. Cho-san, one countered using his sword technique, which moved gently like a willow branch. Pack. In order for his counter to change the battle, he needed to block my sword using a new technique, but his movement didn't have the same fierceness he showed at the start. He was clever enough to move his sword and strike the isolated areas of my sword to block it. He definitely was skilled. However, my sword was a lot faster than his sword in hands. Kuwak. His palm must already be tingling with the sword energy that had entered it. Cho-san, one's face was turning red as he gradually attempted to prevent the energy from further entering the body. A gap. As it became harder for him to withstand the pain, I spotted a small gap and pierced my sword through it. As the tip of my sword was about to dig into his right shoulder, he panicked and tried to use his sword. I thought you would do that. What? At that moment, I made a change. I turned the direction of my sword upwards with the intent of splitting his head. Cho-san, one, who sensed his death nearing, flinched and closed his eyes. Instead of cutting him, I instead slammed the side of my sword to his head. Ouch! The guy screamed in pain, but his head wasn't split. If I didn't hit him with the flat side of my sword, he would have died instead of just screaming in pain. Kuwak. With all that pain, he must have thought his head had been wounded and covered it with his hand. Cho-san, one who confirmed that his head was fine, looked puzzled instead. Why? I wasn't aiming for it. Puck. Kuwak. I kicked him in the stomach. It doesn't matter if you're a warrior or an average person. Being hit in the stomach without expecting it was painful. It would be a pain that you would never forget all your life. His face became red, as if it would explode, and his body was crouched in pain. I then sealed his blood points. Tat-attack. Now he would not be able to use internal Kai. He was in shock, but still tried to speak. Dabu. Wait, let's talk. I was trying to talk, but who was the one who attacked first? That. I grabbed Cho-san, one's hair, as he tried to make an excuse. Clench. W. What are you going to do? I accumulated a lot of things over the past year because of the old man. You can thank him for this, I guess. I'm giving him such a great chance. I could see a reflection of myself with clenched fists reflected in his shining eyes. I immediately slammed my fist into his face without mercy. Kuwak. A sound similar to the snort of a pig could be heard. I gained a bit of understanding as to why he Shun enjoyed beating others so much. When I released all my anger onto him, it felt like pent-up indigestion was going down. I felt very cooled down. You made porridge out of a human. Short sword clicked her tongue. Cho-san, one who was beaten pretty severely, collapsed. Still, I looked at him. I didn't use any internal Kai and only struck with pure strength. I looked at the crumpled up person. There were only a couple things I needed to ask. A person trained as a spy had something in common with me, who also did the same. That was the self-determination to kill themselves to prevent information from being leaked. However, it was unknown how often those threats were used to try to escape being beaten. It might be because he doesn't want to die. Well, it had to be that. If there was anything I regretted in life, it was the spies who begged for their life after leaking information. Even so, it was too easy. At least such things tended to only happen when they were tortured, such as pulling their nails out. Moreover, it was pretty clumsy for a spy to threaten me, just because their identity was discovered. Strange. What is strange? The Ascending Dragon 18 Palms. It was a widely known martial art that was known throughout all of Miriam. Only those in the immediate family of the sect leader of the Beggars' Union could learn it. So, is this guy the next heir? That was a possibility that couldn't be ruled out. But, is there any reason to use the heir as a spy? Common sense was that spies were humans who could be disposed of at any time. So to send the heir as a spy? Made no sense. Yeah, but if you know the future, don't you know who the heir is? I knew, which is why it was even stranger. Before my return to the past, the successor to the Beggars' Union was Hong Jil-gi. I've even seen that man's face. What was the true identity of this man? What are you so worried about? Just ask him. I will. I wasn't sure he would speak the truth if he had so many regrets about his life that he was begging for it. And if he didn't speak, there was another way. Yeah, beggar. Ike. Since what I said was true, he flinched back. I am not going to hit you. He still seemed suspicious of me. I leaned over to make eye contact and tapped on his head to make him nervous. The boy spoke with a trembling voice. Why? What is your true identity? How can you know me? He couldn't speak up, but I knew it already. His true identity was out, so it was natural to ask such questions. The information he had about me, on the other hand, was just my family name and other common stuff. I snorted. You don't need to know. Hearing my words, he clenched his teeth. I was in control of the situation, so why did I have to explain things to him? I ask the questions here. You only answer what I ask. The boy shut his mouth. Keeping his mouth closed would do him no good. I had already thought about what I wanted to ask, so I asked anyway. The Ascending Dragon technique, that should only be taught to the direct descendant of the head. What is your identity? As long as I knew the name of the martial arts he used, he was bound to feel some fear. Yeah, it wasn't much for me. Even if not for Iron Sword, I could have easily recognized the technique. If you don't want to die, you should start telling me. He bit his lips at my words. The fact that information shouldn't be leaked must be ingrained in his mind. Phew. Thud. I grabbed his hair and hit his head on the ground, making him groan in pain. Quack, the heavier your mouth, the more pain your body will feel. He grunted as he clenched his teeth. He was actually bearing this. Then, I just have to change the question. Nice. So, what do you have to do with Hong Jil-gi? If he had learned the technique only the sect leader's family could learn, then the relationship had to be like a Sehyeon, a Sei, or something like that. But my words changed his expression. Until a second ago, he seemed determined to hold on to his secrets, but now it felt like he wouldn't, so he asked, what is your relationship with Hong Jil-gi, the successor? His eyes were slowly turning red. Rather than being sad, it looked like the emotions he was trying to hold back had broken through. What is with this kid? How should I know? What are you doing now? At my question, the guy asked with a trembling mouth. Are you sure? What? For real? Is he the successor? I frowned at his words. There was anger in his voice. I thought it was a simple Sehyeon to Sei relationship, but that didn't seem to be the case. Then, somehow, a competition? Has to be. It felt like I unintentionally hit the wrong spot, which had made him open his mouth. But I wasn't that sure yet. But, is that man really the successor? I don't know. Then you are lying? Could this be called a lie? I wasn't sure when it would happen, but Hong Jil-gi would be around 30, so I just said it because that was someone whose future I was sure of. I just thought that the position would have been officially declared 10 years in the past, but I guess it wasn't. What is wrong with Hong Jil-gi being the successor? That fucking old man. Joe-san, one cursed out loud. The way he spoke sounded so natural that it felt like his actual way of speaking. Well, the way beggars talk was always known to be vulgar to the ear. They couldn't fucking stand it for a year. Tears were welling up in the eyes of Cho-san. It looked like he was angry. Tuck. I loosened my grip on his hair, patted him on the back, and tried to comfort him with a soft voice. Looks like you didn't know who the next leader would be. Fuck. The boy burst into tears and cursed. With this kind of emotion, I thought touching him would be fine. You were fighting for succession with him? He got angry at my question. Who is fighting with whom? It makes no fucking sense to take the damn bastard as the successor who doesn't even know to do martial arts, just because of the grandchild. Slap! Before he could finish, I slapped him and put a finger on his lips. Speak slowly and quietly. You are being loud. I took a deep breath, and so did he to calm his nerves. Then he spoke in a quiet voice. He is a successor with nothing. What kind of person is he who studied for over 5 years but could barely master the sex martial arts? And you learned all of it? Hearing my words, he went silent. Seeing his expression, he didn't learn it all either. That damned old man, for the sake of his own grandchildren, didn't teach me, so I didn't get to learn. If only I was given the attention, I would have long since completed learning it. I scratched my head at his words. He really wanted to be the next successor. He does look like it, right? It is human nature to want to be above all. Iron Sword said the right words. Even if there were just 3 people, they would want to decide on a leader. Since he was being taught martial arts by the leader, this guy too aimed to be the leader. After listening to this, I could understand the whole picture. And to him I said, "And you said you would do a good job as a spy?" His expression went stiff right away. It looked like I touched the right nerve. I brought out what I guessed, and he was already biting the bait. Unable to bear being pushed away by the blood, you must have thought of infiltrating the blood cult and exposing their base, or to dig out some huge information, right? The Miram Alliance too is wary about the revival of the blood cult. This is the only way you would get recognition. The guy kept becoming stiffer with each word. What would change if you kept staring at me? Huh? But what do we do? A successor is already appointed. How will you be recognized for your work and be in line for the next leader position? And would the sect leader or the successor leave you alone? What do you mean? The boy, who didn't speak till then, asked me with wide eyes, and I just replied with a timid smile. The sect leader said he was anxious to hand over the sect to his grandchild, right? So if you build up merit and become recognized by the other people, what if they don't like it? What do you mean? The boy's eyes were trembling. He understood where I was going with this. What if, for example, the successor didn't like the idea of you doing this and leaked the information of you being a spy here? With those words, I pretended to cut my neck with a thumb, making his face turn dark. They can get rid of you without even getting the blood on their hands, right? If that happens, everything you came to do will be in vain? Ah, no, not in vain. You would be remembered as a spy that spied on other sect leaders. And that will be the end of merit you get from people. His eyes widened at my words. It must have been confusing for him. Wow, you are amazing. Like the old man, but with a finer brain. Short Sword clicked her tongue. How did you think of this? Look at his eyes shake. No. It could happen in the future. What could happen? Thinking about it, in the past, this child was killed too easily. And considering that Beggars Union had influence all over the world, did it make sense for them to leave their spy to die? Besides, he was someone who learned the martial arts of the sect leader's family. They deliberately left him to die. If my guess is right, yes. This guy was abandoned. If a definite successor was decided, the others in line would be a hindrance. Cruel, but that was the world we lived in, thin as ice. Thud. Whack. The guy slammed his fist to the ground. It felt like he realized the words I said were reality. So what do we do? Are you going to get some good information from him, and give him to the old man and get merit? No. Did I have to do that? I did want to do it before knowing his story. If he was a card discarded by the Beggars Union, it would be a waste to just leave him here. Did they have to let him come into the blood cult? Then? To-san, one was in disbelief as he thought of many things. Isn't it a shame to end like this? At my words, he looked at me, with a puzzled expression. For that guy Hong Jilgi to become the next leader and you to die here. Cho-san, one's face was turning darker. He looked like he was giving into despair, and I said, I will give you a chance. What do you mean? A chance. A tip. A cleanup. Make up your mind. Clean up? That, if you swear to follow me, we will no longer have to continue with these talks. Cho-san, one's eyes widened. I was giving him a choice. And to shake him down further, I said, are you going to die as a nameless spy of the Beggars Union? Or will you take revenge alongside me? A ripple of life could be seen in his eyes. Chapter 44. Cho-san, 1-3. We both were climbing up the cliffside of the mountain. Compared to the basic footwork method learned in the blood cult, the technique used by the Beggars Union was amazing. Though it was a technique that made the user look like a primate that utilized their hands and feet. That, he climbs the cliff like a dog. Well, when someone walked on their forelimbs, it tended to look like that. Still, the speed was shocking. But do dogs climb cliffs? He isn't an idiot. How do you plan to solve that? The reason Short Sword asked this was because of our conversation half an hour ago. Cho-san, burning with desire to get his revenge, almost fell for my words until he asked a question. Leader So, according to your words, that old man would reveal that I am a spy of the Beggars Union embedded here? Even if he was a clumsy spy, he wasn't as stupid as Short Sword said. He was someone who used his head. It was clear, as he said, a situation where the Beggars Union could release the information cannot be ruled out. He said he would swear to be under me if I could solve that possibility. He handed down that burden to me. If you don't want to, then spit him out. No one likes a thorn in the mouth. You'll get hurt if you try to bite down on a thorn without a plan. Short Sword was speaking the truth. I shook my head since I, too, had the same thoughts as her. I sent a message to Cho-san, one who was climbing up like a dog. I have one thing to ask. Yes? Did you come in as a spy on your own? Or did someone in your sect know about this? The boy didn't answer right away. It looked like someone knew. Did you not come alone? No. I came alone. You came alone? If you aren't being honest, it wouldn't be good for your life. Paused for a moment at my words and said, I asked the beggar in charge of the hue and branch for information about the Six Blood Valley to collect the records of the villages and missing people in the last decade. Was this because he wasn't aware of the power struggle? He didn't report to people directly but left his marks. They might know. Probably. Even if Cho Woonhwi didn't report it directly to a superior, this must have already gone into the ears of the sect leader sooner or later. He had been missing for a year, so their doubts would have been answered. However, as they have been silent till now, my predictions were correct. He was abandoned? Right. He was in a position to fight for the succession. But the man himself disappeared. It was now possible to process and release the information at the right time to get rid of Cho Woonhwi. Sounds bad. The head of the Beggars Union dealt with large amounts of information. Of course, it was inevitable that their head moved faster than other sects. It was really just that they planned things out. Why not just give up? We don't have to get involved in this. Short Sword warned me. She was speaking the truth. If I took him in, I needed to prepare for the blow. Giving up? I asked her. We have a thorn, we should blunt it down before eating. Short Sword seemed puzzled as we managed to arrive at Hiak Chun's cave. The candidates were already moving the luggage out. Song Jabuik inside looked at me and walked up angrily. Yeah, I told you to come up quickly. The guy frowned as he looked at Cho Woonhwi's puffy eyes and swollen face. Cho Woonhwi gently raised both hands and looked at him as if he meant to explain it. Then Song Jabuik came to me and asked, if you were going to discipline him, you should have told me in advance. He was saying, look, you should have done it in moderation. However, his following words were weird. You jerk. Still, he is a newcomer. What? Cho Woonhwi asked. Even the other candidates, surprised at Cho Woonhwi's bruised face, became shocked at those words. Honestly, they didn't know, but if that crazy old man hits you, you wouldn't be able to see for a few days. On severe days we would be forced to crawl, so this looked cute in comparison. Disciplining? So like family. I could hear the whispers of the candidates. Right. This was a family-like atmosphere, now and in the future too. We came down with the luggage in our hands, and the other candidates moved them. I took Cho Woonhwi to the place where Hiak Chun was staying. Before entering the room, I said, when we go inside, don't show any reaction, and most of the time, just accept what I say and answer what I ask. If you want this to be resolved well, do what you are told. Okay, he said with a worried face because he didn't know what he would be put through. Either way, I knocked on the door. Knock. Come in. Hiak Chun's voice could be heard. He must have recognized us because he didn't even ask who we were. Druck. I opened the door, and Hiak Chun was with Jangmun Wang. They seemed to be having a serious conversation. What? Why is his face like that? As soon as we entered, Hiak Chun looked at Cho Woonhwi's face and asked, to which I casually answered. It took a little bit of work to figure out if he was hiding something. Hearing those words, Cho Woonhwi's eyes were like they would explode. He believed that the problem would be solved and followed me, but I was pushing him into it instead. Hiding? What do you mean he is hiding something? He isn't from the lower district. Hiak Chun and Jangmun Wang frowned at the same time. Where is he from if not from the lower district sect? Beggars Union. What? The name Beggars Union changed the expression on both their faces. It was the momentum to move. Cho Woonhwi looked at me, not knowing what to do. He didn't have to say anything, and his eyes were doing the speaking, practically screaming. What are you doing? He probably didn't know that I would reveal this. Heck. Aha. Hiak Chun rose up and grabbed Cho Woonhwi by the neck. Cho Woonhwi could do nothing but hold on to Hiak Chun's hand. What did you plan? You must be a spy. He isn't. What? Hiak Chun looked at me, not being able to understand. It is true that he came to commit himself to us. At my words, Hiak Chun asked, how can you be sure of that? Young master, what the elder is saying is right. Jangmun Wang was siding with the old man, and I said, to be precise, he came from the Beggars Union but not part of them. What? To the two who were puzzled I explained Cho Woonhwi's situation. I explained that he had joined the fight for the successor position of the Beggars Union, and was pushed away by the leader's bloodline, and desired to get revenge on them. Hiak Chun glared at Cho Woonhwi with a suspicious look. Of course, I didn't think it would work by itself. Then Jangmun Wang asked, but how did the young master know that he is from Beggars Union? This is the crucial part. Without changing my expression, I said, I saw him in Yuling County a few years back. You saw him? He came to the Soh family for work. Oh, Soh. Judging from his reaction, he seemed to know about my origin. At that time, I didn't recognize him, as he was younger and seemed a lot messier than now, but I could recognize him during the selection process. At my words, Cho Woonhwi, dangling by the neck, looked at me with confusion. Well, that was natural. We both never met. A pure lie. So you remembered? Remember? Tosan, one tried to apply for a higher position with the help of the family head of Gyeongso. Anyone could see that he tried to join Nashim, high, on the side, and suddenly changed his direction. Because I recognized him, I sent him a message, and he was shocked. Tosan, one nodded his head in fear. Shun looked at him and asked, "So how did he come out then?" It was quite interesting. What do you mean? At first, he was afraid that his origin would be figured out, and he would be kicked out, so he begged me not to tell. Hearing my words, Cho-san, one looked confused. He absurd that I was telling them stuff that never happened. As expected, you are a scammer. Short Sword clicked her tongue. Now she was appreciating me when I lied. Then I continued. What would the teacher or commander have done? Still I couldn't believe him. I thought he was a spy, so as you can see, I ended up using my hands. I pointed to his bruised face. It seemed like the commander understood it. However, they still seemed suspicious of him. Young master did say that you used your hands, but it feels like we need to confirm further if or not he is a spy. Here, I threw in what I prepared. He has been in the valley with us for a year, but he gave me some interesting information. Interesting information? And I told them. He said the relationship between the Miram Alliance and warriors is likely to break. What? Jangmun, one got up from his seat. Shun too, looked shocked, and Cho-sun, one just nodded as he looked at me. Because I was saying things that he didn't know. What? Is that real? It was real. About half a year from now, the alliance between the Miram Alliance and the warriors would break down. As the relationship between the two forces broke down, the blood cult, which had been hidden, would begin to rise up. Before I died, it was just something that happened, but now it could be important information for the blood cult. At least they would get to prepare. Shun looked at Cho-sun, one in confusion. It looked like he wanted to kill the guy a moment ago, but it all changed in a second. Shun looked happy as he received this new information, and all this was done by me. As we moved away, I sent a message to Cho-sun one. Good? No problems, right? Cho-sun, one nodded. He didn't have to worry about his sect trying to throw him away. But suddenly, I realized something. Obviously, even if the information was released that he was a spy of the Beggars Union, usually the blood cult wouldn't protect him. But I changed the situation. And if this guy releases information about me inside the blood cult to his side, I will not only become an aide to this guy according to the Beggars Union, but will be given an achievement too. Suddenly, I would be a traitor who sold information about the blood cult. Cho-sun, one recognized what happened. Even if he changed his mind, he could not back out anymore. It is absurd, but Soh Woonhwi looked at him and smiled. A genuinely clever and terrifying person. What is his identity? Cho-sun, one thought, but he could never know. Depending on the information, Soh Woonhwi was a person who didn't hesitate to move ahead. It wasn't known why this person was called his family's trash. But one thing was sure. No, Cho-sun, one's instinct told him that this man was too dangerous to be made an enemy. Cho-sun, one who looked at Soh Woonhwi for a long time, lowered his head slightly and said, I swear my allegiance to Leader Soh. At midnight that night, I got out of my room and headed for the vacant lot near the main hall, and to receive my reward for the bet with the Bloody Hand Witch. Chapter 45. The Bloody Hand Witch's Ability 1. When I managed to arrive at the vacant lot, I could hear the buzzing of insects around me. The Bloody Hand Witch hadn't yet come. She could be a little late. Or maybe she was trying to hide her presence before suddenly popping up. Or maybe she was staying in the main hall instead of the guest hall. Why? What do you mean why? It must be to protect the descendant of the sect leaders. Beek Ryon Ha will be staying in the main hall, so the Bloody Hand Witch and her followers would have to be there, or maybe they were still in talks. Because of the information you gave away? I don't know. It should have been more appealing because the name of Beggars Union was attached. In order to convince the suspicious Shun and Jangmun Wang, who were only recently active outside, I had to give out 3 pieces of information I knew. Both of these things were good, but the information about the alliance between the Miram Alliance and the warriors was something that could shake the future. As the sun went down, I watched Shun and Jangmun Wang enter the main hall. It was speculated that this information wasn't held solely by Shun, which meant things needed to be discussed with each major person in the blood sect, so I assumed that was what they were heading in there to do. Something which had to happen in about half a year, but what effect would come from the small ripple I had just created now? This could not be a simple ripple that will be ignored. Strangely, my heart was pounding. What is making you do that? Before coming back to life again, I was only a simple pawn, a third-rate spy who was being swept back and forth by the tides, but I now am different. Knowing the flow, able to affect the calm waters. That could be considered real strength. Right. It may be even more terrifying than the strength of the experts out there. While I was having a conversation like this, I suddenly felt a presence approaching. Judging from the fact that they didn't seem to be bothering to hide their presence, It could only be the Bloody Hand Witch or her followers. 3. Small Short Sword said that it was 3 people who came from the vacant lot. It was Han Beek, Ha, and 2 other women with their noses and mouths covered by a cotton cloth. The cotton cloth left their eyes revealed, and it felt like I partially recognized them. Damn Yawa? Beek Rion, Ha? Those were the 2 who followed the Blood Hand Witch, but why did she bring them? No, to be precise, it has to be just Dan Yewa she brought along. Since Beek Rion, Ha was higher than the Bloody Hand Witch, she could do whatever she wanted. But why wear that cotton cloth? Didn't she lose the bet? At Short Sword's words, I clicked my tongue. Was every person around me like that crack old man? Heck! I clasped my fist into my palm and bowed. I greet the 6th blood star. She nodded and approached me. I am a little late. No, I had just arrived. I waited for over half an hour, but that wouldn't be the right thing to say. Suddenly, Han Beek, Ha complimented me. It seems like the young master is filled with quite a lot of talents. The sect appreciates you. Ah, what is with her? The old man must have talked. It did seem like Chan had shared some information. I wonder if he talked about Cho Sang, one as well. It will become messy if someone else tries to covet him. He's someone I still have use for. You did expect that the old man would move, right? Didn't you say that yourself? I did. While I was talking with the short sword Beek Rion, Ha looked at me. The way she was staring felt strange. I didn't know what she was thinking, but it seemed like maybe this was in my favor. I was still puzzled when Bloody Hand Witch simply stated, I need to keep my promise. It was good to hear her say it so directly. I couldn't ask her to teach me with my own mouth. But then she continued, How about what I should teach you, young master? However, most of my skills are related to my group, so it would be difficult to teach them without taking one in as a disciple. About the same as what I expected. Perhaps she would pass down the most useless talent. Still, it would be good to learn something, right? But as the 6th blood star, if I teach useless tricks, I don't think I will have a face to show people. What? So, she would teach me something good. She has to be playing with her words. Do you really believe her? Short Sword yelled at me. But her words were right. No matter how useless it was, wrapping words in plausible meaning would make the other person feel less bad. This talent I acquired over 20 years ago at the shrine of an unnamed ancestor. It could be more useful for someone as clever as young master than for someone like me. What was she planning to teach that she was dragging this out? And if she got this 20 years ago, what would her age be? Right now, she only looked to be around her mid to late 30s. It was because of this talent that the title witch was added to me. She suddenly pointed her finger to her face. Young master, look me straight in the eyes. What did she mean by saying look her in the eyes? Despite the question, I was already looking into her eyes, her black pupils, and the pupil was moving like a whirlwind. For a moment my mind seemed to go hazy, and it felt like my consciousness was drifting. It was then, dump. In the middle of this showing, warm energy surged through my chest, and my mind came back to life. It was all too spontaneous. What just happened now? Did you lose consciousness? Consciousness? It was just for a second. It was a strange phenomenon. The moment I felt her look into my eyes, I could feel myself being sucked in. But I had experienced this before. When I first met this woman and looked into her eyes, I felt the exact same thing. And her reaction was just too similar. Han Beek, Ha looked quite shocked. It was no coincidence. What was that? To endure my illusion eye twice. Young lord has strong mental power. Illusion eye? Did she notice that? She did say I survived due to my mental power, but that wasn't right. It was the innate Kai that soared high and protected me. Hua. It was a very small sound, but there was no way we couldn't have heard it. Damn Yawa, who was behind Han Beek, Ha covered her mouth with her hand. I felt like she had fun watching me stumble. I am sorry, teacher. When everyone looked at her, she felt embarrassed, and to her, Han Beek, Ha said, Come forward. Sorry? Hurry. Not knowing why, she came and stood in front of Han Beek, Ha. Han Beek, Ha made eye contact with her, and Dan Yawa, who flinched, then collapsed. Tack. I, who was behind her, quickly grabbed her shoulders. And when I grabbed her shoulders, her legs, which seemed to be out of strength, suddenly moved, and she waved her hand away. What happened to me? Dan Yawa asked, shocked. You almost fell. I almost fell? She didn't seem to believe me. So strange? I was quite surprised too. She seemed completely unaware of what had just happened. Even if the light touch had brought her senses back, the skill the Bloody Hand Witch possessed was quite bizarre. Seeing me shocked, Bloody Hand Witch said, It is a kind of suggestion. Suggestion? What was that supposed to mean? Well, she was kind enough to explain. People who are in a state of confusion or forgetfulness are supposed to respond subconsciously to special stimuli. Did that mean she was forcing someone into a corner and defeating the opponent? In a way, it was terrifying. In Nurim, where the blink of an eye was enough for death to come, this was scary. I know what you are thinking. It isn't as easy as young lord thinks. What do you mean? Basically, illusion eye doesn't do well on people who have strong mental strength. It will only be for a minute-second, like what the young master did, and to do this, the caster will have to use a lot of concentration. It seems like the condition for using it was more difficult than expected. Han Beek, Ha continued, and a light touch tack. She clapped her hands. If an external shock like this or any other form is applied, one will wake up. In the end, it is difficult to use it in a chaotic situation or battles where life and death could be decided. If one would wake up from the slightest stimuli, then this was a huge mess. However, it sure seemed like a good skill to use when the opponent was being careless. If it was overused though, the others would become wary of it. So, that was why the old man was blocking your path. When I first saw her, he was trying to protect me. That meant he knew about Illusion Eye. It was a technique that was exposed around him, so he was able to respond quickly, and I thought learning this technique would be quite good. So, would you like to learn? Heck, I would. I bowed and thanked her. As soon as I accepted it, she told me about the Illusion Eye and how it worked. Unlike martial arts, it was kind of like a mental trick, and according to her, this needed a lot of concentration. Obviously, the conditions were difficult. She taught me the procedure and method to use it, and also told me its secret. The book I previously mentioned told me that this technique could be divided into 4 stages. The first step is to steal of consciousness of the target. It is said that if that can be done, the opponent will feel confused or lose their thoughts. Then, will there be other effects if it can be mastered? Right, but that is impossible. What? Unfortunately, the book didn't include a way to make the Illusion Eye stronger. It was torn in half. That was sad. But even if she knew, I doubt she would teach that to me. This was a talent that could only be used only occasionally when making eye contact, or if the other conditions were met. Besides, I knew part of it. Still, I tried my luck and asked, then what would the effect of the other 4 steps be? It was written that the second step is to make the target do what we intend to. Of course, that isn't as effective as the previous one. Interesting. If the suggestion was strong enough, it seemed possible. Even hurt themselves? That might not be possible. Why? As I said in the description, it is a technique to make the other person unconscious and act. People protect their own bodies, even when they are unconscious. In other words, they could not harm themselves. Actually, if that was possible, the Bloody Hand which would have had a more notorious name. They say that hallucinations can be shown in the 3rd form. Hallucinations? Some poisons cause hallucinations. In the same way, reaching the 3rd stage will show the target such things. It will make them see things. The more I got to know about this technique, the more frightening it felt. Be it an effect for a long or a short period, it was something that would terrify the enemy. If the 3 stages are like this, then what about the last one? Last one? Unfortunately, the book didn't speak of it. The book was torn starting from the last stage. The previous verse says that the illusions happen by influencing the 5 senses, but I have no idea what it means. Influencing the 5 senses? It seemed like an abstract expression, so I didn't understand what she was trying to say. Well, the Illusion Eye was a scary technique. As a result, I regretted it a lot. Do you still want to learn it? With just 1 stage? I agreed with the short sword's words. Now, I passed on everything I knew. Would you like to try? I nodded at Han Beek, Ha's words. I had to check right away if it would work. Yewa. Yes. When she was called, she looked startled. Short Sword added, I was wondering why she brought her, but she brought her for this purpose. I agreed with her. The other disciples of Beek, Ha were skilled, so she brought the weakest one for me to use. This was so pitiful. 1 loss, and this girl was pushed through all sorts of hardships. Damn Yewa looked at me, with a half-crying face. Do it. Han Beek, Ha pointed at her with her hand. I felt sorry about it, but what could I do? I looked into her eyes, and I memorized all she had told me and focused only on the eyes. It took me a while since I wasn't familiar with such techniques. Phew, it was a lot harder than I thought. Damn Yewa laughed at the thought of me struggling with this. Seeing this, I suddenly had a thought. Even if Illusion Eye's 1st stage was the only part that could be used, it seems like it had to be. It was then. Sage! Dan Yewa suddenly looked blank and took her veil off. The Bloody Hand, Witch, and Beek Rion, Ha, were also puzzled by her actions. That wasn't the end. Sage! She unwrapped her top and tried to take it off. Shocked, I hit her on the forehead in a hurry. Dan Yewa's dazed eyes returned to their normal state. As she blinked, her face turned red, and she tried to scream, being aware of what he had just done. Go, up! Beek Rion, Ha shut her mouth and looked at me. What did you do? Short Sword asked me. How could I know? When I opened my eyes wide, intent on making it work, I only wanted her to faint. Confused about what happened, I looked to the Bloody Hand Witch, who too seemed to be in disbelief. Chapter 46. The Bloody Hand Witch's Ability 2. The Bloody Hand Witch looked at me with wide eyes, and mouth opened as she blinked. It was my first time seeing her this shocked. It was only then I understood what had just happened. No, it was the 2nd stage? Han Beek, Ha had told me. The second step was to influence the other person and have them act as we intended. If I had heard correctly, this was exactly that. Rat, you are a man after all. What are you saying? I strongly denied the words of Short Sword. Why deny it now? I understand now. Any man would want to see a woman naked, right? Don't put it like that. Isn't it strange to do this here? It would look like I am ridiculing her in front of everyone. But you did cause that, right? I just thought it would be funny if she took off her mask and danced. But it was just a fleeting thought. Yes, right. This is insane. Not only this idiot, but even Beek Ryon, Ha was looking at me with cold eyes. Eyes close to disappointment. Even if she didn't know about the second stage of Illusion Eye, she must be angry at me for making Dam Yewa take off her clothes. Young Master Han Beek, Ha called out. This situation was so terrifying that I didn't want to know what she would say, but she didn't seem to care about Dam Yewa's condition and spoke approvingly. What did you do just now? I don't know. Don't you? It was clearly the young master who did. She went silent and continued in voice transmission. That was the second stage of the Illusion Eye. How did you do that? Han Beek, Ha was obviously curious. It seemed like she wanted a clue as to how this happened. But I didn't know. I don't know. Don't mess with me. It happened right in front of my eyes. Are you trying to deceive me, the teacher who taught you? Her eyes narrowed. It seemed like she didn't want to listen to my words. Actually, if she had known this, she would have done a lot more things. What does that mean? Short Sword asked because she didn't get it. She wants to know how to reach the second stage. How? I think it would be better not to tell. I agreed with her, but she saw it with her eyes. How can I lie now? Besides, she looks like she would do anything to get it out. In the end, I let her know what I could think of. I just thought it would be nice if she had done something weird when doing the Illusion Eye. And you wanted Yewa to take her clothes off? It isn't like that, she called Dam Yewa without listening to me. Yewa. She hurriedly tied her clothes and answered with a red face. Sure. Look into my eyes. Dam Yewa didn't ask twice why and looked into the eyes of her teacher, who couldn't be disobeyed. I wondered what would happen. The two stood watching each other. For a while, nothing happened, making Han Beek, Ha frown. It didn't seem like the second stage was happening. Young Master, she called me. Yes. 6 blood star. Young Master, do it. Han Beek, Ha pointed to Dam Yewa with her hand. The woman wrapped her arms around her body with a grim expression. She seemed convinced that I was up to something. It isn't like that, but my clothes were. Stop. Han Beek, Ha stopped her from arguing. It seemed that she only wanted to know about the second stage. Look into Young Master's eye. But teacher, do it. Dam Yewa had no choice but to step back at those words. Her orders were strict in such groups. And she looked at me, with a dissatisfied face. She really hates it. Right. What can I do about what already happened? There was no way I could relieve her worries now. Let Dam Yewa sit and stand. Han Beek, Ha told me. Phew. At this, I looked into the eyes of Dam Yewa, and then memorized all I was told and looked into her. Han Beek, Ha didn't take her eyes off him and looked at both me and the target. As before, I thought of Dam Yewa sitting and standing. But even as time went on, there was no response. Rather, my eyes were hurting from the effort of focusing too long. 6 blood star, it doesn't seem to work. Young Master, are you doing this on purpose? Han Beek, Ha, seemed suspicious of me. She didn't seem to believe me, so I looked at her. Dam Yewa also seemed to be getting pain in her eyes for looking at me for too long. Suspicious, Short Sword whispered. Oh, did you cheat? You didn't? No, you aren't cheating? If I lied, would my eyes be stinging like this? I really memorized the technique. I also wanted to make sure Dam Yewa was fine this time, but I wasn't cheating. Han Beek, Ha looked at Dam Yewa for a while, and then as they looked at each other, Dam Yewa flinched and staggered. Tack. But this time, she was up without anyone holding her. Looking at this, it seems like the first stage. It was good. On the other hand, it was like she was trying to check if I was actually performing the technique properly. Looks true. Why would I lie to you? She nodded, looking at me. I understand. I will believe the words of a young mazer. I kept my promise to help, so let's stop and go. Han Beek, Ha, who was about to leave, turned to Beek Ryon, Ha like she remembered something. And then Beek Ryon, Ha looked at me and shook her head. Looking at that, it seemed like she also wanted to do something with me. I think this was planned. That was weird. Would this small bet make anyone change their mind? And she was the candidate for the sect leader. However, I had to stop at the words I had just heard. Sexual offender, damn it. Thanks to the mistake, Beek Ryon, Ha, and Dam Yewa got it right. The anger of Dam Yewa could be avoided. But what do I do about the next candidate for the sect leader? I didn't want to be looked down on. Short Sword tried to comfort me. You just have to clear up the misunderstanding later. Cheer up. The problem was that I didn't when I got the chance to. I had to tell them I wasn't a horny person, but there was nothing more foolish than trying to regret what happened. Then why did they walk up in a hurry? Short Sword asked me. She saw Han Beek, Ha, who was returning to the main hall. Even though it was really late, she was heading back to the main hall. Because she has a clue. Clue? You mean about the Illusion Eye? Yes, it could be a coincidence, but the second stage had been executed. She would have the desire to implement it in her head, so she must be heading back to practice now. Drr. When I quietly opened the door and walked through it, Soh Woonhwi and Soh Woonhwi were lying on the floor. Since the number of rooms for people was limited, 3 of us had decided to share one room. Sleeping on the floor of the cave was something we had gotten used to, so the twins decided to sleep on the floor, and the bed was given to me. Here, Woonhwi, the South Heavenly Iron Sword asked me. I left him in the room, because I didn't think I would like listening to the two fight. Are you done? Right. Afraid the two would wake up, I was slowly walking in. Sitting on the bed across from the ones lying on the floor, I loosened the sword from my waist and placed it on the edge of the bed. It was then. Sage. Soh Woonhwi, who was half asleep, got up and looked around. Where did you go? It seemed like he was wondering where I had gone, as I had disappeared in the middle of the night. I told him while shaking my head. It was nothing. If it really was nothing, would you go out and come back this late? This guy was so annoying. Why is he talking like this? He looked at me like I had to listen. Suddenly, I wanted to test the illusion eye against him. Illusion eye? Right. It didn't work on Damien with the second time, but we never know. I didn't know if I could do it, but I figured testing it out couldn't hurt, so I decided to try it and focused on his eyes. What are you doing? I asked where you have been. Why are you staring at me like that? The guy asked with an annoyed voice. He felt annoyed that I was staring at him, but not answering. I definitely had to train more. It took a while as I wasn't used to it. Yeah. He was angry and tried to get up. That moment, as he tried to get up, he suddenly went blank, and he sat down and looked at the twin who was sleeping. Soh Woonhwi, who looked at his twin, slammed his twin's smooth head with his palm. Slap! Soh Woonhwi opened his eyes in shock at the sound. Soh Woonhwi looked at his brother in anger. At that time Soh Woonhwi hurriedly pulled back his hand and said, Dabu, why am I hitting? At that moment, Soh Woonhwi jumped up and hit Soh Woonhwi on the forehead. Thud! Quack! Soh Woonhwi collapsed with that hit. He passed out too. The only sound which could be heard was his breathing. Soh Woonhwi, who put his twin to sleep, lay down and closed his eyes. Waha! Seeing the scene, the short sword burst into laughter. On the other hand, I didn't. I knew it. Is this it? The second stage of illusion eye, which I thought was a coincidence, succeeded again. In just 3 days, I learned a lot about the technique. It was because I tried it out on several people. The first step was the same as what Bloody Hand Witch had told me, but the second stage was completely different. And here was what I found. First, when caught by illusion eye, there were some differences between people. 5 counts was as long as most people would act under my will. Damiewa must have stopped taking her clothes off for the same reason. Second, a target who had been caught once couldn't get caught in the illusion eye in quick succession. I got caught as a result of doing it again against Soh Woonhwi. When I tried again, he got mad at me, saying the twins had been fighting since last night. I tried it on others but got the same result. Looking at it, it felt like there had to be a different situation to make it happen. Third, it was possible to move the target as I wanted with illusion eye, but it was impossible to bring out the information the target knew. I did what I intended, but couldn't come up with anything more spontaneously. That was the disappointing part. Fourth, it didn't work on those who had strong mental strength or those stronger than me. I tried it on Commander Jangmun Wang just in case, but the effect didn't work on him. Thanks to this, I stopped trying it on him. And the last, and the most important, fifth. Unlike the first stage of illusion eye, the second stage consumed innate Kai. I didn't notice the first 2 times I used it, but as I continued to use it, I began to feel a significant drop in my innate Kai. Is this why she could only do the first stage? Yes. As Short Sword said, Bloody Hand Witch had been using this for over 20 years, but had no effect. But I could use it as soon as I had learned it. This managed to convince me. The method for making the suggestion of illusion eye stronger was innate Kai. Oh. Then, if the innate Kai is strong, will the third stage be possible? I don't know. I tried to see if the third stage illusion was possible just in case, but it didn't work. It could be because of a lack of innate Kai. If this was right, as Short Sword said, the third stage would be possible. Kayak. Still, we learned something useful. That witch found out it would make her stomach hurt. The Bloody Hand Witch thought I wouldn't move higher, so she taught me this. But what now? She had given me a technique that even she couldn't fully master. Chapter 47. The Guest to 6 Blood Valley 1. A rift was forming between the Miriam Alliance and the warriors. The stone thrown by Soh Woonhwi was causing a bigger ripple than he had predicted. Within just 1 month, the news had spread to all the groups in the Blood sect, all of which were scattered around. The earliest place to receive the news was the Jiangxi province, which was adjacent to the northern part of Guangdong, where the 6 Blood Valley was located. When the news arrived there, this was a place deep in the middle of the mountains, a hermitage that looked normal from the outside, but inside there were numerous cavities connected like the tunnels of an ant hill, and the base was hidden there. There was a place that was decorated with an old feeling. Numerous shapes of bright colors were on the wall. Below it was the names of the people who had died while gaining fame in the Central Plains. This was a commonplace of the land. An old man with grayish hair curled behind him was reading a book. The old man who seemed involved in the book exuded a weird dignity that would make others a bit wary of approaching him. This old man was one of the 4 venerable dignitaries, Soh Woonhwi. There was a person waiting with a respectful attitude in front of Soh Woonhwi. It was Commander Hakyeong. After reading the book in hand, Soh Woonhwi smiled. As soon the book was clenched, it was torn to shreds, showing just how strong he was. Things seemed to be getting interesting. Soh Woonhwi got up, and he looked at the numerous paintings hanging on the wall with eyes misted with emotion. And he said, "This was faster than expected." "What do you mean?" Hakyeong, who hadn't read the contents of the book, didn't know what he meant by that. Without taking his eyes off the paintings, Soh Woonhwi responded, "The time has come for our sect to rise again." "You mean?" Hakyeong's eyes trembled. If one was a member of the blood sect, wouldn't they dream of this moment? Soh Woonhwi also couldn't hide his excitement. "The time has come, but our sect is still scattered and not as one, so this must be fixed." Hakyeong understood what he meant by this. Soh Woonhwi was preparing for the revival, but no one had supported it until now. "However," he said, "to make sure that this gets processed now, Hakyeong, please command me, call GM1 and Uni, and get ready to head to the 6 Blood Valley." "What are you saying?" "GM1 and Uni. They were the disciples of Soh Woonhwi. The fact that he even called his disciples to head to the 6 Blood Valley, did it mean that Soh Woonhwi was running for Baekryong Ha's side?" Hakyeong was puzzled. Wasn't it supposed to be Baekhyong? Whatever his thoughts were, he had to follow his master, Soh Woonhwi. At the entrance of the northeastern part of the Henan province located in the middle of the country, Kaifeng was a place that boasted a large populace, especially for being outside the capital. Many Miriam sects were taking root in Kaifeng. Like the proverb, "Just below the lamp is the darkest," there was a force moving in the shadows of this place. It was Zhang Ryong, the first Blood Star's Thunderblood sword. The main place is at the top of Kaifeng. Behind the place of flame, the flower merchant group was stationed in a mansion that boasted its wealth. The mansion was full of gardens, and had flowers all around the year. There was a woman with red hair and a light dress, who was reading a booklet in the flower garden. The woman who was reading opened her mouth. "Have you read this?" Behind her stood a middle-aged man, who was 6 foot tall, and had a sharp look. He was actually the Flame Flower Merchant Group's head, and Zhang Ryong, the Thunder Blood Sword of First Blood Star, ranked first among the 7 Blood Stars of Sect. "I read it as it arrived before my lady came. It would have taken quite a while if we got this from the 6 Blood Valley. It probably took around 20 days or so. It would have taken longer if it was a public route that was being used." The man who called her my lady smiled. "An elder found this information?" "Yes. Elder seems to be doing good. It seemed like he wasn't that interested in the working of our sect." "Not anymore, I guess." Shun's promise to raise his own group and compete had reached the ears of all the people in the sect because of the commanders who participated in the selection ceremony. The red-haired woman folded the booklet and put it down. The blood-red eyes which were hidden behind the book were now shown. And with her cherry lips forming a smile, she said, "What do you think? I am only here to follow my lady's orders." "Orders? Put that nonsense aside. You said you were going to be someone with an advisor position. Give me some insight you have." Despite the harsh tone, Zhang Ryong spoke with a smile. "The First Elder and myself, as well as the 4th Blood Star and 7th Blood Star, are currently serving the lady, and recently the 2nd Elder has been showing a favorable interest too." It meant that she was getting the support of equivalent numbers. On the other hand, she only has the 3rd Blood Star and the 6th Blood Star. They should be dealt with once the sect has risen. "You are right, but do you remember what we have told you?" "A chance." "You remember. She was also someone who had inherited his blood. Small actions will cause big consequences." "Don't give even a small room?" "Yes." "You mean to bring in the 4th Elder, Shun, to our side and destroy her hope?" "Yes." "That was clever. But will that old man come here?" She had met the man several times in the past 5 years, but all that came back was cold refusal. After all, he was a loner who had great pride and would never back down. With a fishy smile, Zhang Ryong said, "That is when the 3rd Elder has nothing to lose." 20 days had passed since I had learned the technique Bloody Hand Witch had shown me. Contrary to the expectations that there would be a change in the daily routine I had, only the location was changed to the main hall of the 6th Blood Valley. We were all still honing our martial arts with Shun. As the commander, Jang Won was entrusted with the middle and upper-ranked trainees, and there was no concern for me, Song Jadawodik and Song Woo-hyun. According to Shun, after completing the basic training for our group, they would move to the new base. Meanwhile, we were given another mission: to go above our leader and become a commander. Did you think that the disciples of mine will end with being just leaders? That was true. Even the disciple of Bloody Hand Witch was a commander. If this man's disciple was just a leader, it would hurt his pride. But becoming a commander from a leader was just too tough. The most basic qualification that a commander should have was to go beyond a first-rate warrior and to the master level. Of course my skills did surpass the first-rate warrior level, but they were all hidden skills, and the skills that were public hadn't all been shown to be first-rate skills yet. So now I am struggling. Gua! It looked like I would puke up what I ate in the morning. One kick from Hiak Shun, and I was already feeling like I would die. You cannot even stand 3 attacks. Hiak Shun roared like the crazy old man he was. It would be nice if the level was set right, but he was really showing off his power here. Huh. At that time someone was aiming for Hiak Shun from behind. It was Song Jadaboy whose upper body muscles and body stained copper were being shown as he took off his shirt. His body had become stained copper due to falling to the ground repeatedly and the usage of the true blood diamond body. It was good to aim for the back while he was focused on me. Hack! Hiak Shun turned around at the speed of light and grabbed him by the neck, only to throw him down. Bang! Kuak! Song Jadaboy, who had his head stuck to the floor, went limp as he fainted. Seeing that, Hiak Shun clicked his tongue. An idiot. If you are going to attack from behind, don't scream. I wanted to say the same. He should have just moved, but that wasn't the end yet. That. Swish. There was the sound of someone running in. Hiak Shun frowned and turned his head. Bald Song Woonhwi and came flying in like a squirrel. The momentum was too much as Hiak Shun reached for him. Packed. Hiak Shun blocked the headbutt with his bare hand despite being pushed back around 4 steps. Hapapak. That was the end. Hiak Shun, who was pushed back a little, hit him on the head. Hapak. At that moment, Song Woonhwi's body bounced back. Truly the man was a monster. He used Song Jadaboy and me as bait and ended this. And he had only been pushed back 4 steps throughout all of this. Teach, the 3 of you working together only to move me 4 steps. So embarrassing. I was angry. I wanted to challenge my own skills. Because even if I did my best, it would change nothing. Hiak Shun was a monster that I could never surpass with these meager skills. In order to fight on equal footing with him, it would be possible to do when I reached a little closer to him, or when I was able to use the 6th level of internal energy. I am not sure of that. Hiak Shun. He has become too strong. It seems like he achieved a development equal to or beyond that of my former owner. South Heavenly Iron Sword thought highly of this man. The last time his former owner fought with the old man was 15 years ago. There was no way Hiak Shun was sitting idle all the while till now. If so, could I defeat him by being able to reach the 7th level of perfecting the Xingming technique? It was said that even the South Heavenly Swordsman couldn't do that. As I thought of it, Hiak Shun shouted at us. Continue. Keep coming. Phew. Catching my breath, I got up, relieved the kai which was hit into my stomach, and I began to feel more comfortable. As I adjusted my form to run in, Hiak Shun looked somewhere and signaled to stop. On the hill stood a woman with a white cloth covering her face. Her. Short Sword recognized her. Bikrion. The woman who I passed by a month back in the plot near the main hall. I was right, but why did she come here alone? The two seemed to be talking with voice transmission. Woonhwi. Yes. Teacher. Follow along. Her purpose wasn't Hiak Shun but me. I followed her without a word. I wanted to go to the main hall, but we went to a place away from there. It seemed like they didn't want anyone noticing us. When the warriors of the blood sect were nowhere to be seen, she opened her mouth. Let's talk here. Ha-Yon's voice could be heard. Although she lost weight, this Miss Ha-Yon was Bikrion. Young master, do you know who I am? Without taking the veil off, she asked. An ambiguous question, so I couldn't tell if she was asking me whether I knew if he was Ha-Yon or the possible head of the sect. But it didn't matter, since I knew this voice for sure, so I pretended to be surprised. This voice? Aren't you Miss Ha-Yon? Seeing me like that, she shook her head and said, You know, I am not asking about that. It was the other one. She looked at me with clear eyes. Young master seemed to be smarter than the other people I met. But I think it is weird if you don't know who I am. She seemed convinced that I knew her true identity. Well, I do know. There were a lot of things I could guess from what she had shown me, and all she did was cover her face a little. You really don't know? She asked, looking at me. Was the right answer saying I knew? After thinking, I tried to be honest. But then, swish, she and I turned our heads at the same time. There was a presence of Kai. With the rustling sound, someone appeared. A young man with thick eyelids, wearing a gray robe around and a long sword. He looked like a goblin. Well, that was accurate. Face did remind me of a goblin. It was the face I was seeing for the first time. But the fact that he was able to act like this meant that he was a member of the sect. I finally found you. The young man's face brightened as if he found something, and mumbling, he looked at us. You are from the 6 Blood Valley? Knowing this place must mean that he was a member of the sect. Bikrion Ha didn't seem to answer, so I moved and said, "You are right. To be precise, we are staying in the Sixth Blood Valley for now. Thank God. I was lost on the mountain road because it was my first trip to the Blood Six Valley." What? He was speaking like getting lost was a natural thing. Was it because I looked younger than I really was? Or is it because he had a higher status than me? This man looked so much like a goblin sucking other people's blood. Go Yoonhwi? My eyes widened as I slightly recognized the name. I am Go Yoonhwi, the second disciple of Second Elder, Soh Woonhwi of. I wanted to ask for directions. As he revealed his name and said he was the second disciple of the Second Elder, I thought of something. 10 years later, he would be a human who would gain a name for himself, being called the Toad Blood Swordsman. He hated the title because it made fun of his appearance, his eyelids which looked thick, and he was villainized for killing everyone who called him that. Why aren't you answering? Perhaps because of his status, he seemed to have a pretty good attitude. If he was going to come to the Sixth Blood Valley, then he would come to know me, so saying it now would be better. It is an honor to meet young Master Go Yoonhwi. I am Soh Woonhwi, the first disciple of Third Elder. He looked shocked. Was I a famous enough person for him to act like this? The man who was staring at me suddenly smiled. Ah, you are Soh Woonhwi. There was something off about the way he talked. It felt far from nice. Teacher did something useless. What are you talking about? Still, let's see your skills. Clang. Go Yoonhwi pulled out his long blade and flew to me ready to fight. If I didn't stop him, he would take me down. Woonhwi, pick me up. I know. I pulled out the South Heavenly Iron Sword. And to not let Bikrion Ha get hurt, I moved ahead of her and blocked his blade. Chang. The blade and sword collided, making my stomach hurt. Well, I did expect this much from the disciples of Second Elder, but this guy surpassed the wall of first-rate warriors. The strength around the blade was nothing short of amazing. He wasn't someone who I could handle with only my internal Kai. This is the fourth Elder's disciple? He giggled looking at me. I didn't like him. Right away I wanted to splash his body. What is this? Bikrion Ha's hands were dyed in red. If she didn't decide to do it, it felt like he would come further ahead. Oh, a disciple of the Sixth Blood Star. I knew from the face being covered, so what is your name? There seem to be so many beauties around here. With that, he wiped his mouth like he liked this. It was disgusting. This bastard was hiding his skills and messing around. It was the very moment I was ready to attack. Thud. Someone appeared behind Go Yoonhwi. Flustered by the large shadow which fell on him, he swung the blade to the back. Heck! But the blade was blocked by a thick palm. Being shocked, he asked W. Who are you? It was Heak Chun. He was the only one who could stop the blade with his bare hands here. Elder? The man, noticing that, asked in a trembling voice. Heak Chun opened his mouth. You are the Third Elder's disciple, huh? Such interesting words you said. It wasn't like that. The guy was too shocked and tried to explain. But the opponent was the ghastly monster. Oh, let's look at your skills then. Heck. Heak Chun grabbed his head, and then without caring about what the guy was saying, he hit his head on the ground. Huak. The body hit down so hard that he bounced back up. In that state, Heak Chun clenched his fist. Clench. Startled, the guy tried to use internal Kai to protect the body, but the fist collapsed into him, and he bounced off like a cannon. Chapter 48. The Guest of 6, Blood Valley 2. Huak. As the guy collapsed, he bounced back a few meters. It looked quite painful. I was lucky to have the old man near me. But he was still pretty far from us, so how did he come up at such an opportune time? Just as I was puzzling over this. Pepe. A black shadow came out of the bushes. The guy rushed straight for Go Yoonhwi, who was thrown away. I thought he would attack, but he was just relieved to see Go Yoonhwi's body was fine. I could tell just by looking at the man, who stopped in the middle of Go Yoonhwi and us. You. Thank you, teacher. Teacher? Go Yoonhwi addressed the person as teacher. Did that mean that he was the Second Elder, the Guardian Demon Blade Emperor Soh Woonhwi? Unlike Heak Chun, he had neatly combed hair and looked very regal. He is Sess. Suddenly, more people appeared from the same bush as the previous man. In total, there were 4 of them. Surprisingly, one had a long blade on their waist, and the others had 3 red belts. Why was I shocked? All are commander level. Blue belts were for leaders and red for commanders. Even if the number of people was smaller, the power was huge. I couldn't figure out what this all meant. Sage. Guardian Demon Blade Emperor Soh Woonhwi bowed to Heak Chun. Hyang. Long time no see. It was a meeting of old friends. To this, Heak Chun responded in a deep voice. Soh Hyang. He was more polite than when dealing with the 6th Blood Star. Of course it was only for a while. It has only been 4 years. It hasn't been that long. What did you come here for? Is it because of the booklet you were sent? Where will his character go? No matter whom he dealt with, he would always have this harsh tone. Hehe. Right. But there seems to be some misunderstanding here. Soh Woonhwi said, looking at Go Yoonhwi, who was looking a bit weak. He touched his disciple as he cared for him. Why touch him? looking fucking terrible to see. Empathy. Just when I wanted to speak, Shun spoke. What misunderstanding. Seo Hyung's disciple attacked my disciple. If I hadn't come, he would have been seriously injured. In his words, Seo Kama spoke like there was nothing wrong with that. Isn't that how young warriors talk? Seems like this disciple of mine was constantly stuck in caves, so he was curious about how good Hyung's disciple is. Since they were all of the same elder level, they had the same level of force, and this man was accepting what Shun said head on. But Shun wasn't the kind to just back down. Oh, that is why the young one decided to insult me. He insulted Hyung? Seo Kama looked at Go Yoonhwi with sharp eyes, and the guy made excuses by waving his hand. Well, it wasn't that. How would I ever insult the fourth elder? I just said that the disciple was insulting the name of trying to drag it. He was a guy who spits those words whether he denies them or not. And he didn't know what kind of person Shun was. You aren't speaking right. Ugh, Shun tried to approach where Go Yoonhwi was, but something unexpected happened. Heck. Among the crowd who appeared with the old man was one with a long blade, who grabbed the head of Go Yoonhwi and smashed it to the floor. Oh, his nose. Even though they were of the same group, they didn't seem to have much sympathy. And the young man spoke out for everyone to listen. Teacher is speaking. How dare you try to give out lame excuses? The young man pushed him down and got up as he bowed to Shun. Elder, please forgive my Sei's rudeness. Sei? Hearing Shun's question, the young man spoke. I am Hojim, the teacher's first disciple. Hojim. Why? Was he famous too? I don't know. You don't know? From what I knew, Seo Kama had just one disciple, and that was the frog-eyed one. But this guy was calling himself the first disciple. So? A hidden disciple? If it was hidden, would he say it out right here? Rather, it seems that something happened to the guy, like losing his life. Why? Look at that expression. Go Yoonhwi, who was hit to the floor, looked up at Hojim, one with bloodshot eyes. Just looking at them, they didn't seem to be that friendly with each other. In a nation where even the orthodox sects kill each other over conflicts of succession, would the blood sect be an exception? It would be way worse here, way worse. And Seo Kama said, Hyung, I apologize for my rude disciple. You have taught them well, and why not end this right now? The man took a step back. Unlike his disciples, Seo Kama seemed like a calm man. It seemed like he had no intention of fighting Shun, using this as an excuse. If you had beat that cheeky bastard, this wouldn't have happened. Shun was cursing me in my own head. It was an unexpected fight, but he seemed to hate that I was pushed back by the disciple of another elder. It wasn't like I wasn't hating either. Officially, it was just my first year here, and those disciples of Seo Kama must have been trained for several years. Why didn't you show your skills? At Short Sword's words, I denied her. It was too early. It was serious. And if I had shown my skills before knowing how to deal with the opponent, it would push me into a corner. Even if the wall to becoming a first-rate warrior was touched, the blood sect had so many people in similar situations. But standing up against an opponent was only done when one was certain of their strength. I am sorry to disappoint you. Sage. Shun clicked his tongue and looked at me with a dissatisfied look and turned back to Seo Kama. That is fine, but why did Seo Hyung have to bring his disciples here? If it was an urgent matter, you could have sent someone or come alone. As far as coming alone was said, I could understand. Even I was curious why this man, who was the second elder, came to this place. He had a purpose, and the man smiled. The old man came here to be a matchmaker. Shun frowned at these unexpected words. He couldn't understand the words of Seo Kama. What does that mean? As I said, you are acting too vague. It's frustrating me. Who are you going to matchmake? As Shun asked, irritated. Seo Kama glanced at his disciples and pointed in the direction of the main hall. I am here to make something for the lady. I was hoping this would come, but Shun didn't seem to understand. This man was here with his disciple to talk with Baek Ryong-ha. I glanced at her, and even she seemed to be shocked. Her eyes are so wide. There was a meeting inside the main hall of Six Blood Valley. In front of the long table, Shun and his disciples, Song Ja-beek and Soh Woonhwi were given seats, and Seo Kama, with his two disciples, were also seated across. And on the top side of the table, a bamboo sheet was placed, and a slender-bodied woman sat behind it. In front of it stood Baek Ha and her 5 disciples, who had all covered their faces. One of these disciples was Baek Ryong-ha. The atmosphere inside was bad. Even Song Ja-beek couldn't do anything other than look around. Bang! Shun slammed the table with clenched hands. Are you really saying that now? The reason he was angry was because of what Seo Kama said. He had asked Baek Ryong-ha to give up her run for the position of the sect leader, all for the sake of the cause. Of course that wasn't the only thing. What was that? Say it again. As I said, Hyung, for the sake of the unity of the sect, let there not be chaos, and let the young lady prepare a next heir. Soh Kalma was spitting these words without blinking an eye. Man, he was amazing. He was formal with Hiak Chun, but he wasn't backing down. Because of that, everyone inside couldn't even speak out. They just looked exhausted as they couldn't counter. But not Hiak Chun. I know that the lady has more right for this, so what nonsense is coming from your mouth, Soh Kalma? Hold back your excitement. Excitement? Does it look like I am excited? If the noise coming from your mouth is to be believed, you'd have your disciple marry her for the sake of producing an heir and protecting her. Who would believe you? Ha! You must be anxious to die. In an instant, the air in the room turned heavy. When Hiak Chun released Kai, it even took my breath away. The table was turned in an instant, and his fist went for Soh Kalma, who was sitting there. Hyun, I didn't come here to fight you. Shut it. Think about it. Han Beek, who was silent till then, asked, What do you mean, think, second elder? Her voice was as cold as ice. Soh Kalma didn't take his eyes off Hiak Chun, not caring about her. I will tell you all something you all know. The elders and the blood stars, most of them have made the decision to put Lady Hai Yang as the sect leader, and she has the majority on her side. Although no official statement had been made, third elder also seems to be tilting. Third elder refers to the bloody king, Gu Yiyang. If 2 of the 4 elders and 4 of the 7 blood stars had taken her side, then the decision was tilted. Didn't Hyun say before that you haven't decided on who of the 2 to support? Hiak Chun just looked at him. This meant he agreed. 6th blood star. I will ask you now, has anyone shown clear intention to support Lady Beek Ryon? The bloody hand witch didn't answer. Anyone could tell what this meant. Probably 2 or 3 decided to help. It had to be 2 of the 7 blood stars, but no elder. In this situation, what would happen if Miss Beek Ryon was even supported? Are you trying to intimidate Our Lady? Why, Soh Kalma sighed. He stuck his blade on the chair. SRNG. He pulled half the long blade out, which had a unique pattern on it. It was clear that he wouldn't stand back. Soh Kalma said with sharp eyes, I am Guardian Demon Blade Emperor Soh Kalma. Do I look like the kind who would harm the daughter of our leader? Hiak Chun. He too was ready to wield his sword. You Brett pulled your sword. Fine. Come at me. Hiak Chun was ready, but Han Beek tried to dissuade them. What are you 2 doing in front of the lady? The 2 men who were ready to fight stopped at her cry. It was a strange situation for these reckless people to consider her words. But was this the loyalty they had to the former sect leader? Phew! When I glanced at the size which came, Song Jadwebik was controlling his breath as he was sweating. My hands were sweaty enough to understand him. The force from the 2 men's bodies was something that even the first-rate warriors would have a hard time bearing. At that time, the 5 disciples of Han Beek turned to the other side. Everyone was puzzled, and the voice echoed. 2nd elder and 4th elder. No, Soh uncle and He uncle. Pat. When called, both of them moved to the side of the bamboo sheet and knelt down on their knees. The voice was resounding in the room. 6-direction voice. A more difficult technique to use, and a technique made to echo the voices of the user, allowing them to speak without revealing their location. The reason the 5 disciples of Han Beek turned around at the same time was probably to prevent the throat movement from being seen. Is it fine if I call the 2 of you as I did in the past? Beek Ryon asked. Why would we complain? Call me what you feel comfortable with. Then to Soh uncle. Please. Uncle Soh. When Uncle Soh made the decision to put my Unai as the sect leader, then why bother telling me to marry your disciple? At her question, he raised his head and said, It is to protect the lady. Protect. And for the future. What is that supposed to mean? I too would like for the young lady to take the position with legitimacy. The current sect is being resurrected, and it needs a strong presence. This was undeniable. This was the reason Hiak Chun didn't get angry right away. It means that only because she's older than me now. I apologize. But this is to protect the young lady and preserve the legitimacy of our sect if anything happens. Have an heir for the sake of legitimacy? Right. If, for that reason, the other elders didn't give their clear intentions. If the lady can give up her position for the purpose of unifying the sect and concentrate on giving us an heir, you will have the cause to push out Lady Hai Yang. Soh Kalma spat out his true intentions. He was saying that this was truly to protect Beek Ryon. In a way, this wasn't the wrong approach. If she did, then the blood sect, which was split between 2 candidates, could be stopped for now, and the first elder could be pushed out. Clench Hiak Chun gritted his teeth. Shut your disgusting mouth. I did that till now. Right. Let's assume that you're right. But why should she marry your disciple? Isn't it for the sake of putting influence to your side? Hiak Chun pointed it out, making everyone turn to Soh Kalma. Soh Kalma shook his head and said, Then who is right? What? If we were to pick one who is qualified for the young lady here, among the ones who remain neutral of course, it would have to come from one of the elders. But the other ones are supporting Lady Beek Hai Yang. We won't get an answer that way. Soh Kalma turned his head and smiled, while looking at the twins. It was an obvious smirk. Now I knew. Why did Go Uni attack me? He was only doing the role his teacher gave him. It was to confirm that the disciples of this crazy man weren't skilled. Now, he was trying to slow things down and not act too hastily. So annoying. Go Uni was looking at me with lips curling up. Just by looking at his face, everything fell into line. Aren't you angry? Short Sword asked me. I am a human, obviously. I feel bad. At first, I thought of Bikrion, who must be feeling horrible at this. But I had to judge the situation soberly. A situation that couldn't be rushed. Ahaha. Suddenly, Shun burst into laughter. And seeing this, Soh Woonhwi frowned. As he was done laughing, he said, Is there an answer? Do you think that guy of yours is a good match for the lady? He pointed to Go Uni's face, the guy who had his head smashed down and face bruised. Are you asking because he was rude to you before? Rude my ass. You made your disciple do that. Ha-he-hi-am. You are crossing the line. A person who made fun of the disciple of the bloody hand which would be suitable for the lady. Anyone would laugh. Go Uni's face went stiff. I wonder when the old man heard it. Well, I did hear him disrespect Bikrion. Go Uni was shocked and couldn't even look Soh Woonhwi in the eyes. One guy out, said Short Sword. As I said, it was unlikely that a person who had been disgraced would be pushed to be a candidate for Bikrion. Soh Woonhwi looked at the bamboo sheet and said, Forgive my second disciple, who is still immature. I will punish him in the right manner later. But the great disciple, one is a bit lacking Then Chun intervened. Soh Woonhwi, why is it that your disciples are the only ones being pushed for the candidate of the lady? Not just Soh Woonhwi, but the twins and I were shocked by his words. What was this old man even saying? Chapter 49. Who is the winner one? There was only one person who didn't react like us at the bomb Chun threw. The twin, Soh Woonhwi, didn't understand or didn't bother. He just looked ahead with wide eyes. Soh Woonhwi, who looked at Chun with surprise, asked, What is that supposed to mean, Hyung? As I said, compared to your poorly behaved disciples, who we can call bastards at a glance, aren't the disciples of mine better, right? Oh, please don't make it what I am thinking. And again, this crazy old man was someone who didn't care about things. Could there have been another man who would suit the title of ghastly monster? Are you saying that Hyung's disciples are better than mine? Those are obvious words. I have a lot of confidence in my disciples. Soh Woonhwi's words came out cold. The atmosphere was odd. It looked like he didn't want to continue this anymore. Aren't you being overconfident? I couldn't figure out why this old man was coming out this strong. If the fight wasn't too sudden, then the twins and I would be first-rate warriors. On the other hand, the disciples of Soh Woonhwi had been studying martial arts for a long time and were way ahead. Look at their faces. Even Go Uni, who was looking down, and Ho Jim Won the Sahyung smiled faintly at us. If it wasn't for Shun, they would have laughed out loud. Soh Woonhwi turned his head and looked at Shun, and he said, Then I think this would be solved easily. Soh Woonhwi moved to the bamboo sheet. Please let this happen in the 6th Blood Valley. I think it would be a good idea to compete with my disciples at this meeting and see who would be a good match for Hyung's disciples. It seemed like the atmosphere was happening like this. In the end, the way this is how any Murin people would get the results they want. Since you are so confident with your disciples, you wouldn't oppose, right, Hyung? Asked Soh Woonhwi. If Shun refused, then it would signal a retreat. Good. Is there anything I wouldn't do? As expected, he didn't refuse. Seriously, is there any way that the man would refuse? Let's proceed. Even if it is a one-on-one confrontation, shouldn't it be fair? Fair? Shun pointed at us and said, No matter how excellent the disciples of mine are, it is only a year since they began to learn martial arts. So, what do you mean? If you were going to take all those things into consideration, you shouldn't have bothered bringing the topic up. Isn't there a simpler way? Simpler way? To close down the internal Ki flow and use just their techniques. Shun was using his head, but there was a problem this time too. Even if the flow of internal Ki was stopped, there was no doubt that they would still be more experienced than us. What distinguishes them from us wasn't just internal Ki, but the presence and absence of enlightenment. Close the flow of Ki. This time Soh Woonhwi burst into laughter. He was looking at Shun with sneering eyes. He was thinking the same as me. He was this confident looking because he knew the disciples of his had been honing their skills for a longer period of time and had an overall advantage. Why? Not confident? Shun continued provoking him. To this Soh Woonhwi said, You won't regret it, right? Hyung would know better than others that the difference in internal Ki and external strength is meaningless, right? It doesn't matter. You are so arrogant. With that, Soh Woonhwi turned and looked at me. If you think you have the chance of winning just because your disciple inherited the sword technique of the South Heavenly Swordsman, I will tell you, you are wrong. The more strong the technique, the more powerful the internal Ki flow should be. At his words, Shun's eyes twitched. Maybe he felt cornered? Soon he smiled, crossing his arms. Isn't that the same for your disciples? Who? Think so? Looking at Soh Woonhwi's attitude, it seemed like he didn't believe he would lose. If so, then the probability of winning with a sword technique that they learned a long time ago would be stronger than ours. But I didn't know the reason for using such a long blade though. Fine. I will take up the offer of Hyung. Then can I make a suggestion too? Suggestion? I am trying to amplify the entertainment of the fight. Soh Woonhwi wasn't the one to suffer, so he said he would accept and put forth a condition. Fine. Let's make it a true match of sword techniques. Force it. I am not talking about a simple fight. What? Let's make a pact between the two sides that we won't care even if a leg or arm is lost in the fight. Soh Woonhwi was talking about life and death. Asshole. There was not an inch of retreat. Soh Woonhwi had two targets with this. One was to make Shun give up the confrontation due to the threat to his disciples' lives. And the second one? They are going to make us limp or dead. It was the same as removing any source of power struggle right away, as they were sure of me being a strength to Shun. Following the progress of the sword technique, I had learned, I would be nothing but a thorn in their eyes. Shun hesitated for a moment, realizing what their intentions were. It was natural to think when the opponent was coming out this strong. This had to be a real dilemma, and at that moment, I heard Shun. Soh Woonhwi is really using his head. Unless one was an idiot, they would obviously say this. Now it all depends on the choice of Shun. Will he send his disciples to die? Anyone could see that this would be a disadvantage for Shun. Unleash your hidden skills. As soon as I heard it, my heart pounded. Shun knew that I was hiding my skills. If that was the case, he could have prepared a better way for this fight to happen. Teacher. What do you, Don't lie around me. Did you think that you can deceive the eyes of mine? You have already reached the master level. No. Did this old man really notice this? His next words could only confirm this. Even if your internal Kai isn't up to par, you have broken through the wall of the first straight warrior. How can I not know after fighting with you every day? I can tell by looking at the movement of your sword. I felt glad but surprised too. This man was still unaware of the innate Kai I used. But he was convinced that I had overcome the first straight warrior level with the numerous training matches we had done. He was looking into me, and I didn't even notice at all. This old man was different. Was he pretending not to know? I apologize. Look at you. I don't need an apology. If I hadn't been trying to train you, even I wouldn't have noticed. It did sound honest. Well, hiding my skills wasn't an easy thing. I thought he would yell or something. But this was an unexpected outcome. Go with the determination to win unconditionally. But, if you cannot handle it, feel free to step out. Yes, it is fine to admit defeat. I was surprised by the sound of Shun. This old man who hates losing was saying I could admit defeat. That meant he didn't want me to get hurt. This old man, just looking at his rough attitude, I thought he was the kind to abandon people at any moment, but now looking at this, he truly cared for this disciple. This was unexpected. Don't misunderstand. It is because I don't think you will be able to beat a guy who is learning for a much longer time than you. It felt strange. This crazy old man was worried for me. This was unexpected. Sage, I got up from my seat and took a bow at Shun. I will live up to your expectations. At those words, Shun's eyes shone. On the other hand, Soh Woonhwi was glaring at me to make your disciples give up their limbs. You are the only one who hopes for that from people. Shun yelled at him and grabbed the edge of the table. The table was pushed to the end of the room. Thanks to that, there was space to fight. Why delay it when we can do it now? At that time Hanbik, who was watching, came out. Stop it. The lady did not express her intentions to accept the second elder's conditions. She only, before she could say, I like it, Baekryong, behind the bamboo sheet said. I wasn't sure if she was accepting the condition or the spar, but I didn't expect that she would say this. My lady, Hanbik, frowned. On the other hand, Soh Woonhwi was worried that she would change her mind, so he said, I appreciate your decision but I have a condition too. Soh Woonhwi, who was delighted, became confused. Again, it was impossible for a smart woman like Baekryong, to give up her freedom. What condition? You said that the person who wins would be called the one I marry. So shouldn't they meet my conditions too? At her words, Soh Woonhwi looked at Bamboo Feet. He seemed concerned that she was making reckless conditions. But then accepted, please say it. If it is my spouse, of course, shouldn't the skills be better than mine? I will also compete with similar conditions. The young lady will? Her declaration to fight. Soh Woonhwi's expression changed, as he hadn't expected this. It was probably because her skills were good, but I didn't know of her skills. That is indeed right. He wanted to be a match for the young lady, of course. We have to see her level of competence also. Shun helped her. Soh Woonhwi hesitated and nodded. All right, that is a sensible thing to say. He was worried, but he was confident about the skills and abilities of his disciples. But her words didn't end there. But what if they don't meet my conditions? What is that? I am asking, what do we do if they cannot defeat me? You told me to make sacrifices regardless of my will. Then if I win, will uncle make sure to follow my choice? You mean, if you win you want me to hear your choice? Right. Soh Kalma's expression hardened, because he guessed what she was thinking. And the thoughts were right. If I win, Uncle he and Soh must wear an oath of allegiance to me and support me. Even Hiak, Chun, seemed shocked now. What started out as a fight for pride had grown way too huge. A lot was being put at stake now. She is smart. I agreed with the words of Short Sword. In the meantime, watching her take care of her words and status to say this wasn't an easy thing. If two people were dragging her out, then she could not be someone who fights for the sect leader's position. Like a woman who dreams of becoming the sect leader, she is strong-willed. How will the crazy man come out? The answer has been decided. In the first place, it was the fact that Hiak Shun's heart was focused on Baek Ryon. If not, he wouldn't care for all this. Sage. Again, as expected, Hiak Shun bowed to the bamboo sheet. Kulkul, I will obey the words of the lady. And if he made up his mind, there was no reason to refuse this. If he wins, he gets his disciple put on her side, and if he loses, the two of them will have to support her. There will be no unfavorable outcome here. Will Uncle Soh not accept it? Soh Kalma, who was flustered by this side. It was because he realized that if he backed down, he would lose the cause for trying to save Baek Ryon. By coming here, he too had no choice but to join in. Sage. Soh Kalma took a bow and said, I will follow the will of the young lady. The face of Han Baek, who was anxiously watching, turned brighter. A confrontation was finalized, with so much depending on its outcome, and what had to be done was decided. I walked in front of Soh Kalma. Everyone, including the old man, was shocked by this. Sage. I took a bow to the man and said, for a fair fight, second elder, please stop the flow of my internal Kai. The expression of Soh Kalma looking at me turned strange. Even though this was a life-threatening battle, it felt like he didn't understand this dignified action. He gently placed his palm on my dantian. Warm Kai flowed into the body from his hand. What is he doing? Checking me out. It was to check if I had something hidden, and his lips smiled as he checked me. He was convinced that I was just a first-rate warrior. He Hyun's disciple has his flow stopped. For the sake of fairness, I will entrust my disciple to He Hyun. Good. Hiak Shun accepted it, and Ho Jiam, one moved ahead. This made it impossible for both sides to use their internal Kai. And this was fair. Everyone moved back to the wall. Han Baek, who decided to be the notary, took charge. Song Jae moved back with a worried expression. Normally he would have come out and said something, but he was worried now. He seemed concerned that life would be at stake here. Yeah, if you cannot give up, don't die like a fool. That idiot told me. Did I even hear this from this guy for the whole year we stayed together? Hearing this from him now. He might be a skilled one, and this old man will kill you if you lose. I smiled at him to reassure him, but he only clicked his tongue. The two of you who will compete keep distance. At the instructions of Han Baek, Ho Jiam, one widened the distance, and he said, if you give up now, your body will survive. You still have a bright future. Advice to give up. Looking at the confident expression, it seemed like he was convinced. He was saying it out loud for Baek Ryon, to notice this. Truth was, of course, that it would make him look good. Sage. I said to him, it is fine. I want to compete with no regrets. At my words, Ho Jiam, one shook his head, and then he spoke. I will not take your life, but be prepared to lose your arm. Soh Kalma must have ordered him to do that. Perhaps what he was aiming for was my life as a swordsman, meaning the target would be my right arm. I won't take your life either. At my words, his face twitched. It must have felt offensive for such a guy like me to be warning him, but he pretended to be calm. You truly are the disciple of the fourth elder. And then he grabbed the long blade. I also caught the south heavenly iron sword. With that, the bloody hand which signaled the start of the bout. I stared into his eyes. Perhaps the glare touched his heart. The man's eyes were filled with a dark look, and Han Baek, raised her hand. Start. Han Baek, shouted to start. It was then. Ho Jiam, one's eyes widened suddenly, and made him stagger. And in one fluid motion, I drew out the sword with the speed of lightning. What are you doing? Shocked, Soh Kalma shouted during the fight. And thanks to that, Ho Jiam, one came to his senses, but it was already too late. Attack! The elbow holding the long blade got sliced. Seeing his arm fall to the ground, he fell down, grabbed the cut section, and screamed in pain. Kuak! Sage! I pointed the sword at his neck. His eyes were in pain. I said, I will not take your life. As if no one expected the result, the room was filled with silence. Chapter 50. Who is the winner 2? The silence didn't last for long. Kuaha! It was because of Hiak Shun. He was so happy that his laughter echoed around. In the worst case, we had assumed defeat, but it seemed like his expectations were broken rather easily. Wow, how did you come up with the idea to use that? I didn't expect it at all. Short Sword and Iron Sword were surprised too. I was a bit skeptical. It was a gamble to use Illusion Eye, which took innate Kai, but this gamble was still successful even with my dantian sealed. It was fortunate that Ho Jim, one's mental strength wasn't as strong as I had thought. I thought you would end in moderation, but you cut off his arm, because he aimed for my arm too. Actually, I was quite worried. Even if the two sides agreed on a battle that led to death, I was pretty sure that Soh Woonhwi would be aiming to get me killed. Cutting off the arm wasn't a preferred method, but it was the only way to bring the opponent down with a single blow. Wouldn't it be more effective if you aimed for his dantian? That would be the same as death. I knew better than anyone the pain of losing your dantian. That meant death to a warrior. Moreover, it was Soh Woonhwi who had taught him martial arts. If Ho Jim, one's dantian, was taken down, the man would abandon his disciple and even insult him. Unless he was an enemy, it was better to avoid doing so. Well, those words are right. Wee's judgment is right. Either way, the fight was won. If the arm hadn't been cut off, there would have been no chance of winning. In the first place, if he had moved on me, I would have had my neck slit. Ho Jim, one's face was pale. The bleeding was too severe. Sage! I pushed the tip of the sword close to the neck. Will you acknowledge your defeat? Ho Jim, one had a pained expression. It seemed like he still didn't understand how he had lost. At that time, Soh Woonhwi was about to come to where I was. Tat! Hiak! Shun blocked him. Your disciple hasn't declared defeat yet. Soh Woonhwi's expression was distorted. Hiak! Shun! If you plan to intervene in the match, you will have to fight me. Hiak! Shun could use his hands anytime. I had never seen the old man lose, but if these two fought, it would be a tough fight. Soh Woonhwi raised his voice in anger. How is this a match? Didn't your disciple use a trick? He wasn't being formal any longer. As soon as this had happened, he immediately lost his cool. An unorthodox sect uses tricks. Are you going to use that as an excuse? Hiak! Shun never gets pushed by bullying words. However, that really touched a nerve. Excuse? Ha! As soon as he said that, Soh Woonhwi moved, and Hiak! Shun followed. Crack! The moment the two collided with each other, the wooden boards on the floor split open. These people were the owners of such terrifying power. The wooden floor that was down was cracking up. Gwahaha! Feels good. Let's fight. It has been so long. Hiak! Shun was ready to jump into the fight. Soh Woonhwi shouted, Ha! Fine. Let's see which side brings in the end. Uni! Yes. Hack! At the cry from him, Go Uni moved to the side and threw a sword. And Soh Woonhwi, who caught the sword in its sheath, was about to pull it out until someone stood between the two. The bloody hand witch. It was Han Beek. Who was the notary for this? Enough. You both should stop. Soh Woonhwi spoke to her, who was intervening in anger. 6 Blood Star. This match is void. He didn't compete fairly. What do you mean? Soh Woonhwi turned to her. Those eyes were looking bitter as they looked back at her. The innate Kai in her body stopped her from trembling. And Soh Woonhwi narrowed his eyes. I see. My Sei has done his best. I should have known from the time that you asked for a match with no internal Kai. It is absurd that a guy who has the title of venerable dignitary cannot understand defeat. Who is the one making tricks here? I don't know what he did, but your disciple is able to use internal Kai. Soh Woonhwi was convinced that I had used internal Kai. At his words, Bloody Hand Witch said, Didn't the second elder personally seal his blood points? So I am telling you that he used some trick. If not, how could that cowardly bastard use some trick? I thought he would have noticed my innate Kai, but he hadn't. He kept guessing that I used internal Kai. And Han Beek, shook her head. If you want to blame the young master, you will have to blame me. No. What is that supposed to mean? The trick that young Master Soh used is what I had taught him. Unexpectedly, this woman was defending me. I was going to talk, but then I decided to leave it alone. And Soh Woonhwi said, Your skill, no. Your ability is something I have seen a lot. Are you talking about the illusion eye? As expected, most people in the blood sect knew about her ability. Not just Hiak Shun, but even Soh Woonhwi knew. So, it can be called an ability that was considered a trick. Then he used internal Kai illusion. Isn't a technique which uses internal Kai. Soh Woonhwi frowned at her words. The illusion is derived from the innate Kai and the mental power of the user, regardless of the presence or absence of the internal Kai. Han Beek explained on my behalf, but some of her words were wrong. Since the first stage of illusion is basic, it requires very little innate Kai, so it is something anyone can naturally use. Well, thanks to her, a couple of things were clarified. I am sorry that my teaching has affected the match, Second Elder. She apologized. Grunt. Soh Woonhwi gritted his teeth and looked at me. Thanks to her explanation, the justification to argue with me was now void. If he kept insisting I did something, he would be demeaning the talent of the Bloody Hand Witch. How unable to overcome the resentment which had built into him, he just gritted his teeth. My disciple lost the battle. After saying that, Soh Woonhwi hurriedly approached Ho Jim, and stopped his bleeding. In addition, he touched his blood points to make sure the pain was relieved a bit, and his distorted face changed. Soh Kalma stopped the bleeding and looked at the severed arm on the floor. Feeling bad? I am not. If I hadn't cut his arm, mine would have been cut off. That hadn't been taken into account. But I could understand the feelings of Soh Kalma. It would probably become complicated. It would be even more so because he himself said that the disciples shouldn't be blamed for whatever happened. I'm amazed at the wisdom of the lady. You had foreseen this from the beginning. Everyone was stunned by these words. But then I realized why he said it. I didn't know that you have such wits to gain my support after he hi-ung. You did inherit the blood of that great man. That old man. He misunderstood. Right? It seemed that way. It seemed like he thought Hiak Shun was already on her side, and that is why I was taught the illusion I looked at Han Beek. Ha. There was a faint smile on her lip. Ha. What is it? I understand now. Somehow I thought it was strange for her to come and defend me. Of course, it could be for the sake of a fair fight, but this was her plan all along. By letting them know that I, the disciple of Hiak Shun, learned her ability, and was trying to create an atmosphere to support Beekrion. Ha. In the meantime, she was taking advantage of this situation. Such a bad one. Hiak Shun, Soh Kalma, Beekrion. Ha. I thought that it was a fight between those three people. But unexpectedly, Han Beek Ha had her own plan. And this said she would do anything for Beekrion. Ha. The crazy old man is so quiet. Hearing Short Sword's words, I looked at Hiak Shun. He was looking at Han Beek Ha with a frown. Normally he should have spoken up, but he had kept his mouth shut. What is he doing? He is letting this go. Hiak Shun had made up his mind. He was going to support Beekrion. So, he had noticed Han Beek Ha's plan and pretended not to notice. It wasn't over yet, but if Soh Kalma succumbs here and decides to support Beekrion, there will be no need for the next fight. Tat attack. And I was right. Hiak Shun also thought that there would be no more fights, so he approached me and released the seal on the dantian placed on me. The woman behind the bamboo sheet turned, and then took the veil covering the face. Wow, is she the same fatty? Short Sword was shocked. It was the same for everyone in the room. I knew she would be pretty if she lost weight, but this was too much. The long eyelashes around her round eyes, her slender body, and small face. Her pink lips reminded me of cherry blossoms. Gulp. When I heard the sound, it was Song Javueti gulping. Even Go Uni was doing the same. His eyes gleamed with lust, just like his personality. I was also shocked at her appearance, but it was only for a brief moment, and it felt like looking at the blood-red hair woman. So similar. After losing weight, they definitely looked more alike. So Kalma, who lost his thoughts, bowed down on one knee and said, I did hear the rumors, but you are simply amazing, my lady. He knew who she was. Looking at this, despite looking at the women behind the bamboo sheet, that man had already known that Beekrion was dressed as a disciple of the Bloody Hand Witch. After all, Uncle Soh recognizes me. How can I not recognize you? You are the same as then. Why bother lying when I can see that drool? Short Sword clicked her tongue. Maybe the girl wasn't fat when she was a child. She smiled at Soh Kalma, and then walked a little ahead. My lady. It was Ho Jiam, one's right arm she reached for. Beekrion Ha's hand was turning red, and white steam was being released from her hand, and then something like frost appeared from the severed arm. She picked it up and gave it to Soh Kalma. This is... Surprisingly, she had frozen his arm. She seemed to be having the same ice kai as I had. This is a plaque the great doctor had given me when he came here the other day. How can I take such a precious thing? I hope the young master's hand gets healed. Soh Kalma exclaimed. Even I was shocked. I didn't know how she managed to get a plaque, but I didn't think she would just hand it over. Was she saving it for the moment when another person's disciple arm has to be attached? This greatly moved Soh Kalma. I am deeply moved by the grace the lady has shown. How can I ever repay this favor? I cannot. Ho Jiam one, whose arm was cut down, knelt down and tried to bow, but she resisted this. It is fine. It would be a waste if Uncle's disciple would lose his spirit like this. Her favor managed to work. Even if it was intentional, she was willing to give out something precious. Soh Kalma, who received this grace, would have to feel a bit moved. Thud. And the man bowed, making his forehead thud on the ground. Second elder, Soh Kalma. I would like to have the young lady Beekrion who inherited the former sect leader's blood, as the new sect leader. Please accept me with a generous heart. Beekrion smiled at this. Thanks to the good usage of Han Beek in the right situation, she gained the loyalty of this man. The final winner is Beekrion who had lost weight. Well, Hiak Chun, who was looking at this with joy, went ahead and knelt. It seems like he was going to pledge his allegiance too, but I stopped him. Please wait a minute, teacher. Hiak Shun frowned as he looked at me. What are you doing? It isn't over yet. What? At my words, not just Hiak Shun, but Han Beek and even Beekrion were puzzled. Hiak Shun tried to say something. Teacher. Please leave this to me. Hiak. Shun was a bit taken aback, but he nodded. I approached Bikrion, and bowed. Long live the blood sect. Fourth elder's disciple. Soh Woonhwi asks the young lady for a spar. Everyone looked shocked at this. Even Bikrion, was looking quite shocked. Of course, she would be. Normally this would be gotten over, but then I heard her words. What is this, young master? Do you hate me as your partner? For a moment, her face turned red, but then she spoke calmly. Do you really wish to be with me? Not exactly that. What? She looked at me. Looking at her face in the past and now, she was pretty. And as I smiled, she looked puzzled. What are you planning? I am just doing what the young lady said. That. She was speechless. She did say a couple of things with her mouth, so there was no denying it now. If we decided to be loyal to her, it would happen naturally, but this is a loss for my teacher and me. If you beat me, you will get what you want, so why hesitate so much? Bikrion, bit her lip. I knew why she wasn't jumping in. She just saw the result between Ho Jiam, one and me. She wasn't sure of being able to get away from the illusion eye. But as an individual who has to attract the leaders in the sect, she will have to take responsibility for her words. And she said fine. I accept this fight. At the same time, other words were said to me. Please suggest what you want. My lips were itching to smile.